Chapter 1. The Tomb of Yun. In this era, existence is fraught with challenges, a sentiment deeply felt by Yun. Yet he had never envisioned that during his prime, there would come a day when he would face the specter of death. This morning, Yun had arranged a hiking expedition with two friends, one of whom was a striking young woman, certainly a delightful prospect. Youth is often drawn to excitement, and Yun was no exception. The mundane trails of popular tourist mountains held little allure for him. Instead, they opted for a remote, desolate peak. Upon reaching the mountainside, they stumbled upon a cave. The young woman, intrigued, insisted on exploring its depths. Little did they know, this decision would lead to calamity. Within the cave, Ian discovered a square, purple crystal, reminiscent of a sci-fi film's artifact. As he curiously touched the crystal, believing he had stumbled upon a natural amethyst, the cave suddenly trembled, and the ceiling began to collapse. It is challenging to articulate the tumult of emotions that surged through Yun as tons of rock cascaded down upon him. If one were to summarize his feelings in a single phrase, it would be, only when faced with death does one truly understand the gravity of mortality. He was still young, with an appealing visage, a healthy physique, and still a virgin. His life, which should have been filled with countless beautiful experiences, was now slipping away. This sorrow and despair enveloped him like a shroud. Buried alive in a confined space within the mountain, devoid of food, water, and with limited air, the Yun recognized that this place was likely to become his grave. He stared vacantly at the imposing rock wall. Under the dim light of his phone's flashlight, the rough surface appeared to morph into grotesque visages, each chilling touch weighing heavily upon his heart. He had lost track of his companions. Logically, they had entered the cave together, and the collapse should have ensnared them as well. Yet, they were nowhere to be found. It was as if they had never entered with him. Yet, just moments before the cave-in, he distinctly recalled the young woman's voice behind him, her fearful inquiry about the possibility of snakes lurking within the cave. How could two living souls simply vanish? How could the cave collapse so suddenly? In this cavern, his phone had no signal, and the fates of his friends remained uncertain. It was as if the heavens turned a deaf ear and the earth offered no solace. Ian refused to succumb to despair. He even contemplated digging his way out, believing that if the rocks had only partially collapsed, there might still be a flicker of hope. When faced with death, a remarkable will to survive often ignites within a person, compelling them to grasp even the faintest glimmer of hope. Resolute in his decision, Ian contemplated his options. Digging with his hands was futile, as he lacked any tools. Then, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. The crystal card. It bore a resemblance to a small spade, albeit diminutive and without a handle. It was certainly preferable to excavating with his bare hands. Turning his gaze towards the enigmatic crystal card nestled within the cave, Yun felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It occurred to him that it was precisely at the moment he touched the crystalline card that the cave had collapsed. What a remarkable coincidence! Moreover, the most perplexing aspect was the inexplicable disappearance of his two friends. This series of astonishing phenomena coalesced in Yun's mind, giving rise to an inexplicable thought. Could it be that everything that transpired today was somehow connected to this crystal card? He gazed at the purple crystal card, a slightly raised and remarkably smooth rock, upon which the nightmarish purple crystal card lay, emanating a faint glow. After a moment's hesitation, Ian switched off the flashlight on his phone, only to discover that in the pitch-black cave, he could discern shapes through the soft luminescence of the purple card. That he understood that this crystal card was unlikely to be amethyst, as true crystals do not emit light. In the natural world, there existed minerals containing radioactive elements that possessed luminescent properties. Now, Ian was unconcerned about the potential harm of radiation. He grasped the purple crystal card, eager to investigate further. If this crystal card had indeed caused the cave-in, could it possibly serve as his means of escape? Aware that his hope was slim, he felt compelled to cling to it. Much like a dying horse to a live one, the crystal card was cold to the touch, its chills seemingly coursing through his veins to his heart. It was slightly larger than an adult hand and thinner than a palm. The card was entirely purple, adorned with mysterious engravings that were clearly not naturally occurring but appeared to be deliberately inscribed. Who could have carved these designs? Were they ancient totems, or perhaps a form of cryptic language? It was even conceivable that they originated from beyond Earth, hinting at extraterrestrial civilization. In light of such extraordinary events, Yun's imagination ran wild. He was convinced that the cave's collapse was linked to this purple crystal card after all. It was not an earthquake. How could a natural cave suddenly cave in? Holding the crystal card, he noticed that its edges were as sharp as blades, igniting a flicker of hope within him. At the very least, it might ease the labor of digging. Without further hesitation, he advanced towards the seemingly impenetrable earthen wall. Gripping the edge of the crystal card tightly, he thrust it downward with force. To his astonishment, the once solid earth yielded beneath the palm-sized crystal card as if it were mere tofu, cleaving effortlessly. However, Yun's vigorous thrust caused the loose earth to give way, sending him tumbling headfirst into the rocky wall. Momentarily dazed, he disregarded the minor injury to his forehead and stared in disbelief at the purple crystal card in his hand. After the initial shock, elation surged within him. This was akin to a laser cutter straight out of a science fiction film. At that moment, he had no desire to ponder how such a thing could be. So sharp his singular focus was on digging his way out. With both hands firmly grasping the crystal card, Yun began to burrow like a frantic mole. The crystal card proved to be an unstoppable force, capable of penetrating even the hardest granite. Yun felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. If he could survive this ordeal, this remarkable artifact might alter the course of his destiny, perhaps even harboring extraterrestrial technology within its essence. Yun lost track of time, oblivious to how long he had been digging. Each time he felt utterly exhausted, the crystal card would emit a faint, refreshing chill, revitalizing him enough to continue his relentless excavation. In the cave, day and night became indistinguishable. Yun toiled without rest. His instinct for survival propelled him ever forward. His phone had long since died, severing his connection to time. 3 days? 5 days? 7 days? He had no idea. He had not consumed a single grain of rice or a drop of water. Yet miraculously, he had not perished. It seemed that an unseen force emanating from the crystal card sustained his life. Unable to discern what lay ahead or the nature of the soil and rock, he could only feel the unmistakable coolness of the purple crystal card in his hand. Gradually, he sensed his perception fading, relying solely on sheer willpower and tenacity to continue digging. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught his attention. It appeared as though a faint glow penetrated the soil, illuminating his face. Like a man awakening from stupor, Yun jolted to life. Light! There was light. Finally, he felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness before a blinding brilliance flooded his vision, making it nearly impossible to open his eyes. He emerged from the earth. I did it. I'm alive. Yun longed to shout with all his might. Only through darkness can one truly appreciate the rarity of light. Only by flirting with death can one grasp the value of life. As he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, he gazed at the azure sky and the leisurely drifting clouds. Never before had he perceived the beauty of the blue expanse so vividly. Though his body was utterly fatigued and parched, he did not allow himself to rest for long. Gritting his teeth, he rose. He needed to contact his 2 friends. Having escaped with his life, Yun was filled with concern for their well-being. However, his phone was dead. He scanned his surroundings, searching for signs of civilization. And when he did, he was taken aback. How could this be possible? Yun distinctly remembered being trapped in a cave while climbing a mountain, which was situated halfway up the slope. He should have emerged at that elevation. Yet, in reality, he found himself on an expansive plain, surrounded by mountains that seemed leagues away. He could scarcely believe he had dug so far. Around him were several mounds of earth, each adorned with a wooden stake, upon which were inscribed crude and peculiar symbols in charcoal. Was this a grave? Yun was momentarily stunned, pondering how he had found himself amidst several graves. Having experienced death once before, his nerve had grown considerably stronger. Even when confronted with such an irrational situation, he managed to remain calm and scrutinize the graves around him. These graves were far from the modern cemeteries characterized by marble or granite headstones, neatly arranged in urban settings. In fact, even the most remote grave in the mountains would surpass these in dignity. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yun noticed something. He looked down and saw the tunnel he had just emerged from still present, with its exit located before a small mound of earth. Beside this mound stood a wooden board serving as a gravestone. The board bore strange inscriptions, but for reasons unknown, a flicker of understanding illuminated Yun's mind, allowing him to decipher the writing. It read, "Beloved younger brother, Yun's grave." Next to it were 5 additional characters. Eldest sister Jiang Sharo. Yun's grave. Yun was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this supernatural occurrence? He had merely been buried alive in a desolate mountain cave, yet here he was, emerging from a grave his very own. What an absurd joke. Moreover, these characters were neither Chinese nor English. How could he comprehend such inexplicable script? Surely, this must be a dream. Yes, it had to be a dream, albeit a remarkably vivid one. Perhaps. Ian glanced around, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Was it too realistic? He pinched himself forcefully, and the result was painful. Another pinch, and still pain. Not a dream? This is actually not a dream. In his mind, Ian was cursing. Had he perished while buried in the cave, only to be exhumed later? Were all those experiences of tunneling mere illusions before his demise? However, what did beloved younger brother signify? He had no sister. The closest relative he could claim was a cousin living in another city, with whom he seldom communicated and had barely met a few times, certainly not someone who would erect a tombstone for him. To suggest that the name Yun on the gravestone belonged to another person with the same name seemed implausible. What were the odds that he would emerge from the grave of another Yun? Ian felt utterly perplexed, and just then he froze, staring into the distance down a muddy country path. A little girl clad in coarse clothing, carrying a bamboo basket, was approaching him. Chapter 2. Sister. It is difficult for Yun to articulate the sensation he experienced upon first laying eyes on the girl. There seemed to be a faint yet undeniable warmth. She walked along the muddy rural path like a gentle breeze accompanied by a light drizzle, evoking in Yun the refreshing feeling of having splashed his face with a mountain spring. Who was this girl? Yun gazed at the young maiden, who also noticed him. She momentarily froze, her small hands instinctively loosening their grip, causing her basket to tilt and a strap to slip down. A peculiar feeling washed over Yun. This girl, appearing to be merely 14 or 15 years old, like a budding flower, somehow seemed taller than he was. Perhaps by half a head, he mused, and if they were to stand closer, he would have to slightly elevate his chin to meet her gaze. Surely, it was just an illusion brought on by fatigue. Before Yun could ponder further, he heard the girl's melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark in the mountains. Yun'er. The girl suddenly covered her mouth, discarded her basket, and hurried toward Yun. Her beautiful, large eyes were brimming with tears. Wait, Yun was bewildered. He glanced around, instantly realizing that he was alone for miles, and this girl was running toward him. She called out to Yun. Could it be that she was addressing him? His name was simply Yun, yet no one had ever referred to him as Yun'er. In contemporary society, such familiarities were rare, which explained his momentary shock. In truth, he had no time to respond, for the girl, like a gust of wind, reached him and enveloped him in an embrace. Yun was taken aback. How could this young girl, this little one, suddenly hold him so tightly? What was happening? Yun'er, I was so worried about you. I'm relieved you are safe. The little girl clung tightly to Yun, her delicate chin resting on his shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. Her small hands were surprisingly strong, seemingly exerting all her strength, as if she wished to merge him into her very being. Fear gripped her heart, fear that this was merely a dream, and that releasing him would mean losing him forever. Yun stood rigidly, like a statue, caught in the unexpected embrace, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Sister? At that moment, after a series of bewildering occurrences, Yun began to piece together the reality. This little girl was indeed the sister who had erected a tombstone for him. The inscription, "Beloved brother Yun's grave," was evidently penned by her. It dawned on him that this little girl had mistaken him for her brother, perhaps driven by a yearning for him. Yun attempted to rationalize the situation, yet the more he contemplated, the more disconcerted he became. This little girl could not possibly be in middle school. Her brother would be no older than 12 or 13. How could she mistake someone of his age for her sibling? Wait, someone of his age? A sudden realization struck him as he compared their heights once more, observing her delicate shoulders, nearly reaching her mouth, and an unsettling premonition began to form in his heart. He slipped his hands beneath the little girl's armpits, bringing them before his eyes, and what he beheld were undeniably the delicate, tender hands of a child. Are these my hands? Have I truly reverted to my youth? Yun's mind was thoroughly befuddled. The notion of rejuvenation, the sudden appearance of an elder sister, the inexplicable identity, the ancient tomb, The unfamiliar wilderness, the unrecognized script, and the unheard language. All of it pointed towards a singular possibility. Yun vaguely grasped what might have transpired, yet he found it hard to believe. The girl's body trembled gently, perhaps from excitement or fear. In his mind, Yun could find no trace of this girl, yet he seemed to sense her emotions, which felt remarkably familiar, a wondrous sensation indeed. However, as he was pulled, he stumbled, experiencing a wave of dizziness. Clutching his stomach, he realized he was ravenous, as if suddenly starved to the point where his belly pressed against his back. Reflecting on it, he had not consumed a single grain of rice or sipped a drop of water since being buried alive. Had it not been for that peculiar purple crystal card, he would have perished long ago. Given his current state of hunger, it was only natural. The girl noticed Yun's weakness. Turning her back to him, she crouched down. Her soft, warm back, glistening with a hint of sweat, presented itself to him. Yun was at a loss for how to articulate his feelings. Here was a little girl offering to carry him. Yunner, hurry up and get on. You've only just recovered. Your body is still weak, the girl said, casting a glance at the tunnel from which Yun had emerged. Her heart wrenching at the realization that her brother had not perished after all. Thank goodness their family was too impoverished for a coffin. Otherwise, he would have been buried alive. The thought of that fate was more painful than 1,000 cuts. Fortunately, her brother had awakened, and thankfully, he had been buried only shallowly. This time, they would never part again. Seeing Yun stubbornly refuse to climb onto her back, the girl assumed he was simply shy. She turned her back basket around to her chest and resolutely wrapped her arms around Yun's legs, squatting down and firmly pressing his legs against her waist. Yun felt bewildered. He could not fathom how he ended up on her back, but he sensed his body lighten, as that tender shoulder and slender legs genuinely supported his weight. As he lay against her back, he inhaled her scent. Distinctly different from the perfumes or shampoos of urban beauties, it was a fresh fragrance of wildflowers and grass, mingled with the earthy aroma of the soil. He was increasingly convinced of the extraordinary events unfolding. He did not wish for the girl to carry him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to request she set him down. Speaking in a language that was not his own to someone who was not truly his sister felt exceedingly awkward. In the distance, a cloud of dust began to rise. The girl's face shifted slightly, and she hurriedly ran with Yun on her back to take refuge behind a large tree. The dust approached with astonishing speed, and as Yun discerned its source, he gasped in shock. Heavens, is that a beast? It stood a towering 7 or 8 meters high, extending over 10 meters in length, adorned with sharp tusks and limbs as robust as iron columns. Its claws, akin to swords, gouged terrifyingly deep pits into the earth with a mere swipe. In comparison to this monstrous creature, the mighty beasts of earth, such as tigers and lions, appeared as feeble kittens. What astonished Yun even more was the sight of a middle-aged man seated atop the beast, a sword slung across his back, meditating with an imposing presence. Due to the angle, Yun could not discern the man's face, yet an inexplicable chill coursed through his veins, as if this individual were tenfold more terrifying than the beast upon which he sat. At that moment, Yun fully realized that although he had crawled out from underground, he was no longer on Earth. He had entered a mysterious and unfathomable otherworld, where he bore the same name, Yun, having returned from the dead. He had a lovely and caring sister named Jiang Xiaro, who doted on him. The epitaph read Elder Sister Jiang Xiaro, not as a signature but a customary inscription denoting the deceased's relatives. It seemed that Yun was left with only his sister, Jiang Xiaro. This was no dream. These events were undeniably real. He had traversed worlds. Heaven above, is this a cruel jest? Yun felt the urge to weep. Could one be so unfortunate as to traverse realms simply by climbing a mountain? While crossing to another world was preferable to death. The reality of finding himself in a completely unfamiliar realm, one inhabited by beasts as formidable as small mountains and potential masters of combat, was daunting. Judging by the sword of that individual, it appeared to be an era of cold weapons, with a slight frame, devoid of any strength. And at the tender age of 11 or 12, he was scarcely enough sustenance for a beast's appetite. Yun understood that this transformation was undoubtedly a consequence of his contact with the mysterious purple crystal card. Perhaps, at the moment the cave collapsed, he had already ceased to exist on Earth, and his form had transformed into that of this otherworld's Yun. The darkness of the cave had obscured his awareness of this metamorphosis. This was his initial thought. As a modern person accustomed to peace, he struggled to accept his transition into a world reminiscent of an age of cold weaponry. He was utterly unfamiliar with this realm, having lost everything he once held dear, now engulfed in confusion. The thought of the crystal card sent a shiver through his chest. Where was the card? As this thought flickered in his mind, he felt a chill. Reaching into his chest, he discovered the crystal card nestled safely within his embrace. This perplexed him. He did not recall having placed it there. Yet it was undeniably present. What could this object be? Ian pondered in vain, yet one thing was certain. It was anything but ordinary. He needed to devote time to unravel the mysteries of this card. Strangely, a name flashed in his mind. Origin Purple Crystal. Purple Crystal. Origin Purple Crystal. Why did this name surface in my thoughts? Ian was taken aback as he contemplated a name for the purple crystal card. The phrase Origin Purple Crystal had mysteriously materialized in his mind. Amethyst. Let us refer to it as Amethyst. Or perhaps it has always been known by that name. It has been a month and a half since the conclusion of Martial Extreme World, and the new book has finally been uploaded. As this new work lacks highlights, we are unable to enhance it for you. The initial phase of the new book will likely see 2 updates per day. I kindly ask for your support through recommendations and collections. Thank you. Chapter 3. If one could become a master originally, upon witnessing the swordsman riding a colossal beast. Ian surmised that this extraordinary world must harbor numerous adept individuals capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Such a scenario would suggest the presence of illustrious families, myriad sects, and a plethora of exceptional talents. Having inexplicably traversed into this realm, he pondered that if he could somehow entangle himself with certain prestigious families or renowned sects, even if he had never trained in martial arts, lacked innate talent, or was merely a side descendant of a lesser branch, he could at least manage to scrape by, with his basic needs met. Yet, upon confronting the dilapidated abode before him, Ian was truly disheartened. Previously, he had ventured into remote rural areas and witnessed the conditions there. But nothing could compare to the wretched state of the few crumbling structures he now beheld. The house was constructed from stones mixed with yellow clay, and the interior was utterly destitute. Apart from a single table, 2 stools, 2 worn beds, and a cooking stove, there was nothing else of substance. Jiang Xiaoro carried Ian into the dwelling. Throughout the journey, Ian felt uncomfortable being carried by a young girl and attempted to extricate himself several times. However, his frail condition rendered him too weak, and after a prolonged walk, he was left gasping for breath, ultimately resigning himself to being carried once more. The thought of a grown man being transported by a mere child left him somewhat embarrassed. Yunhuang, you must be hungry. Jiang Xiaoro gently placed Ian on a small wooden bed, wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, and her face radiated joy. Her brother had returned to life, and she could not contain her happiness. Had it been a 15-year-old girl from Earth, she would have struggled immensely to walk even a few miles, let alone carry someone for such a distance. I am. A bit, Ian replied, his parched lips parting. This was his first utterance since arriving in this world, and he had anticipated that speaking in a language foreign to him would be difficult. To his surprise, it flowed as easily as his native tongue, as if it were indeed his mother language. I'll go prepare some food, Jiang Xiaoro said with a sweet smile, carefully using her sleeve to wipe away the dirt from Ian's face. She fetched a pillow for him to lean against and gently covered him with a thin blanket, her nimble hands moving with grace, rendering Ian momentarily dazed. This girl, who was not his sister, had carried him here and tended to him with such meticulous care that a warmth blossomed within him. As Jiang Xiaoro set off to start a fire for cooking, Ian wished to assist her, but she firmly pressed him back onto the bed. You have just recovered from a severe illness. Do not expose yourself to the cold. Rest here, sister will be back shortly. With that, she picked up a lightweight grain bag. 15 minutes later, Jiang Xiaoro placed the rickety wooden table in front of the bed, upon which sat a large bowl of rice porridge, 2 unidentified wild fruits, and a bowl of boiled vegetables. Ian, who had endured several days of hunger, felt his stomach gnawing at him. At that moment, he longed for a feast of braised pork, roasted chicken, or spicy fish. Merely thinking of those flavors caused his stomach to clench in yearning. How can I possibly be satisfied with this when I am so ravenous? He opened his mouth and took a sip of the rice porridge. Although the porridge was not particularly thin, it could not satisfy Ian's empty stomach. The steaming porridge, once ingested, stimulated the peristalsis of his digestive system, leaving him feeling even hungrier. After consuming nearly half of the porridge and a few bites of the boiled wild vegetables, which were devoid of any oil and tasted both astringent and bitter, he found it difficult to swallow, despite his intense hunger. Disheartened by the unpalatable meal, he noticed that Jiang Xiaoro was merely watching him, not eating at all. Curiosity sparked, he inquired, why aren't you eating? I already had some when I went to look for you, Jiang Sharo replied, her delicate face slightly pale, her words accompanied by a gentle bite of her lip. A pang of concern struck Yun. He recalled that Jiang Sharo had arrived at the graveyard shortly after 3 in the afternoon. Had she truly eaten then? A sudden realization dawned upon him. Even such meager food was insufficient for sustenance. What kind of world was this, where powerful warriors rode fearsome beasts while the impoverished faced starvation? Pushing the porridge aside, he stood up and moved towards the grain sack in the corner of the room, only to find it empty. It became evident to him that the porridge Jiang Sharo usually cooked was likely much thinner than this. Today, she had made it thicker to nourish herself, as she felt her body was too weak after his revival. I'm full now. You should eat, Ian said, pushing the porridge towards Jiang Sharo. He could hardly consume more, and he could not allow a girl to go without an order to spare some for him. However, staring at the empty grain sack, he realized that survival itself was at stake. He might perish before even uncovering the mysteries of this world. When the topic of grain distribution arose, Jiang Sharo's lovely face flushed with anticipation. Ian fell silent. Back on Earth, he had felt the weight of life's struggles. But compared to this otherworldly existence, such pressures paled in significance. Here, the very act of obtaining enough food to survive was a dire concern. A true testament to the hardships of life. The agony of hunger was unbearable. As the night deepened, a gentle breeze stirred, and the harmonious croaking of frogs and chirping of crickets filled the air. Ian remained awake, leaning against his bed, bathed in moonlight as he turned the mysterious purple crystal over in his hands. It was this small crystal that had enabled him to escape from the landslide, undoubtedly. It was a treasure. If he could decipher its secrets, he might gain some advantage. This perilous world was fraught with danger. But that was merely the plight of ordinary individuals. He thought of the middle-aged man he had seen riding the giant beast in the fields, exuding confidence and vigor. Their status was a chasm apart from that of the suffering populace. If only he could become a master himself, life would be carefree, and at the very least, he would not have to face hunger. Yun rubbed his stomach, reminded that he had left some porridge for Jiang Sharo. As he was still in a period of growth, the porridge hardly filled him, and hunger gnawed at him once more. As Ian felt a gnawing emptiness in his stomach, the smooth and icy violet crystal in his hand emanated a faint chill, as if, a spark of inspiration flashed through Yun's mind, and like a coiled spring, he abruptly sat up in bed, his eyes fixated intently on the violet crystal, a look of surprise gracing his face. After gazing at the crystal for an extended period, he discerned the emergence of extremely subtle, almost imperceptible purple specks surrounding it. These specks materialized out of nowhere, gradually floating into the crystal before vanishing, seemingly absorbed by it. This phenomenon persisted for an indeterminate duration, and the soft glow emitted by the crystal noticeably intensified. This revelation caused Yun's breath to quicken slightly. As the radiance of the violet crystal grew ever brighter, Yun distinctly sensed that it was becoming increasingly cool. This peculiar chill coursed through his limbs, enveloping him in a refreshing sensation, as if he had been cleansed by a mystical spring. He recalled experiencing this sensation while excavating caves, often feeling this elusive coolness when exhausted, rejuvenating his weary body. Yun understood that human vitality and labor depend on the energy provided by metabolic processes. Without nourishment, one would lack the energy necessary for survival and would inevitably perish from hunger. Having subsisted for days without food or water while engaging in strenuous labor, and completing such an extensive tunnel, he must have had some form of energy supply. This refreshing sensation was likely the life energy bestowed upon him by the violet crystal. Reflecting on it, he remembered that when he first discovered the crystal in the cave, it radiated a soft glow akin to a luminous pearl. Yet, after traversing into this unfamiliar realm, the crystal's light had dimmed, presumably due to significant energy depletion. However, now the light within the crystal was gradually replenishing and intensifying. What could be replenishing the crystal's energy? Upon closer inspection, Ian noticed that these faint, minuscule specks connected into a continuous stream, extending beyond the window, seemingly originating from the starlight above. Starlight could replenish the crystal's energy? After pondering for a moment, he leaped from his bed and approached the stove, retrieving a still-burning piece of charcoal, which he used to ignite a bundle of dry grass, causing yellow flames to rise. Yun's reasoning was straightforward. If the violet crystal could absorb energy from the starlight, could it also absorb energy from its surrounding environment? Fire, in his understanding, represented a form of energy that should be more intense than starlight. If the crystal could absorb energy from the flames, would it not do so more rapidly? The possibility of the flames damaging the crystal had never crossed Yun's mind. However, regardless of how he applied the fire to the crystal, it showed no signs of change, and he felt no heat emanating from it at all. The amethyst appeared to be an indestructible shard of ice, perpetually cool to the touch, remaining so even as the charcoal and straw burned to ashes. Yun shook his head, ultimately abandoning this experiment. He intended to venture outside, where the starlight shone even more brilliantly, perhaps allowing the amethyst to absorb greater energy. What transformations might occur if the amethyst were fully charged? Yun felt a surge of anticipation. He quietly pushed open the door to his room and the gate to the courtyard, cautiously closing them behind him, fearful of disturbing his sister in the adjacent room. However, as he stepped out into the yard, he was momentarily taken aback. Beneath the shadows of the nearby trees, a young girl clad in azure sat on a small stool, meticulously polishing an arrow in her hands. The cold arrowhead reflected the chilling moonlight, casting a silvery veil over the girl's delicate features, while around her danced dozens of fireflies, their glowing forms resembling ethereal sprites encircling a goddess. Jiang Xiao. Yun noticed that beside her lay a neatly stacked bundle of arrows, each one finely crafted, their tips sharp and the shafts glistening with the sheen. Although Yun was not well versed in cold weaponry, he could sense that these arrows were no ordinary items. Yuner, what are you doing out here? The dew is heavy at night, and you should be resting in bed, Jiang Xiao exclaimed, hurriedly rising to usher Yun back inside. Sister, why are there so many arrows? Yun inquired, puzzled, as Jiang Xiao did not seem the type capable of drawing a bow. These are for trading grain tomorrow. It has always been this way, Jiang Xiao replied, casting a curious glance at Yun. Yun was perplexed by this information. Strangely, although he had crossed into this world and could understand writing and speech, he knew nothing of his own history. All his memories were strictly his own, neither more nor less. This was reminiscent of amnesia following a head injury, where a person forgets everything but retains their command of language. Yun had long contemplated his explanation, stating, Sister, after I passed away, there are some things I can't recall at this thought. Jiang Xiao felt a mix of pain and concern. Yuner, you chapter 4. Who says there are no men in the family? Jiang Xiao, without a hint of doubt, elaborated on the intricacies of this alternate realm for Yun. Initially, Yun presumed it to be a world where martial prowess held paramount importance. However, upon hearing Jiang Xiao's vivid descriptions, he realized he had significantly underestimated the stature of martial power in this society. To be precise, it was a world where martial strength was synonymous with life itself. In this realm, humanity had established its own cities and encampments, while the wilderness remained dominion of savage beasts. Whether venturing out to cultivate the land or engage in hunting, humans were perpetually at risk of ambush from these ferocious creatures. The terrifying giant beasts constricted the human sphere of activity, rendering resources exceedingly scarce for the common folk. For a tribe or city, high-ranking warriors represented a lifeline. Without their protection, the inhabitants could easily be annihilated by the wild beast overnight. Regrettably, the tribe to which Yun and Jiang Xiao belonged was a small one devoid of high-ranking warriors. The entire tribe teetered on the brink of collapse, vulnerable to obliteration at any moment. Due to their feeble strength, this diminutive tribe could only muster a limited supply of food, barely managing to sustain themselves. They relied on crafting weapons, such as arrows and armor, for the larger cities in exchange for a meager portion of grain and beast meat, which was their sole means of survival. The arrows crafted by Jiang Xiao utilized materials supplied by the larger tribes. Her role was solely in the processing. Unearth, you should go inside and rest. Tomorrow, I can trade these arrows for a considerable amount of grain and perhaps even a piece of wild beast meat. Do you remember the wild beasts? They are the mightiest of creatures. Only large tribes can hunt them. Consuming even a small piece of their flesh can significantly enhance one's strength. With a steady diet, one could swiftly become a warrior. Jiang Xiao spoke, her eyes glimmering with hope. How wonderful it would be if her brother could also become a warrior. Alas, they could only feast on wild beast meat once every few months, making the aspiration of becoming a warrior a distant dream. In the larger tribes, however, the youth consumed wild beast meat as a staple. In truth, wild beast meat was not regarded as a delicacy there, although hunting them was arduous. A single large wild beast could measure over 10 meters in length and weigh several tons, providing enough meat to feed 10 individuals for years. For the elite of the larger tribes, wild beast meat was considered food for the lower classes, while they dined on the bones of the beasts, known as wild bone. The essence of the wild beast resided within the wild bones. A colossal wild beast skeleton, through meticulous processes, could yield wild bone essence the size of soybeans. This essence could aid warriors in transcending their limits, unlocking meridians, and activating their bloodlines, among numerous other benefits, truly the stuff of a warrior's dreams. Of course, for impoverished individuals like Jiang Xiao and Yi Yun from lower tribes, wild bone essence was nothing short of a myth. Wild beast meat, wild bone essence, Yi Yun murmured, surprised by the breadth of Jiang Xiao's knowledge. After a night of silence, the following morning, Yi Yun rose early, not awakened by rest, but by hunger. Having gone days without proper sustenance, merely subsisting on a bit of porridge, his hunger was palpable. Sister Xiao, now accustomed to calling her sister. Yi Yun learned during a casual conversation with Jiang Xiao yesterday that her customary address for him had always been Sister Xiao. Ah, Sister Xiao, how are you? Yi Yun was taken aback as he noticed the heavy dew clinging to Jiang Xiao's clothes. Her once bright and lively eyes were now bloodshot, and she appeared exceedingly fatigued. Observing the 2 hefty bundles of arrows she cradled in her arms, it became painfully evident to Yi Yun that Jiang Xiao had endured an entire night without sleep, tirelessly crafting arrows. The family's poverty rendered them unable to afford an oil lamp. Jiang Xiao relied solely on the faint glow of fireflies attracted by a wormwood plant and the moonlight overhead. Under such arduous conditions, toiling through the night to create arrows undoubtedly took a toll on her health. Jiang Xiao smiled gently. Yunhuang, I have been caring for you since your injury. I was busy with your burial and rituals in the past few days, leaving me little time to make arrows. Today is the day for grain exchange, and if I do not hasten to produce more, we siblings will go hungry. I still intend to stew some wild beast meat for you to regain your strength. As she spoke, Jiang Xiao affectionately ruffled Yi Yun's hair. Yi Yun's expression dimmed, and he found himself at a loss for words. He watched as Jiang Xiao took the oilcloth and meticulously wrapped the 2 large bundles of arrows, her eyes sparkling with joy and satisfaction. Yi Yun exhaled deeply, clenching his fist slightly, silently resolving to ensure that this sister, who cared for him so dearly, would lead a better life. Let us go exchange for grain, Jiang Xiao exclaimed, pulling Yi Yun along as they made their way to the granary. Her arms laden with the heavy bundles of arrows, her heart brimming with anticipation. Upon arriving, they found a crowd already gathered. The most striking figure was a young man in a brocade robe seated high on a platform. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, lounging on a wide beast-skin chair, a finely crafted sword hanging from his waist. At that moment, this brocade-clad man lazily surveyed the struggling populace below him, who were busy transporting bundles of arrows and meticulously crafted leather armor. With each item moved, a clerk-like individual recorded the transactions. Standing beside the brocade man was a well-dressed elder in yellow, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, brimming with obsequiousness. Lord Tao, are you satisfied with the weapons and armor this time? The elder inquired, bowing deeply, his facial wrinkles tightening. Despite the brocade man's haughty demeanor, the elder dared not display any dissatisfaction, maintaining his ingratiating smile. Lord Tao was an envoy of a great clan, tasked with collecting weapons. Although it was likely that his standing within his own tribe was not particularly high, otherwise he would not have been assigned such a menial task, he was nonetheless a significant figure in the eyes of the yellow-clad elder. Jiang Xiao presented her 2 bundles of arrows, receiving in return 2 small wooden tokens. Holding the tokens, her cheeks flushed, she gripped them tightly, her palms slightly damp with perspiration. These tokens represented the sustenance for herself and her brother. Within a quarter of an hour, all the weapons and armor were loaded onto a large cart, pulled away by 2 horses adorned with horns. With a languid glance at the ledger, Tao made a gesture for a large wooden crate to be brought down from the cart and unceremoniously tossed before the elderly man in yellow garb. Before departing with his entourage, the elderly man, adorned with a beaming smile, graciously bid farewell to Tao, only to rise once he had left, his expression transforming into one of solemn authority. The tribe's people had long been eagerly anticipating this moment. Chief, please distribute the grain, they implored. Indeed, it has been months since we last tasted meat. Silence, the elderly man commanded, raising his hand to quell the clamor. To Yi Yun's surprise, this seemingly spineless old fellow was, in fact, the chief of the tribe. Since everyone is so anxious, let us commence the distribution of grain, he declared. As soon as the words left his lips, several agile men hurried forward, driving ox carts to retrieve grain from the storeroom, swiftly piling up grain sacks into small heaps. Wait, Chief, why is this grain so scant this time? One voice cried out. Yes, it is far less than usual, another echoed. While others lamented the absence of beast meat, they had surrendered a greater quantity of weapons than in previous years. Yet the recompense was pitifully meager, over half of the grain was missing, and the long-awaited beast meat was nowhere to be found. The Fire Cloud tribe is taking advantage of us, offering mere trifles to appease our needs. As the uproar grew more intense, the elderly man huffed, "Silence. I will explain this matter shortly. For now, let us distribute the grain. Present your wooden tokens, and you shall receive your allotted share." As he spoke, an aura of authority emanated from him, silencing many of the discontented voices. This elderly man was indeed a warrior. Although he was a low-ranking blood warrior, he was undeniably the backbone of the tribe, and few dared to oppose him. "Members of the warrior preparatory camp, step forward to receive your grain," he commanded. Waving his hand, a group of men clad in animal skins approached, some as young as 15 or 16, others in their 30s or 40s, all robust and muscular, clearly seasoned fighters. These individuals were members of the warrior preparatory camp, the very hope of the tribe. Warriors in this camp were selected for their physical prowess and trained from a young age, aside from occasional hunting. They did not engage in farming or the crafting of arrows and armor. However, the best meat and grain were prioritized for the warrior preparatory camp. For the emergence of a high-ranking warrior from among them would be an immense boon for the tribe, without even considering the protective role of high-ranking warriors. Their productivity alone was remarkable. They had become powerful enough to venture into the wilderness to hunt, and should they succeed in bringing down several large beasts, it could sustain the entire tribe for days on end. Undoubtedly, a high-ranking warrior could sustain a small tribe. The warrior preparatory camp consisted of several dozen individuals, and as they did not engage in production, they had no wooden tokens. Nevertheless, each one carried away a substantial sack of grain. In an instant, 1/5 of the already limited grain supply was depleted, while the number of tribespeople who had not received grain was several times that of the preparatory camp. In this manner, it is destined that many will face hunger. Beside Yun, Jiang Xiao clenched the wooden token in her hand, her delicate face paling. If they could not secure any grain, how would they survive? The clansmen fell silent, for the rations received by the members of the warrior preparatory camp were scarcely less than before, and if this continued, it would surely be insufficient. "Families with a first-class male, come forth for your grain." The elderly man in the yellow robe issued his command once more. In this world, strength was paramount, and beyond the warrior preparatory camp, men were categorized into various ranks. The simplest method of assessment was through brute strength. A man capable of lifting a 300-pound stone lock was deemed a first-class male. As one descended the ranks, the weight of the stone lock that could be lifted correspondingly decreased. Families possessing a first-class male breathed a slight sigh of relief and hurried to claim their grain. At this juncture, the wooden token was merely a reference. The grain they received was significantly less than usual, yet they managed to obtain some. These households were relatively prosperous, accustomed to having surplus grain. Thus, while their future days would be somewhat strained, they would not perish. "Families with a second-class male, come forth for your grain." The elderly man in yellow spoke again, displaying a demeanor starkly contrasting his previous obsequiousness towards that young Master Tao. Second-class males, capable of lifting 250 pounds, received even less grain than before. The number of grain bags dwindled rapidly. With each bag that disappeared, Jiang Xiao's complexion grew more pallid, her grip on the wooden token tightening, her palms slick with cold sweat. This was not merely a matter of a few bags of grain. It was a matter of life and death. Without sustenance, they would starve. Originally, she had harbored great hopes for this grain distribution, not only wishing to secure food but also longing to obtain a piece of beast meat to stew for Yun to restore his strength. Yet now, even the common grain was elusive. "Families with a third-class male, come forth for your grain." As the food dwindled, Jiang Xiao held her breath. The elderly man in yellow furrowed his brow. The rations were woefully inadequate, and many would go without. In the months to come, it was certain that some would perish from hunger. However, for the sake of the tribe's interests and the chance to seize the opportunity of a lifetime, the elderly man could only harden his heart and sacrifice some of the weaker members. In the tribe, it was not uncommon for individuals to starve or succumb to illness. The harsh living conditions rendered the average lifespan frighteningly short. "Those remaining, come forth for your grain." As the elderly man's words fell, a throng surged forward, and Jiang Xiao let out a startled cry, being toppled to the ground by the overwhelming tide of people. She fell, bruised and battered, yet still clung desperately to the wooden token, as if it were her only hope. Xiao, seeing her helplessly fall, Ian summoned an unexpected strength, pushing through the crowd to lift Jiang Xiao up. "Xiao, are you all right?" His heart raced with anxiety. Falling amidst the throng could prove fatal. Jiang Xiao grasped Yun's hand, her heart filled with despair. "What are you doing? Stand back and behave yourselves." The elder clad in a yellow robe bellowed, his voice infused with an enigmatic energy that silenced the throng of tribesmen clamoring around him. Form an orderly line, one by one. His tone was stern, and none dared to defy him, for he wielded absolute power and upheld the tribe's laws. Any insubordination could result in dire consequences, even death at his hands. The people began to queue for their rations, though the meager distribution meant that each household received little sustenance. However, with so many families involved, the supplies were soon exhausted. Jiang Xiaoro felt her heart sink. Without food, their survival was in jeopardy. Long, take a few men to retrieve the remaining provisions from the tribe's storeroom. The elder instructed a burly man beside him. Long, the elder's servant, nodded affirmatively and departed with purpose. Shortly thereafter, he returned, pushing a small cart laden with several sacks of coarse grain. These were the tribe's reserves, although they consisted solely of rough fare. To consume coarse grain on Earth is often associated with a multitude of vitamins and health benefits. However, such grain, being the remnants after the final milling, was mixed with bran and resulted in a texture that was difficult to swallow. Moreover, coarse grain is low in calories. It is not only hard to digest but also provides minimal energy. 1 pound of grain equates to 2 pounds of coarse food. Despite its inferiority, it was better than nothing. And the people resignedly accepted their meager rations. Each individual received an insufficient amount, and when it was Jiang Xiaoro's turn, there was hardly any coarse grain left. She presented her 2 sweat-soaked wooden tokens, receiving merely a small bag of coarse grain, barely the size of her palms. Even if she and Yun subsisted on bran porridge daily, it would last them no more than 10 days. Stunned, Jiang Xiaoro clutched the lightweight sack, unable to fathom such a disheartening outcome. Her brother had just regained consciousness. Were they truly destined to starve together? What are you still doing here? Don't block the way. The man in charge of distributing the grain spoke impatiently, urging Jiang Xiaoro to leave. Anger surged within her, after tirelessly laboring through the night to craft arrows. She received such a paltry amount of food. Though a frail woman, she gritted her teeth and confronted the imposing figures representing the tribe's authority. Why is this amount so scant? I submitted 2 bundles of arrows, yet I have received not a single grain of fine food. And even the coarse grain falls woefully short of the usual 10%. The man responsible for the distribution hesitated, taken aback by the audacity of this young girl questioning him. Do you even understand the rules? You are but a child, and a girl at that. Your family lacks male members. What need do you have for such provisions? Consuming more would simply be wasteful. In this world, small tribes often favored males over females. In larger tribes, an abundance of wild beast meat and even the essence of wild bones were available, rendering the physical disparities between genders negligible. Notably, many female warriors were equally formidable as their male counterparts. However, within small tribes, the inherent physical advantages of males over females created an insurmountable divide, making it rare for women to surpass men in strength. Discriminated against, Jiang Xiaoro felt her anger intensify. Who dares to claim that my family lacks male descendants? In my household, there are indeed men of valor. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoro seized Yun's hand and stood resolutely beside him. Chapter 5 Liangqingyu Yun, with his slender frame, was even shorter than Jiang Xiaoro, appearing almost like a child. However, in Jiang Xiaoro's heart, Yun embodied the family's male figure, the future man capable of supporting their household. Grasping Jiang Xiaoro's hand, Yun could sense her overwhelming excitement, as her palm radiated warmth and her fingers trembled ever so slightly. Faced with the looming specter of death and the injustices of their tribe, Jiang Xiaoro knew she could not rely on anyone to champion her cause. She had to stand up for herself. A mere girl of 14 or 15, she confronted a group of burly men. The atmosphere in the gathering shifted abruptly into silence, all gazes fixated on Yun and Jiang Xiaoro, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, a few robust men responsible for distributing rations erupted into laughter. Is this little runt truly the man of your household? Ha ha ha. Little girl, have you never seen a man before? Shall I show you what a real man looks like? One man leered. Just look at this scrawny little brat, barely past childhood. Tell me, how long have you been out of your diapers? The laughter grew louder, and Jiang Xiaoro's cheeks flushed crimson as she clenched her small fists. Behind her, the crowd of villagers remained silent, unwilling to come to her aid. The ruling class of the tribe comprised all the robust laborers and warriors, formidable in strength. They were preoccupied with their own struggles for sustenance, thus indifferent to the plight of others. Ah, I recall now, didn't this little brat die a few days ago? In such a small tribe, death was not a rarity, and Yun, lacking any significant status, garnered little attention regarding his fate. Indeed, I know him. He is just a sickly child, frail to the point that a gust of wind could knock him down, another voice chimed in. Who says my brother is dead? Jiang Xiao glared at the man who spoke, resembling a small leopard confronting an adult vulture. Despite the stark disparity in their sizes, she stood her ground. Her teeth clenched in defiance, her gaze emanating a subtle yet palpable ferocity akin to that of a wild beast. It was hard to fathom that such intensity could emanate from a delicate girl. Jiang Xiao pressed her hand firmly against her back, where her coarse garment concealed a slender, elongated object resembling a bamboo stick, an arrow she had crafted as a means of self-defense. Confronted by Jiang Xiao's fierce stare, the burly man furrowed his brow, clearly provoked by her audacity. As a tribal steward and a member of the warrior preparatory camp, his status was lofty. He felt like a tiger being taunted by a mere kitten. What are you staring at, yellow-haired girl? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out. The man thundered in anger, yet Jiang Xiao remained undeterred, standing defiantly before him. She could not retreat. Without food today, they would have no means to survive. Her grip on the arrow tightened, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. This little girl certainly possesses some spirit. At this moment, in a clean and spacious room, a youth clad in silver armor sat upon a chair, gazing through the window with a smile at the conflict between Jiang Xiao and the burly man. This lad, radiant and distinguished, stood in stark contrast to the impoverished populace outside, his bright attire setting him apart like a celestial being among the downtrodden. Remarkably, she concealed an arrow, crafted from meticulously sourced materials, with even the substandard arrows required to be submitted. One could only wonder how this young girl managed to hide such a weapon. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she possessed the audacity to draw the arrow and confront her adversary. Should she resort to such desperation, she would undoubtedly face a severe beating, leading to a disastrous outcome. Beside the silver-armored youth stood an elderly man resembling a steward, who spoke with utmost reverence. The elder's tone was deeply respectful, as he was well acquainted with the entirety of the Lin clan, comprising over 1,000 souls. Typically, larger clans would not accept refugees. Only smaller clans would, as refugees constituted a primary source of population for them. However, the status of these refugees was significantly lower than that of the clan's indigenous inhabitants. She was indeed a stranger among them. The youth appeared to be speaking to himself, the corners of his lips curving slightly. From the scenes he had just witnessed, he perceived an unusual aura emanating from Jiang Xiao, one that was inexplicable and unfathomable, unlike that of a child from a destitute background. Moreover, Jiang Xiao possessed an ethereal beauty. Encountering such a radiant maiden in a suffering small clan was a rare occurrence. This seemingly delicate and gentle woman, who harbored an underlying tenacity and bravery, stirred Lian Xingyu's curiosity. My lord, you cannot possibly have taken a liking to this girl? The elder ventured hesitantly, unable to restrain his inquiry. Lian Xingyu held great esteem within the clan. Among the numerous warriors of the Lin clan, only 3 could truly be deemed masters: the clan leader, the elderly man in yellow robes, the chief instructor of the warrior preparatory camp, Yao Yuan, and finally, Lian Xingyu himself, the nephew of the yellow-robed elder. The clan leader, now over 60, contrasted sharply with Lian Xingyu, who was merely 17, his future brimming with potential. There was no doubt that Lian Xingyu would ascend to the position of clan leader, and he was the most likely candidate to become a purple blood warrior. Given Lian Xingyu's status, marrying a foreign woman was out of the question, for such women were regarded as inferior. What of it? In the future, I shall not be confined to this modest Lian clan. I will venture forth and carve my path across this untamed continent. Lian Xingyu's words were calm, yet the chill within them sent a shiver through the elder, who hastily responded, My lord, I meant no offense. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. I beg your pardon for my impertinence. As the elder spoke, he was about to strike his own face in penance, for despite its small size, the Lian clan adhered strictly to its regulations. In this savage world, the law of the jungle prevailed, and many nations operated under military rule. With warriors often at the helm, both national laws and clan regulations were exceedingly stringent. The powerful dictate the fates of the weak, and Lian Xingyu stands as an absolute authority within his clan, possessing the prerogative to determine the lives and deaths of others. Moreover, he is far from being a compassionate individual. Having undergone the trials of life and death from a tender age, he has faced ruthless competition within the tribe. Just as an elder was about to strike, Lian Xingyu nonchalantly interjected, Enough of this charade. This girl is still quite young, and my intention in taking her is merely to serve as a maid or perhaps a concubine. You need not worry. This does not contravene the clan's rules. Indeed, thank you for your understanding, young master. The elder quickly nodded in agreement. Now, tell me, why does Jiang Shiro bear a different surname from her brother? Lien Qingyu squinted as he observed the scene unfolding in the courtyard. He noted how fiercely Jiang Shiro defended her brother, despite him being a frail and sickly lad, and how she seemed to take pride in him. Well, it is said that during a time of misfortune, Jiang Shiro was taken in as an orphan by Yun's mother. This could be the reason for her deep gratitude towards her, and why she treats Yun with such kindness. Oh, is that so? Lien Qingyu mused, slightly furrowing his brow as he rose to his feet. Get out of the way. The sight of Jiang Shiro standing her ground infuriated the burly man. He strode forward, intent on delivering a harsh slap. Jiang Shiro, a delicate girl, was completely mismatched against his size. Should that blow land, it would undoubtedly send her flying. Just as she was about to draw her weapon, someone pressed down on her hand. Yun swiftly leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Do not act rashly." In a flash, he had positioned himself before Jiang Shiro. Wait. Yun raised his hand in protest. What are you to interfere? The brute, even more enraged, now aimed to strike the frail youth alongside the girl. Yun's heart burned with a desire to send this man reeling, yet he understood the wisdom of avoiding needless conflict. Having lived 2 lives, he resolved to remain composed, aware that engaging this brute would lead to dire consequences. A true gentleman does not strike a woman, and besides, aren't you a member of the warrior reserve? Surely, a man of your prowess would not stoop to assaulting a young girl. That would only bring shame upon your clan. Fearing the man's indiscriminate aggression, Yun spoke rapidly, enunciating clearly, ensuring all present could hear his words. The burly man hesitated, caught off guard by the audacity of a mere boy, who at the tender age of 11 or 12 should either be hurling insults at him or foolishly attempting to shield his sister, only to be sent sprawling himself. Yet, this boy had chosen to deliver such a profound retort, a simple provocation that proved remarkably effective, leaving the man with his hands suspended mid-air, uncertain whether to strike or to withdraw. This left the burly man with the sensation of striking a fist against cotton. Indeed, as a member of the Soldier Reserve Corps, it would reflect poorly upon him to resort to violence against 2 young children in full view of the public. Furthermore, the Soldier Reserve Corps often finds itself at odds with the common populace due to various conflicts of interest, making it all too easy for rumors to spread. Although this man was coarse in demeanor, he was not keen on being the subject of behind-the-back gossip. You are wise to recognize this. He lowered his hand, casting a disdainful glance at the siblings, and declared, "Today, I am in a good mood, so I shan't hold this against you. Now, be gone." Yuner. Jiang Shiro anxiously grasped Yun's hand, feeling helpless. She understood all too well that provoking this man would yield no advantage. Yet leaving without something to eat would surely lead to their demise. "Sister Shiro, do not worry," Yun reassured her, gently squeezing her hand to instill calm. "Good sir, I shall take my leave, but before I do, there is one matter I wish to inquire about." Chapter 6. The Purple-Blooded Warrior. What is it? Speak quickly, the burly man said impatiently. "Well, it is like this," Yun replied. "My sister previously submitted 2 bundles of arrows, and according to the tribe's past customs, it seems the amount of food we could receive should be much greater than this." He raised the light sack of grain in his hand, wearing a genuinely inquisitive expression, entirely devoid of any confrontation. The burly man scoffed. "What tribe's customs? The rule is dictated by the size of one's fist. What I say is the law." With bravado, he declared, but Yun merely smiled coldly within. This fool's arrogance played perfectly into his hands. Yun feigned a look of grievance and timidly said, "Be brother, while establishing rules is one thing, there must be a way for everyone to survive." His words resonated with all present, as the earlier proclamation of the rule is dictated by the size of one's fist had already struck many as quite jarring. In an instant, some tribesmen behind, Yun could no longer contain themselves and echoed, "Yes, brother soldier, I submitted 6 pieces of leather armor, and I only received this meager amount of grain. I too seek an explanation. Why is this food so scant? We wish to know." Families burdened with dependents wore expressions of despair. The meager rations were hardly sufficient. Members of the Lien clan bore somber faces, each harboring thoughts of resisting the tribe's rulers. Yet, due to the evident disparity in strength, no one had dared to step forward until Yun took the initiative, stirring a wave of restlessness among them. The burly man's expression darkened. He anticipated that one young man's words would incite such turmoil. As the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, he found himself losing control. "Damn it! Everyone shut up," he bellowed. However, his roar held little authority. "We demand an explanation." Why is the food so sparse? The first to voice concerns feared retribution, but as the crowd grew agitated, they found newfound courage. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a clear voice rang out. I can provide you with the explanation you seek. This voice seemed to carry an intangible energy, instantly quieting the previously tumultuous scene. People turned to see a young man clad in silver armor, wielding a long sword, approaching with measured steps. It was Lian Qingyu. Upon seeing this youth, the crowd gasped in surprise. Lian Qingyu was the only one in the tribe with the potential to become a purple-blooded warrior. It was said that his talent ranked among the finest even in larger clans. If the Lian clan were to produce a purple-blooded warrior, everything would change. At that point, Lian Qingyu alone could sustain the entire tribe. Moreover, should Lian Qingyu advance further, he might even catch the eye of some super clans, possessing enough merit to lead the Lian tribe into the city. And that would be the city. For many within the tribe, human cities represent the most exquisite paradise amidst this chaotic world. Constructing a city in such a wilderness is exceedingly arduous, as the ambitions of a city are vast, and the concentration of its populace inevitably invites fierce assaults from savage beasts. Without the backing of formidable human warriors, a city would be trampled to dust by these monstrous creatures. Each human city is replete with skilled individuals, fortified by imposing, ancient walls and steeped in profound heritage. Under the city's protection, its inhabitants can enjoy a life of peace and prosperity, with ample food supplies, free from the dread of hunger or the threat of being slain by colossal beasts. Such a splendid existence is one that everyone yearns for. Lian Qingyu stands as the beacon of hope for the Lian clan, possessing a status that surpasses even that of the clan leader. When Lian Qingyu emerged, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. "Great uncle," he addressed the clan leader, the elderly man clad in yellow robes. "Well, Qingyu, since you have stepped forth, the responsibility is yours." Within the tribe, many men marry at the age of 16, and at 17, Lian Qingyu is already capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. Instead of immediately addressing his fellow tribesmen, Lian Qingyu turned towards Yun, offering a smile laden with meaning. "Yun, is it?" Yun's brow furrowed momentarily. Lian Qingyu's first words to the populace were directed at him. Despite the smile, Yun sensed an undercurrent of danger within it. The recent turmoil among the people had, in fact, been instigated by Yun, who had endeavored to make it appear accidental. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, as a representative of the tribal leadership, Lian Qingyu might very well direct his ire towards Yun. "You are quite remarkable. At merely 11 or 12 years of age, you bear no semblance of a child. You may achieve great things in the future," Lian Qingyu remarked with a smile, casually patting Yun's shoulder. This act astonished many, for Lian Qingyu's stature was such that he would voluntarily touch the shoulder of a lowly commoner. Moreover, the praise was exceedingly high. To suggest that this impoverished youth might have a promising future was almost unfathomable. Though internally skeptical, the fact that Lian Qingyu had spoken such words left others pondering the serendipity that had befallen this young man, who might one day find himself in a coveted position as Lian Qingyu's subordinate, a dream job for many. "You flatter me too much," Yun replied with a stiff smile, though a sense of tension gripped him. He had maintained a heightened vigilance since encountering Lian Qingyu. In that brief moment when Lian Qingyu had patted his shoulder, Yun felt a fleeting tingle, followed by a surge of warmth that swiftly dissipated. Had he not been astute and exceedingly alert, he might have dismissed the sensation as mere illusion or attributed it to nervousness from the unexpected contact. What then? Were Lian Qingyu's true intentions? Could it be that he has secretly manipulated something? Yun could hardly believe that even Lian Qingyu would publicly pat him on the shoulder and offer such unfounded praise. The way this person gazed at him was undeniably perilous. Provide them with additional provisions, Lian Qingyu instructed the burly man responsible for distributing the grain. Zhang Xiaoro is still too young. She must be nurtured for at least 2 years before she can be of any use. We cannot allow her to perish from hunger. After a moment of hesitation, the man retrieved a sack of 50 pounds of grain and handed it to Yun. Though Yun's heart brimmed with vigilance, he maintained an expression of gratitude, accepting the sack and insincerely uttering, "Thank you, my lord." Inwardly, however, he yearned to deliver a sound thrashing to Lian Qingyu. The provisions rightfully belonged to him, earned through Zhang Xiaoro's labor in crafting arrows, and he could have secured a piece of meat as well. Now, he had merely received a sack of coarse grain, yet he was expected to express gratitude. What sort of logic was that? In a world where strength dictated reason, feeling inferior and outmatched only fueled his frustration. He wished he could give him 2 black eyes, but he concealed his feelings behind an impassive faade. The onlookers, witnessing Yun receive provisions equivalent to 2 or 3 months' worth, felt a blend of envy and resentment. However, as this was a gesture from Lian Xingyu, they dared not voice their discontent. Instead, they implored, Lian Xingyu, could you please clarify why the rations are so scarce today? Yes, Lian Xingyu, you must advocate for us. At that moment, Lian Xingyu stood atop a platform, his demeanor radiant as he addressed the crowd. It appeared that his earlier commendation of Yun was but a triviality, no longer worthy of his concern. Esteemed clansman, you have endured much hardship over the years, he proclaimed with a smile. If you seek an explanation, I shall provide one. Bring it forth. With a wave of his hand, 6 robust men approached, carrying a long wooden chest supported by 3 stout poles. Yun recognized this chest. It had been left behind by the emissary from the Great Clan, known as Lord Tao, before he departed the Lian clan after securing their weapons. This was an artifact from the Great Clan. Open it. Lian Xingyu commanded nonchalantly, fully aware that the contents could not remain concealed. The process of refining it would require considerable labor. 2 strong men wielded their blades and pried open the chest before the astonished assembly, dazzling lights flickering in the air as intricate patterns interwove before their eyes. Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd, for they had never witnessed such a spectacle. As the commotion unfolded, Lian Xingyu stepped forward, producing a small, fiery redstone from his garments and waving it over the radiant patterns. The glowing designs rippled like the surface of disturbed water, gradually fading away. Suddenly, an icy chill surged forth. Chapter 7. The barren bone, how cold it is. What is this? The people were taken aback. They had never encountered such an extraordinary object, although they were entirely unaware of its nature. Their instincts told them that it was likely a remarkable treasure. The barren bone? Is this truly the barren bone? Among the crowd, most had never heard of the barren bone, but Yun had once heard Zhang Xiaoro describe it in detail. In this vast wilderness, powerful wild beasts roamed, each capable of effortlessly obliterating small tribes like the Lian clan. While these beasts were terrifying, they were also abundant in treasures. The flesh of wild beasts served as an excellent supplement, yet human consumption was limited. A giant wild beast could be as large as a small mountain. And even if one were to gorge themselves, how much could they truly consume? Fortunately, the essence of these wild beasts was predominantly concentrated within their bones, which could be extracted through secret methods, yielding a minuscule yet potent fragment. Such bones were, indeed, the most precious treasures of the wild beasts. The scarcity of food today was due to the fact that, in the exchange for provisions, more weapons had been bartered for this barren bone. In truth, merely relying on the arrows and soft armor you crafted would not suffice to obtain it. The acquisition of this barren bone was made possible only because, during my youth, I had ventured out and discovered a reasonably good fragment of a heart method. All these factors combined barely allowed us to exchange for it. As Lian Xingyu spoke, an elder, resembling a scribe, had already elaborated on the significance and value of the barren bone to everyone present. The elder's words were vivid and compelling, yet the crowd found it difficult to accept. Regardless of how remarkable the barren bone might be, how did it pertain to them? Even the dimmest among them understood that, even if its essence were extracted, it would not provide them with sustenance. I comprehend your thoughts. You are anxious about the future, worried about starvation. I empathize with your plight, but consider this. When will such days ever come to an end? There are countless small tribes scattered across this vast wilderness, akin to grains of sand in a desert. They possess no means of self-protection and are perpetually at risk of annihilation. The Lian clan is one of them. Do you wish to continue living in such precarious circumstances indefinitely? Living in fear of your next meal? Anxious about whether a wild beast might devour you in your sleep? Is this the life you desire? Lian Xingyu's words were highly provocative, and many clansmen could not help but clench their fists, a surge of determination swelling within their hearts. This existence was driving them to the brink of despair. What is hell, if not this? I have had enough. Someone among the crowd shouted. Excellent. I too wish to escape this life. Now, there lies an opportunity. In 3 months, a magnificent human dynasty, the Taya Divine Kingdom, will conduct a large-scale recruitment of young and strong individuals across its vast territories. Should one succeed through the rigorous selection processes of the Taya Divine Kingdom, they shall become a warrior of the divine nation. This is an unparalleled honor, an extraordinary opportunity. As Lian Xingyu uttered these words, a blazing fire seemed to ignite in his eyes. Ian recognized that gaze. It was one filled with intense yearning and inflated ambition. Lien Xingyu is an ambitious individual, unwilling to remain confined within the modest confines of the Lien clan for the entirety of his life. He yearns to venture forth, to escape the great wilderness, and to ascend to greatness. It is no wonder that he would rather let many of his clansmen perish from hunger than to hesitate in acquiring this barren bone. For he intends to prepare for the Divine Kingdom's assessment in 3 months. Yun suddenly comprehended the underlying motive, according to his initial thoughts. Lien Xingyu could have opted for a more gradual approach, gradually siphoning off a portion of the grain during exchanges to slowly amass enough to obtain this barren bone. However, his current approach of sacrificing the present for immediate gain suggests that he is poised for a significant leap in power, thanks to this barren bone. Lien Xingyu's declaration soon confirmed Yun's suspicions. I am Lien Xingyu, born and raised within the Lien clan. I am a son of the Lien clan, willing to dedicate everything for its sake. With this barren bone, I shall break through to the rank of purple blood warrior within 3 months. Once I attain this status, I will effortlessly pass the assessment of the Taya Divine Kingdom and become a warrior of the Divine Realm. At that moment, I shall be able to protect the Lien clan single-handedly, for as a divine warrior, I can lead our clan to settle in the towns of the Taya Divine Kingdom. Furthermore, if I achieve great feats, I may even establish my own city. By that time, everyone shall find refuge within my city, enjoying a life of prosperity. 3 months. Indeed, all you must do is endure for 3 months, and once the assessment passes, I guarantee you will be well-fed and clothed. To all of you who have tightened your belts for me today, I shall repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Lien Xingyu's words were profoundly enticing. The simple, suffering populace could hardly perceive his ambition. They were entranced by the bright future he painted, their hearts brimming with hope. 3 months, could it truly be that they would soon reside in the city? This boy could easily become a politician on Earth, Yun mused, and at this juncture, he understood that no one would dare question the meager grain distribution any longer. The mirage woven by Lien Xingyu would silence all dissent. Those who dared to voice doubt would be swiftly dealt with by their peers before Lien Xingyu even needed to intervene. Such was the helplessness of the impoverished era. Lives here were as cheap as grass. A mere sack of grain could equate to several lives. And the beautiful hopes crafted by Lien Xingyu would only lead to more deaths. The people, burdened by their harsh existence, desperately clung to hope, seeking a spiritual anchor to sustain their will to live, even if that hope was but an illusion. They were willing to believe in its reality. Anyone who dared to declare it false might even face violence from those engulfed in despair. As the crowd remained somewhat bewildered, an astute sycophant suddenly leaped forth, shouting, "Long live young Master Lien Xingyu! Those who suffer from never being satiated by their 3 daily meals are easily swayed. In truth, for many of them, the continuation of their race and the hope that their descendants may live in abundance is worth the ultimate sacrifice, even if it means their own demise." They willingly accepted. A few voices echoed in support of the esteemed Lien Xingyu, though it felt somewhat like a reflection of their own hunger. Once the first cry was uttered, the number of voices grew. Even if many were burdened with worries about tomorrow's sustenance, they could only follow the tide. Such is the lament of the weak, they possess no power of choice. Observing the crowd's reaction, Lien Xingyu felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely what he desired. The Lien clan would serve as his stepping stone, and upon this foundation, he would forge his own legend. "You have done well, Xingyu," remarked the elder in yellow robes as he approached from behind. "No need for praise, uncle. It is of little consequence. If I cannot stir the emotions of these commoners, the subsequent endeavors would be futile. To refine this bone, many lives must be sacrificed." The elder sighed inwardly, well aware that the process of bone refinement would lead to fatalities. Yet, no matter how many lives were lost, this opportunity must not be squandered. A general success often comes at the cost of countless lives. "Uncle, why lament? These individuals may perish for the tribe, and their sacrifices will be remembered. Moreover, with fewer mouths to feed, the remaining provisions will stretch further, sustaining us for 3 months without issue." Lien Xingyu spoke nonchalantly, his heart untroubled by the notion of sacrifice. Each day, countless lives are lost in the wilderness. The death of a few insignificant beings to forge a hero is worthwhile, for a hero can save many more. Furthermore, this hero is none other than himself. Only the elder in yellow heard Lien Xingyu's words. "Yun, what troubles you?" Jiang Shiro noticed Yun's distracted demeanor and gently tugged at him. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Yun shook his head. He had been lost in thought, not due to Lien Xingyu's speech or the lamentable fate of the impoverished Lien clan, but because he had suddenly seen several faintly glowing points flitting by, reminiscent of fireflies in the night sky. These luminous points had entered his chest, vanishing without a trace. Soon after, a cool sensation from the purple crystal enveloped him, growing increasingly distinct. Clearly, these glowing points had been absorbed by the crystal, much like the starlight had been absorbed that fateful night. As he pondered the origin of these lights, a sense of foreboding gripped Yun's heart. Could it be? Chapter 8. The hidden harm. The source of the luminous points emanated from the large wooden chest, which was linked to the desolate bones. This sudden turn of events caused a cold sweat to break out on Yun's forehead. The desolate bones emitted a multitude of glowing specks that flew toward him, all of which he absorbed. How could Lian Xingyu not investigate such an extraordinary phenomenon? With the luminous points multiplying and becoming increasingly conspicuous, it was only a matter of time before someone noticed. Should this be pursued, his life would undoubtedly be at stake. Yun'er, what troubles you? Why are you sweating? Xiaorojie, you. Yun observed the myriad of glowing points dancing before him, yet Jiang Xiao seemed utterly oblivious. Did you not see anything? Yun asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. He noted that not only Jiang Xiao but also the surrounding crowd remained blind to these luminous points. See what? Yun'er, are you unwell? Jiang Xiao inquired, her concern evident as she gently felt Yun's forehead. Given Yun's frail state, having just returned to life yesterday, falling ill again would be perilous. Yun hesitated, then exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that these luminous points were visible only to him. Could it be that, as the possessor of the amethyst, he alone could witness its peculiarities while others remained oblivious? He discreetly glanced at Lian Xingyu on the platform, only to find him wearing a calm smile, though he occasionally cast a subtle, fervent glance at the desolate bones within the chest. This lad has not noticed the luminous points. Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. If Lian Xingyu was unaware, then it seemed others were indeed blind to them as well, leaving him as the sole observer. The amethyst was proving to be a remarkable treasure. At that moment, Yun caught Lian Xingyu's gaze, which bore a meaningful smile. Lian Xingyu stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Jiang Xiao. The provisions are for you. Take them well and don't let yourself go hungry. If you find yourself in need, feel free to seek me out. Jiang Xiao remained silent, while Lian Xingyu appeared unfazed. He admired her stubborn demeanor as she distributed the provisions, but did not appreciate her maintaining that stubbornness in his presence. He intended to gradually smooth out her rough edges until she resembled a docile kitten in his embrace. What he desired was an obedient maid, not a headstrong young lady requiring constant coaxing. Especially now, with a brother by Jiang Xiao's side, serving as her emotional anchor, she would naturally exhibit greater resilience. This was not the outcome Lian Xingyu wished to witness. Moreover, Jiang Xiao was adopted by Yun's mother, thus they were not blood siblings. Although they lived and shared meals together, Lian Xingyu had no desire to see such a relationship flourish. Additionally, Yun's previous incitement of the crowd, which nearly led to chaos, lingered in Lian Xingyu's thoughts. A child of merely 11 or 12 possessing such cunning was indeed alarming. Lian Xingyu sought compliant subjects to serve as his stepping stones, not individuals like Yun, who were shrewd and difficult to control. As the time drew near for the refinement of the desolate bones, this undertaking was of paramount importance to Lian Xingyu. He was prepared to pay any price to see it through. He fervently wished to eliminate any potential sources of instability, for he himself was soon to enter seclusion. And the desolate bones harbored their own issues, refining them could lead to death. With famine and fatalities looming, public outrage was easily ignited, should a rebellion arise during his seclusion. Toppling the great cauldron of bone refinement and disrupting his meticulously laid plans, the instigators would face dire consequences. In Lian Xingyu's eyes, Yun harbored a grudge against him. He perceived a lack of fear and reverence that a lowly commoner ought to exhibit. Yun had a history of inciting unrest, and if, in his bitterness, he sought vengeance while Lian Xingyu was in seclusion, he could easily incite the populace to revolt amidst famine and death, potentially becoming a spark that ignited disaster. Contemplating these matters, a subtle smile graced Lian Xingyu's face as he gently patted Yun's shoulder once more. Yun's heart skipped a beat, and before he could react, Lian Xingyu's hand was already resting on his shoulder. Damn it! Yun wished he could sever Lian Xingyu's hand with a single stroke. The man was treacherous, akin to a venomous serpent. Lian Xingyu said calmly, "What are you so nervous about? Afraid of me? Life is not easy for you and your sister. Take good care of her." With both shoulders having been patted by Lian Xingyu, Yun could only watch helplessly as there was no evading it. "If you encounter difficulties, you may come to me," Lian Xingyu continued, maintaining a smile as he addressed Jiang Xiao. Yun furrowed his brow. It appeared that Lian Xingyu had an interest in his sister. No wonder he had been generous with the food, if he were not coveting Jiang Xiao. Why would he bestow such precious rations upon Yun? His offer of assistance further revealed his intentions, should Jiang Xiao visit his home, who could fathom what might transpire. With a wave of his hand, several burly men from the warrior preparatory camp sealed the large wooden box containing the desolate bones. The moment the box was shut, Yun felt the connection between the purple crystal and the desolate bones severed, and the shimmering points of light that had danced in the air vanished as well. A thought stirred within Yun as he gazed thoughtfully at the desolate bones being carried away by the warriors. Yunner, why do you appear so troubled? How could he not feel troubled? Lian Qingyu was like a venomous serpent, having patted him twice on the shoulder, who knew what schemes he harbored. Yun hesitated to voice his concerns, not wishing to alarm Jiang Xiao, yet he feared that her youth might blind her to Lian Qingyu's true nature. However, Yun was taken aback when Jiang Xiao, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly remarked, Yunner, you must be cautious of that man named Lian Qingyu. Keep your distance from him. Her words left Yun momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such keen intuition from her. In truth, Lian Qingyu's actions today appeared entirely innocuous on the surface, presenting him as a benevolent and approachable tribal leader concerned for his people. Yun was perceptive enough to detect the unusual demeanor of Lian Qingyu, a skill honed through his experiences with politicians back on Earth. Having witnessed countless performances in history and news from various countries, he recognized that individuals like Lian Qingyu were far from rare. Thus, upon hearing Lian Qingyu's words, Yun felt a wave of hypocrisy wash over him, leaving him nauseated. This insight was something that the impoverished souls, who struggled solely for sustenance, could scarcely comprehend. Moreover, Lian Qingyu's two firm pats on Yun's shoulder were unmistakable indicators of hostility, a sentiment Yun was keenly aware of. Yet, it was peculiar that Jiang Xiao could also sense this, leaving Yun somewhat perplexed. Regardless, he thought it best to keep his distance from Lian Qingyu. I am certain you should maintain some distance from him, Jiang Xiao asserted, and Yun suddenly realized how little he truly understood about this sister of his. Her knowledge of the wild bones and beasts, her intuition, and her strikingly refined beauty, which far surpassed that of the average tribal girl, rendered Jiang Xiao quite extraordinary within the impoverished Lian clan. Dinner consisted of coarse grain porridge with wild vegetables, a scenario Yun had anticipated. In this world, people typically consumed only 2 meals a day, rising at dawn, around 5 o'clock, to toil until breakfast at approximately 9. Of course, Yun referred to it as breakfast. In this realm, it was termed morning meal. The evening meal was served at 4 in the afternoon. Yun was aware that in ancient Huaxia, people also dined twice daily, much like in this foreign world, where such a regimen likely arose from the dire scarcity of resources, 2 meals a day being the most pragmatic approach to survival. During the meal, Jiang Xiao felt a pang of guilt, lamenting that she had still been unable to provide her brother with meat. At that moment, Yun was consumed by thoughts of Lian Qingyu's 2 sharp pats on his shoulder. All of it was merely speculation and doubt. He had no way of knowing the gravity of the situation or whether there was any truth to his concerns. After finishing a bowl of coarse grain porridge, Yun intended to take another bite of the wild vegetables when suddenly he felt a tingling numbness in his arm, causing his chopsticks to clatter to the ground. Unearth. Yun grunted, realizing that his left arm had become immobile in an instant. A searing pain shot through both arms, as if they were being violently wrenched apart. Jiang Xiao's face paled, panic setting in as she rushed to assist him onto the bed. Damn it! Yun grimaced in agony, his teeth clenched. There was no doubt that this was the work of Lian Qingyu. His suspicions had been confirmed. He was oblivious to the method employed by his adversary, but the overwhelming disparity in strength made it clear that even if he sensed Lian Qingyu's hostility, he was utterly powerless to evade it. This was the brutal law of the jungle, where the fates of the weak were dictated by the strong. Yunner, what is wrong? Is it a lingering effect from your fall while gathering herbs? As Yun attempted to respond, he discovered that even his tongue felt stiff. The nerves throughout his body were gradually succumbing to numbness, and his awareness of his own physique was fading. He began to realize that when he lost all sensation, it would signal his impending demise. Was Lian Qingyu truly intent on taking his life? Yun was filled with both astonishment and fury. If he was not mistaken, the 2 strikes that Lian Qingyu had inflicted upon him were likely intended to inject energies such as true essence or true qi into his body, insidiously damaging his entire network of meridians. A typical child of 11 or 12 would never conceive of such a notion, not only others. But even Yun himself might have assumed it was merely a recurrence of an old injury. After his demise, aside from Jiang Xiaoro, no one would mourn his passing. Indeed, many might even believe that his fate was deserved, as how could one who was destined to die ever hope to live again? To have been killed so stealthily not only avenged the grievances of inciting the populace, but also garnered a reputation for being close to the people. Yun's understanding of this world deepened significantly. This was not a society governed by the rule of law as on Earth. Here, barbarism and primitivism reigned, where strength dictated all. It resembled a post-apocalyptic realm, where taking a life was truly of little consequence. Chapter 9, Bodily Transformation. The sensation of rigidity within his body intensified, rendering Yun's arms and legs immobile. This discomfort began to spread towards his chest and head, leaving him unable to articulate words, hear sounds, or even see clearly. All he could perceive were the warm tears cascading down his face, tears shed by Jiang Xiaoro. She was desperately calling out to him. But Yun could only vaguely discern the movements of her lips. Her voice seemed elongated and utterly incomprehensible. A profound sense of reluctance surged within Yun. Summoning his dwindling strength, he struggled to move his stiff tongue and managed to utter in a strained voice, Lian Qingyu. Though his words were unclear, Jiang Xiaoro recognized them. Lian Qingyu? Did Lian Qingyu harm you? Yun found himself rendered mute, the icy, lifeless sensation creeping towards his heart, converging upon his chest. He understood that once his heart ceased to feel and stopped beating, his life would draw to a close. Yun felt akin to a fish on the verge of death, immobile, unable to breathe, resigned to his fate. Yet unexpectedly, as the numbing sensation reached his chest, a wave of chilling clarity washed over him. This coolness was so vivid, so familiar, akin to a crystal-clear spring that cleansed his very being. The source was the purple crystal. Yun's heart soared with joy. Even in his direst moment, he could still sense its presence. The numbing sensation that threatened to engulf him encountered the purple crystal, his steadfast ally, nestled against his chest. As the purple crystal was activated, Yun felt as if a small vortex had emerged in his heart. This small whirlpool was inconspicuous, yet with a soft sound, without struggle or hesitation. Yun experienced a lightness throughout his body as all the energy coursing through his meridians was drawn in by the purple crystal, dissipating the rigidity entirely. His senses restored. Yun moved his arms and limbs without any hindrance, the only remnant of his previous tension being a sheen of perspiration. Is it over? Yun felt incredulous. After the purple crystal was triggered, in less than a heartbeat, he was restored. What on earth is this purple crystal? Yuner, how are you? Don't scare your sister. Jiang Xiaoro, witnessing Yun's formerly rigid body now moving, albeit in a dazed manner, felt a surge of anxiety within her. I'm fine now, Sister Xiaoro. I'm completely well. As Yun spoke the last words, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Just after finishing his sentence, he suddenly felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Without warning, an overwhelming wave of nausea struck, and Yun opened his mouth to vomit. Previously, when he had vomited, it was merely bile due to an empty stomach, but this time was different. He expelled dark clots of blood accompanied by a foul stench. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoro was so startled that her face turned pale. In this otherworldly realm, when common folk exhibited symptoms of spitting blood, it was tantamount to being sentenced to death. Yun was retching uncontrollably, not only expelling from his mouth but also drenched in a layer of foul sweat, sticky and akin to dark mud. Witnessing Yun's distress, with sweat and vomit, Jiang Xiaoro paid no heed to the stench that filled the room. She hurriedly wiped his mouth and patted his back. Unearth, please do not frighten your sister. What is the matter? What has happened? Her voice trembled with concern. I am so hungry, Yun lamented, feeling that even if a whole roasted lamb and a pig were placed before him, he could consume them entirely. Sister, I am fine. I am merely hungry. And I wish to take a bath. The layer of sweat clung to him like a slimy shell, and he felt utterly uncomfortable. You are hungry? Upon hearing Yun's words, Jiang Xiaoro's heart leapt with joy. In ancient times, a crucial measure of a person's health was their ability to eat. Whether it was the legendary Lian Pe, who despite his age could still eat, or Zhuge Liang, who used an oversized bowl to intimidate his foes, all underscored this notion. This criterion of assessment held considerable merit. Wiping away her tears, Jiang Xiaoro hurried to prepare a meal. As the coarse grain porridge simmered, she also drew water for Yun's bath and cleaned up the mess he had made. After a refreshing bath, Yun felt an unprecedented sense of vitality. Strangely enough, after bathing, he noticed that his vision seemed remarkably clearer. He could discern the veins of leaves from several meters away. Yun paused momentarily, but before he could ponder further, Jiang Xiaoro called out, The porridge is ready. Yunner, come and eat. All right. Yun inhaled the fragrant aroma of the coarse grain porridge. Oddly, what once seemed unpalatable now had a delightful sweetness. He devoured 2 large bowls in one go, feeling as though the porridge was digested immediately upon entering his stomach. Even after finishing the 2 bowls, he still felt hungry, but he had regained a considerable amount of strength and felt invigorated. Yunner, are you feeling better? Jiang Xiao, who had not eaten a bite, had been watching Yun intently. Seeing his hearty appetite filled her with hope. Perhaps he truly was recovering. Although she was not a physician, she understood that healing often required the circulation of energy and blood. Reflecting on the frightening scene of Yun spitting blood, she realized that he had not expelled fresh blood, but rather a dark, stagnant one. Perhaps this was merely the accumulated filth within him, and expelling it was not necessarily a bad sign. Furthermore, the layer of sweat he produced was also quite filthy. Could it be that Yunner was turning misfortune into fortune? Sister, I am fine. I have never felt as good as I do today. Before Yun could finish his sentence, he felt a soft body envelop him in a tight embrace. It is well that all is well. You nearly frightened your sister to death. Jiang Xiao spoke softly, amidst a desolate expanse rife with slaughter, bullying, and death, where she and her brother were each other's only kin. She held Yun tightly, as though fearing that the instant she released him, he would be lost to her forever. After embracing for a considerable time, Jiang Xiao wiped her tears and thoroughly examined Yun, confirming that he was unharmed. She then inquired, you mentioned Lian Qingyu earlier. Was it Lian Qingyu who harmed you? Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sister Xiao, I suspect that Lian Qingyu harbors ill intentions towards you. His words caused Jiang Xiao's cheeks to flush. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? It was indeed peculiar for a child of 11 or 12 to utter such words. Lian Qingyu is truly wicked, Jiang Xiao declared through gritted teeth, feeling powerless against Lian Qingyu's malice towards her brother, for he was far too formidable, and the entire warrior preparatory camp was at his command. Bang! Chapter 10. An unusual feeling upon encountering this unexpected intruder. Yun furrowed his brow. The man who had barged in was none other than Zhao Taizhu, the one who had previously clashed with him over the distribution of supplies and attempted to lay hands on Jiang Xiao. What do you want? Jiang Xiao asked, her voice laced with anxiety as she instinctively reached beneath the bedding, grasping an arrow that had been hidden there. Hey, little girl, why so tense? I come today with serious business. Young Master Lian has commenced his seclusion, aiming to immerse himself for 3 months in order to break through to the realm of the Purple Blood Warrior. In preparation for the selection of warriors for the Taya Divine Kingdom, the burly man proclaimed, a mocking tone in his voice. The clan leader has issued a decree. All tribesmen must ascend the mountain to gather herbs and prepare medicinal concoctions for young Master Lian. Each person must submit 8 taels of herbs daily. Gather herbs? Prepare concoctions? Yun recalled with a pang of sorrow that he had met his demise while foraging for herbs on the mountainside. It seemed that the so-called herb gathering was merely a pretext for the warrior's cleansing rituals. How lamentable it was that he had sacrificed his life at such a tender age, only to gather herbs for others, without any compensation, and now faced further deprivation of rations. 8 taels of herbs per person per day? How is that even feasible? Jiang Xiao seethed with indignation. And if we are all off gathering herbs, when will we find time to craft arrows? Without weapons, how can we barter for food with the larger clans? Will we not starve? Haha, you still harbor hopes of bartering for food? Once young Master Lian breaks through as a Purple Blood Warrior and is chosen by the Taya Divine Kingdom, you won't need to worry about food anymore. You can move into the city and enjoy a life of plenty. The man sneered, casting a greedy glance at Jiang Xiao, who was indeed a striking beauty. If only her nutrition were better, and she matured a few more years, she would be quite the prize. My brother was injured while gathering herbs. He can hardly walk now. Are you seriously sending him to collect herbs again? That's tantamount to signing his death warrant. Jiang Xiao's voice trembled with rage. Yun had only just returned to life after perishing while foraging, and now he was expected to gather herbs once more, which was essentially a death sentence. Moreover, all the herbs collected would be handed over without any benefit to them. The burly man scoffed at Jiang Xiao's words. What is one's life compared to the glory of the tribe? As long as young Master Lian breaks through and is chosen, it will be a blessing for generations, ensuring the prosperity of the Lian clan for centuries. Your contributions will be recorded in the clan's annals. Such a noble endeavor for future generations. Yet you still quibble over details, truly ungrateful, he continued. Moreover, the clan leader has decreed that to restore your health and invigorate your spirits, The remaining herbal residue after concoction will be returned to you for bathing purposes. Previously, those residues were reserved for the warriors, unable to submit the required herbs. The man's expression darkened. Humph. The tribe does not nurture the worthless. If you cannot even gather herbs, what right do you have to eat? If the medicinal herbs are not delivered, your grains will be confiscated. Countless souls are awaiting their meals, the burly man declared, casting a glance at the still figure of Yun, recalling how Yun had previously humiliated him in front of onlookers, resulting in his reprimand by lynching you for failing to fulfill his duties, even in the simple task of distributing grain. In that moment, Zhao Tieju's anger flared. You little brat, stop feigning death in bed. I've heard of your injury. Let me see where you're hurt, the man said as he lunged towards Yun, intending to inflict some pain with his heavy hand. Faced with this sudden assault, Yun instinctively sought to evade, yet in that fleeting instant, he perceived as if the world had slowed to a crawl. The fierce man's every expression, every movement was distinctly mirrored in Yun's gaze. Even the anxious visage of Jiang Xiao, the arrow she clutched, and the arrangement of the bedding were vividly present before him. It felt as though time had frozen. Sounds and air currents melded into an intrinsic part of his being, allowing Yun to sense them with acute clarity. Everything decelerated, save for the chilling aura emanating from the purple crystal nestled against his chest, which resonated with an unmistakable clarity. The essence of the purple crystal jolted Yun's body. He felt as though he could, in an instant, crouch and evade the burly man's grasp, seize the arrow from Jiang Xiao's hand, and spring forth, utilizing that very momentum to thrust the arrow into the man's throat, ending his life. The intensity of this sensation was overwhelming, as if the most optimal trajectory for his movements unfolded in Yun's mind, igniting within him an irresistible urge to act. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained. Now was not the time to turn against the Lian clan. Merely inciting the populace had already drawn Lian Qingyu's ire. Should he slay or severely injure a warrior of the tribe, the repercussions would be far graver. How could a seemingly defenseless boy murdering a member of the warrior training camp not attract the attention of the tribal leaders? The source of his strength would be utterly inexplicable. He watched as Zhao Taiju lunged for him, subtly retreating just enough to evade the man's grasp, which only succeeded in snagging his clothing. Zhao Taiju had intended to leave a mark upon Yun's skin, but was taken aback as the boy slipped away, evading his clutches. Realizing he could not afford to appear foolish by attempting another grasp, Zhao Taiju simply huffed, hoisted Yun, and tossed him back onto the bed. Look at you, you little monkey, you're not even hurt. By sunset tomorrow, deliver the medicinal herbs. If you're short by even a single tael, 10 pounds of your grain will be deducted, Zhao Taiju declared before striding away. Yun, are you all right? Jiang Xiao inquired anxiously, yet Yun found himself momentarily speechless, lost in thought. The seasoned Zhao Taiju had seemed to move as slowly as a turtle before him, instilling in Yun a peculiar sense of ease and dispatching him. Unless Zhao Taiju had suddenly succumbed to senility, could it be that his own movements had accelerated? Could it be my body? Sister Xiao, what rank of male laborer was I previously? Yun became aware of something and eagerly inquired of Jiang Xiao, why do you suddenly ask this? Unearth, you have not yet reached the level of a male warrior. Even the weakest of the 5 ranks must lift 100 pounds of stone locks, while you can only manage 30 pounds, is it? Yun felt somewhat speechless. However, considering that within the Lian clan, one must lift the stone locks overhead, 30 pounds was equivalent to the weight of a large sack of rice. For a frail child, lifting such a weight was no small feat. Where are the stone locks kept in the clan? Yun asked again. They're arranged in the training ground behind the village. Why do you ask this, Yuner? It's nothing, Yun replied with a slight smile. Sister, you should rest early tonight. We need to gather herbs tomorrow. As night fell, the inky sky was adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. In this era, there were no street lights, and the impoverished villagers were reluctant to use oil lamps, rendering the village of the Lian clan shrouded in darkness. The training ground behind the village was a spacious area, where members of the warrior preparatory camp practiced their martial skills. This night, a nimble shadow stealthily approached the training ground, glancing about cautiously. Found it. Yun's heart surged with joy, just as Jiang Xiao had indicated. A row of stone locks was positioned to one side of the training area, ranging from 20 to 300 pounds. There were even grinding stones weighing 500 pounds and a massive stone mill of 1,000 pounds. Yun had come here today to test his strength. He yearned to ascertain whether his body had truly undergone a transformation, and if so, what the cause of this change might be. Some readers have remarked that the protagonist's character leans towards weakness, However, as the story unfolds, one will see that the protagonist possesses a remarkable memory, diligently noting down every instance of being bullied. Unlike Lin Ming from martial extremes of the world, who embodies righteousness, Yun occasionally engages in subtle machinations behind the scenes. Chapter 11. The cause of the mutation in the training grounds. Silence reigned, devoid of any presence. The night was heavy with dew, and the cold weather had caused a layer of frost to form upon the surface of the stone locks, rendering them a ghostly white. These stone locks were crafted from sturdy blue steel rock, enduring the elements of wind, sun, and rain for centuries without losing weight to erosion. In this vast wilderness, people commonly described a warrior's strength in terms of gene, shi, and ding. The unit of gene is comparable to the market gene on Earth, with 1 shi equating to 100 gene and 1 ding to 10 shi, amounting to 1,000 gene. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Ian approached the stone locks and selected one weighing 50 gene, gently brushing away the frost. With a slight shift in his stance, he lifted it effortlessly. To his delight, the stone lock was far lighter than he had anticipated, and he managed to raise it with one hand. Elated, Ian proceeded to choose a 100 gene stone lock. This time, lifting it with a single hand proved quite challenging. However, using both hands made the task considerably easier. Taking a deep breath, Ian stood before the 200 gene stone lock. He crouched down, gripping the base firmly, his spine taut like a drawn bow. Channeling power through his legs to his waist. With a determined grit of his teeth, he hoisted the 200 gene stone lock above his head. He had done it. Overjoyed, he maintained the position for approximately 3 seconds before releasing the stone lock to the ground. A boy of 11 or 12 had lifted a stone lock weighing more than 3 times his own body weight. Such a feat would be utterly unimaginable on Earth. His strength had surged overnight. Yet, even more astonishing than the increase in strength was the enhancement of his speed. As a child, strength was his weakness, significantly inferior to that of an adult, but his speed was not as lacking. When facing Zhao Tieshu's assaults, Yun was confident that his speed was at least double that of his opponent. His body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Reflecting on the process of expelling black blood and foul sweat, it seemed to align with the legendary cleansing of the marrow, given his body's previously poor foundation. Experiencing such a transformation resulted in substantial growth in both strength and speed. It was evident that this change stemmed from the purple crystal. Yet what was the reason behind its influence on his body? Ian instinctively reached for the purple crystal at his chest, only to find his hand grasping at emptiness. What? Alarmed, he quickly pulled open his shirt. The purple crystal had vanished. Yet, the cool sensation emanating from his chest had not diminished in the slightest. What could this mean? Ian lowered his gaze, gently touching the area where his heart lay, feeling an uncanny connection, as if the purple crystal had never departed. With each heartbeat, the crystal seemed to resonate, as if it had fused with his heart. The subtle coolness released with every pulse flowed through his bloodstream, continuously suffusing his limbs and bones. As Ian raised his head, he vaguely perceived the starlight in the sky converging towards him, more accurately, towards the purple crystal. The starlight melded into his being, vanishing without a trace. Contemplating the myriad phenomena of the amethyst, Ian's mind began to formulate a hypothesis. The amethyst possesses the unique ability to absorb energy. In this world, in this cosmos, energy is fundamental. From the grand movements of celestial bodies and the birth and death of stars to the humble construction of ant nests and the flourishing or withering of grass, all is inextricably linked to energy. According to the physical theories Yun studied on Earth, the entire universe originated from a singularity brimming with boundless energy. Energy can transmute into matter, into life, into everything. In this extraordinary realm, the primordial energy cultivated by adept practitioners is, of course, a form of energy as well. The amethyst naturally possesses a remarkable affinity for energy. It can absorb starlight, and apart from starlight, even the 2 attacks from Lian Xingyu that threatened him were also forms of energy. This energy must be akin to the true essence cultivated by Lian Xingyu. It lurked within his body, rendering him completely stiff, yet when this energy spread to his chest and came into contact with the amethyst, it too was absorbed. As for where the energy absorbed by the amethyst went, that was evident. Accompanied by the intangible chill of blood flow, it likely represented the manifestation of that energy, nourishing Ian's physical form through the heart and bloodstream. With each heartbeat, Ian felt as though his body grew slightly stronger. Reflecting on the previous occurrences of refining his essence and marrow, it was naturally due to energy entering his meridians and blood. Energy can alter the structure of matter, bestowing vitality, strength, and power. His strength surged from 30 pounds to 200, a transformation akin to rebirth. What energy could possibly yield such effects? Merely a trace of starlight, or even the destructive energy left by Lian Xingyu within him, would clearly not possess such miraculous potency. The answer was unequivocal. It was the wild bone. During the grain distribution, Lian Xingyu had opened the wooden chest of the wild bone, from which Yun witnessed numerous luminous points flying out and entering the amethyst, absorbed by it. The wild bone is the most precious and refined part of the wild beasts, surpassing even their meat in value. The essence refined from the wild bone can enable a warrior to break through their limits, allowing geniuses like Lian Xingyu to evolve from mere warriors to purple blood warriors. The value of the wild bone is beyond imagination. Yun, a mere youth with no substantial foundation and frail bones, could not help but undergo a profound transformation upon receiving even a fraction of the wild bone's power. Having grasped all of this, Yun experienced a sense of enlightenment. He took a few deep breaths, gradually calming his mind. The amethyst was undoubtedly a treasure of immense worth, as it fused with his body with each heartbeat. It would inject energy into his bloodstream, refining his physique and enhancing his prowess. His strength grew with each heartbeat, and each heartbeat became a form of cultivation. The amethyst's extraordinary effect was truly remarkable. Despite acquiring such a precious gem, Yun did not display signs of overwhelming joy. On the contrary, Yun's expression grew somewhat grave. In his 2 lifetimes, although he had not experienced much in his first life, the process of reincarnation had subtly transformed his mindset. Upon his initial arrival in this foreign realm, Yun was engulfed in confusion and emotional turmoil. However, as time passed, he gradually adapted to his surroundings and regained his composure. With a precious treasure before him, he understood the importance of moderation. It was not that he was devoid of desire or interest in such magnificent artifacts. Quite the opposite. He recognized their immense value and thus approached them with utmost caution. Should he become too complacent, it would be all too easy for those with ill intentions to detect his vulnerabilities, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Yun was acutely aware that the secret of the purple crystal must remain undisclosed. In this unfamiliar world, the only person he could trust was his sister, Jiang Xiaorou. Yet, the fewer individuals privy to this knowledge, the lesser the danger. He refrained from revealing the treasure, for Jiang Xiaorou, being a fragile woman, was more susceptible to harm. If she were to become too informed, it could very well invite misfortune upon them. Chapter 12. Are you familiar with the divine country of Tai? On the following morning, Ian rose early, for he had to gather medicinal herbs. As he passed by the training grounds, he observed that the members of the warrior preparatory camp had formed a circle, with a large pot set in their midst, simmering with something that emanated an enticing aroma. It was the scent of meat. Ian instantly recognized the fragrance, having endured several days of hunger. Especially after undergoing the purification process with the purple crystal, he found his appetite remarkably heightened. The coarse rice porridge he consumed seemed to vanish almost instantaneously upon reaching his stomach, leaving no remnants. Yun was aware that his health was improving and consequently, his demand for energy was escalating. Yet, relying solely on the meager portions of porridge he typically consumed was akin to a drop in the ocean when it came to replenishing the energy his body required. How could he gain strength if he remained underfed? The outstanding individuals from the great tribes feasted on the flesh of wild beasts, a source of high-quality energy. A stark contrast to the coarse-grained porridge he subsisted on. In truth, at his current level, Yun could easily gain entry into the warrior preparatory camp and enjoy superior treatment. However, until he had fully developed his capabilities, he wished to eliminate any possibilities of exposing the secrets of the purple crystal. A sudden transformation overnight would be difficult to explain. Moreover, Yun harbored deep-seated conflicts with the warrior preparatory camp and Lian Xingyu, rendering him uninterested in joining their ranks. It must be the meat of wild beasts that they have hunted, remarked Jiang Xiaorou with a hint of envy. In accordance with the customs of this world, ordinary folk typically dine twice a day, and rising at 5 in the morning meant foregoing breakfast until 9 o'clock. Only warriors and preparatory warriors were allowed 3 meals a day, beginning their morning with food, justified by their need for sustenance to support their rigorous training. Members of the warrior preparatory camp, exempt from labor, occasionally ventured out to hunt. However, under the myriad dangers of the wilderness, the prey they captured was scarce. Such meager catches were invariably consumed by themselves, as their training necessitated meat for strength. In contrast, the impoverished populace engaged in manual labor requiring little exertion, sufficing with coarse grains. As Yun and Jiang Xiaorou passed by, they caught the attention of a burly man from the warrior preparatory camp, Zhao Taiju. Whistling in apparent boastfulness, deliberately took a succulent piece of meat, complete with bone, and savored it voraciously in front of Yun and Jiang Xiao. "This venison is truly delectable, ha ha ha," Zhao Taiju exclaimed, his expression replete with pride. The meat, roasted over an open flame and seasoned with spices and salt, exuded a rich aroma. Zhao Taiju indulged, his mouth dripping with juices, incessantly licking his lips and fingers, as if he might swallow his own tongue. Furthermore, he periodically retrieved a leather pouch from his garments, savoring a few sips with great reverence. This is wine. In the Lin clan, wine was an unequivocal luxury. With food in short supply, there was hardly any left to spare for brewing. However, the individuals in the warrior preparatory camp receive a substantial ration of grain. They allocate a portion of this grain for brewing alcohol, justifying it with the need to warm themselves with drink after rising early for their training during the frigid winter mornings. Moreover, they do not waste the leftover mash from the brewing process, distributing it to the impoverished lower class. Though the mash carries a sour flavor, it is certainly preferable to starvation, thus ensuring that nothing goes to waste. Consequently, the elders of the tribe have ceased to oppose the clandestine brewing activities of the warrior preparatory camp. Haha, drinking and feasting on meat is one of life's greatest pleasures, Zhao Taiju exclaimed, laughing heartily, his tone intentionally mirroring the heroic figures from biographies of those who live life to the fullest. It is only in such moments that Zhao Taiju can truly appreciate the joy of life and the immense benefits conferred by his identity as a member of the warrior preparatory camp. The two young beggars were indeed pitiable. Perhaps they could share in the leftover meat soup. However, as the venison had been roasted, there was no soup to offer. Jiang Xiao, aware of Zhao Taiju's playful teasing, huffed in annoyance and took Yun's hand, preparing to leave. Yet, at that moment, her stomach audibly protested. Although Zhao Taiju did not hear it from afar, Yun, standing close by, clearly caught the sound, causing Jiang Xiao's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Observing this adorable display, Yun found her charmingly endearing. For Jiang Xiao, the sound of her stomach must have felt quite undignified. "Sister Xiao, in the future, I will procure many delicacies for you, allowing you to savor the finest cuisines from around the world," Yun declared earnestly, gazing into Jiang Xiao's eyes. Startled, Jiang Xiao had not anticipated such a statement from her younger brother. She attributed it to youthful naivety and did not take it to heart. Yet Yun's thoughtfulness brought her joy. She affectionately ruffled Yun's hair, speaking to him as one would to a child. "Sister is looking forward to it." According to Lin Qingyu, in 3 months, the warrior selection of the Taya Divine Kingdom would take place. Being chosen seemed to promise a meteoric rise in fortune, which spurred Lin Qingyu to train fervently, even at great cost to acquire a piece of barren land. The Taya Divine Kingdom. Jiang Xiao's face reflected a hint of nostalgia. The Taya Divine Kingdom is an ancient dynasty of the human race, governing 108 states along with 24 wild regions. Our current location is one of these wild regions, known as Yunhuang. The power of the Taya Divine Kingdom is formidable, with numerous experts residing in its capital. Most of its divine warriors hail from the 108 states. Not because the warriors from the wild regions are weaker, but due to the vastness and sparse population of the 24 wild regions, which makes the selection process exceedingly resource-intensive. After all, the preliminary selection requires representatives from the Taya Divine Kingdom to come to the tribes, as it would be tantamount to sending young warriors to their doom if they were to traverse the great wilderness on foot. This time, however, the Taya Divine Kingdom has chosen to conduct the warrior selection in Yunhuang, which is quite peculiar. Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity for the myriad tribes of Yunhuang, and Lin Qingyu has keenly recognized this chance, aspiring to soar beyond the confines of this impoverished mountain village. Jiang Xiao spoke slowly, causing Yun to feel a moment of surprise. "Sister, how do you know all of this so clearly?" Though Jiang Xiao's voice retained a hint of childishness, her knowledge and eloquence belied her youth. "These are tales from my mother, and you, dear sister, read many curious accounts in your childhood, so you must have some understanding of them. Yunner, it seems you have forgotten quite a lot. It was I who taught you to read." Yun scratched the back of his head and chuckled, acknowledging, "Indeed, children from impoverished families seldom have the opportunity to learn. My ability to recognize characters is entirely thanks to you." It was evident that Jiang Xiao, having been able to read at a young age, hailed from a prosperous family. "Sister Xiao, is it true that Lin Qingyu mentioned he could become a warrior of the Taya Divine Kingdom and bring his entire clan to reside in the city?" "It's quite difficult." Jiang Xiao shook her head. "The selection of warriors in the Taya Divine Kingdom consists of several levels. including preliminary and secondary rounds, with rigorous eliminations. Those who perform exceptionally are conferred the title of National Scholar, which is a tremendous honor. Outstanding national scholars may gain the opportunity to enter the divine capital and enjoy the resources of the divine kingdom, as well as study the Tai's sacred law. To bring his clan to the city, one must likely succeed in the secondary round with commendable results. Even Lian Qingyu may not reach that standard, and even if he does, given his character, he is unlikely to care for us. By the way, Yunhuang, why do you ask such questions? You don't truly expect Lian Qingyu to become a warrior of the divine kingdom and ensure our well-being, do you? I was just asking out of curiosity, Ian replied, rubbing his nose. Hoping for Lian Qingyu is akin to expecting a pig to climb a tree. If that fellow were to emerge from his seclusion and find himself alive, he would likely try to eliminate me immediately. However, by then, I should have already acquired the means to protect myself. Who knows who would prevail? The selection of warriors in the Tai Divine Kingdom appears to be an opportunity for me to participate as well, which could be a shortcut for both you and me to lead a better life. Moreover, that Tai's sacred law is likely a form of cultivation manual. In this world of martial arts, one cannot do without such texts. Though the purple crystal is wondrous, it can only transform me on the surface. If I do not enter the Tai Divine Kingdom, where else can I find cultivation manuals? Ian mused, having made up his mind. For now, he could not leave the Lian clan, as although his strength had improved slightly, traversing the vast wilderness was still a distant dream. It was wiser to consolidate his strength within the Lian clan and strive to pass the selection for warriors of the Tai Divine Kingdom. This was, indeed, the best choice under the current circumstances. Chapter 13. The unexpected gathering of herbs. Although the Lian clan resides in a remote wilderness with exceedingly harsh living conditions, they are fortunate to have a place abundant in medicinal herbs, the Lian Herbal Mountain. The mountain's aura of vitality is slightly more concentrated, thus nourishing these precious plants. It can be considered a sacred ground of sorts. However, this designation of sacredness is relative, as compared to the impoverished Lian clan. In the grander scheme of the vast wilderness, Lian Herbal Mountain holds little significance, for there are many such locations with a rich essence of the earth's energy. Typically, larger clans select sites of profound geomantic fortune to establish themselves, as these lands are replete with resources and conducive to the cultivation of warriors. Most importantly, the formidable beasts of the wild often shy away from these sacred grounds for reasons unknown, providing the clan's inhabitants with a critical layer of security. Nevertheless, the occasional encounter with a wounded or enraged beast, heedlessly rampaging through, could lead to the annihilation of smaller clans. Yet, every advantage carries its drawbacks. While the sacred grounds deter the majority of wild beasts, they also render the surrounding fauna exceedingly rare, making the hunt for prey a daunting task. The few rabbits and deer that once roamed have long since been hunted to near extinction. Consequently, it is typically only the elite warriors, the Zixue fighters, who possess the prowess to venture deep into the wilderness and secure their quarry. In this vast expanse, sacred grounds are a coveted resource, and the Lian clan's Herbal Mountain is among the least distinguished. Were it otherwise, the clan would not have been able to sustain itself. Despite its inferior quality, the Herbal Mountain is an invaluable treasure for the Lian clan, as it forms the very foundation of their existence. Carrying a basket for herbs, Ian walked alongside Jiang Shiro. He had just inquired about the realms of martial cultivation. The lowest tier of martial arts is known as fan blood, and warriors at this level are referred to as fan blood warriors. This designation is not a precise realm, but rather a collective term for practitioners of martial arts. Fan blood signifies the blood of mortals, and those in the fan blood realm are, at their core, still mortal warriors. Despite their martial training, they have not yet transcended the essence of humanity. However, fan blood warriors are significantly stronger than ordinary people, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, and running as swiftly as a galloping horse. The fan blood realm is divided into 5 tiers. The first tier, valiant; the second tier, enduring; the third tier, thunderous resonance; the fourth tier, meridian; and the fifth tier, G-induction. The first tier, valorous, involves martial practitioners enhancing their physical capabilities through rigorous activities such as weightlifting, running, striking, and combat, supplemented by precious sustenance like ginseng, deer antler, and beast meat, gradually improving their strength and speed. Yun currently occupies the valorous tier, with his strength having increased to 200 or 300 pounds and his speed twice that of Zhao Taizhu. In this regard, Yun surpasses the average valorous warrior by a significant margin. Considering he is merely 11 or 12 years old yet possesses a physical prowess comparable to that of a robust adult male. However, valorous is merely the very beginning of the martial path. The concept of second layer of vital energy refers to a martial artist whose physical prowess has significantly enhanced, resulting in a prolonged breath. When this breath reaches its zenith, a single inhalation can cause the breath to undulate like a serpent, while exhalation can manifest as an arrow of energy. This phenomenon is most pronounced during winter, where the energy arrow can travel 4 to 5 feet, even penetrating paper. Warriors at this level experience a heartbeat that is merely 1/3 that of an ordinary person, yet each pulse of blood is more sustained. Such warriors can pursue a galloping steed for half an hour without turning red or feeling their heart race. The third layer of thunderous sound signifies the seamless integration of flesh, fascia, and bone, rendering the body exceptionally robust. Every part of the body can work in perfect harmony, remaining as still as a coiled viper yet springing into action like a lion pouncing on its prey. The fourth layer of meridians refers to the unblocking of the 12 primary meridians in the ren and du vessels, allowing the martial artist to perceive the vital energies of the universe. The fifth layer of energy induction complements the fourth layer. Once the martial artist senses the universal vital energies, they can draw this energy into their being. Mastering this energy induction transforms the martial artist fundamentally, marking the transition into the next significant realm, the purple blood realm. In a strict sense, this realm signifies the true commencement of martial cultivation. It is named the purple blood realm because, upon reaching a certain level of physical refinement, the warrior experiences a qualitative transformation. At the moment of breaking into the realm of purple blood warriors, their blood becomes as dense as mercury, and when exposed to sunlight, it shimmers with a purplish golden hue. Warriors who enter the purple blood realm possess formidable strength, capable of sustaining an entire small tribe through their own might. Consequently, these warriors hold a prestigious status in the wilderness. A purple blood warrior can enter a small to medium-sized tribe and be regarded as a sovereign figure, commanding the loyalty of all tribesmen, wielding ultimate authority over life and death, and indulging in the tribe's most beautiful women, who view it as an honor to be favored by a purple blood warrior. Even the chief's daughter would willingly climb into their bed. This is an inevitable circumstance. One can imagine a young girl, accustomed to a meager existence, suddenly encountering a hero who can provide her with abundant food and a life of comfort. How could she possibly resist such a lure? In this era, society reveres the strong, especially women. Yunhuang, I will ascend to gather herbs. You catch them as I throw them down, said Jiang Xiao, already climbing a vine on the treacherous medicinal mountain of the Lian clan, which sprawls widely and boasts perilous cliffs. Most precious herbs grow on sheer precipices, making them difficult to harvest. Climbing cliffs to collect herbs is a perilous endeavor, often resulting in fatalities. Yun had previously met his end in such a manner. Now that Yun had miraculously survived, Jiang Xiao was determined to prevent him from scaling the cliffs again. How can Yun allow Jiang Xiao to venture into danger? He said, Sister, you can focus on gathering herbs below, while I handle things up here. Yunhuang, do not be reckless. Your health is still fragile. How can you muster the strength to climb? Jiang Xiao's words faltered in her throat as she watched Yun spring upward, seizing the vine with remarkable agility, akin to a monkey scaling the heights. Yunhuang. Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed Yun deftly ascending the sheer cliff, as if traversing solid ground. When did Yunhuang become so nimble? Gathering herbs on a cliff requires more than mere climbing skills. It necessitates experience and an understanding of the plant's characteristics and preferred growth conditions. Some herbs thrive in the shade, while others bask in sunlight. Some prefer arid environments, while others flourish in moisture, and so forth. Although Yun had diligently studied herbal knowledge the previous day, his understanding remained limited. He had initially intended to compensate for this deficiency with his agility, but soon he realized that was unnecessary. After climbing 7 or 8 meters high on the cliff, Yun suddenly spotted a glimmer of light emanating from beneath a large stone not far ahead. The light hovered in the air for a few seconds before swiftly rushing toward him, merging directly into his chest. Subsequently, the coolness of the amethyst became significantly more pronounced, as energy coursed through his veins, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort. Undoubtedly, it was the amethyst absorbing energy. Could it be? Yun swiftly climbed over, peering beneath the stone, and was astonished to find a fist-sized, fiery red fruit. This was a fire fruit, a low-grade medicinal herb from the purple blood realm, estimated to be over 20 years old based on its ripeness. A surge of joy filled Yun's heart as he prepared to harvest it, only to notice another point of light slowly emerging from the fruit surface, drifting into his chest. Moments later, a third, then a fourth point of light followed suit. The number of light points increased, while the luster on the surface of the fire fruit seemed to subtly diminish, though one would need to observe closely to notice. The amethyst was indeed absorbing the essence of energy from the fire fruit. Chapter 14. Absorbing everything. This purple crystal, can it even absorb the energy contained within medicinal herbs? Indeed, the essence of the medicinal power within these herbs is fundamentally a form of energy, is it not? When a warrior consumes medicinal herbs, their physical prowess is enhanced because their body absorbs this medicinal power and refines the energy from the herbs. Yun experienced a moment of revelation. He had conducted numerous experiments over the past few days, preparing various energy-rich items such as flames, hot water, and rough cloth generated through friction. Yet, the purple crystal did not absorb these so-called energies. The energies that the purple crystal can absorb can be summarized as starlight, desolate bones, medicinal power, and the vital energy cultivated within Lian Xingyu's body. Upon reflection, aside from the ethereal starlight, all these energies relate to the cultivation practices of the warriors in this world. It is even conceivable that starlight may also be connected to cultivation, as there could very well be techniques that harness starlight. As for the desolate bones and medicinal herbs, their benefits for enhancing a warrior's physique and refining their essence are self-evident. It seems that only these energies associated with martial cultivation can be absorbed by the purple crystal. However, if the purple crystal has absorbed the medicinal power from the fruit, what use remains for this fruit? It is likely rendered useless. Although the fruit appears intact, it can only be considered a visually appealing remnant of medicinal waste, possibly inferior even to ordinary medicinal refuse. Ian understood that such fruits should not be consumed directly. They must undergo a special refinement process. This method of refinement is known only to the higher echelons of the tribe. Not only is this true for the fruit, but other medicinal materials from the Lian clan's medicinal mountain are similarly hazardous. For an ordinary person, consuming them would be akin to ingesting poison, bringing no benefit and potentially causing excruciating pain or even fatal hemorrhaging. If it were not for this danger, the Lian clan would not so readily permit the impoverished to forage for herbs on the mountain. Who could know if they might pilfer a taste while gathering? Yet, now that the purple crystal has absorbed the medicinal power from the fruit and subsequently nourished Yun's body, he feels no adverse side effects. This is the marvel of the purple crystal. It transforms the originally volatile energy into a gentle energy suitable for ordinary people to absorb, allowing Yun to freely consume the herbs from the mountain without anyone being the wiser. Truly, it is an unseen miracle. Realizing this, Yun could not suppress his laughter. Unearth, what are you laughing about? Jiang Shiro shouted from below, her concern for Yun palpable. She feared he might accidentally fall from such a height, with the inevitable consequences of a fall onto the rocky ground. Sister Shiro, look at this, Ian exclaimed as he plucked the fruit that had completely lost its medicinal power and tossed it down. The fruit? What a sizable specimen! A flicker of joy surged through Jiang Shiro, yet was swiftly overshadowed by sadness. A 20-year-old fruit is indeed a fine herb, but her brother was unworthy of its benefits. This medicinal material must be delivered to the tribe, where a few elder practitioners would carefully refine it for Lian Xingyu to cleanse his body. With a heavy heart, Jiang Shiro placed the fruit into the medicinal basket. Their task was to collect 8 taels of herbs each, calculated based on the most basic medicinal materials. For herbs such as the 20-year-old fruit, additional weight would be considered during the measurement. If fortune continued to favor them today, at least their rations would be secured. It was a lamentable thought. Both he and his brother risked their lives gathering herbs, and even if luck smiled upon them, yielding precious materials, it would merely serve to enrich others. Yun, that's enough. Do not climb any higher, Jiang Shiro cried out, her heart aching as she saw Yun ascend to a height of over 10 meters. No matter how hard you strive, the herbs you gather belong to others. What is the point? Yet, Yun feigned ignorance, for he had spotted a glimmering light rising near a gnarled pine tree growing precariously on a cliff. There lay medicinal herbs. With agile movements, Yun swiftly made his way over, one hand gripping the tree trunk while the other delicately plucked a small, umbrella-shaped herb from the roots. It was the Walingzi, a medicinal material of even greater value than the fruit. A surge of joy flooded Yun's heart as he absorbed the energy from the Walingzi without hesitation. A wave of exhilaration coursed through him, and he distinctly felt the energy enter his heart, circulating through his veins, nourishing every part of his body. Such a sensation brought him immense comfort. It should be noted that Yun had been in a state of hunger for several days. especially after refining his essence and marrow. He was so famished that his eyes seemed to gleam with a green light. Though he lacked the strength to venture out hunting alone, his body was growing rapidly, in dire need of energy. Consuming copious amounts of food could provide sustenance, yet ordinary meals paled in comparison to medicinal herbs. One single fruit, or a Walingzi, was akin to a timely blessing for Yun. He sensed that after the absorption of the Walingzi, with each cycle of blood flow, its medicinal potency surged within him. Not only did he feel invigorated, but his vision also sharpened significantly. Where he could previously only make out vague shapes of ants at a distance of 10 meters, he could now discern their heads, thoraxes, abdomens, and 6 slender legs with clarity. The Walingzi was known to enhance eyesight, and although Yun was not well versed in pharmacology, he understood that the effects of such basic herbs were not typically this pronounced. The elders of the tribe often required large quantities of herbs to brew potions that yielded only marginal benefits. Yet, his absorption of the herb's essence was immediate and remarkably effective. This crystal must have the ability to amplify the effects of medicinal materials. Yun discarded the now transformed high-grade residue of the Walingzi to Jiang Shiro. Walingzi, Yun, how can you be so fortunate? Jiang Shiro exclaimed in disbelief. Such herbs were typically rare, with one being a satisfactory daily harvest, yet Yun had collected 2 of this caliber in a single day. His luck was truly extraordinary. At this point, having climbed over 10 meters, Yun, revitalized by the 2 herbs and having perfectly absorbed their potency, felt as though he could easily ascend another 10 meters. However, not wanting to draw too much attention, he decided to descend, changing locations. I continued my pursuit of medicinal herbs. Yun, adhering to the fundamental strategy of absorbing light, harvesting energy, and consuming resources, swept through the herbal landscape with fervor. He realized that the Lin family's medicinal mountain was nothing short of a treasure trove for him. Having been famished for days, troubled by a lack of energy for cultivation, this mountain suddenly resolved his dilemma. Yun ascended a steep cliff, its heights rarely scaled by others. From Jiang Xiao's perspective below, she could scarcely discern his activities above. Yunner, be careful. Jiang Xiao's voice echoed from the base of the cliff, somewhat obscured by the fierce mountain winds. Do not worry, Sister Xiao, I am fully aware. Yun assured her, leaping across the jagged stones like an agile mountain goat, scaling a sheer wall of 3 to 4 meters. He deftly propelled himself upward with 2 powerful pushes. At that moment, within his line of sight, a radiant orb the size of a newborn's fist erupted from a fissure in a large rock. This orb shone with tenfold brilliance compared to any luminous point Yun had encountered before. What is this? Yun was taken aback. Such a vivid glow suggested that the precious herb nestled within the stone crevice was extraordinarily valuable. As Yun pushed aside the rock, he indeed uncovered a twisted purple jade ginseng. Its hidden location, atop an almost inaccessible cliff, had allowed it to remain undiscovered for many years. This fortunate find was a boon for Yun. Without hesitation, he utilized the purple crystal to absorb the ginseng. In an instant, his crystal was suffused with a hazy purple light, which converged into Yun's body. He felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins, filling his limbs and revitalizing his internal organs. This energy gradually ascended to his mind, sharpening his senses while inducing a euphoric, weightless sensation. The experience was akin to intoxication, with his body feeling as though it floated among the clouds, yet simultaneously ablaze with heat, igniting an overwhelming urge to unleash his pent-up energy. Yun, feeling an unbearable itch all over, glanced around and spotted a massive boulder weighing around 200 to 300 pounds. It seemed as though countless ants were crawling over his skin, compelling him to vent his energy. Approaching the boulder, he lifted it in a single breath, executing 10 vigorous repetitions. Afterward, invigorated and drenched in sweat, he craved more. He performed deep squats while carrying the stone, completing 20 explosive jumps until his legs felt numb, his perspiration evaporating into steam from the heat. What a delight! After enduring such trials and coupling them with relentless practice, one could hardly cultivate martial prowess without resources or unwavering determination. Yun refrained from disturbing the purple jade ginseng, knowing that harvesting such a high-grade herb could attract undue attention, especially since its medicinal power had already been fully absorbed by him. He had no desire to court trouble by plundering it further. Ordinary individuals foraging for medicinal herbs may toil throughout an entire day and still find themselves unable to collect a full 8 taels of materials. However, with the guidance of the amethyst and his keen sensory perception, both acute hearing and sharp sight, Yun was able to discern herbs from several dozen meters away. Remarkably, Within just 1 hour, he gathered the required 16 tails of herbs for both himself and Jiang Xiao. It is worth noting that these herbs had already been absorbed by the amethyst, appearing pristine yet essentially reduced to mere remnants. Ian entrusted the basket of herbs to Jiang Xiao, cautioning her against submitting them too soon to avoid drawing attention. Yun, how did you manage to be so swift? Jiang Xiao pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered by her brother's astonishing speed in gathering the herbs. Perhaps fortune favors me, Sister Xiao. I shall descend the mountain for a brief while. You remain here and maintain appearances. I am off. With that, Ian dashed down the mountain. Chapter 15. The Thunderous Energy of the Skies. The startled goose falls in the training grounds of the Lian clan. Over 30 robust men were engaged in martial arts practice, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. These individuals were members of the Lian clan's warrior preparatory camp, under the tutelage of their instructor, Yunhuang, who stood as the third warrior to attain the 5th layer of mortal blood, following the clan leader and Lian Qingyu. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fists cutting through the air resonated, accompanied by thunderous roars. Each member of the preparatory camp was meticulously cultivated by the tribe's utmost efforts. It was the early days of winter, and the harsh winds swept across the vast wilderness, yet the warriors trained relentlessly, drenched in sweat. However, atop the platform, Yunhuang, observing the vigorous training, furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Halt." His voice thundered like a bolt from the blue. The practicing warriors immediately ceased their movements. The dragon muscles and tiger bones fist that I am imparting to you is a foundational cultivation technique passed down from the divine kingdom of Tai. Though this dragon muscles and tiger bones fist consists of merely 18 movements, each holds profound significance. You foolish swine have only learned the postures but fail to embody the essence within. It is nothing but a hollow display, utterly useless. No one dared to voice dissent, for Yunhuang commanded immense respect within the preparatory camp. Lian Qingyu garnered esteem due to his promising future, with the potential to become a purple blood warrior, perhaps even surpassing that realm. In contrast, Yunhuang's reputation stemmed from his storied past. Not a native of the Lian clan, he was an outsider who once reached the pinnacle of purple blood. However, after being pursued by enemies and sustaining injuries, he fell to the ranks of ordinary warriors, seeking refuge in the wilderness and settling in the Lian clan for many years. Though his strength had waned, his experience remained invaluable, and none dared to contest his authority, especially since Lian Qingyu was a product of his training. Do not underestimate the dragon muscles and tiger bones fist. In the divine kingdom of Tai, the most treasured technique is undoubtedly the sacred law of Tai, but that can only be accessed at higher levels of martial cultivation, making it irrelevant below the purple blood level. Thus, for those beneath the purple blood realm, the dragon muscles and tiger bones fist is essential. Even members of the Tai royal family adhere to this principle. The dragon muscles and tiger bones fist is an elite method for refining the body. Its true worth could not be measured by the value of an entire city. Initially, the divine kingdom of Tai made this technique publicly available to empower countless impoverished individuals, granting them the opportunity to learn martial arts and confront the myriad dangers of the wilderness. It is indeed your fortune to learn this set of techniques. To reach the 5th layer of mortal blood in the Qi induction realm, you must sequentially cultivate valor, endurance, thunder sound, and meridians. Achieving these requires the honing of your strength, the conditioning of your muscles, and the fortification of your bones and internal organs. This set of 18 movements in the dragon muscles and tiger bones fist encompasses the refinement of muscles, internal organs, and bones, all within its teachings. If you can truly grasp the first 6 forms of the dragon tendon tiger bone fist, you will possess the strength to lift a 1,000-pound cauldron and draw a 9-stone bow. Achieving the power to shoot an arrow that can pierce armor from 1,000 paces away. Yunhuang's voice resonated through the training ground, and every word fell distinctly upon Yun's ears. To lift a 1,000-pound cauldron and draw a 9-stone bow. Yun listened with a sense of wonder. In this foreign realm, 9 stones equate to 900 pounds. Yunhuang's words revealed that the dragon tendon tiger bone fist is indeed a formidable martial art. Unexpectedly, the Tai divine kingdom does not hoard its foundational techniques, but rather makes them public to strengthen its national might, truly a reflection of the sovereign's wise leadership. Ian held his breath, his eyes fixated on the training field, for he came here with the intention of secretly learning martial arts. Prior to his journey to this world, Yun's experience with martial arts was limited to the military training exercises he learned, which could only be considered a form of basic self-defense. Such skills would be utterly insufficient in this realm. Although Yun's physical prowess had significantly improved, he lacked knowledge of martial techniques, which would undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage in combat. Moreover, Without proper techniques, his future cultivation would progress at a sluggish pace. Especially as one ascends in rank, the challenges would only become more pronounced. Otherwise, the esteemed Taya, sacred method would not be so highly valued. Now, I will demonstrate it for you. Pay close attention. Yao Yuan's voice thundered, and Yun focused intently. This move is called Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain, a technique for refining tendons. Yao Yuan stood before a wooden post, extending his left leg straight forward while grasping his left ankle with his left hand. His right knee bent, his body tilted, and his back arched like a drawn bow, even producing a faint sound. This posture appeared peculiar, as if his body were a bow drawn taut, with Yao Yuan's right fist resting at his waist, resembling an arrow nocked on the string. Suddenly, Yao Yuan sprang into action. His body snapped straight. In that instant, Yun distinctly heard a crisp sound emanating from Yao Yuan's body. Yao Yuan's right fist shot forth like lightning, striking the wooden post directly. Boom! The post shattered into splinters. The onlooking members of the warrior reserve erupted in exclamations of awe. Yao instructor is incredible! By heavens! He shattered such a thick wooden post with a single punch. His fists are like iron. A group of burly men began to flatter him, yet their admiration was genuine. For in the wilderness, the strong are always revered. However, in response to the flattery, Yao Yuan's expression turned cold. What you see is merely my fist. Humph. I have previously stated that this fierce tiger descending the mountain is a technique for refining tendons. My ability to shatter the wooden post does not stem from the strength of my fist, but rather from the power of my tendons. Every person's body is a treasure. Do you know that in the Taya Divine Kingdom, there exists a magnificent bow called the Star Shooter Bow? Do you know what its bowstring is made of? Upon hearing this, the burly men exchanged glances, for they had never even heard of the Star Shooter Bow, let alone its bowstring's material. Is it made of celestial silkworm silk? Is it the legendary dragon tendon? Yao Yuan shook his head, explaining that it belonged to the founding emperor of the Taya Divine Kingdom, who, after his demise, fashioned the bowstring of the Star Arrow Bow from his own tendons. This revelation left the formidable men present utterly astounded. A bowstring made from human tendons? Indeed, the technique I just performed, Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain, involves fully stretching my body, using bone as the bow and tendon as the string, allowing me to shoot my punch forward. Mastering the power of one's tendons is the essence of Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain. Thus, it is a technique for refining tendons rather than merely practicing punches. Did you not hear the sound emitted from my body as I struck? At the moment of Yao Yuan's punch, a remarkably clear sound resonated, akin to the noise produced when drawing a bowstring. Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain is about repeatedly engaging the muscles within your body, rendering them more resilient and elastic. Honed through rigorous training. When perfected, the mere sound of the tendons during a punch can startle a solitary wild goose in the sky. This is what is referred to as startled bow, falling goose. Thunderous energy fills the skies. If you can attain such a realm, then practicing this dragon tendon, tiger bone fist would indeed signify an accomplishment. Upon hearing Yao Yuan's words, the men exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. Could such a realm truly be attainable by mortals? Recognizing their disbelief, Yao Yuan continued, indeed, the realm of thunderous energy in the clouds and startled bow, falling goose may be somewhat arduous for you. I do not expect you to reach this pinnacle, as long as you can refine your tendons to produce a sound akin to a bowstring, even if it is but a faint sound, and if your bones can crack loudly upon striking, I shall be content. In that case, you would have barely reached the realm of mortal blood, third layer of thunder sound. While Yao Yuan instructed these men, Ian felt a surge of fervor. Thunderous energy in the clouds, startled bow, falling goose. Was it possible for him to reach such a state? Yao Yuan had previously likened the dragon tendon, tiger bone fist to a city so valuable that it could not be traded for anything less. In this vast wilderness, every city must endure the trials of savage beasts. Without many skilled warriors to protect it, survival is impossible. Establishing a city demands the spilling of countless blood. Even Lian Yu's simple offer, which allowed the Lian clan to relocate to a city, prompted many impoverished individuals to support his training without hesitation, illustrating the value at stake. I must closely observe this set of techniques. If I can achieve mastery, then the great selection of warriors from the Taya Divine Kingdom would be well within my grasp. Perhaps I might even aspire to claim the title of national hero, and in doing so, bring honor to Sister Xiao Ro as well. Having arrived in this world, I shall embrace it. Yun is resolute. He refuses to spend his life confined within the small Lian clan, living in constant uncertainty and hunger. Chapter 16. Leave some soup for Lian Qingyu gathering herbs. Gathering herbs. As night fell, Zhao Taizhu shouted at the village entrance. 5 members of the reserve regiment set up a long table adorned with 5 large, round bamboo baskets. These baskets, typically used for drying dates and herbs, were now filled to the brim. The villagers, eager to submit their gathered herbs, formed a line. An elderly man with a goatee scrutinized each herb's age and rarity before weighing them on a small scale and recording the entries. When it was Yun and Jiang Xiaorou's turn, Yun slowly presented his collection. The goateed elder's eyes brightened upon seeing the herbs. Lingji, 5 spirit grass, wild ginseng, excellent herbs. The old man, captivated by these precious materials, caressed them with reverence. Yun, observing from the side, felt a wave of relief. For the elder clearly possessed a keen knowledge of herbs, though he remained oblivious to the fact that the potency of these herbs had long been drained by the purple crystal. This was to be expected. Herbs that had been absorbed by the crystal appeared no different from freshly harvested ones. Hey, kid, consider yourself fortunate. Your rations are secured today. Zhao Taizhu expressed his satisfaction with the herbs. Their collection efforts would earn them commendation from Lian Qingyu if the quality was high. In the future, as Lian Qingyu flourished, these sycophants might find themselves basking in the glow of his success, perhaps even landing decent positions in the big city. I see you are quite suited to being a herbalist, naturally gifted in herb collection. My decision to have you gather herbs proves my discerning eye. You truly are a valuable asset, Zhao Taizhu remarked, his casual demeanor evident as he dug at his ear. What? Jiang Xiaorou exclaimed in fury. 16 tales of herbs were already a Herculean task, and Zhao Taizhu audaciously demanded more. Although she recognized Yun's speed in herb gathering, she feared that Zhao Taizhu's insatiable greed would lead to further demands, ultimately resulting in trouble. Master Zhao, you jest. These herbs represent the absolute limit of what I could gather in an entire day, Yun replied in an unusually measured tone, his gaze drifting toward the 3 brimming baskets. A layer of luminous points began to materialize on the surface of the baskets, drawn forth by the purple crystal, resembling fireflies drifting toward him in the night. A subtle smile crept upon Yun's lips. The absorption of the herb's potency by the crystal required time. And Zhao Taizhu's incessant chatter at this moment was, in fact, to Yun's advantage. Damn it, do you think I am negotiating with you? Zhao Taizhu slammed the table, startling the goateed elder. You, a peasant scraping by, have been given a rare opportunity to put your resources to good use, and yet you dare to hesitate. The Lian tribe does not harbor those who indulge in idleness. Here, individuals are either warriors or must engage in honest labor. Tomorrow, deliver an additional couple of medicinal herbs. And be gone. Zhao Taizhu's scathing rebuke left Yun seemingly pale and motionless, as if frozen in place. Onlookers presumed that Yun was humiliated. A child of merely 11 or 12, publicly berated in such a harsh manner, would undoubtedly suffer a profound blow to his spirit. Zhao Taizhu observed Yun's changing complexion with a flicker of mockery in his eyes. Jiang Xiaorou, feeling a pang of compassion, tugged at Yun. Yet he remained rooted to the spot, as though the words of Zhao Taizhu had rendered him senseless. He had absorbed nearly enough. Any further would surely arouse Lian Qingyu's suspicions. Absorbing 70 to 80% should suffice. He had to leave some for Lian Qingyu, or else the ample herbs would appear as mere weeds, and even a fool would discern the anomaly. At this juncture, Yun could not afford to clash with the upper echelons of the Lian tribe. While he could eliminate Zhao Taizhu, there remained a significant gap between him and the likes of the elder patriarch or Lian Qingyu. The violet crystal absorbed the medicinal essence, swiftly integrating it into his bloodstream, circulating through his body and imbuing him with warmth. Yun felt a surge of heat filling his meridians, spreading throughout his limbs and invigorating him, leaving his complexion flushed. He felt as light as a feather, completely unburdened, as if drifting among the clouds. However, to many tribesmen, his demeanor appeared quite pitiful, flushed and breathless. His limbs weakened. Such reactions were clearly a result of Zhao Taizhu's vitriol. The poor child, so young, had merely spoken out of turn on the day of rations distribution and had become the target of such animosity. Yun's plight was lamentable. Shortly after arriving at the Lian tribe, his mother had passed away, and he himself, frail and sickly, lacked the strength to resist Zhao Taizhu's aggression. The warriors in the preparatory camp were brazenly oppressive. When would this end? Do you truly believe that young Master Lian Qingyu will lead us to the city? Hush. Do not speak carelessly. Be cautious not to attract the attention of the warriors in the preparatory camp, or you may find yourself in misfortune. I fear this child will inevitably fall victim to them. In the mountains, collecting herbs, accidents could occur, and the more precious the herbs, the more likely they grow on perilous cliffs. Yun must have risked his life to gather such fine herbs. If this continues, it would be a miracle if he does not meet with disaster. Yet, within the Lien tribe, what value does a life hold? Here, human lives are deemed the least precious. As night fell, the moon hung in the sky like a slender silver hook. In the apothecary of the Lien tribe's patriarch, several men fervently operated a bellows, fueling a large pot with heaps of firewood. A few elderly apothecaries meticulously arranged the medicinal herbs, combining dozens of auxiliary ingredients to commence brewing the medicinal soup. The methods and timings for concocting the medicine were closely guarded secrets of the Lien tribe, not to be divulged to the common folk. Otherwise, should the populace gain knowledge of the brewing techniques, they might surreptitiously gather herbs for their own consumption. In the eyes of the higher echelons of the Lien clan, administering such fine medicines to the common folk was akin to feeding good grain to swine, utterly futile. Not to mention the ordinary citizens, even those members of the warrior preparatory camp had scant opportunity to cleanse their bodies with medicinal herbs. These meticulously concocted decoctions were exclusively intended for Lien Qingyu. Bravo! You've performed admirably this time. The herbs you've amassed include numerous rare treasures. The clan leader expressed his satisfaction upon reviewing the list of herbs. It is but my duty, Zhao Taizhu nodded fervently, wearing a pleasing smile. The tasks assigned by the clan leader were intrinsically linked to the future of young Master Lien. How could he dare to neglect his orders? After descending from the training grounds today, he hastened directly to the medicinal mountain, overseeing the gathering of herbs by those timid commoners who dared not ascend. In his eagerness, he ventured up himself and fortuitously stumbled upon the prized black lingji and fruit. Zhao Taizhu brazenly claimed Yi Yun's merit as his own. Well done. You have been diligent. Go to the storeroom and claim a pound of dried beast meat. The clan leader patted Zhao Taizhu on the shoulder. Thank you, clan leader. Zhao Taizhu exclaimed with delight. Continue to work hard. Once Qingyu becomes a divine warrior, there will be no shortage of errands for you. Be astute, and you may earn his favor, allowing you to remain by his side. When Qingyu rises to prominence, your rewards will be plentiful. Thank you for your patronage, clan leader. Zhao Taizhu knelt and bowed deeply, overwhelmed with excitement. That fellow Yun truly was his lucky star. He had not anticipated that the young servant would be so adept at herb gathering. In the future, he could afford to grant him a few scraps of medicinal residue and coarse grains as benefits. That poor lad would surely be grateful for any small tokens of kindness, making him willingly serve as Zhao Taizhu's vanguard. Zhao Taizhu envisioned himself commanding respect in the bustling cityscape, leaving with an invigorated spirit. Chapter 17. Tendons like strings. While the Lien clan was fervently engaged in alchemical practices, Yun quietly made his way to the rear mountains of their territory. Bathed in the ethereal moonlight, he stood atop a large stone, resembling a resilient pine tree. Just moments before, while Zhao Taizhu was gathering medicinal herbs, Yun seized the opportunity to absorb the potent essence of those herbs using the purple crystal to its fullest extent. Now, that essence surged within him, akin to a tempest of fiery clouds. To assimilate this potency, the most effective method was through cultivation, wherein he could digest the essence and refine his corporeal form. Yun gradually extended his left leg forward, grasping his left ankle with his left hand while bending his right knee, his body inclined like a drawn bow. This was the initial stance of the descending tiger, a move he had stealthily learned during the day from the first 6 techniques of the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist, and he executed it with considerable finesse. The essence of the descending tiger lies in the tension of one's tendons, and Yun pushed his body to the brink of pain before unleashing a powerful punch. Crack! The small tree before him, as thick as a bowl, was shattered by his strike. However, this outcome did not satisfy him. He sought not only the force of his punch, but also to unleash the full potential of his tendons. The first 3 levels of the ordinary blood realm, valiant, enduring chi, and thunderous sound, are merely superficial indicators of a warrior's physical prowess. Through relentless practice of body refinement, internal organ fortification, and the conditioning of bones and tendons, one's physical quality would naturally improve, leading to the attainment of the enduring chi and thunderous sound realms without any forced effort. Yun understood that mastering the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist would allow him to effortlessly transcend the 5 levels of ordinary blood, for as Yao Yuan had stated, this foundational technique could even yield significant benefits in the purple blood realm. Crack! Another crisp sound echoed as he smashed down a pine tree the thickness of a calf. His knuckles bore a slight bruise, but it mattered not. The medicinal essence absorbed by the purple crystal thrived within him, gradually dispersing the accumulated vitality as it melded seamlessly with Yun's flesh and blood, becoming an integral part of his strength. After a brief movement to loosen his fists, he resumed his practice. Time and again, he executed the descending tiger, unaware of how many times he had repeated it. His entire physique grew like seedlings nurtured by a gentle spring rain, continually blossoming and strengthening. Since midnight, Yin had been training in the rear mountains, persisting until dawn's first light. Had it not been for the intensity of his training, with the purple crystal and the vast reservoir of medicinal essence within him, he would have felt invigorated, full of life, even after a sleepless night. Yet, each time he performed the descending tiger, he exerted his utmost strength, pushing his muscles to their limits. Such rigorous training left even Yin feeling a sense of exhaustion. His body was in excruciating pain, and within this agony, the medicinal energy he had absorbed was utterly depleted. The essence of that energy had melded into Yun's flesh and blood, while his tendons, repeatedly stretched, gradually became remarkably resilient. Boom, boom, boom. Yun had lost count of how many punches he had thrown. Due to severe fatigue, his vision had begun to blur, and the awareness of his surroundings faded into the distance. The only sensations that remained vividly clear were the pain of his fist striking out and the rhythmic pulsing of his tendons within. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered a wondrous state, his mind singularly focused, as if in a trance. He had forgotten everything, with only the awareness of his tendons occupying his thoughts. Subtly, he felt a map of his entire meridian system emerge in his mind, a truly extraordinary sensation. In this state of self-forgetfulness, Yun even perceived his own meridians. Sweat poured down like rain, and his fists were bloodied. His vision blurred by sweat, he could vaguely hear the rushing wind in his ears, feeling as though he was engulfed by a heavy chaos in front of him, making it hard to breathe. In that moment, Yun, fueled by an unknown strength, let out a roar, pushing his tendons to their utmost limit, and unleashed a punch. Bang! The pine tree he practiced on was uprooted, splinters flying everywhere. Amidst the swirling debris, a soft yet distinct crack emanated from his body, a sound that, though not loud, resonated with clarity, akin to the twang of a bowstring, especially pronounced in the night sky. Tendons like strings, was this what it meant for tendons to be like strings? Yun lay on the grass, arms outstretched, in a starfish position. That final punch had utterly drained him of strength. Gasping for air, his right fist was a bloody mess. Yet the pain in his hand thrilled him immensely. He knew he had achieved a minor breakthrough with his tiger descends the mountain technique. This night marked his first martial practice in life, employing the supreme physical cultivation method of the Taya divine kingdom, the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist. According to Yunhuang, this move typically required a warrior with 3 layers of mortal blood and the ability to cultivate thunderous sounds throughout their body to resonate their tendons like a bowstring. Yet Yun had succeeded. Although the sound was faint, he was merely at the brave realm, and his body was only of a 12-year-old skeletal age. In terms of muscles and bones, he was far from as robust as an adult. This achievement was unparalleled among any member of the Lian clan's warrior preparatory camp, far surpassing even Lian Xingyu, who had once been at the same brave realm. Yun had not slept all night, nor had the elder and the sturdy men responsible for concocting medicine in the Lian clan's grand pharmacy. A pot of medicine had simmered throughout the entire night, the stones beneath the pot glowing red-hot. As dawn broke, several strong men joined forces to pour out the medicinal liquid, yielding a large barrel of dark essence. This was the quintessence of the entire pot of medicine. The initial efficacy of these herbs is unparalleled. They may be brewed an additional 3 to 5 times. Though the potency diminishes somewhat, nevertheless, they remain exceedingly precious. You may use them to cleanse your body. And do remember to retain the remaining herbal residue for distribution among the ordinary clan's folk, as it will prove useful when refining the barren bones. The Lian clan, employing their traditional methods, can extract at most a mere 20% of the medicinal essence. This is their limit. Consequently, when this 20% is administered to Lian Xingyu, he can absorb only about half of it. Thus, Lian Xingyu's absorption rate of the herbs is approximately 10%. While this ratio may appear rather low, it is rather logical. Even ordinary individuals possess a low absorption rate of food, let alone various herbs that are 100 times more challenging to assimilate. A barrel of this inky medicinal liquid was delivered to the secluded chamber, which serves as Lian Xingyu's retreat. He had long been informed of the precious ingredients within this concoction, including rare mulberry fruit, wild ginseng, black rasher, and 5-spirit grass. Excellent. This arrival is most fortuitous. As Lian Xingyu gazed at the barrel of dark liquid, excitement illuminated his countenance. He shed his garments and plunged into the scalding potion. which reached a temperature of approximately 90 degrees Celsius, sufficient to cook flesh, even for Lian Xingyu, who was at the 5th level of mortal blood. The experience was one of intense agony. However, this temperature is also optimal for absorbing the medicinal essence. The boiling liquid allows the pores of the skin to dilate, enabling the medicinal power to permeate gradually through the warrior's body. Chapter 18. The reb oil to perfection immersed in the medicinal liquid. The ordeal was excruciating. Even as Lian Xingyu circulated his vital energy to protect his body, he still winced in pain. Yet, the prospect of eventually entering the Taya Divine Kingdom and possibly mastering the Taya Sacred Method, thereby elevating himself above others, made him endure it all. It must be noted that Lian Xingyu's willpower was extraordinary. Those with weaker resolve might settle for the title of a minor clan's young master, indulging in fine meats and grains while pursuing flirtations with village maidens. But how could they ever aspire to reach the heights that Lian Xingyu had attained? Oh, young Master Lian, what fortitude! Truly, he is a paragon among men. This boiling medicinal liquid was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Witnessing Lian Xingyu, nearly cooked to a vibrant red, akin to a well-done lobster, the sycophants surrounding him, including Zhao Taizhu, began to flatter him profusely. Their usual coarse speech transformed into a display of grandiloquent compliments, all in a bid to curry favor. Add more fuel. Lian Xingyu gritted his teeth and commanded, enduring the agony of being boiled in 90-degree water. At that moment, the veins on his forehead throbbed, his body curled in on itself, and his skin flushed crimson. If one were to draw a parallel between Lian Xingyu and a dragon among men, it would be more fitting to liken him to a boiled lobster at this juncture. He was indeed on the brink of collapse, yet the effects of the medicinal bath were far from what he had anticipated. More fuel? The sycophants exchanged glances, their admiration for Lian Xingyu flowing like an unending river. What the hell? Young Master Lian has commanded it. Why are you all hesitating? Do you doubt his endurance? The strength of young Master Lian's will and capability is beyond your comprehension. Zhao Taizhu, holding a position of authority, promptly chastised the group. After his reprimand, he took it upon himself to gather a hefty pile of firewood, thick as an arm, and without hesitation, ignited it, placing it around the iron tub, causing flames to roar. As he witnessed Lian Xingyu's trial reaching a critical moment, Zhao Taizhu, eager to demonstrate his eagerness, brandished a large fan, vigorously fanning the flames. The fire was inching perilously close to Lian Xingyu's hair. Young Master Lian, is this not exhilarating? Zhao Taizhu chuckled, reveling in his own perceived merit. Lian Xingyu could no longer articulate a response. His teeth were nearly ground to dust, his fists clenched tightly, and his skin was boiling to the point of cracking. Yet the desired results remained elusive. A surge of anger and fear gripped him as he realized, under Zhao Taizhu's fervent service, his flesh was truly beginning to rupture. Human skin, subjected to extreme heat, shrinks and ultimately splits apart, and Lian Xingyu was now experiencing this phenomenon. However, he could scarcely afford to dwell on such matters, for he was confronted with a terrifying possibility that filled him with dread, so profound it rendered him breathless. At Lian Xingyu's current level of cultivation, he was but a step away from the purple blood realm, and he was acutely aware of every incremental progress in his body. He realized that although he was immersed in this potent concoction, his heartbeat remained largely unchanged. His flesh and bones had undergone some refinement, yet the effects were hardly discernible. After this session, he found that he had absorbed very little. Lian Xingyu came to the disheartening conclusion that he had likely reached what is commonly referred to as a bottleneck. He had long heard his master, Yao Yuan, speak of how martial artists often encounter such obstacles, especially before breaking through to new realms. A single bottleneck could potentially hinder one's progress for a lifetime. The path of martial arts is a long and seemingly endless journey, fraught with constant attempts to breach new boundaries, and inevitably, one would confront a bottleneck along the way. What astonished Lian Xingyu was that he had encountered his first bottleneck while merely striving to reach the purple blood realm. He was unwilling to accept this fate. He considered himself a prodigy, a golden dragon trapped in shallow waters, destined to soar to great heights once the winds of fortune blew his way. How could he possibly be stymied at such a trivial stage as the purple blood realm? He refused to believe it. Add more fire, Lian Xingyu shouted, his voice resonating with the ferocity of a roaring lion. Add more fire? Zhao Taizhu began to sense something amiss, noticing the gaping wounds on Lian Xingyu's arms and thighs. If Lian Xingyu were truly formidable, he shouldn't have been reduced to such a state. Young master, if we continue boiling, it will be overcooked, one of his lackeys hesitantly suggested. I said, add more fire, Lian Xingyu bellowed. Reluctantly, Zhao Taizhu obeyed. and the group of lackeys fanned the flames vigorously. The fire blazed higher, and the medicinal liquid bubbled violently, the concoction reaching a boiling point. Even Lian Xingyu struggled to endure the scalding water, and as his body had absorbed very little of the medicinal efficacy, he finally erupted in fury, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Boom! The cauldron shattered, scattering the searing liquid in all directions. Ouch! The surrounding lackeys yelped in pain, immediately lamenting their misfortune. Fortunately, they were all clothed. Though the liquid burned fiercely upon contact, the temperature had diminished somewhat, and their resilient skin allowed them to endure the pain. It's unbearably hot. Despite the discomfort, these lackeys were well aware of Lian Xingyu's aspirations to become a warrior of the Divine Kingdom, potentially earning a title in the Taya Divine Kingdom in the future. Flattering him would surely yield great benefits later on, thus including Zhao Taizhu. Several lackeys disregarded their burns and prostrated on the ground, proclaiming loudly, "Congratulations, young Master Lian, on your remarkable achievement." Seeing Lian Xingyu explode the cauldron in such a grand spectacle, Zhao Taizhu and the others assumed he had successfully broken through and thought there was no better time for flattery. However, contrary to their expectations, the anticipated scene of Lian Xingyu laughing heartily and generously distributing rewards did not materialize. Instead, he appeared flushed, veins bulging from his skin. His countenance twisted in agony as some of his flesh had split open, making him look exceedingly menacing. "Get lost!" Lian Xingyu, in a fit of rage, kicked out without warning, sending Zhao Taizhu and the other lackeys tumbling like rolling gourds. Zhao Taizhu was left utterly bewildered, his backside aching painfully. Yet he dared not utter a sound, nor did he comprehend the unfolding events. "Get out of my sight!" Lian Xingyu bellowed, causing several sycophants to pale in fear as they hastily scurried away. With an icy demeanor, Lian Xingyu commanded, "Bring me the medicinal residue." "Why, yes." The subordinates, not daring to utter a word, hastily retreated, and before long, they returned with the residue, holding their breath in trepidation. Lian Xingyu scrutinized the remnants and inquired about the preparation process, his countenance growing increasingly grim. The residue was devoid of flaws, indeed. It had been crafted from a plethora of fine herbs. In truth, even the most esteemed physicians from larger clans would struggle to discern any anomalies. Who could have foreseen that someone possessed the capability to absorb the medicinal essence directly without employing secret methods? Upon examining the residue, Lian Xingyu was certain he had reached an impasse. Cursed be this! Lian Xingyu struck the wall with a clenched fist. From a young age, he had exhibited a remarkable talent for martial arts. According to Yao Yuan, even within the grandest clans, he would be regarded as exceptional. If the issue did not lie within himself, then it must be the fault of the Lian clan. The medicines provided by the clan were woefully inadequate. Those young prodigies from affluent families had been bathed in the finest elixirs since birth. Even the most desolate of bones could sustain them. How could he possibly compete with them? Lian Xingyu clenched his fists in frustration, resenting his fate of being born into a humble household, in such a desolate place. This impoverished Lian clan had squandered 17 years of his life. Had he been born into the royal family of the Taya Divine Kingdom, he would have already reached the pinnacle of the purple blood realm, or perhaps even aspired to higher echelons, even contending for the throne of the Taya Divine Kingdom. As these thoughts swirled within him, Lian Xingyu's heart burned with a deep-seated resentment. He loathed the Lian clan. Even if they were to exhaust all their resources to cultivate him, what good would it do? Why could he not have been born into a royal lineage? Why could he not revel in all that was offered? They stood on a pedestal he could not even gaze upon, while he struggled like a dog to ascend. He seethed with anger. "Come forth. Relay my orders. Prepare the grand cauldron, summon the able-bodied men of the village, and commence the refining of the desolate bones." Zhao Tiezhu's heart raced. Was it finally beginning? He had thought he would have to wait several more days. As for the medicinal herbs, continue gathering. Lian Xingyu's tone was indifferent. The Lian clan's medicinal mountain had once been its most treasured possession, meticulously managed to prevent over-harvesting that could lead to depletion of the herbs. However, as Lian Xingyu was set to depart the Lian clan in a few months, the medicinal mountain held little value for him. He might as well let it serve its final purpose. Though he was at a standstill, the herbs had a negligible effect on him, yet they were better than nothing. As for the desolate bones, they were now his only hope to break through the barrier he faced. Chapter 19. The length of breath on this day. The Lian clan erected a towering cauldron in the grain-drying field, filled to the brim with the essence of firewater. This firewater, procured from a grand tribe, harbored the very essence of flame, capable of reaching temperatures soaring to 400 or 500 degrees, specifically utilized for the boiling of ancient bones. Beneath the cauldron lay an extraordinary fuel, purple firewood, with its serpentine appearance resembling the gnarled form of a long-dead serpent. Though seemingly unremarkable, purple firewood was of considerable worth. Containing its own flame essence, igniting merely a half-foot length could sustain a fire for an entire day, sufficient to boil multiple cauldrons of water. The Lian clan had prepared extensively for this moment, yet even so, they were reluctant to use more than one piece per day. Thus, the flames were ignited. The purple firewood emitted ethereal violet flames, burning quietly yet at an intensity high enough to melt rock. Under the scorching heat of the purple flames, the cauldron of firewater quickly reached a rolling boil. Presiding over the boiling of the ancient bones was the clan's patriarch, the esteemed granduncle of Lianqingyu, who deemed this matter of utmost significance and chose to take the reins personally. Lower the ancient bones, the patriarch commanded as he observed the water's temperature nearing its peak. Several sturdy villagers hoisted a large wooden crate, lifting the ancient bones and casting them into the cauldron. The patriarch gazed at the bubbling liquid within the cauldron, his expression grave. Typically, the task of refining ancient bones was beyond the capability of mere mortals. In this world, there existed a specialized class known as the bone refiners, revered as masters of the wild. The status of these masters was unparalleled, as their ability lay in extracting the essence from ancient bones, transforming it into a coveted crystalline substance known as wild bone relics, which captivated and ensnared the hearts of many martial artists. The skeletal remains of wild beasts often weighed thousands of pounds, although it was well known that these ancient bones contained astonishing energy. It was inconceivable for humans to consume such immense quantities. Even if one attempted to force down a portion, digestion would prove nearly impossible. The power within the ancient bones was not easily absorbed. Consuming even a fragment would likely yield less than 1/10 of the energy. However, the wild bone relics, once refined by the masters, were diminutive, akin to the size of a dragon's eye or even a soybean, for those with sufficient wealth. It would not be unusual to consume 7 or 8 in a single day. Moreover, the energy essence extracted by the masters was remarkably easy to absorb. Provided the martial artist possessed the requisite level of cultivation and did not succumb to the overwhelming energy, they could eventually refine the wild bone relics completely. A master capable of refining high-tier wild beasts was undoubtedly a figure sought after by various factions. It was said that the Grand Master of the Taya Divine Kingdom was one such master of the wild, wielding a level of status and glory beyond mortal comprehension. In this realm, wild beasts were categorized into numerous tiers, with some capable of upheaving rivers and tearing apart mountains. The ancient bones of such creatures were notoriously difficult to refine, a feat that ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of achieving. It is rumored that an extraordinary master of the desolate realm, whose prowess transcends human imagination, once devised an unparalleled formation and spent a staggering 12 years refining the skeletal remains of the ancient beast, the purple gold Qilin. 12 years dedicated to the alchemical process of a single set of bones, executed by a figure of mysterious identity. Such a legend naturally ignites the imagination. It is said that this act of refinement transformed the vast wilderness within a 1,000-mile radius into a barren desert, and in the end, even the master had to pay a significant price to successfully transmute the desolate bones into a relic. As for the purpose of the refined purple gold Qilin relic, opinions vary widely. Some claim it was used to save a life. However, the identity of that individual has spawned numerous versions of the tale, each more elaborate than the last, suggesting it could be the master's daughter, beloved, or cherished disciple, among others. Such legends undoubtedly attest to the revered status of the master in the hearts of the people, prompting them to embellish and share these stories fervently. This phenomenon is entirely understandable. Those who inhabit the desolate expanse endure incredibly harsh living conditions, venerating the strong and the legendary figures. Even if they are aware that they can never aspire to such heights, the mere act of hearing these tales brings them exhilaration. As for the Lian clan, a tribe no larger than a colony of ants, they could hardly afford the services of a desolate master. Even the most junior of such figures would be an awe-inspiring presence to them. Consequently, they had no choice but to resort to rudimentary methods for refining the desolate bones. Fortunately, the grade of the bones they processed was low, and through their primitive techniques, they managed to extract approximately 50 to 60% of the essence, which was more than sufficient for Lianqingyu. Day and night, the Lian clan tirelessly engaged in the refinement of desolate bones, especially at night. In any open area of the village, one could witness the dazzling purple flames emanating from the burning of purple firewood. Meanwhile, as the Lian clan labored ceaselessly, Yun was equally devoted to his relentless training. The secluded rear mountain of the Lien clan, typically devoid of visitors, had become Yun's ideal sanctuary for cultivation. To date, he had been practicing the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist for 5 consecutive days. Bang, 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 with each punch Yun unleashed. A resonating sound akin to the vibration of a bowstring echoed within him, reminiscent of the pulse of life itself. Tree after tree fell before his might. As his blood surged with increasing velocity, and he inhaled deeply, the veins in his arms and fists bulging slightly. With a powerful shout, Yun struck a rock before him with a clenched fist. Crack! The boulder shattered, and at that moment, the tension in his tendons reached its zenith. In the forest, a flock of early rising birds, startled, took flight, fluttering their wings toward the sky. In their haste, some leaves were knocked loose, cascading down and landing gently upon Yun's face. In that instant, Yun experienced an exhilarating rush, as if all the power within him coalesced in a singular moment. An indescribable sensation of unbridled freedom. The 18 forms of the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist. Although I have yet to reach the extraordinary prowess of startling a soaring goose, I have made considerable strides in startling the birds in the forest, making them believe a hunter has arrived. It is important to note that my current strength is still insufficient, merely around 500 to 600 pounds. However, should I one day attain the strength of several cauldrons, or even 10,000 pounds, it would indeed be possible to startle a solitary goose in the sky. Though my strength is only 500 to 600 pounds, when I unleash the tiger descending the mountain, the force of my attack far exceeds that mere weight. The essence of tiger descending the mountain lies in its tendons acting as bowstrings, relying heavily on the accumulation of force. When this punch is delivered with the right technique, it can indeed generate over 1,000 pounds of power, enough to shatter a tiger's skull. Content. I closed my eyes and savored the newfound strength. The sensation of this power flowing through me brought immense comfort. Unbeknownst to me, my breathing became long and steady, and the velocity of my blood flow transformed. Suddenly, I gazed at my hands and noticed that the slightly bulging veins in my arms had vanished. My breathing had grown increasingly tranquil, and my heartbeat had slowed significantly. A realization struck me. I lightly pressed my feet against the ground, took a deep breath, and exhaled forcefully. Whoosh! A stream of white vapor shot forth like an arrow, traveling 5 to 6 meters, piercing through the leaves that had just fallen due to the startled birds, sending them spiraling away. I have reached the Qi-Long realm. I have finally stepped into the second realm of mortal blood, the Qi-Long realm. Qi-Long warriors possess an elongated breath, with a slow yet powerful heartbeat. The primary distinction between them and ordinary valiant warriors lies in their extraordinary endurance, enabling them to engage in prolonged battles or execute long-distance maneuvers. For instance, an army comprised entirely of Qi-Long warriors could traverse hundreds of miles in a day, executing a surprise attack over 1,000 miles. My breakthrough into the Qi-Long realm was a natural progression. As my body reached this level of refinement, the breakthrough occurred effortlessly. With the purple card in hand, the energy required for cultivation was no issue. The challenge lay in mastering the cultivation techniques. Without proper guidance in the techniques, it would be akin to a chef possessing the finest ingredients yet lacking the culinary skills to create a magnificent feast. Having entered the Qi-Long realm, I can now attempt the third form of the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist. I murmured to myself as I observed the dawn breaking in the eastern sky. And with a swift leap, I raced down the mountain. En route, when I passed the drying grounds, I slowed my pace. Beneath the massive cauldron, purple flames blazed vigorously, surrounded by a 20-meter-high wooden fence to deter any unauthorized individuals from approaching. Due to the obscuring fence, I could not clearly see what lay within, yet I could feel the heat radiating from the flames below. Strangely, amidst the layers of heat waves, I sensed a faint chill. Though this chill was not overtly apparent, it penetrated to the very core of my being. Chapter 20. Yun's doubts in recent days. Yun has been deeply engrossed in martial arts training. At times, his hands, injured from practice, would be wrapped in bandages. He often sneaked out at midnight. Initially, it went unnoticed, but over time, Jiang Xiaoro became aware of his absences. Yunner, what have you been up to these days? And what happened to your hands? After the passing of Yun's mother, Jiang Xiaoro took on the maternal role, caring for him with unwavering dedication. If Yun made a mistake, she never chastised him. Rather, she would gaze into his eyes, waiting for him to acknowledge his error. Today was no different. Yun contemplated fabricating a story about injuring himself while gathering herbs. Yet, upon meeting Jiang Xiaoro's earnest gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, He confessed, "Sister Xiao, I went out at night to practice martial arts, and my hands were hurt while training." Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Practicing martial arts? Yuner, who are you learning from?" "I'm learning it on my own," Yun replied candidly. Jiang Xiao's expression shifted. Learning the tribe's martial arts in secret could lead to dire consequences, even death if discovered. Moreover, mastering martial arts was no simple feat without proper nourishment. How could one possibly train? Yun was subsisting on thin gruel and wild vegetables, leaving no strength for martial practice. It was a recipe for disaster. "Sister Xiao, do you believe me?" Yun grasped her hand, looking earnestly into her eyes. She hesitated for a moment before instinctively nodding. "Then trust me and refrain from questioning further. Sister Xiao, I promise to provide a better life for you in the future." Yun vowed earnestly. Jiang Xiao was the first person he encountered in this foreign world and the only one who genuinely cared for him with her whole being. He held this debt of gratitude close to his heart, determined to not only change his own fate but also to alter Jiang Xiao's destiny. Jiang Xiao gazed at Yun, suddenly feeling that her brother had matured. He was no longer the child he once was. The words he spoke could no longer be dismissed as mere childishness. He was genuinely striving toward his goals. As days turned into a monotonous routine of meager meals, Yun gradually acclimated to his circumstances, though it could be said that he had little choice but to adapt. The coarse grain porridge was unpalatable, and as his appetite grew, he found that the thin gruel was digested almost immediately. Without the herbs from Lian's medicinal mountain, Yun would not only fail to break through to the next realm, but would also be fortunate to avoid starvation. However, while the medicinal herbs could supplement his nutrition and energy, they could not replace actual food. The taste of the herbs, if consumed directly, was even less agreeable than the coarse porridge. Enduring this daily struggle was a torment for someone like Yun, who had a fondness for food. The only slight improvement to his bleak diet came from the pickled vegetables made by Jiang Xiao. It was somewhat tragic. Back on Earth, Yun had lived a modest life, but at least had access to vegetables and meat. Now, in this foreign realm, he had not tasted a single morsel of meat, making pickled vegetables feel like a delicacy. However, it must be said that the pickled vegetables made by Jiang Xiao are indeed delectable. For her family, these pickles represent a rather extravagant delicacy, as the village lacks a salt mine, and the salt they consume is procured from the larger tribes. Most of the salt is allocated to the warrior training camps, where it is used for curing meats, leaving only a scant amount for the common folk, primarily utilized for boiling vegetable soups. Thus, the act of pickling vegetables is certainly a luxury. As days passed, the medicinal herbs on Lian's medicinal mountain were nearly exhausted. Even with the guidance of the amethyst, Yun struggled to find any substantial herbs. Villagers, in their desperation to submit herbs, even uprooted the seedlings. The depletion of resources on the medicinal mountain was alarming, showing a complete disregard for future sustainable harvesting. It appeared that the Lian tribe was preparing for a final stand, potentially even contemplating abandoning the ancestral lands they had occupied for generations. All hopes now rested on Lian Qingyu. Yet even if he succeeded in the warrior elections of the Taiye Divine Kingdom, the benefits would only extend to a handful of the warrior training camp members, leaving the ordinary populace at risk of being forsaken. Yun felt a sense of melancholy. This was the harsh reality of survival in the great wilderness. Resources were scarce, with the strong seizing more for themselves while the weak were cast aside. As the value of the medicinal mountain diminished, the tribe's leadership ceased to pay it any mind, concentrating all their efforts on the refining of the wasteland bones. This process was of utmost importance, and the Lian tribe had essentially placed all their bets on it, with every ounce of hope resting within. Lian Qingyu was also risking his life. His ambitions, aspirations, and everything he held dear were invested in this endeavor. The refining of wasteland bones would take at least 60 days. However, on the 10th day, unforeseen circumstances arose. Some villagers tasked with the refining fell ill. What began as mere coughs and fevers quickly escalated to vomiting, diarrhea, rashes, and debilitating fatigue, resembling symptoms of typhoid. In such a small tribe, while the warriors generally maintained robust health and strong immunity, the impoverished populace suffered gravely. Any ailment for them was rarely trivial. Their frail bodies and weakened defenses, coupled with the tribe's only physician being devoted to the elite, left the commoners with dire medical conditions. Even minor ailments could potentially be fatal. Upon receiving this news, Yun felt perplexed. Typhoid, though reminiscent of a common cold, is actually a bacterial infection. He was unsure whether the typhoid in this realm bore similarities to that on Earth, but the sudden outbreak among so many assuredly indicated a contagious disease. What puzzled him further was that typical infectious diseases spread through water or air, while these villagers were stationed by the cauldron, where temperatures were exceedingly high. The sustained heat and extreme dryness would make it difficult for pathogens to thrive. If an outbreak truly occurred in the village, it should have first manifested in others before affecting those refining the bones. Was it possible that this was a bacterium that thrived under dry conditions? Upon contemplating this, Yun's expression darkened slightly. Perhaps the villagers' afflictions were not as straightforward as mere illness. The sudden collapse of 4 or 5 individuals had caused a stir among the members of the Lian clan, particularly those tasked with the arduous process of refining the barren bones. They were acutely aware that they too might succumb to this peculiar malady at any moment. Although life was fraught with suffering, none wished for death. Fortunately, the leadership of the Lian clan did not remain indifferent in this instance. The chieftain stepped forward to reassure the anxious populace, distributing a vivid red pill to each afflicted villager. This pill, comparable in size to a longan, was blood red. And according to the chieftain's assertions, it was concocted from exceedingly rare medicinal herbs, each one worth a considerable sum. The chieftain instructed the ailing individuals to swallow it with warm water, assuring them that they would be cured. Remarkably, those who had been gravely ill experienced significant improvement after consuming the pill. By the next day, they awoke rejuvenated, and by dusk, they were indistinguishable from the healthy. By the third day, the patients were not merely restored but were brimming with vitality, even surpassing their pre-illness vigor. Furthermore, the chieftain distributed palm-sized pieces of cured meat to each afflicted clansman, a true delicacy for those who had not savored meat in months, constituting a tremendous boon. The impoverished villagers cherished this morsel, often rationing it to ensure their children or wives could partake. The news of the Lian clan's generosity in providing medicinal pills and cured meat spread rapidly. Upon hearing this, Yun furrowed his brow. Was a single pill truly capable of such miraculous healing, rejuvenating one's spirit? Although not well versed in medicine, Yun understood that certain substances could yield astonishing effects, invigorating the mind while often harboring potent side effects. Stimulants, narcotics, and other illicit substances designed to unleash human potential all carried significant risks. Particularly unsettling was the Lian clan's insistence on the rarity of the herbs used in their pills. Yun held no belief in their claims. When had the Lian clan become so generous? Even if they wished to be, such precious herbs were not easily procured. From Yun's perspective, the upper echelons of the Lian clan were as impoverished as their lower class. Their limited resources were likely exhausted on Lian Qingyu, leaving little to spare for the common folk. Another day passed, and the Lian clan distributed some medicinal residue, left over from Lian Qingyu's cleansing process, to those engaged in refining barren bones for medicinal use, claiming it would enhance their constitution. Naturally, those receiving the residue expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 21. Lian Qingyu emerges from seclusion in the depths of night. Within the courtyard of the Lian clan, the heavy doors swung open with a resounding thud, revealing a youth whose visage resembled that of a jade crown. Qingyu, why have you emerged? The old clan leader, upon seeing the young man, rose from his seat. Qingyu had previously declared his intention to remain in seclusion until the commencement of the grand selection of the Tai Divine Kingdom. Yet, scarcely a month had passed, and here he was, already out of his retreat. I encountered some difficulties in my cultivation. Qingyu's countenance was less than favorable. His original plan was to spend over 2 months accumulating a solid foundation before consuming the essence of the desolate bones, aiming to break through to the purple blood realm in one fell swoop. This approach would ensure a robust foundation, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the early stages of the purple blood realm, thereby standing head and shoulders above his peers. Furthermore, such a breakthrough would greatly facilitate future advancements to even higher realms. The grand selection of the Tai Divine Kingdom places significant emphasis on the foundational skills and accumulated essence of the candidates. Had Qingyu succeeded in his endeavors, he might have garnered the attention of officials from the Tai Divine Kingdom, potentially achieving remarkable results. Alas, contrary to his aspirations, despite depleting the resources of the Lian clan's medicinal mountain, Qingyu's progress remained agonizingly slow. He was convinced that he had hit a bottleneck. Indeed, the mindset during periods of seclusion is of paramount importance. With a positive attitude, unwavering confidence, and resolute determination, breakthroughs can come with remarkable ease. Conversely, if one believes they are encountering problems and are stuck, it inevitably dulls their edge, rendering breakthroughs laborious and ineffective. This psychological barrier, although initially trivial, compounded with Qingyu's existing resource scarcity, led to an even more pronounced stagnation in his cultivation. Ultimately, he chose to emerge from seclusion prematurely, seeking a fresh perspective and a brief respite before resuming his retreat to consume the essence of the desolate bones and achieve a breakthrough into the purple blood realm with renewed vigor. This plan held merit. At times, relentless pursuit of advancement can yield little, while pausing to reflect may lead to profound insights, allowing one to transcend their limitations almost effortlessly. How is the refining of the desolate bones progressing? Qingyu inquired, his concern palpable, for the desolate bones were pivotal to his very existence. Well, it has been relatively smooth. But, the elder continued, a few days ago, the impoverished individuals tasked with refining the desolate bones succumbed to poisoning. I had intended for them to endure a bit longer, but upon seeing their deteriorating condition, I had no choice but to administer blood-dissolving pills. They have since recovered, which does not affect the refining process. Upon hearing this, Qingyu furrowed his brow, exuding a cold disdain. These useless individuals cannot even withstand the toxicity of the cold python desolate bones for a mere few days. Consuming the blood-dissolving pills will deplete their vitality. At this rate, they will not survive until the refining concludes. His words were devoid of compassion, and the old clan leader, feeling the harshness of the sentiment, interjected, Qingyu, your expectations are exceedingly high. These people often struggle for sustenance and warmth. How could they possibly endure the toxicity of the cold python? They have sacrificed for the Lin clan. Once you achieve great success, you must remember to care for their families. I understand. Lin Qingyu responded with an expressionless face, voicing his concerns about the arduous process of refining the desolate bones. He feared that failure to complete it on time could have dire consequences, especially if these individuals perished prematurely, which would inevitably impact the refinement process. Great Uncle, please issue a command to gather more manpower within the tribe. The greater the number, the more we can share the burden of the cold python's toxicity, thus prolonging our time. Although the blood transformation pill is not considered a costly remedy in large tribes, our finances have been nearly depleted, and even the blood transformation pill must be conserved. Lin Qingyu spoke nonchalantly, but the old patriarch sighed upon hearing this. He understood that with each additional person summoned, a life was at stake. It was pitiful that the impoverished were so eager to participate in the refinement of the desolate bones simply for the sake of salted meat. For the sake of the Lin clan, they had no choice. The old patriarch shook his head, lamenting the absence of non-toxic desolate bones, for if they existed, the death toll would not be so high. Non-toxic desolate bones? Lin Qingyu scoffed. With our clan's financial capacity, coupled with the incomplete manual I have obtained, how could we possibly acquire non-toxic desolate bones? Moreover, the cold python desolate bones are not inherently toxic, they merely contain an insurmountable chill. Once introduced into the human body, they can freeze the organs, gradually extinguishing life. If only there were a desolate master that could easily dispel the cold energy of the cold python desolate bones. But would a desolate master deign to detoxify such lowly bones? It is even more unlikely for them to arrive at our Lin clan. Thus, those from the larger clans refuse to utilize such desolate bones. The cold python desolate bones are the cheapest among them, which is why I am left to use them. Just as the remnants of a wealthy family's feast are fed to dogs, I am but a wild dog, subsisting on the scraps they discard. Lin Qingyu uttered this last phrase with self-mockery, his lips twitching slightly, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. He felt rage. The young masters and mistresses of the prominent families are so discerning that they select only the finest desolate bones, eschewing those with side effects or inadequate efficacy. Yet here he was, having to expend every ounce of effort and resource to obtain a discarded cold python desolate bone. It was pitiful to have all hope resting on a bone fraught with severe side effects, risking life and limb to consume it. Qingyu, you have endured much hardship over the years, but you also understand that the prodigies of those great families are few. Even within those families, many are of limited talent, struggling to obtain even a modest share of desolate beast meat. The old patriarch felt a pang of guilt, knowing Lin Qingyu's exceptional talent was stifled by the clan's poverty, although Lin Qingyu never voiced it. The old patriarch was aware of the resentment he harbored towards the Lin clan. It was difficult for Lin Qingyu to accept the old patriarch's words. Great uncle, there is no need to comfort me. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Since this world is unjust, I shall utilize my own strength to forge fairness. One day, I will seize control of my own fate and the fates of others. In the future, I shall trample upon the offspring of those great families. I understand now. The old patriarch sighed, declaring that tomorrow he would issue an announcement to dispatch more personnel to refine the desolate bones. As for how many lives might be lost, such considerations were of no consequence now, The more individuals he could enlist, the greater the amount of frigid energy would be absorbed on your behalf. Ultimately, when you consumed the desolate bones, the peril would be minimized. The old patriarch understood that, for Lian Qingyu, the sacrifice of a few impoverished souls would evoke no sense of remorse. Lian Qingyu harbored a deep resentment towards the injustices of fate, perceiving himself as profoundly unfortunate, thus indifferent to the miseries of others. To him, those destitute individuals were mere ants, and he regarded himself as merely a slightly larger ant. The principle of survival of the fittest had ingrained itself within Lian Qingyu's psyche. Only by devouring those weaker than himself could he continue to grow, aspiring to transform into an unparalleled powerhouse, capable of dictating his own fate and that of others. Chapter 22. The Call to Arms as Dawn Broke. Sunlight bathed the forest in a golden hue, enveloped in a veil of mist. The ancient wilderness welcomed yet another day. The gathering of herbs had ceased. Jiang Shiro was preparing breakfast while Yun was in the courtyard splitting firewood. Rather than using an axe, he focused his palm on the logs and struck down with a single forceful blow. Crack! The sound resonated as the wood split perfectly in two, the cut impeccably neat. Gazing at the two pieces of firewood, Yun mused to himself, a warrior who has mastered the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist can, in a mere minute, cleave a tree stump into a pile of uniformly sized chopsticks. I wonder if, after 3 months of training, I could attain such a level. As he pondered, a commotion arose in the distance. Straining to listen, Yun discerned the voice of Zhao Taizhu. Hear me, members of the Lian clan. The elders have decreed a call for 10 strong men to undergo the refining of the wild bones. Those interested may enlist. Selection will be based on merit. A summons for 10 strong men to refine wild bones? Yun's mind stirred. He instinctively recalled the recent incident where numerous villagers had succumbed to typhoid, only to be cured by a so-called miraculous elixir. Now, they were seeking new recruits for the perilous task of refining wild bones. Surely there was more to this than met the eye. Contemplating this, he discarded the firewood and made his way to the village's grain-drying field. From a distance, Yun noticed Zhao Taizhu standing atop a platform, vociferously rallying the clan's folk. Many were stirred. Those who had previously participated in the refining of wild bones had reaped substantial rewards, including preserved meats and that enigmatic elixir, alongside regular grain subsidies. Given the current scarcity of food within the Lian clan, the prospect of receiving additional rations was a coveted dream for the villagers. I wish to enlist. So do I. The crowd surged towards the makeshift registration desk established by Zhao Taizhu, eager to secure their place before it was too late. I, Wang Dao, am willing to undergo the refining of wild bones. I am a second-class male laborer. A tall man, whose physique belied a pallor from prolonged hunger, stepped forward to face Zhao Taizhu, his eyes glimmering with hope. Second-class laborer, that's marginal. Zhao Taizhu scrutinized Wang Dao, his gaze critical. Unbeknownst to Zhao Taizhu, the refining of wild bones was fraught with peril, a closely guarded secret within the Lian clan. To prevent the truth from leaking, only a handful of the clan's leaders were privy to it. The other members of the warrior reserve were oblivious to the fact that these wild bones harbored a lethal chill, seeping into the flesh and blood of those nearby, gradually eroding their vitality and ultimately leading to a slow, agonizing demise. Thus, Zhao Taizhu mistakenly believed that this refining was a noble task. Possessing the authority to determine who would receive this esteemed opportunity filled him with pride. And the benefits of power were evident in the increasingly obsequious glances and flattering words directed at him by those around. Zhao Taizhu possessed an exceedingly discerning eye for character. Wang Dao, step aside, consider yourself a backup. If there are no more suitable candidates, you shall suffice. Upon hearing Zhao's words, Wang Dao was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude before obediently stepping to the side. Lu Er, are you also here to enlist? With those feeble legs of yours, a mere gust of wind would send you fleeing. Do you understand that enduring the barren bones requires daily toil, chopping wood, tending fires, and fanning flames from dawn until dusk? The temperature around the cauldron is exceedingly high, and lacking physical strength could lead to fainting. Zhao Taizhu regarded Lu Er, who resembled a monkey in his demeanor, with impatience. Waving him away, the task assigned by Lian Qingyu mandated the selection of robust men. The frail were unequivocally unacceptable. Villagers rushed to enlist, with many being dismissed and only a few remaining. Ian stood at a distance, observing with a cold eye, sensing that the barren bones held a mystery. However, regardless of the potential issues, he felt compelled to investigate, for the barren bones were of great significance to him. With the medicinal herbs from Lian's medicinal mountain nearly depleted, He required a source of energy and nourishment for his continued cultivation. Relying solely on coarse porridge would not suffice. It's you. As Ian pondered his next move, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. The voice was deep yet possessed a certain elegance, yet upon hearing it, Ian's expression changed dramatically. It was Lian Xingyu. Hadn't he entered seclusion? According to Zhao Taizhu, he was to remain in seclusion for 3 months. How could he emerge so soon? Originally, Ian had planned that by the time Lian Xingyu concluded his retreat, his own strength would have surpassed that of Lian Xingyu, allowing him to face him without trepidation. Yet now, having practiced martial arts for merely 6 or 7 days, even with the extraordinary potential of the purple crystal, it was inconceivable that he could defeat Lian Xingyu, who had trained for 10 years and reached the 5th tier of mortal blood. However, upon reflection, Ian realized he bore no deep-seated enmity toward Lian Xingyu. Should Lian Xingyu choose to kill him, it would likely be a casual act, akin to a person dispatching a rat found in their home. If it could not be caught, they would not dismantle the walls in pursuit. Ian turned, and before making eye contact with Lian Xingyu, his expression had already settled into calmness. Yet upon seeing Lian Xingyu, he instinctively displayed a demeanor of flustered trepidation. Why, young Master Lian? Ian took a step back, seemingly startled by Lian Xingyu's sudden appearance. Lian Xingyu furrowed his brow, taken aback that this boy had not perished. His pursuit of the supreme martial path, a quest for glory surpassing that of countless others, rendered individuals like Yun inconsequential in his eyes. To eliminate potential threats was merely a trivial matter. In the course of refining the barren bones, countless lives would be lost. Taking Yun's life was but a minor concern for Lian Xingyu. He had not invested much thought into confirming Yun's fate. Yet upon emerging from seclusion and discovering Yun had survived, he felt a flicker of confusion. To kill a lowly commoner and yet fail to do so, how could this be? Is it possible that my abilities are insufficient? What are you doing here? Lian Xingyu inquired. Upon hearing Yun's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Lian Xingyu's eyes. Although Yun was merely 12 years of age, his demeanor and speech on the day of the grain distribution were anything but childlike. He possessed the uncanny ability to incite unrest among the populace, making Lian Xingyu regard him as a potential source of instability, likely to stir trouble. Yet at this moment, it was evident that Yun was, after all, but a child, one whose vision was limited to salted meat. How much greatness could he possibly achieve? Lian Xingyu, feeling indifferent towards Yun, was perplexed as to why he had failed to eliminate him earlier. Since you aspire to endure the trials of the wild bones, why do you not enter and register? What are you doing standing outside? This, well, to speak frankly to young Master Lian, Lord Zhao has stipulated that those wishing to register must be at least second-class men, and I. As Yun spoke, his voice trailed off. Seemingly overwhelmed by shame for his own inadequacy, the contempt in Lian Xingyu's gaze intensified. This fool had been mistakenly overestimated. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child, devoid of any cunning. What Lian Xingyu failed to remember was that he himself was still quite young, at 17 years of age, and while he had some worldly knowledge, he too remained somewhat naive. He could never fathom that the 12-year-old Yun before him harbored the soul of an adult. Since you possess such determination and are willing to offer your strength to the Lian clan, it would be unkind of me to refuse. I see that you have ambition and potential. Thus, I shall make an exception and grant you this opportunity. Lian Xingyu encouraged Yun with a few words. This imbecile might just manage to contribute something. Although he is frail, his ability to absorb cold poison could be utilized without concern for his constitution. Chapter 23. Refining the wild bones. Does this mean I can proceed to refine the wild bones? Yun exclaimed with delight. Lian Xingyu responded with a gentle hum. Pondering the irony of Yun's cheerfulness in such a perilous endeavor, it was truly pitiable how far one could go in the pursuit of life. Thank you. Young Master Xie, Yun said, genuinely pleased. He had initially feared that Lian Xingyu might, upon discovering him alive, revert to his erratic nature and attempt to strike him down once more. Although Lian Xingyu's nefarious intentions could not harm Yun, they would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. The first time Lian Xingyu failed to kill him, he might have deemed it an unfortunate accident. However, should he fail again, he would certainly become suspicious, a prospect that did not bode well for Yun. Now, with Lian Xingyu suggesting that Yun refine the wild bones, it aligned perfectly with Yun's desires. Refining the wild bones would afford him a much-needed respite. Yun's strength could be likened to a meteoric rise. Given another month or two, he would be transformed entirely. Jiang Xiaoro had been preparing a meal, and upon completing it, She emerged only to find Yun missing. Stepping outside, she discovered him conversing with Lian Xingyu. Instantly, her heart tightened. This was alarming. For Lian Xingyu had caused Yun immense distress and had nearly taken his life. Concerned for Yun's safety, she hurried over. Though Jiang Xiaoro harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lian Xingyu, she understood that she could not openly confront him. "Oh, it's young Master Lian." She managed a strained smile upon noticing him, then discreetly pulled Yun behind her, positioning herself as a shield. "Oh, Jiang Xiaoro, I remember you," Lian Xingyu remarked. Noticing her subtle maneuver, he furrowed his brow, sensing the hostility emanating from the young woman. Lian Xingyu despised any sign of disrespect from the lower-class citizens of the Lian clan. Perhaps, in the presence of the powerful, his inherent insecurity surfaced, compelling him to uphold his authority even more fiercely against those he deemed inferior. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaoro was a woman he admired, which granted her a rare leniency from him. He believed he could eventually tame her spirit. Lian Xingyu departed, and although he appreciated Jiang Xiaoro, he refrained from displaying any overt kindness, not uttering a single word more to her. As a figure of authority, he viewed women as subjects of his favor rather than objects of pursuit. He merely needed to wait until Jiang Xiaoro found herself in a desperate situation, at which point he could intervene through Zhao Taizhu. "It's all right, Sister Xiaoro. You need not worry," Yun reassured her. Since it was Yun who had informed Jiang Xiaoro of Lian Xingyu's ill intentions, her apprehension eased somewhat at his words. Recently, she had sensed a shift in her brother. He no longer seemed like the innocent child he once was, possessing his own thoughts and ideas. However, after a moment of reflection, Jiang Xiaoro felt a twinge of unease. "Yuner, you wouldn't be considering going to refine the wild bones, would you? That place is far too dangerous for you." Yun gazed at Jiang Xiaoro in surprise. Her keen intuition caught him off guard. Although she was unaware of the intricacies involved in refining the wild bones, she instinctively recognized the perilous nature of the task. Yun pondered for a moment before lowering his voice and saying, "Sister Xiaoro, I am not as feeble as you may think. This time of resurrection feels markedly different from before. Do you not recall the other day when I climbed the mountain to gather herbs? I scaled a cliff 20 meters high with ease." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoro recalled witnessing Yun's remarkable speed in climbing the rocks, which had struck her as peculiar. However, considering Yun's long-standing penchant for heights and herb gathering, she had reluctantly accepted it. Reflecting on it now, it was evident that Yun's agility had indeed improved significantly. In terms of rock climbing, he surpassed even the members of the warrior preparatory camp. With this in mind, Jiang Xiaoro felt a sense of relief. Her younger brother had indeed changed for the better. Sometimes, surviving great adversities can lead to unforeseen blessings. Jiang Xiaoro had heard of individuals struck by lightning who not only survived but also acquired extraordinary abilities. Could it be that Yun was in a similar predicament? That night, Yun, as a new recruit, was taken to the grain-drying yard. The yard was surrounded by wooden fences due to a supposed typhoid incident. The fences had multiplied to the extent that the interior was completely obscured from view. There were more than 30 individuals involved in the arduous bone tempering process, divided into day and night shifts. Yun was assigned to the night shift, which consisted of a dozen or so men. Although these men were not as robust as those from the warrior preparatory camp, they all had broad frames. Standing among them, Yun resembled a small chick among a flock of geese. His height barely reached their chests. Upon seeing Yun, the group of burly men was momentarily taken aback. Their expressions spoke volumes. How could a slender child like him be chosen for such a grueling task? Setting aside his strength, how could someone of his stature even reach the mouth of the cauldron while standing on a stool? How could he possibly add the necessary firewater to the cauldron? Are you jesting with me? You think you can temper bones with that little frame of yours? Your thighs are no thicker than kindling. Seeing Yun's predicament, the men voiced their discontent. The thought of an additional Yun not contributing to their labor, yet potentially sharing in their rations of salted meat left them feeling disgruntled. Yun, however, was disinclined to engage in their banter. He resolutely seated himself by the firewood pile, ignoring their remarks. "Time for gruel," boomed one of the burly men from the warrior preparatory camp, who brought a bucket of porridge. The provision of gruel was likely a benefit granted by the higher-ups of the Lian clan to ensure the smooth operation of the bone tempering process. Only with full bellies could they muster the strength to work. Upon hearing that porridge had arrived, the recruits' eyes lit up, and they rushed forward without a second thought. In a flash, the bucket of porridge was emptied, and Yun, arriving last, found that only remnants remained by the time his turn came. As the others had intentionally jostled and excluded him from the fray, Yun felt a twinge of helplessness, the adage in impoverished regions. One encounters the worst of humanity held its truth. It was not that the characters of those from remote areas were inherently flawed, but rather that when one is impoverished, their ambitions often dwindle. Being overly kind-hearted could lead to one's own starvation. "Time to work! Time to work!" shouted the men from the warrior preparatory camp. The group of burly recruits scattered around the cauldron, replacing the daytime shift. As Yun lingered at the end, he moved slowly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the immense bronze cauldron. To onlookers, it seemed as though he was mesmerized by the colossal vessel, which was indeed staggering in size, towering over him to an extent that his height barely reached the tips of its two handles. However, in that moment, Yun's vision was suffused with a constellation of faint luminous points, reminiscent of a swarm of fireflies dancing in the night sky. Such a wondrous energy. This was the power belonging to the desolate bones, the fabled force of the wilderness. The incessant emergence of these glowing points filled Yun with exhilaration. Although the purple crystal had absorbed a modicum of the energy from the desolate bones earlier, it was from a considerable distance, and the absorption was meager. Nothing compared to the proximity he experienced today. In contrast, the previously consumed items, like the purple jade ginseng and black spirit fungus, paled in significance. Akin to a destitute individual accustomed to plain fare suddenly encountering a feast of delicacies. Yun was overwhelmed with delight. It felt as though a grave robber had stumbled into a royal tomb, or a weasel had infiltrated a henhouse. The energy of the desolate bones was now his to claim. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Go chop some wood," exclaimed a sturdy laborer, tossing an axe at Yun's feet. It was only then that Yun snapped out of his stupor, cheerfully proceeding to chop wood. The laborer muttered under his breath, perplexed by the boy's dazed demeanor, and returned to his own tasks. The group was responsible for cutting the purple firewood. These laborers were putting forth their utmost effort, as those who performed well could be promoted to foreman, earning additional rations of salted meat and grain. While Yun reveled in his fortune, he remained grounded, acutely aware that the refining of the desolate bones was intricately linked to the so-called cold sickness. He was determined to investigate what triggered this affliction. If the purple crystal was unable to resolve it, then no matter how rich the rewards might be, he would have to flee. Thus, as he casually chopped the firewood, he meticulously observed the glowing bronze cauldron. Gradually, he discerned a critical detail. The luminous points emanating from the cauldron exhibited two distinct colors. The first was a predominant purplish red, swirling aimlessly at the mouth of the cauldron. Yun noticed that with a mere thought, these points would gravitate toward him. As the purple crystal integrated with his heart, Yun unknowingly transcended to the second level of mortal blood. At some point, he had gained the ability to actively control the absorption of energy by the purple crystal. He could choose to absorb when he wished, or refrain from doing so at his discretion. As for the other hue of the glowing points, it was an icy blue. Chapter 24. The cold poison. The icy blue specks of light, though few in number, inexplicably instilled in Yun a profound chill. This sensation was familiar to him. He had first encountered it after his descent from the mountain following his breakthrough into the Qi-Long realm, when he witnessed the robust tribesmen refining wild bones. The icy blue points floated silently in the sky, resembling phantoms. Occasionally, one of these luminous orbs would detach from the cauldron's mouth, drifting slowly until it vanished into the body of a laboring tribesman. It disappeared as effortlessly as a snowflake dissolving in water. In Yun's vision, the energy point was no longer discernible. It seemed to have been absorbed by the tribesman's physique. A sudden realization struck Yun. These icy blue specks might be the very cause of the fever afflicting the laborers. He observed intently for a while, noting that sporadically, icy blue points emerged and entered a tribesman's body, all while the men remained oblivious, engaged in their firewood chopping. Increasingly convinced of his hypothesis, Yun discerned that the purplish-red energy did not actively enter the human body. Rather, it lingered within the firewater. Evidently, the energy within the wild bones was twofold. One type, the purplish-red energy, was beneficial to the human body, capable of instigating profound transformations and breakthroughs in realms, while the other was the insidious icy blue energy, lethal and unseen. The notion of toxic energy may sound fantastical, yet it is not without precedent. On Earth, numerous forms of toxic energy exist. Sunlight itself is hazardous, filtered by the atmosphere before nurturing life. Without this filtration, direct exposure to sunlight in space would swiftly prove fatal. Furthermore, some of the most perilous substances on Earth are indeed toxic energies, such as the radioactive element polonium, which famously claimed the life of Yasser Arafat, a figure often seen on news broadcasts. To lethally utilize polonium, A mere gram can kill 10 million people with just a few hundred grams. One could annihilate the entire human population, its potency surpassing that of notorious poisons by millions of times. Yun surmised that these blue light points likely possessed a similar energy characteristic. Perhaps labeling them as toxic was not entirely accurate, but their lethality was undeniable. Just as exposure to radioactive elements can lead to cancer and other ailments on Earth. The cold energy from the wild bones could inflict bizarre maladies akin to typhoid upon those who entered their domain, ultimately leading to death. Realizing this, Yun's expression darkened. Wasn't he standing on the brink of danger? He pondered. He wasn't merely guarding a cauldron, but rather a nuclear reactor. Upon reflection, many aspects of this world appeared distinct from Earth, yet bore striking similarities. In terms of energy, the most potent forms on Earth can be harnessed for atomic bombs or nuclear power generation. Conversely, here, the most formidable energies could forge unparalleled warriors, individuals capable of reshaping landscapes and obliterating cities with a mere gesture. Both forms of energy wield the potential for catastrophic destruction, and if mismanaged, pose a toxic threat to the ordinary populace. Fortunately, Yun has acquired the precious amethyst that grants him dominion over the energies of this world. He fervently hopes that the amethyst will prove effective against this peculiar energy. Yun attempts to absorb the azure light points using the amethyst. Since these ethereal orbs have manifested within his sight, they should, in theory, be susceptible to absorption. However, upon engaging in the process, Yun discovers the results to be rather lackluster. The amethyst is indeed capable of absorbing these azure points, yet the rate of absorption is painstakingly slow, far inferior to that of the purplish-red light points. As the first azure point was drawn into his being, Yun inhaled deeply and cautiously extended his hand, his heart racing with trepidation. Yet, even if the amethyst proves incapable of absorbing this energy, he reassures himself that being merely illuminated by a light point should not lead to his demise. The azure light point seamlessly penetrated Yun's body. He distinctly sensed that the light point, akin to an icy crystal, surged into his fingertips and subsequently melded with his bloodstream. How chilling! This was Yun's immediate sensation, reminiscent of a frigid winter day when a mischievous child stealthily slipped a shard of ice into his collar. Strangely, despite his profound awareness of this biting cold, the burly men around him remained utterly oblivious. Their physical constitution, inferior to his, could not possibly endure such a chill more than he could. It appears they are simply dull to the sensation, unaware of the bone-chilling cold invading them. However, their bodies would betray the truth. Under the onslaught of this frigid poison, they would gradually succumb to lifelessness. Were it not for the crimson elixirs dispatched by the higher-ups of the Lien clan, they might have already perished. Once the azure light point entered his body, Yun diligently tracked its journey. Absorbed by the amethyst, it was ultimately decomposed and transformed into a stream of pure energy that coursed through his veins. The experience was akin to being rejuvenated by a mountain spring, immensely pleasurable. This revelation deepened Yun's admiration for the amethyst, whose rank remains unknown. It can absorb even energies harmful to the human form. Whether it be the icy blue light points from the barren bones, or the vitality emitted when the black hands of the Lien clan's jade were invoked, the amethyst not only absorbs them, but also transmutes them into the most fundamental yet purest energy flow, nourishing his body. Unbeknownst to Yun, within the vast wilderness, there exists an abundance of barren bones laden with energies detrimental to human health. The cold python's barren bones are merely a lower-grade variant, easily neutralized by novice wilderness practitioners. For the amethyst, nullifying such a degree of toxicity poses little challenge. Kid, what are you doing? Yun, engrossed in discerning the differences between the two energies within the barren bones, was abruptly jolted by a brawny man's shout. To others, it appeared as though Yun had been in a daze for quite some time. The burly man, eager to assume leadership among the group, could not overlook Yun's apparent idleness. Yun sheepishly smiled. My apologies, sir, but this axe is rather heavy. Humph, the burly man retorted, his expression one of knowing Yun's inadequacy all along. I truly do not understand what the higher-ups were thinking, assigning a mere boy like you to refine the barren bones. Aren't you just dragging us down? The ungrateful offspring I bore, possessing a head as large as yours yet endowed with twice the strength. Let us not dwell on the age of Yun, even among his peers. He was once of a frail stature, lacking in physical might. In the vast wilderness, the populace venerates the strong, those rugged. Suntan men with robust physiques take pride in their brawn. Conversely, individuals like Yun, with delicate features and soft skin, are relegated to the category of the frail and are hardly esteemed. My sincerest apologies, dear sir. Not only have I hindered your progress, but I have also dragged you down further. I shall strive to improve in the future." Ian maintained a cheerful demeanor, yet the laborer, though capable in his tasks, was somewhat slow to comprehend the implications of Yun's words. He merely grunted in response, grumbling as he returned to his work. Yun, unhurried, continued to chop firewood, slightly hastening his pace to avoid unnecessary trouble. With each log requiring a good 10 or 8 strikes, it took him a good 5 minutes to split one. After all, he had to maintain the facade befitting his status. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, the vibrant crimson energy swirling within the great cauldron surged towards Yun like fledgling swallows seeking warmth. As for the icy blue energy, Yun endeavored to absorb it as well, believing that if he could assimilate all this blue energy, the surrounding laborers would be spared from harm. Alas, the absorption efficacy of the purple crystal regarding the icy blue energy was rather limited, allowing a small amount to seep into the bodies of several laborers nearby. Witnessing this scene, Ian felt a pang of sympathy. Despite their unappealing nature, these individuals did not deserve death. Yet, he was powerless to save them. Should the truth be revealed, these laborers would not only disbelieve him, but might even resort to reporting him to Lin Xingyu for spreading rumors and inciting rebellion in pursuit of rewards, such as salted meat. They were certainly capable of such actions, and Yun could only envision a fate for himself that could be summed up with a mere ha. In this vast wilderness, the weak must confront their own suffering. It is an unavoidable reality. Much like pigs, cattle, and sheep, who bear no fault yet are confined and slaughtered by humans, their inability is the root of their plight. In this wilderness, weakness is indeed a sin. Powerlessness strips one of the ability to shape their destiny, leaving them to be mercilessly exploited. Chapter 25. Self-flagellating cultivation. Yun labored through the night, honing his bones. Yet he discovered that he could not absorb the energy from the wild bones indefinitely. He felt a sense of excessive fullness when he reached a certain threshold of energy absorption, akin to the sensation of being satiated after a meal, unable to consume anymore. Should he continue to draw energy at that moment, he would experience a chaotic flow of energy surging within him, leaving his body tingling all over. In such instances, Ian felt an overwhelming urge to release the pent-up energy coursing through him. He yearned to ascend the mountain and cultivate, his impatience palpable. At long last, when dawn broke and the day shift arrived to relieve him, Ian dashed towards the back mountain. He commenced with a slow jog to the mountain's entrance, and upon confirming the area was deserted, he took off in a full sprint. He resembled a nimble antelope, each leap covering 5 to 6 meters effortlessly. With a single bound, he scaled a 3-meter-high rock, and with another, he vaulted over a 5-meter-tall tree. Ian was not merely running, he was soaring just above the ground. The terrain within the mountain woods was exceedingly intricate. However, under Yun's keen senses and swift reflexes, no obstacle could impede his progress. He ran uninterrupted to the mountain summit, traversed a ridge, crossed a gorge, and ventured into a more remote range of hills. Throughout this journey, he did not pause for a single moment, maintaining a rhythmic breath, steady, yet profoundly deep, his heartbeat steady and powerful. After running for nearly half an hour, Ian finally came to a halt. Despite such prolonged exertion, his complexion remained unflushed and his heart steady. Running itself was a form of cultivation, and after this vigorous sprint, he felt invigorated and thoroughly refreshed. This location marked the farthest safe distance from the village. Any further, he would breach the protective bounds of the spiritual land, risking encounters with monstrous beasts and savage creatures. Given Yun's current strength, any confrontation with a wild beast would spell certain doom. The vegetation on this mountain was sparse, with patches of exposed black iron rock scattered throughout. The black iron rock was as heavy as steel and several times more resilient than ordinary stone. Even the tenacious green pines could not sprout seedlings from such formidable terrain. Ian stood upon a flat expanse at the base of the cliff, measuring 10 zhang in circumference. Above him, a waterfall cascaded like a silken ribbon, countless droplets scattering in the air, enveloped in mist that formed a vibrant rainbow. This picturesque scene, if placed on Earth, would undoubtedly be a captivating tourist attraction. Though the waterfall was not wide, its drop was substantial, exceeding 100 meters. The tumultuous water crashed down with a resounding roar, audible from miles away. This site had been selected by Yun for cultivation, primarily due to the mountain spring waterfall. Taking a deep breath, he activated the energy within him, and his arduous training commenced anew. In the desolate wilderness, devoid of any human presence for miles, Yun practiced the dragon muscle tiger bone fist. Each movement deliberate and precise. Upon the rear mountains of the Lian clan, one can find an abundance of large stones, among which Yun specifically sought a piece of smooth black iron rock. Positioned before this formidable stone, he struck it repeatedly with his fists. How could mere flesh and bone ever hope to shatter the black iron rock, a surface so inhospitable that even the resilient Qing could not sprout? Gritting his teeth, Yun pounded with one fist, then 2, 3, 10, 20. Each blow was delivered with utmost fervor. The agony coursing through his fingers was indescribable. Yet, Yun persevered, sweat streaming down his face, his lips pale, devoid of color. He continued until the skin on his fists had worn away, revealing glimpses of stark, white bone, before finally ceasing his assault. Next, he resorted to kicking the massive stone, his legs bruised and nearly unable to support him. After a brief respite, he began to thrust his shoulders against it, slamming his back into the rock. Every part of his body was employed in this relentless endeavor. But ultimately, he could not prevail against the obstinate black iron rock, leaving him battered and bruised. Pain. Yun collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. His vision blurred. He inhaled deeply, focusing his mind as he began to circulate the energy within him, adhering to the principles documented in the dragon muscle tiger bone fist. This method of training was inherently masochistic, one Yun had previously dared not attempt. However, merely hours prior, he had indulged in a hearty meal of the energy from the cold python's bones. The energy contained within those bones, known as the power of the wilderness, was a tremendous boon for martial practitioners. In comparison, the medicinal potency of the herbs cultivated in the Lian clan's medicinal mountains seemed almost trivial. Even century-old herbs paled in significance. With the support of this power of the wilderness, Yun felt emboldened to undertake this nearly self-destructive practice. This training technique, detailed in the tiger claw shattering stone section of the dragon muscle tiger bone fist, involved using rock to hammer one's bones. The process was excruciating, a test of unwavering willpower. Even with such determination, one required adequate resources to sustain the effort. Otherwise, with injuries as severe as his, the prospect of bone refining would be overshadowed by the risk of permanent disability. Due to resource limitations, the members of the warrior preparatory camp refrained from attempting the tiger claw shattering stone technique lightly. In contrast, the young elites from prominent families could consume fine wild beast meat and cleanse their bodies with wild beast blood, enabling them to endure such injuries. The power of the wilderness surged within him, and Yun felt an itch at his wounds, realizing they were beginning to heal. Indeed, the wild bones were exceptional. And combined with the purification of the purple crystal, the speed of his body's healing was almost visibly accelerated. The bone refining process of the dragon muscle tiger bone fist, coupled with the healing properties of the power of the wilderness, rendered his training akin to the forging of iron. The famed steel used for sword crafting is produced through repeated folding and hammering, resulting in a blade of unparalleled quality. Yun's current practice mirrored this process, treating his body as iron and the black iron rock as an anvil, hammering and honing himself time and again. After resting for a full 3 hours, Yun felt sufficiently restored. The wounds on his hands had scabbed over and no longer impeded his movement. Yun wrapped the wound with coarse cloth and, without uttering a word, plunged headlong into the cascading mountain spring. The waterfall roared, crashing against his body like a weighty hammer. Beneath the waterfall lay a profound pool, its depths unknown due to years of relentless erosion. From the surface, the pool appeared a vibrant emerald green, resembling an uncharted jewel, unfathomably deep. This was the deepest water pool Yun could find near the Lian clan. The technique he intended to practice was the dragon dance in the vast ocean, a move from the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist. In truth, the authentic dragon dance in the vast ocean is not meant to be practiced this way. The vast ocean represents the sea, which Yun lacked in the desolate wilderness, leaving only the waterfall and its deep pool. The dragon dance in the vast ocean serves as a method to cultivate the internal organs. The deeper Yun delved into the practice of the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist, the more he appreciated its intricacies. While the strength and speed of a warrior are relatively easier to cultivate, the tendons, bones, and internal organs reside within the body. Thus, honing them proves to be a formidable challenge. Within the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist, practitioners strengthen their tendons through the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain, drawing the tendons taut like a bowstring, rendering them increasingly robust. To cultivate the bones, they employ the tiger's claw to shatter stone, forging the bones repeatedly until they resemble steel. As for nurturing the internal organs, this is an even greater challenge, unlike bones and tendons. Warriors cannot consciously control their organs to exercise them, making cultivation arduous. Hence, the creator of the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist devised the technique of dragon dance in the vast ocean. This move requires the practitioner to leap into the sea, diving down to depths of 100 or 200 meters in a single breath. The pressure of water beneath 100 meters is terrifying, capable of rupturing eardrums and internal organs. The water pressure exerts indiscriminate force upon the internal organs, and enduring such immense pressure over time can render them more resilient. Taking a deep breath, Yun embraced a large stone and dove directly into the depths of the pool. Chapter 26. The thunderous sound. This tranquil pool, appearing emerald green from the outside, concealed its depths, the exact measure of which remained unknown. The last time Yun ventured to explore its mysteries, he failed to reach the bottom. He descended approximately 10 meters before the pressure began to torment his eardrums. The human eardrum, being the most fragile membrane, is the first to succumb to the unbearable pressure that divers encounter, a truth that holds even for martial artists. Continuing his descent, the pressure on his internal organs was still bearable, but the risk of rupturing his eardrums loomed large. Yun forcefully puffed air from his mouth, increasing the pressure within, and thus the tension between the internal and external pressures equilibrated, alleviating the pain in his eardrums. Uncertain of how deep he had plunged, the dim light underwater rendered visibility poor, with only the vibrant sunlight filtering down when he gazed upward. To maintain leverage in case of peril, Yun kept close to the rocky walls, which were adorned with jagged stones that extended downward, growing increasingly obscure until they vanished into the abyssal darkness. It felt akin to an ominous, endless chasm. Fortunately, having attained the realm of prolonged breathing, he could sustain his dive for a staggering 15 minutes without the need for air. On Earth, the record for breath holding during diving is 13 minutes. Achieved by those specially trained, with adequate training, Yun could surpass that limit. As the pressure intensified, he felt as though his lungs were being compressed. The thoracic cavity filled with bodily fluids. The ribs supporting his chest bore an immense weight, reminiscent of a colossal bear pressing down upon him. And he could distinctly hear the creaking of his ribs. Had he not previously undergone bone refinement, his ribs might have shattered under such strain. His abdominal cavity had contracted completely, the overwhelming pressure compacting his bodily fluids and internal organs. Gradually, Yun sensed he was nearing his limit. Deep diving is an inherently perilous endeavor. Should one succumb to the pressure and lose consciousness, death is inevitable, with the body descending slowly to the depths, destined to be crushed. On Earth, deep-sea enthusiasts must prepare thoroughly, equipped with ropes, balloons, and other flotation devices. Yet Yun had none of these. He relied solely on his own instincts. Splash, splash. The underwater realm was eerily silent, allowing Yun to hear his own heartbeat and the flow of blood through his veins. The sunlight filtering through the mountains was already faint, and in such profound depths, the surrounding darkness enveloped him entirely. In this tranquil, shadowy environment under immense pressure, the only clear sensation was the cool essence of the primordial amethyst nestled in his chest. This gentle chill coursed through his bloodstream like the fabled fountain of life. Though faint, it preserved Yun's vitality, sustaining his basic awareness in this extreme situation. He felt as though the amethyst was his last refuge. As his internal organs faced the crushing pressure of the water, the gem gradually mended his injuries, enabling his organs to recover swiftly while enduring the maximum force of the aquatic weight. Yun was unaware of how long he had remained underwater, diligently channeling the energy of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist within him. As he sensed that the majority of his breath had been exhausted, he began to swim upward. Deep divers typically possess limited stamina and air in their lungs. Thus, ascending requires immense effort. Generally, deep divers on Earth rely on buoyancy devices to assist their rise, yet Yun had to rely solely on himself. This presented a formidable challenge to his cardiovascular endurance. Under such immense pressure, his breaths and heartbeat endured a hundredfold strain. Holding his breath, fueled by sheer willpower and the vitality bestowed upon him by the purple crystal, he ascended, meter by meter, breaking through the water's surface. With a splash, Yun's head emerged, gasping for air, his face pale, lips devoid of color, and his pupils unfocused. After submerging for over 20 minutes and descending to depths exceeding 100 meters, he had relied solely on his strength, without any auxiliary equipment other than a large stone. Yun was astonished that during his first practice of the dragon dance in the vast ocean, He had achieved such a remarkable feat as he emerged from the water, his hair drenched. He breathed deeply for an extended duration, and he sensed a profound change within his body. The primal energy absorbed from the bone had been entirely digested. Before entering this pool, he had felt a strong sense of fullness. Yet after this rigorous training, he now experienced an insatiable hunger, akin to having gone 3 or 4 days without sustenance. Such is the effect of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist. The combination of this technique with the primal energy contained within the bone had propelled Yun's strength to new heights. Truly exhilarating. Unable to contain himself, Yun let out a long howl. Crack, crack, crack. The thunderous realm, the third layer of mortal blood, thunder sound. Yun's heart surged with joy. The fifth layer of mortal blood is achieved effortlessly. There are no bottlenecks, as long as one is diligent in their training and has sufficient energy supply. Anyone can attain the fifth layer of mortal blood. However, despite everyone having the potential to reach this level, the speed of cultivation varies greatly. Those with exceptional talent not only progress rapidly but also establish a solid foundation that far surpasses the average individual. Conversely, those with lesser talent may find themselves lingering for 3 to 5 years at the fifth layer of mortal blood. Yun considered his own talent to be rather mediocre. He had arrived in this world as an ordinary person, frail and weak, barely able to lift a 30-pound stone block. Such talent could hardly be deemed impressive, certainly not surpassing that of the burly son of the firewood carrier. Yet, with the aid of the purple crystal, Yun's cultivation had soared remarkably. In just half a month, he had already reached the third layer of mortal blood. Was it possible that in 2.5 months, on the day of the Taya Divine Nation's warrior selection, he could become a purple blood warrior? A purple blood warrior, particularly within a small tribe like the Lin clan, would be a significant achievement, enough to incite excitement and frenzy among the clan's people. Whoever accomplished this within the Lin clan would be revered like a deity. Within the tribe, he would command the highest prestige and wield absolute power over life and death. As Yun glanced at the time, he realized that his cultivation had extended into the afternoon. Having practiced diligently from morning till now, he had gone an entire night without sleep. Recently having broken through to the third layer of the mortal blood thunder sound realm, he felt no trace of fatigue. Following the meditative technique of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, he regulated his breath for about an hour, awakening with a vigor akin to that of having slept for 4 hours. It was nearly time to refine the desolate bones. After a full day of cultivation, he felt a gnawing hunger, his stomach pressing against his back. Though he had not eaten all day, the energy from the desolate bones had sustained him, masking the hunger pangs. Now, after the intense practice of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, the energy within him had been entirely consumed, intensifying his hunger. At the grain-drying field, a large cauldron was burning fiercely, and it was time for a shift change. Upon seeing Yun return, Datu's father gestured towards a nearby woodpile and nonchalantly instructed him to chop the firewood. You did nothing last night, so you better get this done. If you fail, you won't eat today's porridge. Yun felt speechless. It was as if he had feasted on the porridge yesterday. The moment they all rushed in, they had devoured everything, leaving him with only a few grains to count on his fingers. After finishing that meager broth, they had licked the iron bucket clean without so much as a thought of washing it. Seated in a corner, Yun began to chop the firewood at a leisurely pace. Discreetly, as he worked, he noticed that the cauldron was enveloped by a swirling array of red and blue energy orbs. Previously, when he absorbed the medicinal essence using the purple crystal, he had left a bit of the broth for Lin Qingyu, fearing that the latter might discover the anomaly with the herbs. However, this time, as he absorbed the desolate bones, the stakes were different. Once he fully absorbed the energy, his strength would surge dramatically, and he would no longer fear Lin Qingyu. Yun felt a twinge of guilt towards Lin Qingyu. Inwardly, he expressed his remorse. My apologies, young Master Lin. If I fail to reach the purple blood realm, then so be it. I must consume every last bit of this desolate bone. I can only apologize. He pondered. Should I happen to attain the purple blood realm before fully absorbing the desolate bones, then I would still need to finish every last morsel. As the purple blood realm is merely the beginning of the martial path, the journey ahead is long. With that, Yun completed his internal monologue and began to absorb the energy of the desolate bones. In a state of acute energy deprivation, he indulged in the raw power of the desolate force, a sensation that was utterly exhilarating. The emptiness within him, while akin to hunger, were similarities to it in many respects. In the depths of extreme hunger, what could be more blissful than feasting on a banquet of delicacies? It was worth noting that Lin Xingyu's crude methods could only extract about half the essence of the desolate bones. Yet even that was sufficient for him to break through to the purple blood realm. Yet Yun, utilizing the amethyst to absorb the energy from the desolate bones, does so with remarkable thoroughness and efficiency. Given that Yun's cultivation level is still in the thunder sound realm, the rapid acceleration of his training is indeed a source of trepidation for him. Chapter 27. Illness. That evening, Yun absorbed the energy of the desolate bones, feeling quite satiated. During the day, he covertly observed the training of the soldiers in the preparatory camp, stealing glances at Professor Yao Yuan as he demonstrated the dragon muscle tiger bone fist. The training grounds of the soldiers were not restricted areas. They were frequented by passers-by. Yun, with a measure of caution, managed to watch the practitioners without drawing attention. Over the course of several days, Yun's thunder sound realm became increasingly solidified. He could now remain submerged underwater for 25 minutes, nearly rivaling the duration of a dolphin. However, with just a month remaining before the grand soldier selection of the Tai Divine Nation, the sturdy men who had been refining their bones alongside Yun fell ill. Despite Yun's efforts to absorb the toxic blue energy, a significant amount still permeated their bodies, leading to what was termed typhoid. Once the first individual succumbed to illness, it was not long before Yun himself fell gravely ill. He could no longer continue the bone refining process. According to Jiang Shiro, Yun suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea, his complexion pale and his body exceedingly weak, rendering him unable to rise from his bed. Consequently, he had to rely on Jiang Shiro to request leave on his behalf. Zhao Taizhu, picking at his ears, listened to Jiang Shiro's account with a malicious grin. Oh dear, vomiting and diarrhea? Pale complexion? Weak body? TSK, isn't he supposed to be quite resilient? How is it that he can't even get out of bed this time? Zhao Tieju's tone dripped with sarcasm, and Jiang Shiro's expression darkened, seemingly enraged. Yet, in truth, she was merely feigning anger, fully aware that Yun was merely pretending to be ill. After all, her brother was a coward. His demise would be inconsequential. However, who could blame young Master Lien for being kind-hearted? He had already dispatched a medicinal pill. As Zhao Taizhu spoke, he reluctantly retrieved a bright red pill from behind him. In his heart, he harbored no intention of distributing the pill to Yun. In fact, he would have preferred it if Yun succumbed to his illness. Yet, he was unaware of the reason why Lin Xingyu held Yun in such high regard, specifically instructing him to ensure that Yun received the medicinal pill and confirming that he consumed it. Could it be that young Master Lien truly admired this little wretch? The thought left Zhao Taizhu feeling quite displeased. Young Master Lien is far too benevolent. Such precious pills and these salted meats. And he's just handing them out to these commoners. A true waste. Previously, these individuals had worried that Lin Xingyu would neglect them. Yet now it appeared that even the inept Yun was receiving medicine. Surely, the robust men in their households would also receive some. The sight of Zhao Taizhu clutching a bulging cloth bag, likely filled with salted meat, only heightened their excitement, and the atmosphere became increasingly uncontrollable. Lord Zhao, my spouse is ill too. Lord Zhao, my child's father is even worse. He has been vomiting for 3 days. A throng of people surrounded him, eagerly anticipating the distribution of a medicinal pill or a piece of salted meat, their eyes filled with hope, nearly bowing down to Zhao Taizhu in reverence. Zhao Taizhu reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention. Indeed, young Master Lien was soft-hearted. Such precious medicinal pills and salted meats handed out to these lowly folk was, in his view, nothing short of a waste. Zhao Taizhu had initially yearned to secretly consume a pill, yet he was preemptively warned by Lin Xingyu, and thus had to relinquish the thought, particularly since this very pill was to be distributed to the impish Yun, which further irked Zhao Taizhu. Why all the commotion? Those genuinely ailing will receive their share, Zhao Taizhu declared as he unwrapped the cloth bag, counting the recipients and distributing both the medicinal pills and cured meats. Each individual who received the pill and cured meat expressed their gratitude repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Zhao. Thank you, Lord Zhao. What do you have to thank me for? You should express your gratitude to young Master Lien. He will remember your contributions to the tribe, as long as you diligently cultivate the wild bones and fulfill your responsibilities. Young Master Lien and the tribe will not neglect you." Zhao Taizhu spoke with a sense of accomplishment, momentarily feeling as if he represented the elite of the Lien clan. Yes, thank you, young Master Lien. Some of the suffering individuals knelt down, bowing toward the elders' courtyard of the tribe. Zhao Taizhu was quite pleased with this outcome. Having almost finished distributing the cured meat and pills, only 2 pieces remained. one the largest and the other the smallest. The largest piece of cured meat was reserved for himself, as he had chosen it when Lin Qingyu instructed him to distribute the cured meat. Cured meat was limited. What if he ended up with one less piece? It was simple. He would just slice a small piece from the second largest piece. Naturally, this small slice would be the smallest among all the cured meats, which he handed to Jiang Xiao. "This is yours," Zhao Taiju remarked indifferently. "You." Jiang Xiao, upon seeing the meager piece of cured meat designated for her, recognized Zhao Tieju's deliberate slight and felt a surge of indignation. However, she understood that voicing her displeasure would be futile, so she tucked the meat away. "Yunner hasn't had meat in such a long time. How is your brother faring?" Zhao Taiju lazily inquired as he tucked the largest piece of cured meat into his bosom. "Hee, I'll accompany you to check on him. After all, it's in my nature to care for my people." Zhao Taiju inadvertently distinguished himself from the common populace, referring to Yun as my people in a rather condescending tone. As for his reason to visit Yun, it undoubtedly stemmed from Lin Qingyu's concern. Otherwise, he would have been disinterested in the matter. Zhao Taiju could not comprehend why Lin Qingyu cared for this insignificant boy. In reality, Lin Qingyu had merely made a passing remark to Zhao Taiju and had not invested much thought into it. With lofty aspirations of ascending to greatness and indulging in endless splendor, he hardly regarded Yun as someone of significance. He was merely puzzled as to why Yun had managed to survive time and again. The first time, when he fell while gathering herbs, he was buried and yet managed to crawl out. The second time, having covertly sabotaged him by injecting a lethal energy into Yun's body. He was astonished that Yun's vitality remained intact. Now, as Yun endeavored to cultivate the wild bones, infused with the frigid poison, along with the toxicity of the blood transformation pill, Lin Qingyu was curious to know if this time Yun would indeed survive. In Lin Qingyu's eyes, Yun resembled a cockroach, small and seemingly insignificant, yet endowed with an indomitable spirit. Even when crushed underfoot, with its insides burst and mobility completely stripped away, it could still survive for a day or two without sustenance. Yun appeared to be in a similar plight. His power was negligible, yet he repeatedly endured calamities without succumbing. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the courtyard door swung open, and Jiang Xiao's crisp voice, laced with anger, pierced the air. "What are you doing?" "Haha, just checking on your brother." Zhao Taiju swaggered in, his gaze immediately landing on Yun, who lay on the bed. At that moment, Yun was drenched in sweat, his hair plastered to his forehead. Beside his bed lay a basin that seemed to contain vomit, and the room was permeated with a pungent, acrid odor. "Damn, what a foul stench." Zhao Taiju grimaced, pinching his nose as he tossed a huashua dan to Yun. "I can't fathom your incredible fortune in receiving such special treatment from the young master. Look at you. You're in worse shape than a beggar. Just looking at you makes me feel nauseated. Hurry up and take the medicine." With an impassive expression, Yun picked up the huashua dan that had fallen beside the quilt, while Jiang Xiao hurriedly brought him a bowl of water. The moment Yun held the huashua dan, he could sense its energy attributes. The energy contained within the pill was pitifully scarce. It lacked any valuable herbs, but was laden with potent toxins. A quality pill inherently possesses energy. When ingested, its medicinal properties disperse into the body, naturally healing ailments and rejuvenating vitality. In contrast, a subpar pill like the huashua dan contains almost no energy but relies on toxins to stimulate the body, awakening latent potential without regard for the consequences. Thus, while taking such a pill may result in a swift recovery, it ultimately shortens one's lifespan. Naturally, Yun had no intention of consuming such a detrimental concoction. He made a concerted effort to swallow it, but with his mouth dry, he failed to ingest anything. Immediately after, he feigned weakness, coughing violently as if drinking water posed a formidable challenge. Jiang Xiao quickly fetched a piece of coarse cloth to help Yun wipe his mouth. During this process, he discreetly expelled the huashua dan, concealing it within the fabric. Once wrapped, nothing was visible. Zhao Taiju, already displaying disdain and impatience, was oblivious to Yun's ruse. In truth, not even Lin Qingyu himself might have detected that Yun had spat out the medicine. After all, Yun merely appeared to be a 12-year-old child. Who would suspect such a performance from him? "Consider yourself fortunate," Zhao Taiju declared. "Taking this pill will not only save your life but also invigorate you. So you always resemble a frail wretch, half alive." With that, he turned and strode away. After Zhao Taiju departed, Yun squinted as he gazed upon the blood-replenishing pill wrapped in coarse cloth. A flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This jade-like concoction was indeed ruthless. To refine a single piece of desolate bone would necessitate the sacrifice of so many lives. This other world was far from akin to Earth. On Earth, it is a rare occurrence for two children to quarrel, one child taking a knife to fatally wound the other after school. Such incidents, due to their infrequency, might even make headlines on Tencent. However, in this realm where power reigns supreme, if one were to take a life over a mere disagreement, well, is that even noteworthy? In a world governed by peace and law, murder is an unspeakable atrocity, whereas here, taking a life is akin to slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Often, the act of killing requires no justification. Simply finding someone disagreeable suffices. Chapter 28. Disguise after the complete distribution of the blood transformation pills. The robust men who had been afflicted with typhus indeed recovered by the following day. With the presence of elixirs and cured meats, their gratitude was palpable, and their efforts in refining their skeletal strength intensified. Naturally, Yun was among them. Exhibiting the swiftest recovery, he merely wiped his face, which had been dampened with cool water, to feign sweat. Thus, by the dawn of the next morning, Yun bounded towards the sun-dried grain field, brimming with vitality. During the day, he practiced bone refinement, and at night, he honed his skills in the secluded mountains, favoring discretion. Yun, you seem to be back to health, called out Wang Dinyang from a distance, noticing Yun's buoyant gait, as though he had an abundance of energy to expend. Indeed, I'm completely recovered. I owe it all to young Master Lian's miraculous pills. He is truly a benevolent soul. Yun replied with a naive grin, his expression one of sincere gratitude. As he traversed the path, he extolled the virtues of the blood transformation pills to anyone who would listen. That's wonderful. How splendid. Wang Dinyang observed Yun's spirited demeanor, recognizing his full recovery. It was somewhat peculiar to witness an adult leaping about. Yet who could blame him when he was perceived merely as a 12-year-old child? At 12, a boy is typically playful. After garnering young Master Lian's attention, Yun felt that he had previously behaved with undue maturity, hardly embodying the essence of youth. A boy of 12 ought to exhibit the traits of his age, occasionally indulging in whimsical antics to appear more ordinary. My husband also wished to concoct that bone soup, but alas, he could not make it. You are truly fortunate. Yun, Wang Dinyang remarked, her voice laden with envy. Ha ha, Wang Dinyang, there are still some cured meats left from what my family distributed. I shall bring you a piece tonight, Yun said with unreserved generosity, showing no hesitation in offering the cured meat that the impoverished regarded as vital sustenance. In truth, after Zhao Taizhu had distributed the cured meat, Yun had cut off a small portion to feed a dog, not his own. For a poor family could scarcely afford to keep a dog. If a dog were to exist, it would have long been consumed by the starving populace. Among the entire Lian clan, only the warriors had managed to sustain a few dogs, bred for hunting. Due to the presence of spiritual lands, wild beasts were exceedingly rare in the vicinity of the Lian clan. Without hunting dogs, even locating a rabbit would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, let alone capturing game. Yun had fed the dog, primarily out of concern that young Master Lian might have poisoned the cured meat intended for him. Although the likelihood was slim, he remained cautious. Once he observed that the dog was unharmed, he felt secure enough to allow Jiang Shiro to slice a bit of meat for cooking. Having been deprived of meat for so long, Yun found the flavor of the cured meat rather unpalatable, its texture tough and dry, devoid of any savory essence. Only a lingering saltiness remained. Yet, even with such an unappealing piece of cured meat, Jiang Shiro insisted on refusing to eat, wanting to save it for Yun. It took considerable persuasion for Yun to convince her to consume a small portion, while he himself partook sparingly, leaving the remainder hanging on the wall. Yun has set his sights on the forthcoming election for the warriors of the Tai Divine Kingdom, scheduled for 2 months hence. Showing little regard for the now tasteless salted meat, he recalls Jiang Shiro mentioning how Mrs. Wang next door had once taken great care of their family, especially during the years following his mother's passing. During those times, as Jiang Shiro single-handedly supported the household, they often consumed all their grain before the day of distribution. Had it not been for Mrs. Wang lending them food, they would have perished from hunger. Such a profound favor in this world, where lending food to others is far more challenging than borrowing money on earth, warrants a gesture of gratitude. Therefore, offering this piece of salted meat to Mrs. Wang's family is only fitting. Oh, this cannot be. Yun, both you and your sister are at the age of growth. It is not right for you to part with your precious meat, Mrs. Wang asserted firmly, leaving Yun feeling a mix of emotions. In the precarious and impoverished Lian clan, Although many unscrupulous individuals abound, there are also simple folk like Mrs. Wang, who, despite their own hunger, still consider the needs of others. The same land nurtures a diverse array of characters. Mrs. Wang, Xiaoku is also at an age where she needs nourishment. If you do not eat, she must. Xiaoku, the daughter of Mrs. Wang, is of similar age to Yun. In their childhood, she often trailed behind him with a runny nose. Now, as she matures, she blossoms into a more vibrant young girl, while Yun, having experienced a rebirth, finds their interactions have diminished significantly. Enough talk. I shall go prepare some bone broth, Yun declared, not allowing Mrs. Wang to respond before swiftly departing. That child. Mrs. Wang shook her head, yet her face radiated warmth and satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the Lin clan's elder, Lin Qingyu stood on the cool stone floor, practicing his martial arts. Clad in a loose-fitting training outfit made from rare silk, a luxurious fabric within the clan, he moved with a fluidity that was both smooth and comfortable. As he traversed the ground in circles, his movements varied from leisurely, reminiscent of an elder's morning exercise, to swift, akin to a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Throughout, his gaze remained fixed upon his fingertips, his hands darting like venomous serpents through the trees, rendering his attack points nearly impossible to discern. Zhao Taizhu stood nearby, patiently waiting for Lin Qingyu to conclude his practice, not daring to make a sound. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, Lin Qingyu finally finished. He brought his hands together at his waist and exhaled sharply, the breath shooting forth like an arrow, far-reaching yet cohesive. This breath, a hallmark of the Qi-Long realm, transcended mere air, embodying the essence of the world's vital energies as Lin Qingyu had reached the 5th level of the blood realm, capable of drawing the Earth's primordial energy into his being. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Zhao Tieju's eyes sparkled as Lin Qingyu completed his practice, eagerly approaching him. Enough chatter. How did the bone refining go? Of course, everything is proceeding as it should. It must be. Zhao Taizhu patted his chest with assurance, proclaiming that those lowly villagers who consumed the pickled meat and medicinal herbs bestowed by the young master were filled with gratitude, eager to toil tirelessly for him. Let us distribute some of the leftover medicinal residues to them, Lin Qingyu casually suggested, noting that the remnants held little value. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "By the way, how is Yun faring?" Yun. Zhao Tieju's expression soured slightly. This lad was gravely ill 2 days ago, suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea, drenched in sweat, turning his shabby dwelling into a foul stench, resembling a beggar. Had it not been for the young master's compassion in providing him with elixirs, he would have perished. I personally witnessed him consuming the elixir as per the young master's orders, and to his credit, he has been extolling the young master's virtues to anyone he meets, claiming it is thanks to the young master's gift that he has managed to recover. Listening to Zhao Tieju's account, a subtle smile graced Lin Qingyu's lips. The tribe's common folk were increasingly foolish. He had previously thought that there were a few clever individuals among them, including Yun, but it appeared he had overestimated them. Perhaps it was for the best. Their ignorance would make it easier to conceal any mishaps should they arise. Keep a vigilant watch in the coming days, as time progresses. Ensure that the extraction of the essence from the bones is flawless. If successful, I shall reward you handsomely. But should there be even the slightest error, you shall pay the price. Lin Qingyu's final words were laced with a menacing undertone, causing Zhao Taizhu to shiver and nod fervently in agreement. Rest assured, my lord. I shall keep a watchful eye day and night to prevent any mistakes. Zhao Taizhu hurriedly made his way to the grain-drying area, where Yun was leisurely chopping wood. Upon noticing Zhao Taizhu, Yun flashed a simple, innocent smile, exuding an aura of harmlessness. What are you staring at? Get back to work, or you'll be courting disaster. Zhao Taizhu bellowed, hurling a large bundle towards him. As the package burst open, a mound of medicinal residues spilled out, leftovers from Lin Qingyu's cleansing process. These are the remnants from when Lin Qingyu purified himself, Zhao Taizhu grumbled. The strong laborers, upon hearing this, were immediately captivated, rushing forward to seize the residues. Yun, of course, did not manage to claim any. He would not accept such refuse even if it were offered freely. After all, these remnants were essentially Lin Qingyu's bathwater. Would he soak in the same water again? Absurd. Nonetheless, Yun pretended to approach, but ultimately departed empty-handed, sighing in disappointment. Observing Yun's dull-witted demeanor, Zhao Taizhu scoffed. This fool was so apathetic even when it came to dividing spoils. What else could he possibly excel at? He deserved to starve. With that, Zhao Taizhu left, and the others resumed the arduous task of refining the bones. The process involved extracting the essence of the bones into the firewater. followed by repeatedly evaporating the liquid until the dissolved bone crystals manifested. The boiling point of the firewater was exceptionally high, making the evaporation process exceedingly challenging. Countless bundles of firewood had already been consumed, and the burly man tasked with the extraction had skin scorched red from the flames. However, Yun is an exception. His skin remains delicate and smooth, apart from his slightly flushed cheeks, which are not a result of the scorching heat, but rather a natural glow stemming from the ample absorption of the essence of the wasteland bones, indicative of his robust health. Yun glanced at Zhao Tieju's silhouette and then at the large cauldron used for refining the wasteland bones. Today, once again, he indulged himself to satisfaction, eagerly yearning to unleash his vigor on the back mountain. His body may be satiated, yet his fists are yearning for action. In a remarkable turn of events, the literary work Martial Extremity by Kan Jian has once again ascended into the top 10 of the bestseller list. Gratitude is extended to all who have shown their support, allowing Martial Extremity to remain on the bestseller list for 2 months post-completion without any new paid VIP content, particularly maintaining a strong presence within the top 3 during the first month following its conclusion. Historically, there are currently 13 works with a higher total fan value than Martial Extremity. Although the average subscriptions of Martial Extremity show a considerable gap compared to those of the most esteemed authors, it is unprecedented for a completed work to sustain such longevity in sales. Kan Jian expresses heartfelt thanks for the unwavering support and simultaneously recommends Martial Extremity, a book that embodies a significant investment of effort and passion. It is certainly worth a read. Chapter 29, Unblocking the Meridians Day After Day. The rugged mountains behind the Lian clan are marked by the footprints of Yun. With relentless dedication to his training, his strength has soared to unprecedented heights. The distance between the back mountain and the medicinal herb mountain is considerable, and given its remoteness from the tribal village, it is a place seldom visited by anyone. During the day, it is deserted, and at night, not even a shadow can be seen. Here, Ian practices his skills without fear of being observed. 15 days later, with a mighty roar, Yun leaps forth like an arrow, soaring 10 meters high to the summit of the rocky cliff. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, he tenses his body, channeling the power from his legs through his waist, allowing the force to travel up his spine and into his arms, delivering a powerful punch. A resonant vibration emanates from within Yun, akin to the taut string of a powerful bow. This is the sound of his tendons snapping. Compared to the day he faced Yao Yuan, the sound is even more intense. Crack! A stone, measuring a foot on each side, is shattered by his punch. Crack spiderweb across the surface of the stone. This is no ordinary rock. It is black iron rock, significantly harder than regular stone, yet today, it is obliterated by Yun's strike. In the forest, the birds that had settled nearby are startled into flight, while the insects and croaking frogs fall silent, frightened into stillness. In an instant, the wilderness is enveloped in a profound silence, with only the rustling of leaves and the occasional feather drifting down to rest upon Yun's head and shoulders. With thunderous might and the precision of a master archer, I have reached a preliminary state of this realm. My current level is thoroughly consolidated, and I am now poised to attempt unblocking my meridians, aiming to ascend to the 4th level of the mortal blood meridian realm. The human body possesses meridians, yet for ordinary individuals, these pathways remain obstructed, precluding the circulation necessary to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. When warriors hone their skills and achieve physical refinement, they must unblock their meridians to prepare for the true path of martial arts. The human meridians are categorized into 12 primary channels and 8 extraordinary vessels. The 12 primary channels traverse the limbs, 3 yang channels and 3 yin channels in the hands, and 3 yang channels and 3 yin channels in the feet, totaling 12. The 8 extraordinary vessels permeate the entire body, with the 2 most crucial among them being the Ren and Du meridians. These 2 meridians lie along the body's central axis, forming a straight line when viewed from the front. The Ren meridian is anterior while the Du meridian is posterior. Together, they encircle the body along the central axis, traversing the lower dantian and perineum, akin to ropes binding the body together. Between the Ren and Du meridians lies the Duan meridian. Unblocking the Ren and Du meridians and reconnecting the Duan meridian will enable the body's energy to circulate harmoniously along the central axis, establishing a perfect and closed loop. Thus, unblocking the Ren and Du meridians is a pivotal step in unblocking the entire body's meridians. For instance, Zhang Wuji, through the practice of the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi, unblocked all his meridians, while Suzhou achieved the same during his acceptance of the internal power inheritance from Li Qiushui and Tong Lao. Historical medical texts abound with accounts of unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, revealing that once these pathways are open, one can undergo a transformative rebirth, greatly enhancing their prowess. The flawless closure of the meridians will also pave the way for future advancements in martial arts to even greater heights. As Yun settled into a meditative posture, he commenced the activation of the energy accumulated within his body, surging through his meridians. Once these pathways were opened, Yun's prowess would be comparable to that of a legendary martial artist from the tales of yore. Had he existed in ancient China, he could effortlessly traverse rooftops, swiftly enact vengeance, and decimate the enemy's ranks with ease. The Ren and Du meridians could be unblocked through two distinct methods, one with external assistance, and the other through one's own efforts. In various chronicles, unparalleled masters have expended their own vitality to assist protagonists in achieving this feat overnight, a practice known as transference of power. Although this approach is expedient, it lacks the solid foundation gained through personal cultivation. Naturally, Ian opted for the latter method, striving to clear his meridians through sheer determination. The techniques for unblocking the meridians are enshrined within the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist Manual, which advocates a seated position with legs crossed, emphasizing deep and prolonged breaths. Upon reaching the third tier of ordinary blood, a martial artist inhales energy into their body, merging it with their pre-existing reserves, creating a torrent akin to a flowing fire within. Ian consciously directed this energy toward his dantian, compressing it with each repetition. Gradually, the energy from all parts of his body began to coalesce, and his breathing quickened, drawing deeper breaths. He absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, harmonizing with the primordial energies of the cosmos. If anyone were to observe from a distance at that moment, they would behold a faint luminescence enveloping Yun. Most notably, a violet glow began to concentrate in his chest, gradually radiating throughout his entire being. This was the brilliance of the primordial purple crystal as it absorbed the energies of the universe. As Yun engaged in this meditative practice, the purple crystal within his heart assisted him in the final surge of power. Slowly, the violet light intensified around him, reminiscent of the auspicious purple chi heralded in ancient Chinese lore, symbolizing the presence of a sage. With each successive accumulation of energy, a sound akin to the roar of a tiger and the chant of a dragon resonated within Yun, as the blood coursing through him surged like a relentless river. With every breath, the currents of air surrounding him began to whirl, akin to a great whale drawing in water, creating an impressive force. His breaths grew increasingly labored. With every inhalation, his body swelled, akin to a small vessel riding the waves, rising and falling. In this rhythmic motion, Yun's strength continued to consolidate, repeatedly gathering and reinforcing. His tendons emitted a sound reminiscent of a drawn bowstring, while his resilient skin stretched like a blown-up hide, and his bones cracked audibly like popping beans. As this energy reached its zenith, Yun felt as though his body might explode. He directed the amassed power, along with the heated essence he had drawn into himself, into his dantian in a tumultuous wave, crashing like furious tides against rocks. Just as Yun sensed he had reached his limit, and the tiny blood vessels beneath his skin began to rupture, a tremendous boom resounded. At that moment, energy erupted from Yun's core, shattering the rock beneath him and obliterating the surrounding foliage and saplings within a 5-meter radius. Yun was utterly exhausted, blood streaming from his nostrils and ears. But this was no ordinary blood. It was black, and even from the pores of his skin, a grayish sweat oozed forth. He had successfully opened all his meridians, officially entering the realm of the 4th layer of mortal blood, becoming an individual akin to the legendary heroes of martial arts. In his youth, while immersed in tales of chivalry, he had yearned to be an elegant hero, capable of scaling rooftops and acting with righteousness, dispensing justice with flair. Today, he found himself possessing such formidable prowess. However, in this otherworldly realm, energy was far more abundant than on Earth. On Earth, merely opening the Ren and Du meridians marked one as an unparalleled master, likely due to the absence of the so-called cosmic essence. Here, not only was there cosmic essence, but also primal forces, spiritual energy, and a myriad of mysterious powers that Yun had yet to comprehend, their might comparable to nuclear energy on Earth. This power could be harnessed for his own use, rendering the 4th layer of mortal blood merely the beginning of his martial journey. Yun leapt from the ground, his senses heightened, perceiving the world around him with newfound clarity. Within a 10-step radius, he could hear the rustling of leaves in the wind and the sound of insects burrowing into the earth with remarkable acuity. He even counted 32 fallen leaves scattered across the grass. His heightened perception sharpened his mind. Many martial experts possessed impeccable memory due to the unblocked meridians, resulting in significant cognitive advancement. It was exhilarating. The transformation of his body filled Yun with immense joy. He had flawlessly broken through to the fourth layer of mortal blood. Moreover, he once again purified his essence and marrow through this breakthrough. Mortals consume grains and, prior to reaching the purple blood realm, must cleanse their bodies of impurities. The more thorough this purification, the better, and Yun had already undergone this cleansing process twice, each time expelling less filth. He stripped off his clothes and dove into a deep pool, plunging over 100 meters beneath the surface, holding his breath for 20 minutes before resurfacing. With a splash, Yun emerged like a great carp, leaping onto a large rock. Completely unclothed and without a change of garments, he donned his damp, old clothes that clung to him, accentuating the perfect contours of his physique. The rigorous training of recent days had rendered his muscles increasingly firm and his physique more athletic, and he had grown taller, resembling a striking young man. Especially now, after his meridian breakthrough, he exuded a different aura entirely. Standing atop the rock, his body resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating an imposing presence. The gentle moonlight bathed his delicate skin, glistening like liquid mercury. Such a youth bore no resemblance to an impoverished child from a destitute family. Perpetually hungry, he resembles an uncut gem, already revealing a beautiful luster, and the tattered coarse cloth that drapes over him does nothing to conceal his radiant brilliance. Chapter 30. The Golden Dragon Guards. After breaking through to the Meridian Realm, Yun's perception of this world underwent a profound transformation. Now, even without the aid of the latent primordial amethyst within his heart, Yun could sense the ubiquitous elemental energy surrounding him. This energy flowed into his body with each breath, much like air, and was subsequently expelled through his pores, subtly transforming his constitution. The elemental energy of heaven and earth is a more refined form of energy than mere sustenance. While mortals consume grains and cereals, cultivators can derive their essential energy from the elemental forces of the universe, enabling them to fast after reaching a certain level of martial prowess. In ancient China, as recorded in Zhuangzi, the free and easy wandering, there are accounts of individuals who subsist solely on the energy of heaven and earth, refraining from grains and living by inhaling the wind and drinking dew. This way of existence purifies the body, reducing impurities and extending one's lifespan, a state greatly revered by ancient sages, with many texts documenting such ideals. Of course, Yun is far from being able to fast. He believes that when he truly reaches that level, he will certainly not harbor the mindset required for it. Back on Earth, Yun was a true connoisseur of food, indeed. To label him merely a glutton would be too crude. A food enthusiast, as he preferred to be known, signifies a love for savoring life rather than mere indulgence. Not only did Yun enjoy eating, but he also took pleasure in cooking. Having lived alone for quite some time on Earth, his culinary skills, while not on par with top chefs, were certainly commendable among home-cooked meals. In a couple of years, once Yun establishes his career, with his decent looks and culinary prowess, he would undoubtedly attract admirers in search of a romantic partner. Unfortunately, this journey to another world meant starting afresh. And within the impoverished and struggling Lian clan, Yun's cooking talents remained unutilized. He looked forward to the day when he could indulge himself with a splendid feast. Dismissing notions of fasting and subsisting on wind and dew as absurd, such a life would diminish the joys of existence to a mere shadow. Having spent a month in this foreign realm, the only morsel of meat Yun had encountered was a piece of salted pork, which, though unpalatable, was still meat. Now, with that gone, he was left with only coarse grain porridge, which left him yearning for more. Yet, constrained by circumstances, Yun endured his hunger, relying on the essence of wild bones for sustenance. Fortunately, this essence was invigorating. Since the Lian clan withheld food, he resolved to consume the wild bone essence instead. With the intent to absorb every last drop of it, Yun was unreserved in his approach, planning to utilize the power of the amethyst once more during his refinement of the wild bones. However, today, an unexpected event transpired. The entire clan, young and old, gathered outside their homes and converged upon the plaza in front of the clan leader's courtyard, transforming the once quiet square into a bustling sea of humanity. Amidst the throng, there emerged a colossal entity resembling a small mountain. When Yun focused his gaze, he was taken aback. This mountain-like figure was, in fact, a gigantic beast. How could such a creature possibly exist within the Lian clan? Judging by its immense stature, it could likely raise the entire Lian tribe with a single swipe. Yet, surrounded by so many people, it was evident that the beast displayed no aggression and coexisted peacefully with the members of the Lian clan. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Yun's mind. This beast, measuring over 10 meters in length, boasted sharp tusks and limbs as robust as iron pillars, capable of remarkable speed. Furthermore, atop the creature's back sat a man wielding a sword, emanating an aura of formidable power that was truly fearsome. This vivid scene left an indelible impression on Yun, for as an earthling, witnessing such a spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. Now, the beast in the square bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had seen racing through the fields, perhaps even being the very same creature. In an instant, Yun understood. A prominent figure had arrived at the Lian clan, and this mountain-like beast was undoubtedly the mount of that distinguished individual. Such an event was not to be missed, and he hurriedly made his way toward the Lian clan square. Along the way, he observed the villagers of the Lian clan celebrating with exuberance, as if it were a festive occasion. Yun overheard snippets of conversation that quickened his heartbeat. The master of this beast was a member of the Yunhuang Guard. The Yunhuang Guard was the elite force of the Taya Divine Kingdom, with all its main combatants possessing cultivation levels above the Purple Blood Realm. An army composed of warriors from the Purple Blood Realm was formidable beyond measure. The founder of the Yunhuang Guard was none other than the founding emperor of the Taya Divine Kingdom, who, under the leadership of the Taya Ancestral Emperor, swept across the realms and established the unparalleled legacy of the kingdom. This tiger and wolf brigade of the Yunhuang Guard has endured through countless generations since the founding era. The Taya Divine Kingdom holds warrior selections, and those chosen enter the Yunhuang Guard's reserve. They train within the reserve and, upon passing rigorous assessments, become full-fledged members. However, passing these assessments is exceedingly challenging. Failure relegates one to the ordinary military, thus severing any ties with the elite Yunhuang Guard. The implication of being a Yunhuang Guard member meant that the individual who had come to the Lian clan was at least a warrior of the Purple Blood Realm. The combat prowess of a Yunhuang Guard warrior from the Purple Blood Realm far surpasses that of a native warrior of the same rank. In reality, the Yunhuang Guard member visiting the Lian clan was a peak-level Purple Blood expert, with such a high level of cultivation combined with extensive experience in the Yunhuang Guard. His combat capabilities were unparalleled. He was indeed an elite warrior of the Yunhuang Guard. In the vast wilderness, even a chieftain of a large tribe with a population exceeding 100,000 would bow in respect upon meeting him. Thus, for the Lian clan, his status was nothing short of terrifying. Thus, the esteemed members of the Lian clan emerged in unison, with Lian Qingyu and the venerable elder at the forefront, greeting the approaching procession with faces adorned in smiles of deference. At this moment, Yun discerned that this man was none other than the swordsman he had encountered atop the colossal beast upon his arrival in this foreign realm. His imposing presence exuded an intense aura, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure even from a considerable distance. Indeed, it was him. A stirring of recognition welled within Yun, for this marked his second encounter with the individual. The first occurrence transpired shortly after his arrival, when he happened upon him near the Lian clan's territory. It seemed far too coincidental. Reflecting upon it, Yun, having gained insight into this world since his arrival, understood that the Cloud Wasteland was inherently barren. Particularly the Lian clan, a meager tribe within a desolate expanse. It was rare for formidable experts to wander aimlessly into such a forsaken locale. Hence, the fact that this man, as an elite of the Yunhuang Guard, had lingered in proximity to the Lian clan for an extended duration surely bore significant reasoning. Yet, the true motive remained a mystery. Chapter 31. The primaries. As Yun pondered, his gaze suddenly caught sight of an individual. After breaking through to the Meridian realm, his senses had become remarkably acute, allowing him to spot Jiang Xiaoro peering in from the periphery of the bustling crowd. Sister Xiaoro, Yun called out. Yunner. Upon seeing Yun, Jiang Xiaoro's heart surged with joy. Oh, Yunner, how come you? Today, she felt an inexplicable difference in Yun, though she could not quite articulate what had changed. If the former Yun had exuded an aura of a timid, harmless child, the present Yun radiated the vigor of a striking young man, his innate charm undiminished by his tattered, coarse garments. Inner elegance. Jiang Xiaoro was suddenly reminded of this phrase, envisioning a treasured sword concealed within its scabbard, its latent brilliance awaiting the moment of revelation. Yun now evoked such sentiments in her. However, it was only through their close companionship that Jiang Xiaoro could perceive this transformation, to those unfamiliar with Yun. Any perceived change would likely be dismissed as mere observation of his slight stature. Sister Cheryl, I am fine, Yun smiled, aware that his newfound aura stemmed from his recent breakthrough. Let us venture inside. Yet, by the time others processed this, they would merely attribute it to Yun's diminutive frame, believing he was merely finding small openings to navigate through the crowd. In the center of the plaza, the higher-ups of the Lin clan were cautiously receiving the man bearing the sword on his back. Qingyu, send word to slaughter a cow and prepare a feast. The elder clan leader waved his hand, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. The clan had a few draft cattle, a valuable asset to the Lin tribe, resembling Earth's yellow cattle but possessing significantly greater strength. In this harsh wilderness, where rocky terrain prevailed, much of it being black iron rock, cultivating arable land proved exceedingly challenging. Without draft cattle, the Lin clan would struggle to produce their own food, relying entirely on the Tao clan for sustenance. Thus, within the Lin clan, a single draft cow was worth more than dozens of human lives, a lamentable reality. Now that the members of the Yunhuang guard had arrived, hospitality was in order. The clan had already tightened their belts to endure hardship, and proper food was scarce. They could only resort to slaughtering a draft cow. The man with the sword was acutely aware of the hardships faced by the small tribes in the wilderness. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "There is no need to kill a cow. Along my journey, I encountered several fierce beasts that attacked me. After hunting them down, I stored their meat on the back of a giant rhinoceros as provisions. Have someone retrieve it and prepare it over a fire." His words were delivered lightly, yet they struck a chord of alarm among the members of the Lin clan. In the wilderness above, aggressive beasts fell into three categories: fierce beasts, savage beasts, and wild beasts. Among these, fierce beasts were the most common, akin to tigers and leopards on Earth. Experienced hunters, even without martial training, could set traps and capture them with relative ease. The ferocious beasts have grown significantly more powerful, with some of the more formidable among them possessing strength comparable to that of warriors at the Purple Blood Realm. These creatures are abundant in the Cloud Wilderness, and indeed, the greatest threat faced by tribal hunters during their expeditions arises from these ferocious beasts. While the wild beasts are formidable, most lie dormant in the dense wild energy of the plains, and as long as one avoids these desolate expanses, safety is largely assured. However, the distribution of the ferocious beasts is so widespread that evasion becomes nearly impossible. Warriors of the Purple Blood Realm possess the skills necessary for hunting because they are capable of slaying most ferocious beasts, even if they encounter creatures they cannot defeat. Fleeing is a viable option. The man with the sword upon his back traversed the vast wilderness, effortlessly hunting down several ferocious beasts, his prowess evoking deep envy. Lian Qingyu inhaled deeply, clenching his fists as he gazed at the bulging satchel strapped to the back of the giant rhinoceros, clearly filled with the remains of the slain beasts. Someday, I too shall possess such strength, even surpassing this realm. Lian Qingyu resolved silently. Upon hearing that there would be no need to slaughter the plow oxen, the elderly clan leader could hardly contain his joy. Yet, he maintained a facade of decorum, insisting, "How could that be? It is improper for guests to prepare their own food. Although our Lin clan is impoverished, well, enough. No need for further pleasantries. I have matters to attend to." The man with the sword was decisive, showing little interest in the Lin clan's formalities. "Please, speak freely. Although our Lin clan has declined, we still number over 1,000 souls. If there is anything we can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask." The elder clan leader's voice was exceptionally humble, and he bore the interruption with grace, understanding that a member of the esteemed Golden Dragon Guard would not be visiting their humble tribe without purpose. The man with the sword replied, "Recently, significant events have transpired in the Cloud Wilderness, and the geographical position of the Lin clan is precisely within the area where these events are most frequent. The Golden Dragon Guard has come for this very reason." As the words left his lips, the elder clan leader's expression shifted, alarmed by the implication of such grave matters. Judging by the man's tone, it seemed that many from the Golden Dragon Guard had arrived, and he was merely one among them. The notion that the Golden Dragon Guard would be involved in something of such magnitude was beyond his imagination, and the Lin clan, being as insignificant as ants, could easily be swept away like a mere ripple in the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Noticing the elder's altered demeanor, the man with the sword spoke calmly. "This matter should not involve you, but in the coming days, numerous outsiders may pass near your clan, some of whom may be of considerable importance. It would be wise to avoid offending them." "Yes, esteemed envoy. I shall keep your words close to heart." The elder clan leader nodded vigorously. The man continued. My visit to the Lin clan is incidental. Our superiors have instructed us to provide guidance to you in anticipation of the forthcoming divine election. As he spoke, he turned his attention to the members of the Lin clan, his voice resonating powerfully, carrying for miles. In an instant, the previously lively atmosphere fell into a profound silence. My name is Zhang Yuxian. Remember it well. I have come to the Lin clan to select 30 young individuals under the age of 28 as my temporary disciples to guide you in martial arts and techniques. I shall remain here for merely 3 to 5 days, and you must earnestly absorb the teachings I impart, for they will be tested during the Divine Nation's great selection. Upon hearing Zhang Yuxian's words, the members of the Lin clan held their breath. The Divine Nation selection. This event held immense significance for their future destinies. The entire clan had staked everything to ensure that Lin Xingyu succeeded in the warrior selection, particularly among the members of the warrior preparatory camp. A palpable excitement surged as they gasped for breath. A master of the Golden Dragon Guard had come to their clan to impart his martial wisdom, such a fortunate opportunity, though they did not expect to pass the Divine Nation selection. Receiving guidance from Zhang Yuxian and learning the profound techniques of the Golden Dragon Guard would undoubtedly greatly benefit their future development. When Lin Xingyu succeeded in the Divine Nation's selection and entered the city, their enhanced strength would grant them greater prospects for wealth and honor. I shall select 30 individuals, from whom the participants for the Divine Nation's selection will also be chosen. In other words, those not selected by me will not be eligible to partake in the Divine Nation's selection. Upon hearing Zhang Yuxian's declaration, Yun immediately understood that Zhang Yuxian was essentially the first examiner for the Divine Nation's selection. The grand selection of the Taya Divine Nation occurred only once every several years in the Yunhuang region, a land plagued by scarcity and low average warrior strength, making assessments exceedingly cumbersome due to the vast number of tribes. If all the people of the Great Wilderness were to participate, the organization would require an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources. Now, all who aspire to become my temporary disciples and wish to join the 3-day training camp in hopes of participating in the Divine Nation selection may step forward for my selection of 30 individuals. As soon as Zhang Yuxian finished his statement, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, especially among the members of the warrior preparatory camp. Faces flushed and muscles tensed as they surged forward. Those adept engaging the situation, such as Zhao Taizhu, first cast a glance at Lin Xingyu and, upon seeing no opposition from him, pushed his way to the front of Zhang Yuxian. In no time, nearly all members of the warrior preparatory camp gathered around. The Lin clan's warrior preparatory camp boasted nearly 60 members, with over 40 meeting the age requirement, with Zhang Yuxian selecting only 30. It meant that a significant number would inevitably be left out. Those warriors of slightly lesser strength felt a wave of anxiety, fearing they might be rejected by Zhang Yuxian. Chapter 32. The weakest slaves. Everyone is gathered here. Master Zhang, please take a look. Naturally, I wish to participate in the Divine Kingdom elections. If possible, I would be honored to serve under your guidance, Master. Lin Xingyu spoke respectfully. Zhang Yuxian cast his gaze upon Lin Xingyu, surveying him from head to toe. What level have you attained in your cultivation? Unless one has reached the realm of spiritual energy projection, capable of perceiving every inch of another's physical form through mental awareness. Known as the opening of the heavens, it is impossible to assess the cultivation level of a mortal blood realm warrior. Clearly, Zhang Yuxian had not yet attained such a state. Oh? Zhang Yuxian raised an eyebrow slightly. In a small tribe within the vast wilderness, resources are scarce. Yet one has managed to reach such a level, either gifted with exceptional talent or possessing fortuitous opportunities. Either way, it is quite remarkable. Zhang Yuxian nodded frequently. You may stay. Thank you for your recognition, Master. Lin Xingyu responded with utmost respect, his heart brimming with joy, for he knew that passing Zhang Yuxian's assessment was only natural for him. His ambition was the Divine Kingdom elections. If he couldn't even pass the preliminary selection, what hope was there for lofty aspirations? After selecting Lin Xingyu, Zhang Yuxian turned his attention to the many members of the warrior preparatory camp. He scrutinized them for a considerable time, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. Apart from Lin Xingyu, there was no other individual in the Lin clan who caught his eye. It seemed he would have to settle for the lesser candidates. Although the higher-ups had decreed the selection of 30 individuals, Zhang Yuxian had his own principles. He had no desire to teach those who were utterly lacking. Does your Lin clan have no one else intending to participate in the Divine Kingdom elections? Zhang Yuxian scanned the ordinary folk of the Lin clan. Upon meeting his gaze, the commoners became somewhat apprehensive. They too wished for guidance from a legendary figure like Zhang Yuxian. However, They barely managed to fill their stomachs, let alone practice martial arts. Even if they stepped forward to register, they would surely be dismissed by Zhang Yuxian. In that case, they would only invite ridicule from their entire tribe for overestimating their capabilities. The reaction of the populace was anticipated by Lian Qingyu. He smiled and said, "Please forgive me, Master. The martial practitioners of our tribe stand before you, while the others are merely commoners without prospects. They spend their days foraging for food and gathering herbs in the mountains, excelling in those tasks, but they are truly not suited for martial training. Please do not concern yourself with these ordinary folk, Master." Before Lian Qingyu could finish his sentence, an incongruous voice rang out from the crowd, "Please make way." As he spoke, a young boy, pulling a young girl along, squeezed through the throng. Yun had arrived late, positioned at the outermost edge of the crowd. Unable to compete with those occupying advantageous positions in the warrior preparatory camp. Yuna, you. Jiang Shero was momentarily dumbfounded. They were right in the center of the square. Seeing Zhang Yuxian standing before her amidst the Lin clan's high-ranking members, she suddenly felt at a loss. At that moment, Jiang Shero felt Yun suddenly release her hand and stride forward, stopping only when he stood before all the members of the warrior preparatory camp. Jiang Shero parted her lips, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Lian Qingyu's smile froze, and the members of the warrior preparatory camp were left bewildered. Zhang Yuxian cast a surprised glance at Yun and inquired, "Do you wish to enlist?" "Indeed, my lord," Yun replied, his voice short yet resolute. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd fell silent, each person gazing at Yun in disbelief. Had Yun lost his mind? Did he not comprehend his own limitations? He resembled a mere chick, weighing scarcely 80 pounds, while the formidable men in the crowd, who were ineligible to enlist, surpassed him in strength 100-fold. Moreover, Yun had never trained in martial arts. He could barely gather herbs without risking injury and struggled with simple tasks like chopping firewood. And yet, he aspired to enlist? Those eager yet hesitant young men, who had longed to step forward, were incensed at the sight of this child taking the stage. Did he wish to court disaster? In the face of those who dared to act, especially when they undertook what others lacked the courage to do, jealousy and disdain would inevitably arise. Such was the sentiment among the people of the Lin clan at that moment. "Yun, you insolent servant, what occasion is this, that you would dare to disrupt it? Begone at once." Lian Qingyu could hardly fathom that Yun, such a simpleton, would choose this momentous occasion to make such a spectacle. Yun was merely a mischievous child, and among his peers, he was the weakest. How audacious to aspire to participate in the grand selection. Was this not a blatant mockery of Zhang Yuxian? It was an embarrassment of monumental proportions, one that could tarnish his image in Zhang Yuxian's eyes, leading the latter to believe he was incapable of managing his kin, unable even to control a mere child. Yun's words struck a chord, causing Lian Qingyu's expression to shift, rage igniting within him. How dare a mere tribal servant speak to him in such a manner? Were it not for Zhang Yuxian's presence, Lian Qingyu would have struck Yun down without hesitation. The weak serve as slaves? Zhang Yuxian's lips curled into a smile as he regarded Yun with unexpected interest. It was intriguing that a child from a primitive tribe possessed such insight. "You are correct. The weak serve as slaves, a truth applicable to all. Should I ever find myself under the yoke of a mightier being, even I would become a servant." Upon hearing Zhang Yuxian's words, Yun paused in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yuxian would so candidly acknowledge the possibility of being subjugated. Such composure, though not uncommon among influential figures, was rare when they addressed those of lesser stature, often met with disdain. Zhang Yuxian's affability indeed took Yun by surprise. However, this does not imply that Lian Qingyu would tolerate Yun's antics in such a setting. He turned to Zhang Yuxian and remarked, "Your Excellency, this lad named Yun is merely a lowly medicinal apprentice from the Lin clan, utterly untrained in martial arts. His presence here today is nothing more than a jest at your expense. Allow me to dispose of him." He further requested Zhang Yuxian's understanding regarding his inability to manage his kin, which had resulted in an embarrassing situation. Lian Qingyu's fury stemmed not from a fear of Yun undermining his status, but rather from the humiliation of having Yun disgrace him in front of Zhang Yuxian. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuxian remained unfazed. He casually gestured to a spot and said to Yun, "You, young one, possess an intriguing spirit. Step forward, and I shall ascertain if you are indeed suited for martial training." While Zhang Yuxian held a certain admiration for Yun, he did not place excessive significance on the matter. In his view, individuals suitable for martial arts were exceedingly rare among the populace of the Great Wilderness. Since Yun had the audacity to step forward, he would assist in evaluating him. With Zhang Yuxuan's words, Lian Qingyu could only maintain a stoic demeanor, casting a resentful glance at Yun before refraining from further comment. "Thank you, Your Excellency," Yun replied, neither obsequious nor arrogant, positioning himself beside the ranks of the warrior preparatory camp. Coincidentally, he found himself standing next to Zhao Taizhu, who had recently grown close to Lian Qingyu and had subtly emerged as the leader of the warrior preparatory camp, occupying the foremost position in the lineup. Consequently, Yun naturally stood beside Zhao Taizhu, which resulted in him taking the lead position. Zhao Taizhu, however, felt no ire regarding this. After all, what was his status and strength compared to Yun, whom he deemed a mere fool? He aspired to enter the city and become a significant figure among the national servants. Why would he concern himself with a simpleton? "Little lackey, are you here to amuse us?" Zhao Taizhu remarked with a mocking smile, eager to witness Yun's folly. Yun chose to ignore him, standing silently with his hands clasped behind his back. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuxian had already begun selecting candidates, leaving everyone uncertain of his criteria for choice. As they braced themselves with bated breath, Chapter 33, The Great White Tree. "What is your age?" Zhang Yuxian inquired of the first individual, a stout man of slightly shorter stature. Most of the recruits in the warrior preparatory camp were robust, with sun-kissed skin. This man held a considerable standing within the Lin clan and was well regarded in the camp for his strength. He felt honored to be the first to be assessed by Zhang Yuxian and was eager to demonstrate his prowess. "My lord, I am 26 years old. I can effortlessly lift a 400-pound stone millstone. I am not boasting. I can raise that heavy millstone several times as if it were child's play. Would you like to accompany me to see? There is a millstone in the village. I can lift it for you." The man exuberantly presented his capabilities. Zhang Yuxian, however, paid no heed to his bravado. Silently, he placed a hand upon the man's shoulder and gradually infused him with a modicum of vital energy. Those who have attained the realm of insight can perceive a person's flesh, meridians, and bones at a glance, thus determining their suitability for martial arts. Yet, Zhang Yuxian had not reached such heights. His method of selection involved infusing a small amount of vital energy into the individual and observing how well their body absorbed it. The results were disheartening. The man absorbed less than 10% of the energy, merely 7 or 8%. Such a lack of talent was disconcerting. "Do you believe that lifting a millstone will enable you to vanquish your foes?" Zhang Yuxian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the man. "Your foundational physique is exceedingly ordinary. You are ill-suited for martial cultivation." The man's confidence deflated as if doused by a bucket of cold water. Ill-suited for martial arts? How could that be possible? He felt a surge of indignation, but the chill in Zhang Yuxian's gaze quickly subdued him, leaving him as crestfallen as a defeated rooster. "I was always stronger than my peers as a child, and now I can lift over 400 pounds. How can I be unsuited for martial arts?" The man mused internally, feeling as though Zhang Yuxian's words invalidated all his years of training. Yet, he harbored no courage to confront him. Zhang Yuxian understood that those who came to the great wilderness for selection must be prepared for the harsh realities of their environment. The populace had grown up in a setting of scarcity, making it exceedingly rare to find true masters. In a tribe that had not produced any exceptional talents over generations, the chances of encountering a prodigy were slim. However, Zhang Yuxian soon realized that he had underestimated the extent of the wilderness's desolation. He recognized that there was no limit to how low one could fall. As he continued his assessments, he found that the previous boastful man was relatively fortunate, as the subsequent candidates often absorbed only 60 to 70% of the energy, with some barely achieving 40 to 50%. The results were nothing short of dismal. Zhang Yuxian had no choice but to continually lower his standards, ultimately deciding that anyone with an absorption rate of over 6% could be retained. "You are somewhat acceptable, I suppose." Zhang Yuxian gazed helplessly at a robust man, feeling that mediocre was the most fitting description. After conducting his investigation, the elimination rate had reached an alarming 50%. With only a little over 40 warriors eligible for the reserve camp, such a method of elimination would leave barely 20. Clearly insufficient to meet the 30-person requirement. Lord Zhang was indeed quite severe. Even those formidable warriors in the reserve camp saw half of their number dismissed. Fortunately, none of them had stepped forward, or they would have faced humiliation. Previously, some eager first-class young men, who were stirred by Yun's registration, now felt a sense of relief. One would need extraordinary talent to pass such a rigorous selection process. Moreover, it was evident that Zhang Yuxian was not entirely satisfied with those who had made the cut. He was merely compelled to choose from the lesser candidates. Realizing this, everyone held an even greater admiration for Lin Qingyu, who had garnered an exceptionally favorable evaluation. Yinner, Jiang Xiao wrung her small hands together, anxiously watching Yi Yun. She was aware that he had been secretly training for martial arts these past few days. Yet she could not fathom how he could possibly elevate his skills to rival those of the reserve camp members. If Zhang Yuxian dismissed even those from the reserve, how could he possibly select Yi Yun? Noticing Jiang Xiao's worried gaze, Yi Yun subtly moved his lips and reassured her, "Sister Xiao, you need not worry. I am fine." Zhao Taizhu burst into laughter upon hearing Yi Yun's words, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! I could easily find a street much stronger than you. Even if Lord Zhang chose a dog as his disciple, he would never select you." In response to this scornful ridicule, Yi Yun merely cast a cold glance at Zhao Taizhu and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. I can manage on my own." "Oh, so you think highly of yourself, speaking to me in such a manner." Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily, adding, "If you happen to be chosen today, I will uproot the big locust tree at the village entrance and consume it, roots and leaves included." As he spoke, a fellow member of the reserve camp beside him joined in the laughter, declaring, "Then I shall eat the large stone mill at the village head." "Haha, you truly are amusing. In that case, I shall drink all the water from the eastern river," chimed in another warrior from the reserve camp. And they all erupted into laughter. Yi Yun, glancing at them with exasperation, shrugged and said, "Suit yourselves." At that moment, Zhang Yuxian had reached Zhao Taizhu, who immediately straightened up and ceased his laughter. Zhang Yuxian pressed down on Zhao Taizhu's shoulder and asked coolly, 28, is it?" Zhao Taizhu quickly replied, "Your grace is astute. I indeed have a bone age of 28. Zhang Yuxian frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Zhao Taizhu as well, but with such a low number of candidates. He reluctantly conceded, "Well, I suppose you meet the minimum standard. You may stay on as a filler." Zhang Yuxian increasingly felt that conducting the divine election in the Cloud Wasteland was a thankless and arduous task. Zhao Taizhu let out a long breath, clenching his fist in relief. "Wonderful. I have passed." He was filled with excitement and cast a defiant glance at Yi Yun, thinking to himself that although he barely met the minimum standard, he had nonetheless passed. Soon, he would be training under the esteemed Master Shang, and from there, he would ascend to greatness, marrying multiple wives and reaching the pinnacle of life. How could a mere country bumpkin like you compare? At that moment, Zhang Yuxian approached Yi Yun, and all eyes turned to him. Lin Qingyu scoffed, thinking, "Let us see how you handle this." Just as that thought crossed his mind, he remembered that Yi Yun was merely a mentally challenged child. No matter how embarrassing it got, he wouldn't take care in the slightest. After all, what does it matter how a simpleton manages their shame? It would be normal for him to make a fool of himself, perhaps even mistaking others' laughter for praise. Contemplating this, Lin Qingyu felt speechless, realizing the truth in the saying that one can never defeat a pure fool, for to overcome them, one must first lower their intellect to the same level, and at that point, they would be outmatched by the fool's vast experience. "Yi Yun, is it?" Zhang Yuxian stood before him. "Yes, sir," Yi Yun replied. "Have you truly never practiced martial arts?" Zhang Yuxian pondered, observing Yi Yun closely. Although Zhang Yuxian was merely at the violet blood realm and could not discern Yi Yun's specific cultivation level, he sensed a hidden aura within him, restrained yet potent. "I've practiced a little," Yi Yun replied thoughtfully, considering that merely learning in secret could be deemed practice. "Sir, this kid is lying," Zhao Taizhu interjected from the side. "I can vouch for it. This boy has never trained in martial arts." Yi Yun glanced at Zhao Taizhu with a look of disbelief. "How would you know whether or not I have trained? I've passed by the tribal training grounds countless times, and when Instructor Yao was teaching martial arts, I practiced alongside him." Yi Yun confidently acknowledged his training, rationalizing that one day, when he revealed his true strength, he would have a plausible explanation ready. By then, people would regard him as a prodigy, thereby reducing the risk of exposing his violet crystal. Learning martial arts in secret? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, not only Zhao Taizhu but also the other members of the warrior training camp nearly burst out laughing, though they dared not be too boisterous in front of Zhang Yuxian. At that moment, no one pursued the accusation of Yi Yun's secret training. A member of the warrior training camp remarked, "Instructor Yao's dragon tendon and tiger bone fist is profound and intricate. We struggle to master each move, yet you, a foolish child with no strength to speak of, claim to have learned it in secret. What could you possibly have learned?" Yi Yun was too disinterested to refute, as his only intention was to leave the impression that he was indeed studying martial arts. When the time came for him to reveal his strength, this groundwork would serve as a cushion. Zhang Yuxian pondered for a moment before placing his hand on Yun's shoulder, gradually channeling his vital energy. In truth, Zhang Yuxian held little hope. He merely admired Yun's courage, for it was no small feat for a child to stand up in such circumstances. However, admiration alone was insufficient for mastering martial arts. He suddenly realized that his vital energy had vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. What is this? Zhang Yuxian's eyes widened in disbelief. His brows twitched, refusing to accept the previous occurrence. He injected another surge of vital energy into Yun's body. This energy, upon entering Yun's meridians, was swiftly drawn into his heart like a great whale consuming water. Completely absorbed by the purple crystal, leaving not a single drop behind. Zhang Yuxian was astonished. The vital energy he had imparted to Yun had been utterly consumed. Observing Zhang Yuxian's twitching brows, Lian Qingyu approached him with a composed expression. Uncertain if Zhang Yuxian was merely agitated, Lian Qingyu pondered how, while surveying the Lian clan, such an anomaly as Yun could emerge from their ranks. Although he regarded the lives of the Lian clan members as inconsequential, he could not tolerate any embarrassment in front of outsiders that might diminish his stature. With a forced smile, Lian Qingyu suggested, "My lord, the cleansing banquet is ready. Shall we partake in a meal first?" He aimed to divert Zhang Yuxian's attention, hoping to swiftly move past the incident involving Yun. Just then, Zhang Yuxian unexpectedly grasped Yun's shoulders, scrutinizing him intently from head to toe. How could such talent arise from a destitute little tribe in the great wilderness? Moreover, what was most remarkable was the unwavering courage exhibited by this young man, who had the audacity to stand up in public, a testament to his bravery. Furthermore, the latent aura emanating from the youth also caused Zhang Yuxian to feel a surge of exhilaration. "You are exceptional, truly exceptional. I never anticipated that in the small tribes of the great wilderness, I would uncover such a gem." Zhang Yuxian generously expressed his admiration, his voice resonating far and wide. "Huh?" Beside Yun, Zhao Taizhu, who had been poised to mock him the moment he faltered, widened his eyes in disbelief. His expression akin to a rooster caught by the throat just as it was about to crow. "Did Lord Zhang just say what I think he said?" Lian Qingyu, who had been urging Zhang Yuxian to dine, was equally stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, those outside the circle, unable to discern the situation within, became intrigued upon hearing Zhang Yuxian suddenly commend someone. Who has received such high praise? Some were jumping in excitement, trying to peer inside. "You possess a flawless body. Even if it is merely a low-grade purple blood flawless body, it is still quite remarkable. In a prominent family, it would certainly garner attention." Flawless body? What is this flawless body? Including Lian Qingyu, no one had ever heard of such a term. However, this did not hinder their understanding of Zhang Yuxian's stance. Truly remarkable. A gem that would be valued in a prominent family. Even Zhao Taizhu, not particularly astute, could discern that Zhang Yuxian's assessment of Yun seemed to surpass that of Lian Qingyu. How could it be? Zhao Taizhu appeared as if he had ingested a pound of excrement, his expression utterly remarkable. The other members of the warrior preparatory camp were equally dumbfounded, their mouths agape and unable to close. As for his younger brother, Jiang Xiao blinked her sparkling eyes. She was the one who most fervently wished for Yun's success. Yet, the sudden arrival of happiness left her in disbelief. She had watched Yun grow from a little boy in split trousers, never having discerned any talent in him. Now, Zhang Yuxian spoke so highly of him. Could this be true? Jiang Xiao found it too surreal. It seemed that even the praise received by Chengyu could not compare to that of her brother. This lad was a martial arts prodigy? How could that be? Chengyu clenched his fists, unable to accept this. Zhang Yuxian evidently favored Yun even more. For so long, Chengyu had been the foremost genius of the Lian clan. How could he tolerate someone surpassing him, especially a mere servant? Esteemed lord, are you certain this lad is a martial arts genius? Is there some mistake? Everyone harbored doubts about Zhang Yuxian's words. But it was Zhao Taizhu who could no longer contain himself, foolishly asking aloud. Zhang Yuxian's expression immediately darkened, his voice turning frigid. "Do you doubt me?" Zhao Taizhu, taken aback, shook his head vigorously. "And no, I wouldn't dare." Zhang Yuxian cast a cold glance at Zhao Taizhu and stated, "I have limited time. In half an hour, those selected shall gather here. I will teach you martial arts for only 3 days." With that, Zhang Yuxian waved his hand and departed, seemingly uninterested in the welcoming feast. This left Zhao Taizhu, Chengyu, and the other members of the warrior preparatory camp staring blankly at one another, at a loss. They regarded Yun as if he were a monster, unable to accept this reality. Yun had passed the preliminary selection and received such high praise. How could this be? Yunner, Jiang Xiaoro, seeing the covetous gazes of Cheng Yu and others directed at Yun, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly pulled Yun close. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That lord said I am unfit for martial arts, and then said that boy is some kind of jade. Some extraordinary physique. I can lift a 400-pound stone mill, and that boy can't even catch a chicken. How could I possibly be inferior to him? The previously stout man suddenly shouted. His words resonated with many others. How could it be said that I am inferior to that brat? I refuse to believe it. They, the members of the warrior preparatory camp, had once brimmed with confidence, but a single preliminary selection had shattered their spirits. While only this seemingly feeble Yun received such high praise. How could they accept this? Yun himself had not anticipated being regarded as possessing a flawless physique. Through the energy of the purple crystal and his heightened perception after breaking through the meridian realm, he had already surmised what Zhang Yuxian had been doing, testing his talent by infusing energy. All that energy had been absorbed by the purple crystal, leading to Zhang Yuxian's misunderstanding. In truth, if one were to speak of innate talent, the natural endowment of this body is decidedly unremarkable. It is far from being a flawless vessel. A genuine martial arts prodigy could not possibly possess a physique as lackluster as Yun's. If one's body truly exhibited a high affinity for energy, the mere absorption of surrounding energies would inherently foster a robust and vigorous form. How could one expect a child, raised in the harsh wilderness and struggling to find sustenance, to be a genius? Nonetheless, while he understands this reality, Yun is still inclined to accept the title of genius. After all, when the time comes for his true strength to be revealed, how will he explain it otherwise? Thus, Yun cast a knowing glance at Zhao Taiju, who was visibly agitated and itching to reprimand him. Yun, however, merely remarked with a hint of mischief, Uncle Taiju, may I inquire if you have finished your big locust tree? This single statement struck like a fatal blow. The taunts Zhao Taiju had meticulously prepared were suddenly lodged in his throat, his eyes bulging like those of a fish stranded on dry land, rendered speechless. And what of the brave soul who wished to consume the stone mill? And the one yearning to drink the waters of the East River? Yun beamed innocently, his slight frame and youthful visage exuding an air of harmlessness, yet the words he uttered carried tremendous weight. Members of the warrior preparatory camp hastily distanced themselves from the remarks, eager to deny any association, in front of so many tribesmen. To have their words turned against them was a humiliation they could not afford. Esteemed warriors, I still require a moment to rest as I prepare to accompany Lord Zhang in training. Speaking of which, since I am to begin my martial studies, I would like to request a few days off from the task of refining the bones of the wild. I wonder if that would be permissible? Ian presented his request with utmost sincerity, yet Cheng Yu's expression darkened significantly. How could he dare to deny such a request? Naturally, the pursuit of martial prowess took precedence. After uttering this sentiment, Cheng Yu felt as though his insides were tied in knots. Chapter 34. Jiang Xiaoro's council amidst the throngs of villagers. Yun and Jiang Xiaoro made their way home. For the Lian clan, Yun's selection through the assessment was monumental news. A lad of humble origins had been chosen by a high-ranking official to receive guidance in martial arts, with the potential to participate in the grand selection of the divine kingdom in the future. Such an occurrence could scarcely be expressed by mere words. Can you believe it? I've watched this boy grow up, and I never saw anything remarkable in him. Is he truly a prodigy in martial arts? Could he really partake in the divine kingdom's selection? Is this for real? Given that it was a high-ranking official who spoke, there must be some truth to it. But as for the divine kingdom's selection, that seemed far-fetched. With so little time remaining, even if Yun were indeed a martial arts genius, there was no hope of success. The villagers of the Lian clan viewed martial arts as a pursuit requiring years of dedication. The divine kingdom selection was reserved for the elite. That Yun had caught the eye of Zhang Yuxian was already a stroke of incredible fortune. As for passing the divine kingdom selection, such aspirations were mere fantasies. It was akin to presenting a child who had never studied to the classics, expecting them to become a top scholar after just a month or two of learning. The principle was the same for participating in the divine kingdom selection. This notion was a consensus among the Lian clan. No one dared to question it. As they closed the courtyard door, many curious onlookers perched themselves on the low earthen walls, peering into Jiang Xiaoro's home. Given the wall's modest height, even a child could easily clamber atop it. Consequently, a line of spectators soon found themselves precariously balanced on the wall, which seemed on the verge of collapse. Jiang Xiaoro paid them little mind. Her emotions were rather complex at that moment. While she felt pride for her brother, She was also beset by uncertainty and apprehension about the future. She understood that Yun's current stature was merely a product of his talent, not his strength. Perhaps some villagers conflated the two, believing that Yun was destined for greatness, but Jiang Shiro recognized that in the vast wilderness, true strength was paramount. Talent meant little if it was not nurtured through hard work. Otherwise, it served no purpose. Yuner, today Lord Zhang mentioned that you possess a flawless physique. Do you know what that means? Jiang Shiro grasped Yun's hand, settling beside him on the bed. Yun shook his head. Sister Shiro, do you know? I've heard a little about it. A flawless physique means the body has no energy leakages. This constitution is most suitable for martial arts. There are also levels of flawless physiques. A low-level mortal blood flawless physique can achieve perfection within the realm of mortal blood, but not in the purple blood realm. A purple blood flawless physique can maintain perfection in both the mortal and purple blood realms, but it falters in higher levels. We still do not know which category you belong to. After hearing Jiang Sharo's words, Yun was taken aback. Sister Sharo, how do you know so much? Jiang Sharo affectionately ruffled Yun's hair and replied, when I was younger, my family also assessed my talent, so I've heard a bit about it. The process of verifying a flawless body is rather cumbersome. The gentleman likely lacked a proper formation and faced limitations in his cultivation, thus could only conduct a rudimentary examination of you. A flawless body is highly esteemed within the family, however, if it merely pertains to a mundane lineage, its significance diminishes considerably. Conversely, a high-grade flawless body is exceedingly rare. My sister vaguely recalls that during the talent assessment years ago, there was a cousin by the name of Jiang Mingzhi who was said to possess a saint-level flawless body. The entire clan was stirred, celebrating for many days, with numerous dignitaries paying their respects. The specifics of those times have become somewhat hazy in my memory. As Jiang Shiro recounted this, Yun stood utterly stunned. A saint-level flawless body. Although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of such a designation, it undeniably sounded formidable. Moreover, how could Jiang Sharo's family produce such a physique? What manner of family could this be? Yun had merely known that Jiang Sharo hailed from an affluent household. Having learned to write at a tender age and perused numerous tomes, gaining knowledge about cultivation, abilities not typically possessed by children of humble origins. Given her background, why had Jiang Sharo inexplicably ended up in the wilderness, adopted by someone from her family? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yun inquired, Sister Sharo, what was your family like? Jiang Sharo gently furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before ultimately shaking her head and replying, I scarcely remember. I only recall it being a grand family. I can remember the books I read and the characters I wrote as a child, as well as the courtyard where I lived, but beyond that, my memories grow dim, and I cannot seem to recollect anything further. Her words piqued Yun's curiosity. Had Jiang Sharo's family undergone some calamity? Such a resplendent lineage might have faced annihilation, resulting in the scattering of its members. Dynasties rise and fall, families flourish and decline. In this world, nothing endures indefinitely. Yuner, here is a garment I have crafted for you. Please see if it fits well, Jiang Shiro said, as she rummaged through an old bundle in her home, producing a newly sewn piece of clothing. The fabric, a coarse blue linen, was typical of the attire worn by the people of the wilderness, sturdy and durable. Yun paused momentarily, reflecting on his own impoverished household, where locks were considered superfluous, a stark reality, not an exaggeration. Families like his, living in destitution, often lacked the means to afford even a single lock, as metallic fasteners were quite costly, rendering their possessions less valuable than the price of a lock. To be in such dire circumstances yet have Jiang Shiro procure a piece of cloth to fashion a new garment for herself was perplexing. With mixed emotions, Yun accepted the clothing. Though the fabric was rough, its tailoring was exquisite and orderly, with the edges embellished with fine stitches, all meticulously sewn by Jiang Shiro herself. Frankly, the garment's texture was unrefined, even poor, a far cry from the cotton and silk garments he had encountered on Earth. Yet, despite its humble appearance, this piece of clothing evoked within Yun a profound sense of sentiment. Come, put on the new clothes. I initially intended for you to wear them during the new year, but today, my dear Yun, you are heading to the training grounds for martial arts practice, which is of great significance. Naturally, you must dress well. We cannot allow the townsfolk to mock us. As Jiang Sharo spoke these trivial words, Yun felt a pang of emotion, and he took a deep breath, shedding his worn garments and donning the fresh attire. Clothes make the man. And the new garments crafted by Jiang Sharo, although made of coarse fabric, fit Yun snugly. As his physique began to mature and he exuded a latent yet powerful aura after breaking through his meridian realm, he appeared strikingly impressive. Jiang Xiao inspected him from various angles, clearly satisfied. However, a thought struck her, and she continued, Yun, although you have gained the favor of Lord Zhang, remember that he will only be with us for 3 days and is not related to us. It is quite rare for him to take notice of you. So we must rely on ourselves in the days to come. Lord Zhang mentioned your martial arts talent. However, such gifts can neither guarantee your safety nor shield you from calamity before you fully mature. Just as elephants are hunted for their tusks and rhinos for their horns. You must be cautious in your training with Lord Zhang. Avoid being ostentatious. Humility and prudence are always advisable, especially with Lien Qingyu, who possesses a narrow disposition. If you overshadow him, he will certainly be unable to tolerate you. While Lord Zhang is present, Lien Qingyu may refrain from acting against you. But what will happen once he departs? Lord Zhang is unaware of Lien Qingyu's true nature and the chaotic dynamics within the Lien clan, as well as Lien Qingyu's animosity toward you. Lord Zhang likely has pressing matters to attend to, and his visit here for the preliminary selection of the Divine Kingdom is probably a mere afterthought. He may not invest too much effort into this matter, nor will he intervene in the internal affairs of the Lien clan. Seeking his protection will be quite challenging, do you understand? Jiang Xiao spoke exhaustively, and Yun could not help but admire her. She possessed a keen mind and an understanding of human interactions that far exceeded that of her peers. Had she been an ordinary girl, encountering the fortunate circumstance of her brother being recognized by a high official, she would have likely been overwhelmed with joy. Perhaps boasting to the villagers about her brother's prowess instead of remaining home to impart such wisdom. Sister Xiao, I am aware of all that you say. Ian grasped Jiang Xiao's hand reassuringly. Rest assured, if I were not confident in my ability to navigate interactions with Lien Qingyu, I would not have dared to step forward today. Before registering, Ian had meticulously weighed the pros and cons undoubtedly. He must pass the preliminary selection presided over by Zhang Yuxian. Setting aside the fact that this is an essential ticket for the Divine Kingdom's election, Ian was also greatly intrigued by Professor Zhang Yuxian's martial prowess. Previously, when Ian learned martial arts from Yao Yuan, it was done in secret, resulting in diminished effectiveness. Therefore, it was imperative for Yun to present himself during the selection. However, while he could showcase his talents, he must not reveal his true cultivation level in front of Zhang Yuxian. Zhang Yuxian remained oblivious to Yun's true foundation, yet Lien Qingyu was undoubtedly well aware. Just a few days prior, Yun was nothing more than a child lacking in strength, and now, in a matter of days, he had inexplicably advanced to the Meridian realm without any apparent aid or instruction in martial arts. Wasn't this utterly absurd? Should Lien Qingyu divulge this matter to Zhang Yuxian? The latter would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. After all, even the most gifted prodigies from esteemed families, who consume heavenly treasures daily, do not cultivate at such an accelerated pace. Consequently, Zhang Yuxian would naturally assume that Yun harbored a secret. Despite Zhang Yuxian's seemingly upright demeanor, one must remain vigilant. In the presence of great treasures, can even the most righteous individual be free from malevolent thoughts? Yun was acutely aware that he could not afford to let the slightest hint of the purple crystal be revealed. Chapter 35, The Art of Military Command as the sun rose high in the sky. Yun arrived at the training grounds where Zhao Taizhu and the members of the warrior preparatory camp had eagerly gathered. They had brought along many hefty stone millstones and grinding wheels. In the past, these brawny men had relied on such apparatus to hone their strength, a skill they took great pride in. Thus, before Zhang Yuxian had even arrived, these warriors began to lift the stone millstones with fervor. Numerous villagers stood by. Captivated by the spectacle, they were eager to witness such a lively scene. "Oh, look at our martial arts prodigy. Care for a little demonstration?" Zhao Taizhu called out derisively as he spotted Ian pushing through the crowd. With a resounding thud, Zhao Taizhu hurled a stone millstone weighing around 400 to 500 pounds directly at Yun's feet. "Do you dare to try?" he sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at Yun. In front of the assembled crowd, Zhao sought to prove that Yun, the so-called martial arts genius, was merely a lucky fool. "Brother Zhao, you are being rather unfair. How can he possibly lift that 450-pound millstone? Here, young lad, take this smaller stone lock instead." A burly man tossed a 200-pound stone lock toward Yun, joining Zhao Taizhu in the mockery. They believed that even lifting 50 pounds would be too much for Yun. How could he be a martial arts prodigy? Yun regarded them with disdain, uninterested in their taunts. He had already demonstrated his martial prowess. Whether they believed in him or not, he had sown the seeds of doubt, achieving his desired effect. Now, he simply needed to continue his training diligently. Once he participated in the Divine Nation selection and showcased his extraordinary abilities, there would be ample justification. At that moment, Yun was not keen on confronting Lian Xingyu directly. Lian Xingyu's cultivation level surpassed his by several tiers, and his combat experience was far more extensive. Moreover, Lian Xingyu was not alone. He had the support of Yao Yuan, the elder patriarch, and many high-ranking members of the Lian clan. In a true fight, Yun felt his current strength was still too insubstantial, especially considering his vulnerability. Jiang Xiao. Suddenly, a man whispered, "Lord Zhang has arrived." Upon hearing this, the members of the warrior preparatory camp sprang to life, rushing to the stone millstones and exerting themselves with fervor. Hey, ha, hey, ha. They had been lifting these stones for years, developing a synchronized chant. The scene was indeed bustling with energy. Zhang Yuxian, accompanied by Lian Xingyu, stepped into the center of the grounds. The brawny men, their faces flushed with excitement, strived to showcase their strength to Zhang Yuxian, eager to claim credit. Notably, Zhao Taizhu exerted himself the most, his expression seemingly declaring, "Did you see that? This is my true strength, lifting a 500-pound millstone with ease. Surely, I cannot be outdone by that little brat. Lord Zhang, do take a good look. Perhaps you misjudged me earlier?" Upon witnessing such a scene, Zhang Yuxian furrowed his brow, feeling his already limited patience nearing its end. The higher echelons of the Divine Kingdom, in their whimsical folly, had decided to conduct a grand election in the wilderness. And he, unfortunately, had been assigned this task. He felt as though he were instructing a group of insipid miscreants. "All of you worthless fools, stand at attention." Zhang Yuxian suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating like an explosive shockwave, causing the members of the warrior preparatory camp to shudder and loosen their grips. The sound of clattering echoed as stones fell to the ground, and many nearly strained their backs. Zhao Taizhu and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that the once dignified yet amiable Zhang Yuxian would suddenly transform into a different persona. In truth, the Yunhuang Guard was a military unit, and instructors within the army were known for their severe discipline. Zhang Yuxian's approach was already relatively gentle, as he deemed it beneath him to stoop to the level of these inept individuals. Engaging with such brainless fools would only tarnish the esteemed identity of the Yunhuang Guard. "You imbeciles, I have come to the Lian clan for a mere 3 days of instruction. Initially, I intended to teach you the art of boxing and agility. But given your astonishing ignorance, it seems that in 3 days, I shall be unable to impart even a single technique to you." Zhang Yuxian's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, leaving them feeling as though they had been sliced by a blade, their faces stinging with embarrassment. He turned and strode toward one end of the training ground, where a grand tree, several meters tall and thick enough to embrace, stood prominently. This was the very tree that Zhao Taizhu had previously mocked Yun about, symbolizing an insurmountable challenge. Upon reaching the tree, Zhang Yuxian paused, gazing up at it for a moment before executing a swift hand strike. With a resounding crack, the massive tree was effortlessly severed by a single blow. The members of the warrior preparatory camp collectively gasped in astonishment. The surrounding onlookers were left speechless, having never witnessed such formidable prowess. Even Lian Xingyu's brow twitched. While he could also break the tree with a kick, the casual hand strike that Zhang Yuxian had delivered, akin to cutting through grass, was executed with such ease that it was utterly astounding. Zhang Yuxian hoisted the several 100-kilogram tree as if it were a mere stick and approached the members of the warrior preparatory camp, casually discarding the tree before them. Realizing the implications of this display, many felt a surge of anticipation. This move was undeniably impressive. Even if they could not master Zhang Yuxian's level of skill, achieving even a fraction of his power would be remarkable. "The technique I shall teach you today is neither a martial art nor a combat skill, but rather a secret technique. It is the martial arts secret of the Yunhuang Guard, invaluable beyond measure. If you master it, not only will your path in martial arts be significantly smoother, but it will also greatly enhance your physical strength and increase your survival capabilities." Zhang Yuxian's words ignited the curiosity of the crowd, as the prospect of a technique that could aid in martial arts, bolster physical strength, and elevate survival skills was enticing indeed. What could this extraordinary secret be? "You," Zhang Yuxian pointed at Zhao Taizhu, stepped forward. Zhao Taizhu, feeling a blend of trepidation and exhilaration, stood before Zhang Yuxian. "I shall teach you this secret technique, and you will demonstrate it," Zhang Yuxian declared. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Taizhu's heart swelled with joy. Such fortuitousness had unexpectedly befallen him. He inwardly chuckled thrice. reveling in the thought that Zhang Yuxian himself would impart ancient wisdom to him. Surely, he could not fail to grasp it. It appeared that although Zhang Yuxian did not vocalize his esteem, he nonetheless held Zhao Taizhu in high regard. Indeed, given Zhao's formidable strength, he undoubtedly ranked among the elite in the warrior preparatory camp. Today, he would practice on this grand locust tree. With a single strike, he could surely shed a substantial portion of its bark. Just as Zhao Taizhu was eager to commence, Zhang Yuxian delivered 2 swift knife-hand strikes, cleaving the grand locust tree with ease. Then, pointing at the tree, Zhang Yuxian commanded, "You, devour this grand locust tree." At this pronouncement, the once elated Zhao Taizhu nearly stumbled to the ground in disbelief. What did you say? Devour this grand locust tree? Eat the tree? I must have misheard. Chapter 36. Are we truly to eat trees? Did you not comprehend? Witnessing Zhao Taizhu's hesitation, Zhang Yuxian's expression turned icy. Zhao Taizhu was utterly speechless. Convinced that Zhang Yuxian was merely jesting with him. Was this esteemed gentleman mocking him for his previous sarcasm directed at Yun? Nevertheless, despite his inner dissatisfaction, he dared not confront Zhang Yuxian. At that moment, the members of the warrior preparatory camp cast sympathetic glances at Zhao Taizhu. Well aware of his earlier bravado when speaking to Yun, who could have anticipated such swift retribution? Observing Zhao Taizhu's predicament, the 2 robust men who had boisterously declared their intent to consume a massive stone mill and drink from the East River now felt the cramping in their calves. They regretted their earlier bravado, wishing they could slap themselves for having foolishly followed Zhao Taizhu's lead. After all, they might soon find themselves facing their own reckoning. While the mulberry tree could be gnawed upon, how could one possibly consume a stone mill? Zhao Taizhu, what are you still dawdling for? You are commanded to eat the tree, do you hear? Even Lian Qingyu, observing Zhao Taizhu's unwilling demeanor, barked at him. Lian Qingyu, regardless of the reasoning behind it, was resolute in his belief that this was an order from Zhang Yuxian, an edict that must be obeyed, especially since he himself was not the one facing misfortune. Zhao Taizhu grimaced, finally mustering his resolve as he painfully declared, I shall eat. He squatted down, gritting his teeth as he tore off a chunk of wood. The piece of wood appeared sturdy enough to be used for construction. And Zhao Taizhu was on the verge of tears, lamenting, am I to be treated like a termite? Noticing Lian Qingyu's displeased expression, Zhao Taizhu had no choice but to comply, akin to a condemned man, closing his eyes and forcing the wood into his mouth to chew. The texture was utterly excruciating. Zhao Taizhu felt as though his throat was being sliced open. After an arduous effort, he managed to swallow a piece and glanced at Zhang Yuxian, silently pleading for mercy. However, Zhang Yuxian merely replied coldly, continue. Zhao Taizhu nearly fainted. He could excel at lifting stone mills, chopping trees, or driving piles, but consuming wood was sheer torture. Master Zhang, might I inquire what arcane art this is? Lian Qingyu, who initially believed Zhang Yuxian was merely putting Zhao Taizhu through a lesson, began to reconsider. Perhaps he truly sought to impart some secret technique by having Zhao Taizhu consume wood. Given this possibility, he felt the need to clarify, lest he too be forced to partake shortly. To Lian Qingyu, Zhang Yuxian's demeanor softened slightly as he explained. This secret art is known as the swallowing elephant technique, a method designed to enhance one's digestive capabilities and fortitude. Those who master the swallowing elephant technique can consume copious amounts with each meal, and legends speak of those who can ingest an entire elephant. Hence, the name of this technique. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the warrior preparatory camp members became exceedingly vivid. Ultimately, it appears that the swallowing elephant technique is merely a method for eating. Is this not the skill of a gourmand? Can this truly be deemed a secret art? Upon observing the expressions on the faces of the members of the warrior training camp, Zhang Yuxian discerned their thoughts. He disdainfully remarked, your ant-like superficial understanding does not warrant your audacious evaluations of the martial prowess of the Yunhuang guards. It is utterly laughable. For a martial artist, the cultivation of one's digestive system is of paramount importance. While possessing good lung capacity may enhance your endurance and fighting prowess, it pales in comparison to the profound benefits of diligent cultivation. A robust digestive system significantly aids in your training. For martial artists of the blood realm, whether you are moving heavy stones, engaging in combat, or climbing trees, from whence does your strength derive? It is all sourced from your food. Some martial artists with well-trained digestive systems have an astonishing appetite, capable of consuming an entire cow within 3 days. The more one eats, the greater the absorption of essential nutrients, resulting in stronger bones and muscles, thereby amplifying one's strength. Zhang Yuxian's voice resonated powerfully, stirring something within Yun. Indeed, the energy exhibited by martial artists is formidable. Such energy cannot manifest from thin air but must have a source. For martial artists in the blood realm, that source is their sustenance. Food equates to energy, and a hearty diet undoubtedly yields substantial advantages, particularly for those noble youths of prestigious families with ordinary talents. Their training often lacks sufficient essence from rare bones, compelling them to rely on consuming the flesh of exotic beasts to enhance their abilities. Some individuals find themselves satiated after devouring 7 to 8 pounds of beast meat in a day, while others, true warriors, may consume as much as 200 pounds yet remain only partially full. All this meat is transformed into energy distilled for its essence, enabling relentless cultivation to attain higher realms. Thus, a robust digestive system, coupled with a hearty appetite, confers a distinct advantage. Consequently, the foundational secret technique imparted by Zhang Yuxian is the swallowing of elephants technique. This is a fundamental secret art of martial practice. He continued, stating, warriors from prominent families practice the swallowing of elephants technique primarily to consume the flesh of exotic beasts. In your resource-scarce Yunhuang, where food is insufficient, practicing this technique remains beneficial. By fortifying your digestive systems, you will be able to fully absorb nutrients from whatever you consume. When a person ingests grains, a significant portion of the essence is wasted during absorption and ultimately expelled with waste. Human feces are even consumed by dogs, while flies and maggots thrive in fecal matter, and dung beetles roll it into balls to nurture their offspring. Within this waste lies a wealth of nutrients that have not been fully absorbed. If one struggles to absorb the essence from grains, the challenge becomes even greater with rare treasures from nature. Without a robust digestive system, even the most precious resources will go to waste. Once you have mastered the swallowing of elephants technique, you will find that no matter what you consume in the future, your digestion will be significantly improved. In times of famine, even tree bark, roots, and earth can be transformed into vital nutrients for sustaining life. Henceforth, at every meal, you shall consume tree roots, trunks, and earth, and after satiating yourselves, practice the technique I have taught you to stimulate your digestive systems, transforming these difficult-to-digest foods into nourishment. Upon hearing Zhang Yuxian's words, the members of the warrior training camp fell into speechless contemplation, realizing that they were all to partake in this regimen. For the past 3 days, they have been forced to subsist on wood and the earth known as guanine soil. Initially, they had hoped that, given Zhang Yuxian's successful hunts of numerous ferocious beasts, they might partake in a sumptuous feast. However, the harsh reality has proven unforgiving. Not only is the meat of the beasts unattainable, but even a simple bowl of rice porridge eludes them. The members of the warrior preparatory camp were expressions of despair, reluctant to truly resort to consuming tree bark. At the very least, they must undergo a process of acceptance. Just as the group exchanges glances of uncertainty, Ian steps forth, squatting beside the ancient locust tree, breaking off a branch and consuming it along with its leaves. Mastery of martial arts is not a pursuit of indulgence. It demands confrontation with suffering, setbacks, and the peril of life itself. Indeed, even before his journey to this unfamiliar realm, Ian had witnessed children practicing acrobatics, dance, and gymnastics, where instructors would kneel upon their backs to enforce discipline, a hardship many adults would struggle to endure. In this extraordinary world, behind the resplendent achievements of unparalleled warriors lies an undeniable truth: immense toil and sacrifice. A mere taste of what in guanine soil pales in comparison to the challenges they have faced. Chapter 37. 12 Actions upon witnessing Yun diligently following his instructions. Zhang Yuxian nodded in satisfaction. However, the others held a different opinion. Zhao Taiju watched Yun consume wood, sneering to himself, could wood truly be so easily ingested? He thought, let this boy show off. Soon enough, he will regret it. In times of famine, people resort to eating roots and tree bark. Yet it is unheard of for anyone to consume solid wood, especially unboiled hardwood. Apart from termites and borers, few creatures can directly consume wood, as the fibrous composition is indigestible by the gastrointestinal system. Go fetch some guanine soil, Zhang Yuxian commanded. Guanine soil, essentially talcum powder, acquired its name during famine times when the populace prayed to guanine for salvation. This powder could stave off hunger, thus earning the revered title. In reality, however, guanine soil is a perilous poison. A small amount may be tolerable, but consuming too much leads to indigestion, resulting in fatal bloating. The Lian tribe happened to possess this substance. One might wonder why the people would consume guanine soil, knowing it could be deadly. Firstly, some were ignorant, believing that sincere devotion to guanine would spare them from death. Secondly, the taste of guanine soil was far superior to that of bark or roots. Its appearance and texture closely resembled flour, and in moments of extreme hunger, people could not resist the temptation, often leading to their demise. A large pile of guanine soil had been gathered, brought forth by the people while Yun and his companions practiced their skills, with the Lian tribesmen observing closely. As the warriors prepared to consume the guanine soil, the Lian people felt a rush of dread. A small amount might be manageable, yet a substantial portion was simply unimaginable. "Let us begin," Zhang Yuxian announced nonchalantly. Yun showed no hesitation, taking large mouthfuls of guanine soil, which had no distinct flavor, only a slight slickness. At least it was easier to swallow than wood. The members of the warrior preparatory camp, witnessing this seemingly useless individual surpassing them, felt their pride pricked. They mustered their resolve and began to eat as well, reasoning that Zhang Yuxian could not possibly wish them harm. Though unpalatable, they would endure it for the sake of cultivation. However, just as this thought flickered in their minds, Zhang Yuxian's words shattered their illusions. The technique of swallowing an elephant was not easily mastered. Many who consumed guanine soil in hopes of learning the skill ultimately perished from bloating instead. What? Upon hearing Zhang Yuxian's proclamation, the previously emboldened members of the warrior preparatory camp deflated like punctured balloons. Consuming this wood and guanine soil, if they failed to master the technique, would lead to their demise. They had believed it merely a trial, not a matter of life and death, only to be confronted with the harsh reality of their naivety. Upon witnessing the expressions of Zhao Taizhu and his companions, Zhang Yuxian cast a disdainful glance their way. Did they truly believe that mastering martial arts was akin to a leisurely meal, where one could simply indulge and emerge with unparalleled skills? A martial artist must possess the unwavering resolve to confront death at every turn. Even among the members of the Yunhuang guards, there are casualties during training. How could one hope to transcend their limits without pushing their body to the extreme? The path of martial arts is fraught with peril, delving into secret realms, encountering enemies, contending for treasures, confronting inner demons, enduring life and death trials, and weathering heavenly tribulations. Each of these experiences bears the risk of death. You are merely at the outset. If you lack the courage to partake in guanine soil, it would be wiser to refrain from pursuing martial arts altogether and resign yourselves to a quiet demise in the wilderness. Zhang Yuxian no longer insisted upon these individuals. He did not even specify how much guanine soil and wood were appropriate for beginners in the swallowing elephant technique. The quantity consumed was entirely contingent upon one's personal audacity. The warriors in the preparatory camp exchanged glances, instinctively slowing their pace of consumption. In contrast, Yun paused momentarily, then resumed his steady intake, seemingly unfazed. Zhang Yuxian noticed Yun and nodded once more. Such courage was commendable. As for Zhao Taizhu and the others, they too observed Yun's reckless consumption of wood and guanine soil. Zhao Taizhu maliciously whispered, "This little brat is showing off now. He will regret it soon enough. Do not argue with a fool, brother Zhao. We are still novices, let us consume a modest amount. Half a jin? No, 3 liang should suffice." Several members of the preparatory camp cautiously measured their portions, nibbling as though they were children savoring a delectable cake yet reluctant to take a full bite. "Brother Zhao, overindulgence leads to trouble. Let us proceed step by step. This time, we will demonstrate our martial prowess to Lord Zhang. Surely, we cannot be outdone by a mere child." The men of the preparatory camp held their breath, aware that Zhang Yuxian had previously looked down upon them, insinuating that he had no other choice but to recruit them as placeholders. This they accepted, yet it irked them that Zhang Yuxian held Yun, the frail one, in such high regard. They had initially believed that training under Zhang Yuxian would allow them to showcase their strength by lifting a millstone, an opportunity to impress while effortlessly overshadowing Yun. However, to their dismay, the training involved merely consuming tree bark. It was utterly absurd. Was it not just about eating trees and guanine soil? They scoffed at the challenge. "Brothers, let us eat." Surpassing this little chick is child's play. The more Zhao Taizhu contemplated, the more exasperated he became. While the others hesitated, he resolved to consume more, convinced that he could master the swallowing elephant technique. At this moment, Yun had methodically consumed over 2 jin of guanine soil, feeling a heavy burden in his stomach as if it were filled with lead, continually dragging him down. His abdomen began to ache. Initially, the pain was insignificant, but it would soon intensify, potentially leading to dire consequences. Just then, a voice echoed in Yun's ear. "Follow me, and perform these 12 movements." Yun lifted his gaze, and there stood Zhang Yuxian before the crowd, his eyes fixed upon Yun, accompanied by a hint of an encouraging smile. Then, Zhang Yuxian moved. It is challenging to articulate the nature of his actions. His figure seemed to blur into obscurity, as if he had stepped into an alternate dimension, severing his connection with the outside world. One movement flowed into another, each bizarre yet seamlessly interconnected, evoking a sense of grace akin to flowing water. Zhang Yuxian's speed oscillated between rapidity and languor, imbued with an ineffable charm. These movements, though manifesting within the human iris, eluded capture, resembling phantoms within a dream. A sudden thought blossomed in Yun's mind. Observing Zhang Yuxian's movements felt akin to experiencing a dream. In dreams, many sights and words appear vividly real and lucid, leaving one in awe of their eloquence. Yet the details remain elusive upon awakening. Now, as Yun beheld Zhang Yuxian's performance, such peculiar thoughts arose within him. Is this swallowing elephant technique merely a foundational practice? Why does it seem more profound than the dragon muscle tiger bone fist? Yun found it difficult to fathom. At that moment, Zhang Yuxian halted. And although Yun could not recall every movement, he was aware that Zhang Yuxian had performed the entire sequence 3 times. All right. These are the 12 movements of the swallowing elephant technique. I encourage you all to replicate them. Mastering these actions will lead to modest success in your practice, allowing you to digest some guanyin soil without issue. Wow, what? Upon hearing Zhang Yuxian's words, Zhao Taizhu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What had Zhang Yuxian just done? Some even questioned whether their eyes had deceived them, perceiving double images. They were utterly perplexed. How could they possibly replicate Zhang Yuxian's movements? Is there a problem? Zhang Yuxian inquired, observing the grim expressions of the many in the soldier preparation camp. Why yes, there is a problem. Zhao Taizhu swallowed hard, struggling to voice his concern. If we cannot learn your movements, what shall we do about the guanyin soil and what we consume? Zhao Taizhu felt a sense of hopelessness. These intricate movements were beyond his comprehension, and he feared he would never master them in just 3 days. Zhang Yuxian frowned, seemingly disinterested in Zhao Taizhu's foolish question. With a note of impatience, he replied, perhaps if you poke your fingers or a bamboo skewer while in the restroom, you might survive. Just remember not to drink water. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhu and the others felt as though they had swallowed a pound of excrement, the kind that had fermented in their intestines for days. Their expressions were nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 38, The Essence of Technique. Damn it. Is this some kind of jest? Zhao Taizhu was at his wit's end. What sort of elephant-swallowing technique is this? It's utterly outrageous. Many members of the warrior training camp had already abandoned their dignity, desperately trying to clear their throats with their fingers, hoping to expel the guanyin clay and what they had just ingested. However, this was of no avail, as the guanyin clay was highly adhesive. Once it settled in their stomachs, it clumped together, making it exceedingly difficult to expel. The men of the training camp were retching bile, only to bring forth bits of wood chips, while the guanyin clay remained stubbornly lodged in their stomachs. In that moment, each man appeared utterly bewildered. Master Zhang, please do not jest with us. We couldn't comprehend the movements at all. Many of the men exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Such intricate motions. How could anyone possibly master them? In the face of the training camp members' lamentations, Zhang Yuxian maintained an impassive demeanor. He merely repeated the 12 movements of the elephant-swallowing technique, this time deliberately slowing his pace, allowing the warriors to catch a glimpse of its intricacies. However, Yun noticed that as Zhang Yuxian decelerated, the movements lost an intangible essence, the very quintessence of the technique. I shall give it a try. At that moment, Lian Xingyu stepped forward. He had also consumed a significant amount of guanyin clay and wood. Lian Xingyu, possessing a modicum of insight, awkwardly attempted to replicate Zhang Yuxian's demonstration, though his execution was severely flawed. Nevertheless, it was apparent to Yun, while Zhao Taizhu and others were left in sheer admiration. Young Master Lian, you are truly remarkable. Incredible that you can perform such movements. Zhao Taizhu and the others began to lavish praise, genuinely awestruck by Lian Xingyu's prowess, believing him to be extraordinary. Yet, after appraising Lian Xingyu for a moment, Zhang Yuxian merely remarked, it's passable. This single assessment left Lian Xingyu feeling a pang of defeat. The movements were indeed exceedingly challenging. Achieving such a semblance should have been commendable. Zhang Yuxian's comment felt overly critical, as if he were withholding praise. Lian Xingyu, who had always been confident in his own talents, reasoned that it was not his inadequacy but rather Zhang Yuxian's stringent standards that were to blame for the lack of commendation. At that moment, Lian Xingyu noticed Zhang Yuxian's gaze fixated on a particular spot. Following his line of sight, he beheld Yun, who was sitting with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. A smirk of disdain crept into Lian Xingyu's heart. This boy had consumed so much with guanyin clay. Surely his stomach must be in agony now. This technique was so arduous, with movements steeped in profundity. How could a mere 12-year-old child possibly grasp it? It would be best if his stomach were to rupture from the strain, causing him untold suffering. Due to Zhang Yuxian's admiration for Yun, Lian Xingyu had harbored considerable animosity toward him. Meanwhile, Yun was entirely absorbed in his own world. Yun glanced at Lian Xingyu's movements but soon lost interest. For only a handful of his actions were executed with any semblance of accuracy. Yet, Yun discerned that even these meagerly precise movements lacked a certain spirit. After breaking through to the Meridian realm, Yun's senses became remarkably acute. Although Zhang Yuxian's movements were swift, Yun still gleaned profound insights. Coupled with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, his innate understanding was exceptional, and his consciousness, nourished by both purple crystal and meridian energies, began to clarify Zhang Yuxian's actions. Initially, the forms took shape gradually. Each movement began to embody a spirit of its own. Yun recognized the extraordinary intricacies of the swallowing elephant technique. It commenced with the digestion of the most challenging and indigestible substances, subsequently employing a series of intricate movements to train the stomach and intestines. If one were to focus solely on the external appearance of these actions, the spirit would inevitably diminish. Conversely, emphasizing the spirit would result in a loss of form. This was indeed a remarkable secret art. Yun pondered this notion, sensing the profundity of the swallowing elephant technique, even surpassing the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist. However, why had it become the hallmark technique of the Yunhuang Guard, widely disseminated among the ranks? Now was not the time for such musings. Following the instincts within his mind, Yun gradually extended his hands. Suddenly, he moved, his eyes gently closed, direction indistinct. Relying solely on an inexplicable sensation, he began to interpret Zhang Yuxian's movements. One after another, Yun's thoughts grew clearer, and his speed quickened. Observers perceived a blur in Yun's figure. Zhang Yuxian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Yun, in his very first practice of the swallowing elephant technique, had managed to replicate a trace of its spirit. This achievement was not merely a matter of cultivation or innate talent, but rather a reflection of his comprehension. The true difficulty of the swallowing elephant technique lay in grasping the spirit encapsulated within its movements. Even Zhang Yuxian had taken considerable time to master it, enduring much hardship along the way. Yun, this young man, displayed remarkable understanding. Meanwhile, Zhao Taizhu and the others from the warrior preparatory camp stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the subtleties of the swallowing elephant technique. Yet, even they, despite their lack of insight, could discern that Yun's movements were anything but trivial, as they too experienced an inexplicable illusion emanating from his actions. This young man, the group of men was bewildered, no longer needing to assess whether Yun's movements were standard. For the brightness in Zhang Yuxian's eyes conveyed an irrefutable truth. Yun had indeed begun to embody the swallowing elephant technique. How could this be? This lowly servant had learned Lord Zhang's movements after merely 2 observations? Zhao Taizhu and his companions were oblivious to how many times Zhang Yuxian had demonstrated the movements. They merely assumed he had shown them twice when his actions appeared blurred. Such challenging movements, and he managed to learn them? The members of the warrior preparatory camp found it utterly unacceptable. For a long time, they had considered themselves to be of a superior class, subtly perceiving themselves as the ruling elite of the Lian clan. Yet today, they found themselves utterly subjugated by an inferior commoner. Their prideful stone mill, in the eyes of Zhang Yuxian, was utterly worthless, while the knowledge imparted by him eluded their grasp entirely. Even Lian Xingyu, the most dazzling star of the tribe, appeared to be overshadowed by Yun. Clenching his fists, Lian Xingyu's gaze was infused with profound anger and a sense of defeat, which gradually transformed into a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 39, the most agonizing aspect of life. Yun tirelessly repeated the 12 movements of the elephant swallowing technique, each motion inexplicably draining his vitality. As he lingered in a state between dreams and wakefulness, after completing the sequence 5 times, he found himself utterly exhausted. Upon opening his eyes, he was struck by an intense heat radiating from his abdomen, as if it were ablaze. Waves of power surged towards his midsection, with an unceasing flow of blood and energy. In a typical individual, after a hearty meal, blood would predominantly rush to the stomach to aid in the digestion of nutrients. Yun was experiencing a similar phenomenon, albeit magnified 100-fold. He sensed that with a mere thought, All his vital energy could converge within his digestive tract, capable of digesting even iron nails and glass. The feeling of bloating from consuming the guanine soil had completely dissipated. The vigorous contractions of his stomach had effectively broken down the substance. As he raised his head, he noticed that everyone was observing him. Zhang Yuxian wore a smile, while the soldiers from the preparatory camp displayed expressions of astonishment, envy, and hostility. At that moment, Lian Xingyu approached Yun with a smile. "Yun, I am impressed," he declared. Under Yun's incredulous gaze, Lian Xingyu affectionately patted his shoulder. "To be honest, I previously doubted whether your advancement to the preliminary selection was merely a stroke of luck. Now, you have proven your worth, and for that, I extend my apologies. I never anticipated you possessed such remarkable talent." Lian Xingyu generously lavished praise upon him. "In the past, I underestimated your abilities by sending you to gather herbs. From this day forth, you shall enter the warrior preparatory camp, where the Lian clan will prioritize your development. Alas, with only a few short weeks remaining until the divine nation selection, I regret not recognizing your potential sooner, allowing your time to be squandered. You now have but a fleeting moment to hone your skills, making it nearly impossible to succeed in the divine nation selection. Nevertheless, fear not. Should I, in the future, become a warrior of the divine nation, I shall undoubtedly assist you in your journey, enabling you to one day emerge from the great wilderness. In that time, our nurturing Lian clan may bask in glory and even relocate collectively to the city." Lian Xingyu spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his eyes betraying no hint of duplicity. Were it not for Yun's deep understanding of Lian Xingyu's true nature, he might have been deceived by the faade. Knowing a person's face does not reveal their heart. It is often challenging to discern the inner thoughts of those who are adept at concealing their true intentions. Yun recognized that this entire performance was merely for Zhang Yuxian's benefit. Once Zhang Yuxian departed, Lian Xingyu would undoubtedly reveal his true colors. How could Lian Xingyu tolerate Yun's growth? With a novice smile, Yun replied, "Thank you, young Master Lian. I assure you, I will not disappoint you." Pleased by Yun's earnestness, Lian Xingyu continued to smile. Little did he realize that beneath the youthful exterior of this 12-year-old boy lay a wealth of experience far surpassing his own. Lian Xingyu uttered a few words of encouragement before turning to Zhang Yuxian, saying, "Master Zhang, I am but a dullard, lacking the keen insight of my young brother Yun. I have yet to grasp the essence of the swallowing elephant technique. I kindly ask you to demonstrate it once more." Although Lian Xingyu feigned humility, having resolved to settle accounts in the autumn, Zhao Taizhu and his companions felt a deep sense of frustration upon hearing his words. Young Master Lian, Zhao Taizhu thought anxiously. How could Lian Xingyu admire Yun and speak thus? "Silence, you lot. Truly a bunch of good-for-nothings. You are provided with the finest food and meat by the tribe. Yet you cannot master a single technique like the swallowing elephant. It is utterly disgraceful. Do you wish to perish from overindulgence?" At the mention of perishing, the countenance of Zhao Taizhu and the others changed abruptly. Indeed, this was no jest. If they failed to learn it completely, their fates would be sealed. Observing Lian Xingyu's tact and eloquence, Zhang Yuxian nodded slightly. Lian Xingyu possessed notable talent and leadership qualities, marking him as an exceptional individual. This remark was directed toward both Lian Xingyu and Yun. In Zhang Yuxian's eyes, only they had the potential to traverse the vast wilderness and emerge as true warriors. He then turned to Zhao Taizhu and the others, stating, "Although it is unlikely you will have the opportunity to consume rare treasures of heaven and earth, mastering the swallowing elephant technique will enable you to digest even the most humble fare during times of famine, greatly benefiting your survival. Even a modicum of proficiency in this technique will serve you well. I shall demonstrate it once more at a slower pace. Pay close attention, for whether you can grasp the essence of the swallowing elephant depends solely on your own efforts." As Zhang Yuxian spoke, he began to move again, indeed reducing his speed. Yet he still failed to impart the technique effectively to Zhao Taizhu and his companions. That very night, the latrines of the Lian tribe echoed with lamentations. It is said that the greatest agony in life is the inability to find a toilet when one is afflicted with diarrhea, ultimately soiling oneself. Yet, compared to the plight of Zhao Taizhu and the others, such a situation seemed trivial. It was only when one reached Zhao Taizhu's predicament that they realized being able to relieve oneself in one's trousers was a profound blessing. That evening, the tribe's sole physician prepared a large pot of laxative for every warrior in the camp. However, even with this remedy, they remained unable to relieve themselves. Reluctantly, they resorted to the method previously suggested by Zhang Yuxian, using their fingers to assist. only to find their fingers insufficiently lengthy, necessitating the use of bamboo skewers. The sensation of the bamboo skewer was indescribably excruciating. In truth, employing a bamboo skewer for such an endeavor required a certain level of skill. It was a daunting task for one individual, as visibility was completely lacking. Consequently, they could only assist one another. One person bent over while their companion assisted. The imagery was too vivid for Yun to even contemplate. To assist a friend in such a manner was one thing, but to aid them in such a delicate situation, perhaps, was the true essence of friendship. Moreover, merely hearing that haunting cry conjures vivid images of the dire plight of the other party, perhaps reduced to a pitiful state, utterly ravaged. The following day, during the gathering for practice, Zhao Taiju and his companions appeared pallid, their gait resembling that of a feeble shrimp. A sleepless night spent incessantly rushing to the latrine. The laxatives consumed yielded only a meager flow of yellowish liquid, and time and again they resorted to bamboo skewers. Such is the essence of torture. Fortunately, their intake of the so-called guanine soil was not excessive. Through repeated doses of laxatives and the sacrifice of their dignity, they managed to avoid any fatalities. The next day, during practice, Zhao Taiju and his companions dared not touch the guanine soil again, leading Zhang Yuxian to instruct only Yun and Lian Qingyu. Zhang Yuxian's visit to the Lian clan was brief, lasting barely 3 days. However, on the evening of the second day, a jade slip he carried suddenly trembled, emitting a clear chime. This jade slip was employed by the Yunhuang guard for communication. Upon witnessing its tremor, Zhang Yuxian's expression shifted subtly. He merely left behind a note before mounting his colossal beast and galloping away, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Chapter 40. Hidden Motives. On the following morning, the warriors of the preparatory camp arrived at the training ground, already aware of Zhang Yuxian's departure. The sound of Zhang Yuxian riding off on his beast during the night was heard by many, including Yun. Yun. From a distance, Lian Qingyu called out to Yun, his expression still warm. "Young Master Lian, what is it?" Yun replied with a smile, understanding that Lian Qingyu's amiable demeanor was merely for the benefit of the villagers present. The training ground was bustling with villagers who had come to observe the spectacle. Although Lian Qingyu had long desired to eliminate Yun, he could not act openly in front of the villagers. If he were to attack Yun in public, it would indeed provide him with a sense of relief, but the presence of so many witnesses would inevitably lead to rumors spreading. Lian Qingyu could not afford to silence every member of the Lian clan. Should the truth of the matter reach Zhang Yuxian, Lian Qingyu would undoubtedly be implicated. Thus, he opted for a more subtle and calculated approach to discreetly dispose of Yun. As Lian Qingyu maintained his facade, Yun was more than willing to engage in a game of subtlety, for he felt his own strength was still insufficient, especially since he had yet to fully absorb the essence of the bones. Yun, before leaving, Lord Zhang left a note in a box of elixirs. The note instructed that the elixirs are for you and me. My portion is too potent for one of your cultivation level, but yours is perfectly suited for a novice in martial arts, Lian Qingyu explained convincingly. If Yun were not already aware of Lian Qingyu's true nature, he might have been easily deceived. "Oh, elixirs?" Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. "Lord Zhang left elixirs for me?" "Indeed," Lian Qingyu thought to himself, stifling a cold laugh at Yun's navet. He truly believed in the serendipity of falling into good fortune. Lord Zhang has been exceedingly generous. He has offered us both great assistance. We must not forget him when we achieve success. As Lian Qingyu patted Yun on the shoulder, a faint glimmer of malice flickered in his gaze. With Zhang Yuxian gone, Lian Qingyu no longer felt the need to conceal his murderous intent before someone as navi as Yun. "You are right, young Master Lian. I will not forget," Yun replied, feigning a sincere and teachable demeanor. "Yun, your talent surpasses even mine. This time, I intend to share some of the bone essence with you. This essence not only pertains to our futures, but also to the livelihoods of over 1,000 families within the Lian clan. I cannot entrust it to anyone else. It must be overseen personally by you, my young brother," Lian Qingyu proposed. "Let us do this. During the day, you shall continue refining the bones. Once the essence is ready, we will both consume it together. I will then assist you in cultivating your energy to reach the second level of the mortal blood realm. Afterward, I will present you with Lord Zhang's elixirs to further advance your cultivation." As Lian Qingyu spoke, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Yun discerned the mockery in his expression. With Zhang Yuxian absent, Lian Qingyu perceived Yun, a mere child, as easily manipulable within his grasp. Even if Lian Qingyu had truly prepared a potion for himself, it would likely be a form of chronic poison, one that could lead to paralysis and a slow, agonizing demise. However, in Lien Qingyu's eyes, no poison could rival the frigid venom of the cold python's skeletal remains. It was the ultimate unresolvable poison, perfectly suited to send Yun on his final journey. I shall fulfill young Master Lian's instructions diligently. Ian patted his chest in assurance, embodying the spirit of a fervent youth. It is worth mentioning that since Zhang Yuxian's entry into the Lian clan, the refining of the skeletal remains had never ceased, merely relocated to the vicinity of Lian's medicinal mountain. After all, it would be inappropriate for Zhang Yuxian to set up a large cauldron in the village, stoking fires day and night. Lien Qingyu sought to continue poisoning Yun with the cold venom, orchestrating a tragic demise for him, all while ensuring that the tribe's common folk remained blissfully unaware, leaving no evidence behind. Meanwhile, Ian aimed to absorb as much skeletal energy as possible before fully severing ties with Lien Qingyu, striving to elevate his cultivation to the Qi induction realm and bolster his own defenses. Thus, with their ulterior motives aligned, Ian eagerly set about refining the skeletal remains. Of course, his exuberance appeared to Lien Qingyu as nothing more than the antics of an overly enthusiastic youth. This fool, so eager for death, and yet he revels in it. How humiliating it is that my talents pale in comparison to this imbecile in certain aspects. Having gone 3 days without absorbing skeletal energy, Yun was positively ravenous. The lack of energy supplementation had severely stunted his cultivation progress, leaving him perpetually hungry. "Where on earth have you been, you little brat?" grumbled the burly man responsible for refining the skeletal remains upon seeing Yun. These laborers had been residing at Lian's medicinal mountain for the past few days and were entirely unaware of Yun being selected by Zhang Yuxian for martial training. To them, Yun was still that frail figure, and they naturally did not regard him with any kindness. Ignoring their disdain, Yun adeptly approached his designated spot to chop wood. Today, he was determined to exert every effort, ravenously absorbing skeletal energy. He understood that time was of the essence. Lien Qingyu's patience could not last much longer. He needed to break through to the 5th layer of the mortal blood Qi induction realm as swiftly as possible. As he faced the cauldron, ablaze with fire, Yun took a deep breath, his vision filled with an endless array of shimmering points of light. These points resembled the most delectable of delicacies, igniting a fervor within him. "Come forth, devour every last morsel," Yun thought, summoning a violet vortex centered around his heart. In that instant, he felt a wave of heat enveloping him, torrents of warmth surging through the meridians he had recently opened. Then, in Yun's sight, the mouth of the cauldron glowed with a purplish-red radiance, countless points of light eagerly bursting forth from the flames, flocking to Yun like a multitude of birds drawn to a phoenix. Yun was momentarily stunned. The number of light points far exceeded his expectations, nearly forming a continuous line. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The luminous orbs descended upon Yun's body like a torrential downpour, surging recklessly into his meridians. Yun's body trembled violently, feeling as if his very veins were on the verge of bursting. Pain, an excruciating sensation, caused Yun to collapse to the ground. Yet the flow of energy continued to pour into him unceasingly. Had the robust laborers who tempered the desolate bones been able to perceive the radiant energy of the amethyst, they would have witnessed Yun enveloped in a halo of brilliance. Chapter 41. Wounded today. Yun had exerted all his effort to absorb the energy of the barren bone, yet he was utterly unprepared for the intensity of the energy. Initially, he had estimated that it would take him at least 5 to 6 days to fully absorb this energy. However, the current situation revealed that in just a matter of seconds, he had absorbed more energy than he could have in 2 or 3 days combined. Could this be the result of unblocking his meridians? As Yun felt the searing heat coursing through his meridians, an understanding dawned upon him. This was his first experience of absorbing the energy from the barren bone since breaking through to the 4th layer of the mortal blood meridian realm. Prior to this, his meridians had been obstructed, limiting him to drawing energy solely through his physical form, which could only accommodate a meager amount before he reached his saturation point. However, with the meridians now unblocked, the scenario had drastically changed. The meridians served as highways for the flow of vital energy, with their capacity to hold energy far surpassing that of his physical body. The meridians functioned akin to a high-speed thoroughfare for energy. By achieving the 4th layer of the mortal blood meridian realm, Yun had effectively opened the energy highways within him. The energy from the barren bone was originally seeping thoroughly into his body, but now, it surged directly into him through the meridians, an incomparable difference. Yun, lacking systematic training in martial arts, remained oblivious to this distinction and inadvertently harmed himself, and quite severely at that. Just days prior, his meridians had been newly expanded. How could they withstand such a formidable influx of energy? In this instance, he had practically drained the remaining essence from the cold python's barren bone. Such a predicament. It felt exceedingly unjust to suffer from absorbing too much energy. Ian lamented his misfortune, feeling as though his meridians were on the verge of rupture. Akin to indulging in a lavish seafood feast only to find oneself in a hospital due to indigestion. Indeed, if the energy reached a certain threshold, it could potentially rupture a person's meridians. This was not an uncommon occurrence within the martial arts realm. Mortals who consumed aged medicinal herbs that they could not digest often met their demise, while warriors who ingested barren bone relics beyond their capacity faced explosive death. Such a fate was undeniably pitiful. To Yun, it felt akin to dying from overeating. He could only perceive a fiery sensation within him, and as a metallic taste flooded his throat, he coughed up blood. "Hey, little monkey, why are you lying on the ground? Are you pretending to be dead and avoiding work?" A gruff man with a dark complexion scolded, clearly displeased. This man had a son named Big Head, whom he had recently reprimanded for Iyun's sake. "Damn it, didn't you hear me speaking?" Big Head's father, upon seeing Iyun sprawled on the ground, became enraged. He tossed aside his axe and was about to kick Iyun a few times when he noticed Iyun's pallid complexion, his body trembling lightly, and blood streaming from his nostrils and ears. In that moment, Big Head's father was left dumbfounded. Something had gone awry. Despite not being a good man, his tongue was sharp, and he was known for taking from others. Seeing someone on the brink of death caused him to panic. He hurriedly reported to his superiors, stating that someone was about to die. Big Head's father spoke to a companion, not out of malice towards Iyun, but rather in concern as he witnessed Iyun bleeding from all 7 orifices. Could one possibly survive such a condition? In the Lian clan, medical resources were virtually non-existent. And with the community's frail constitution, even a mild case of typhoid could lead to death. How much more dire was Iyun's situation? To Big Head's father, Iyun appeared to be doomed. "Listen, little monkey, do not perish here. If you must die, choose another place," he remarked, intent on reaching Iyun. However, upon merely brushing Iyun's hand, a searing sensation coursed through his own, prompting a cry of anguish as he stumbled backward, landing on a pile of firewood. His head nearly struck a heated cauldron, and had that occurred, his life would have been forfeit. Despite this, a tuft of his hair was singed, leaving him pale with fear, as if some unseen force had invaded his body through the contact. "What is happening?" he gasped, startled by the bizarre occurrence. Akin to being bitten by a snake, his hand that had touched Iyun trembled uncontrollably. "What is going on?" The other sturdy men rushed over, regaining his composure. Big Head's father exclaimed, "This lad may be possessed by a spirit. We must inform young Master Lian immediately." He dispatched a nearby firewood gatherer to relay the message. After a moment's contemplation, he approached Iyun with a tinge of trepidation. "I mean, dear brother, what has befallen you? You must hold on. I have already sent for assistance. The tribe's doctor will arrive shortly." Yet, he was acutely aware that the sole physician in the tribe primarily served the elite, making it highly unlikely that he would attend to Iyun. With over 1,000 households in their clan, it was impractical for the doctor to treat everyone. And even if he could, the herbal remedies were scarce, as the medicinal plants of the Lian clan were exceedingly valuable. Thus, the impoverished were left to endure their ailments alone, and if they could not withstand them, they simply perished, their lives deemed inconsequential. "I must apologize, dear brother. In my moment of greed, I took your porridge. Please do not hold it against me." Unbeknownst to Big Head's father, Iyun had been recognized by Zhang Yuxian. Seeing Iyun on the brink of death, he felt compelled to offer solace, fearing that should Iyun die, he might return as a vengeful spirit. The denizens of the wilderness were largely superstitious, likely due to their arduous existence, which necessitated some form of spiritual solace. They believed that wicked souls descended into hell, while the virtuous ascended to paradise. The destitute held on to the hope of reincarnation, perhaps to be born into a better life in their next existence. Iyun, bemused, thought, "I am not dead yet, and already I am being cursed." Nonetheless, he recognized the lesson in this experience. Absorbing too much of the essence of the wilderness could indeed be fatal. Today's misfortune was a stark reminder of the delicate balance of joy and sorrow. He was, in essence, a living embodiment of the adage. The heights of joy can lead to the depths of despair. As the meridians of Iyun were injured and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. In the courtyard of the clan leader of the Lian family, Lian Qingyu received the news delivered by Zhao Taishu. "Young Master Lian, it appears that the lad Iyun is on the verge of demise. They say he is possessed by a ghost. with blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Upon hearing of Yi Yun's predicament, Zhao Taiju felt a surge of delight, thinking to himself that this was the consequence of Yi Yun earning the favor of Lord Lian. Oh, Lian Qingyu, who had been practicing his martial arts, momentarily paused at Zhao Tieju's words, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The notion of possession struck Lian Qingyu as nothing more than the foolish beliefs of the ignorant masses. He was convinced that Yi Yun's condition was merely the result of the intersection between the frigid energy of the withered bones and the transformative effects of the blood-transforming pill. This young man is destined for his end. Chapter 42. Into the abyss, the chilling energy of the cold python, coupled with the life-draining effects of the blood transformation pill, bore a striking resemblance to the state that Yi Yun now found himself in as he approached death. His breaths were marked by the expulsion of dark blood. His visage ashen. Though not as exaggerated as Yi Yun's condition, where blood seeped from all 7 orifices, this variance was hardly surprising, given the uniqueness of each individual's physical constitution. In Lian Qingyu's recollection, despite Yi Yun's seemingly commendable martial talent, his frail physique rendered him incapable of withstanding the exhausting effects of the blood transformation pill. Among the numerous robust laborers enduring the grueling trials of the wild bones, it was Yi Yun who faltered first. This little servant, unable to endure for long, had dashed Lian Qingyu's hopes of extending their engagement a few more days. Lian Qingyu held no illusions regarding Yi Yun's chances of survival. The cold energy of the python was insurmountable and fatal to mortals. Not only Yi Yun, but even Lian Qingyu himself could not withstand the chilling essence of the python. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed so many kin to absorb the cold toxin on his behalf. Such chilling energy could only be dispelled by an expert of the wild, and even the violet-blooded warriors would hesitate to consume the essence of the cold python. As Yi Yun neared his demise, Lian Qingyu found himself somewhat anxious. Zhang Yuxian had departed, and now Yi Yun was on the brink of death. Would such a coincidence arouse Zhang Yuxian's suspicions? Yet, Lian Qingyu's worry was fleeting. As he resumed his practice of martial arts, his movements flowed like water, flawless and without a hint of imperfection. Upon completing his set of punches, he gradually concluded his practice, meticulously attending to every subtle detail. In a moment of reflection, Lian Qingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Inspired by Yi Yun's predicament, it was of little consequence. If he perished, it should not disrupt the refining of the wild bones. His tone remained indifferent. Certainly, the refining of the wild bones must be ensured. I have already instructed those laborers to continue their tasks. However, what shall we do with that little creature's corpse? Should I summon a few brothers to hang the creature, whip its corpse, and then chop it up for the dogs? Zhao Taiju chuckled, finding a sense of vindication in Yi Yun's demise. He still felt the lingering pain from his unfortunate ordeal, absurdly attributing all his suffering to Yi Yun. Lian Qingyu snorted in disdain, responding, "Do you intend to publicly humiliate Yi Yun's corpse for all the villagers to see? They might believe we were responsible for his death. And when Lord Zhang inquires, who shall bear the burden of that blame?" Indeed, young Master Lian is correct. Zhao Taiju slapped himself on the mouth, realizing the simplicity of his thoughts, and acknowledged Lian Qingyu's wisdom. Let us transport Yi Yun's body to Jiang Sharo's home. It would be too ominous for him to die near the great cauldron of bone refinement. Remember to ensure he is truly deceased when we bring the little creature over. I shall personally verify it. Yi Yun's repeated deaths and rebirths left Lian Qingyu feeling quite unsettled. Although it was certain that he would perish from the chilling poison of the desolate bones, Lian Qingyu felt compelled to confirm it personally for his own peace of mind. Jiang Sharo? I wonder how this young lady will react upon seeing her brother in such a state. Zhao Tieju's face was brimming with excitement. Lian Qingyu understood that given Jiang Shao's character and her feelings for Yi Yun, witnessing him in such a condition would likely cause her to faint on the spot. However, Lian Qingyu harbored no sympathy for delicate feelings. This was the great wilderness, rife with slaughter, cruelty, and tragedy. He intended to enlighten Jiang Sharo about the true nature of the desolation. He would not indulge any woman, even one he favored. As a future sovereign, he needed his women to comprehend that it was he, Lian Qingyu, who rescued them from their suffering, providing them with sustenance and shelter. They must learn to be grateful to him, to recognize their fortunes, and to serve him with utmost reverence. Should he show a modicum of kindness to any woman, it would be a considerable boon. Conversely, should he treat a woman harshly or even cruelly, it would be entirely justified, for without him, they would perish in the great wilderness. This perspective stemmed from Lian Qingyu's deep-rooted insecurities and his burgeoning hatred for the world, which gradually shaped his obsessive nature and desire for control. He aspired to become a ruler, determining the fates of all around him. After Iyun's incident, the laborers refining the desolate bones firmly believed he had been possessed by a ghost and were reluctant to approach him. Who would dare risk being targeted next? If not for their fear of abandoning the massive cauldron of boiling bones, they would have fled in all directions. At this moment, Iyun's complexion was ashen, with blood oozing from his nostrils. Today had indeed spiraled into chaos, as he had inadvertently drained the energy from the desolate bones all at once. He was grateful that his slender meridians had not shattered under such immense power. He needed to find a tranquil place to swiftly digest the rampant energy within him. With this thought, Iyun propped himself up and made his way toward a nearby gorge, not far from the site where the bones were being refined. Beneath this gorge flowed the eastern river of the Lian clan. The waters of the eastern river surged violently, and the deep pool where Iyun had previously practiced was also a part of this river. "Kid, what are you doing?" As Iyun approached the gorge, seemingly intent on jumping into the river, the laborers refining the bones turned pale with fear. He was possessed. He was possessed. Dido's father was horrified, noticing Iyun's dazed expression, likely unaware that the gorge lay below. If he jumped, it would be a certain death. Moreover, downstream along the eastern river was a great waterfall, and falling over it would seal his fate without a doubt. Should we stop him? One laborer swallowed hard and spoke weakly. Yet, no one responded. In this vast world, one's own life took precedence. Who would dare approach Iyun, lest they also fall victim to the ghost? My dear brother, you are gravely injured. It seems your time is short. Better to embrace a swift end than to endure prolonged suffering. It would be best if you leap down. As for you, brother, we shall not accompany you any further. May you find peace on your journey to the underworld, and do not hold us accountable for your demise, said Datu's father, attempting to comfort himself while also advising Iyun, fearing that he might seek revenge after death. At this moment, Iyun had already reached the edge of the gorge. Although he had regained a portion of his vitality, the energy within him was in disarray, a tumultuous heat surging through him, causing immense discomfort. Contrary to being weak, Iyun felt an abundance of strength coursing through him. Leaping into the gorge and battling the raging waters would allow him to release this pent-up energy. Furthermore, this route was his optimal escape. Without hesitation, Iyun stepped into the void and plunged down the cliff. The sturdy warriors gasped in shock to fall into the gorge. Bleeding from all 7 orifices would surely spell death, even for one with 9 lives. Splash! Iyun plunged into the river below, the gorge towering at a height of 40 to 50 meters. Even with his cultivation at the 4th level of mortal blood, the impact left him in agony. For he was not in peak condition. It was the depths of winter, and the river water was frigid, yet its swift current prevented it from freezing. Carried by the torrent, Iyun felt the energy rampaging through his meridians, as if his entire being were ablaze. He held his breath and swam against the current, battling the water's force. He understood that his current state was a consequence of excessive energy intake. This energy must be expended, or it would rupture his meridians. Swimming was one way to dissipate this energy, and he had to endure the pain. As long as he could reduce the energy to a manageable level, his body would gradually recover. Iyun calculated that if he continued this way, within half an hour, the current would carry him to the deep pool beneath the waterfall where he had previously cultivated. Chapter 43. The absence of form and the non-existence of self. The current grew increasingly turbulent, and Iyun discerned that he was nearing the waterfall. On Earth, some dare to leap from heights of 60 meters into the abyss below, yet this waterfall on the Dong River soared over 100 meters. Although Iyun possessed physical capabilities that far surpassed those of an ordinary individual, he had not undergone professional diving training. Furthermore, he was not in peak condition, making such a leap a formidable challenge. With a resounding roar, Iyun heard the waterfall crashing into the deep pool below, and the rushing waters pulled him forward. After tumbling through the water several times, he felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness as he plunged downward, his vision engulfed by a veil of cascading droplets, becoming a blinding haze. Thus, he leaped from a precipice towering over 100 meters in height. From a distance, the majestic cliff stood like a colossal giant, while the waterfall cascading downwards resembled a sword held aloft in the giant's grasp. The giant leaned upon the sword, its blade pointed downward, exuding an indescribable aura of power. In comparison, Iyun appeared as but a trivial speck upon this vast, gleaming blade, hurtling downward at an astonishing velocity. With a tremendous splash, he broke the surface of the water, sending forth a spray akin to a blooming white lotus. The impact as he emerged from the depths was profound, the force reverberating through his internal organs and skeletal structure, akin to being hammered upon an anvil. This powerful strike seemed to loosen his muscles, leaving him in excruciating pain, yet paradoxically filled with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Holding his breath, he dove down with practiced ease. His body felt ablaze. Yet upon submerging in the frigid waters of the pool, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him. He descended quietly, reaching depths he had never before encountered, until he reached the bottom. This marked Yun's inaugural descent to the depths of this profound pool. Beneath the water, the bottom was composed of pristine sand and stone, polished as if crafted from jade. Yun curled his body, wrapping his arms around his legs, and appeared to drift into slumber within the depths. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Yun was unaware of how long he had been submerged, only feeling the occasional chill against his chest, which prevented him from succumbing to suffocation. The scorching heat coursing through his meridians gradually cooled in the icy waters, while the pressure from the depths continued to compress his internal organs. His body felt as though it were ablaze. His singular thought was to swiftly dissipate this energy, lest it overwhelm his meridians with catastrophic consequences. In this near zero-degree pool, Yun's body lost heat rapidly. If one were to remain bare in zero-degree air, it would be challenging to succumb to frostbite without falling asleep. However, plunging into frigid waters would lead to complete numbness in under 10 minutes. The low temperature, immense pressure, and lack of oxygen created a harsh environment that hastened the consumption of the primal energy within Yun's body. This process of energy depletion was also a transformative journey, enhancing his physical constitution and refining his essence. As time flows, the underwater realm remains eerily silent, the pool's surface undisturbed. Yun seems to have entered a realm of complete temporal and spatial independence, where beneath this veil of existence, he can only hear the slow and resonant rhythm of his own heartbeat, thump, thump, thump. Gradually, it appears as though Yun's soul is departing from his corporeal form, the last thought in his mind succumbing to slumber, rendering him as if encased in ice. In such a state of deep immersion, losing consciousness spells certain doom. Yet, despite his unconsciousness, the amethyst crystal upon his chest pulses gently, channeling energy throughout his entire being. Yun has fully surrendered to a state of ethereal oblivion, with every cell in his body absorbing the energy of the desolate bones, resisting the encroaching cold and the immense pressure of the depths. Indeed, even the most elite martial arts, such as the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, struggle to refine every inch of flesh and blood comprehensively. Whether one descends like a ferocious tiger or soars like a dragon, there are invariably oversights in the physical refinement. Any area left neglected may become a vulnerability in a warrior's physique. The singular technique, dragon dance in the vast ocean, utilizes the overwhelming pressure of the liquid medium to exert a uniform force upon every part of the martial artist's body. Theoretically, it can indeed refine every inch of flesh. However, due to the limitations of the physical body, few warriors can truly master the technique to its fullest potential. Only by relinquishing one's self-awareness and allowing each cell to instinctively resist the pressure and cold of the water can one achieve complete refinement. In this state, the human body adheres to instinct. This is what is referred to as the absence of form, the emptiness of self. Achieving a state of selflessness is already a formidable challenge, and to attain such a state beneath the deep waters is even more daunting. For losing consciousness in such depths equates to a death sentence. Presently, though Yun has lost awareness, the energy from the primordial amethyst surges through his blood, nourishing his brain, meridians, and bodily organs. The necessity for respiration arises from the energy released during the respiratory process, yet with the energy supplied by the primordial amethyst, the need for oxygen becomes trivial. Thus, Yun unknowingly remains submerged for an entire day and night. His bones, internal organs, every single cell seem to awaken, each appearing to possess its own consciousness. It is not until the following day, when the sun is high in the sky, that Yun slowly rises from the depths, surfacing like a drowning man. Yunhuang, being one of the 24 wild lands of the Taya Divine Kingdom, is generally desolate except for the spiritual grounds guarded by various tribes, where human footprints are scarce in the wilderness. Besides the spiritual grounds where humans gather, there exists another domain within Yunhuang known as the Wasteland. Within this wasteland, the power of desolation is dense, and the truly formidable wild beasts lie in wait. A martial artist lacking sufficient strength who wanders into the wasteland is doomed to perish. Yet at this moment, on the fringes of a wasteland within Yunhuang, an elderly man appears, accompanied by a young maiden. The elderly man was clad in a flowing yellow robe, his physique somewhat portly, with hair as white as snow yet possessing a youthful visage. However, his eyes were somewhat small, rendering him rather unremarkable in appearance. Beside him stood a slender maiden, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age. Her eyebrows arched gracefully, and her elongated eyes sparkled like crystal-clear autumn waters, exuding an extraordinary purity. The hue of her skin was so pale that one could discern the veins beneath, contrasting sharply with the conventional beauty of a rosy complexion, which often signifies health. This girl's alabaster skin evoked a sense of fragility, akin to a delicate flower. Yet, upon observing the present scene, such notions would swiftly dissipate. The maiden's once jade-like hands were now stained of vivid crimson, tainted by blood. And before her lay the lifeless body of a formidable beast, approximately the size of a calf, which she had single-handedly vanquished. Chapter 44. The Young Girl. The Wilderness Master Teacher, did you not mention that we would venture into the northwest divine wilderness? I anticipated slaying the ferocious beasts there. Yet we find ourselves in the cloud wilderness instead. This place is desolate, and I doubt there are many formidable beasts lurking here. The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting. The northwest divine wilderness. Alas, you possess a naturally lean physique, which renders you physically inadequate. The northwest is rife with ferocious beasts, including high-level ones. And it would be too arduous for you to confront them, the plump old man replied, shaking his head. Very well, Shintong. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to transmute this 6th-level ferocious beast into a bone relic, as previously discussed. This is your trial. Unless your safety is at stake, I shall refrain from intervening. With a nonchalant tone, he settled upon a large stone, gazing at the scenery. The girl nodded gently, her fingers gliding across her wrist ring to retrieve a bronze array disc inscribed with intricate runes. As the array disc materialized, it soared into the sky, expanding in the wind. Soon, it grew to the size of a house, and the 6th-level beast was drawn into it, transforming into a dazzling white light. Within this luminescence, the beast's body appeared to ignite, its flesh and blood melting away, with the essence seeping into its bones. In a matter of mere breaths, the beast was reduced to a skeletal frame. Moments later, the skeleton began to dissolve and merge. During this process, the girl swiftly formed seals with her long, slender fingers, leaving behind thick imprints in her wake. She cast a series of array symbols that flew into the disc, merging with the beast's bones. In less than a quarter of an hour, the bones had completely melted, ultimately coalescing into a bone relic no larger than a mung bean. Were Lian Qing to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. A wilderness master! This young girl was indeed a wilderness master. In less than a quarter of an hour, she effortlessly refined a 6th-level ferocious beast, a terrifying display of power, difficult to fathom emanating from someone so youthful. If she were to take action, the Lian clan would find the refinement of the cold python's bones a trivial task. The bone relic fell into the girl's palm. Yet upon inspecting it, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing her dissatisfaction. Still not small enough, she murmured, shaking her head. Her ambition was to refine the 6th-level beast into a relic the size of a grain of rice within the allotted time. Shintong, there is no need for haste. You are the most gifted wilderness master I have encountered in my years traversing the continent. Alas, the plump old man sighed. At 17, to be able to refine a 6th-level ferocious beast into a relic of rice grain size in such a brief span of time surpassed even his youthful accomplishments. Regrettably, this girl named Shintong was burdened with a naturally lean physique, which rendered her pallid, a trait indicative of an extremely rare and fatal pulse, typically found only in females. A woman born with an innate meridian possesses a naturally cold constitution, perpetually shivering even in the sweltering summer heat, necessitating the wearing of cotton garments. If such a person were merely mortal, she would likely only live to the tender age of 17 or 18, subsequently succumbing to a series of profound slumbers, each lasting no less than 2 or 3 days, with the duration and frequency of her sleeps increasing over time. Ultimately, her final slumber could extend to a year or more, during which her life force would gradually diminish, leading to her demise. However, Shintong was born into the venerable Lin family, which afforded her the support to consume bone relics refined from fire elemental beasts. Utilizing the pure yang energy within these relics to counteract her internal chill, this arrangement could ensure her longevity, perhaps even granting her a lifespan of a century or more. Yet, when it came to cultivation, those with an innate meridian faced insurmountable challenges. At the 4th level of the mortal blood meridian realm, they could never truly unblock their entire meridian system, laying the groundwork for future complications. As they advanced to higher realms, progress became increasingly arduous, ultimately leading to a formidable bottleneck. An innate meridian was a form of curse. Nonetheless, exceptions existed. Legend spoke of an ancient empress of the human race, also born with an innate meridian, who, through her own strength, managed to restore her severed lineage. Following the revival of her innate meridian, an unpredictable transformation seemed to occur, details of which were never thoroughly chronicled in historical texts. Xingtong's master, a rather rotund elder, had tirelessly endeavored to re-establish her severed lineage. Despite discovering several ancient methods left behind by formidable masters, he had yet to succeed. These ancient techniques were often obscure, with their requirements for materials and refining processes shrouded in mystery, leading the elder to fail time and again. Driven by his deep affection for his disciple, the elder traversed the vast wilderness in search of potential solutions, yet all his efforts met with disappointment. "Master, please do not sigh," the young woman reassured him. "Though I possess an innate meridian, with the support of the fire elemental bone relics, I can still live for at least 300 or 400 years. In comparison to mere mortals, I am indeed fortunate." The young woman had originally lived among an ancient clan, her existence characterized by opulence, far beyond mere descriptions of silk and jade. In her travels through the wilderness, she had witnessed the myriad sufferings of the world, gaining insight into the struggles of mortals in this realm. This realization filled her with profound sentiment. Indeed, even with her innate meridian, her existence was 1,000-fold more blessed than those of ordinary people. With determination, she consumed a bone relic she had refined herself. Though the quality of the bone relics crafted from fierce beasts was somewhat inferior to those from wild bones, most martial practitioners typically consumed fierce beast relics during their training, reserving the more time-consuming wild bone relics for special occasions. As they continued their journey, they approached the territory of the Lian clan, a modest tribe with a population of just over 1,000 households. "We need not venture further," the elder remarked, unfurling a leather map to examine. He chuckled as he added, "This map deserves gratitude towards the Yunhuang guards of the Taya Divine Kingdom, for they have drawn a new map of the Yunhuang region." The previous map had not been updated in approximately 800 years, and many smaller tribes had long since relocated, with their positions unmarked on the old map. Upon seeing the map her master had produced, Xingtong was suddenly filled with a sense of curiosity. Mapping the vast expanse of the cloud wilderness is, in truth, a laborious endeavor that yields little reward. The myriad of small tribes, as numerous as the grains of sand along the Ganges, may vanish at any moment, only to be replaced by new ones. A meticulously crafted map, requiring immense effort to produce, would likely become obsolete in a mere century or so. Reflecting on the recent activities of the Taya divine nation within the cloud wilderness, Lin Xintong inquired, "Master, what compels us to traverse such a great distance of 1,000,000 miles to reach the cloud wilderness? Moreover, I have heard that the Taya divine nation has dispatched the Golden Dragon Guard, poised to conduct a selection of warriors in the near future. This endeavor on the vast plains seems arduous. What motivation lies behind the Taya divine nation's actions? How are our visit to the cloud wilderness and their warrior selection intertwined?" Chapter 45. The emergence of purple clouds in the desolate expanse of the cloud wasteland, where human habitation is scarce and ferocious beasts roam freely. Numerous small tribes exist amidst the wilderness. To gather these scattered tribes for a trial would require tremendous human and material resources. Despite the long-standing history of the Taya divine kingdom, the instances of warrior selections held in the vast wilderness are exceedingly rare. It is, therefore, lamentable to be born in such a barren land. Not only is the environment devoid of resources, but even the most gifted individuals find it nearly impossible to be discovered or to rise above their circumstances. The Taya divine kingdom is acutely aware of this reality, yet remains powerless to change it. Even a prodigy born in the 108 states could easily go unnoticed. Over the years, countless talents from the wasteland have met untimely fates, starving, succumbing to illness, perishing while foraging for herbs, or becoming prey to savage beasts. Many who were destined to become extraordinary figures have died like beggars, buried without even a mat to cover them, hastily interred in unmarked graves, perhaps with a wooden post erected as a makeshift tombstone, akin to what happened to Yun. However, such markers decay within a few years, and when those who remember these departed souls pass away, all that remains of them is nothingness, born into poverty and dying without a trace, that encapsulates the fate of the people of the wasteland. It is this very understanding that has shaped Chung Yu's distorted worldview. The rotund elder remarked, "Our arrival here is intricately linked to the Taya divine kingdom's sudden warrior selection, whether it is relevant or not. It certainly is intertwined with a singular event." "Oh," the young girl, intrigued, blinked her slender eyes, her long eyelashes glimmering softly under the sunlight. 5 months prior, An extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the cloud wasteland. The skies, once clear and serene, were enveloped in thick clouds within mere breaths, stretching across a vast expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles. Most astonishingly, these clouds appeared purple. The purple clouds blanketed the wasteland, an awe-inspiring celestial occurrence that prompted the astrologers of the Tai Divine Kingdom to interpret the event, dubbing it the emergence of purple clouds. Remarkably, this phenomenon reoccurred 2 months ago, and the most recent manifestation was even more terrifying, as if it devoured the sun and moon, overshadowing the very fabric of existence. This emergence of purple clouds sent ripples through the Tai Divine Kingdom, yet the common folk of the wasteland remained largely oblivious, as the phenomenon occurred at night, making it difficult for them to discern the color of the clouds. They were unaware of the purple clouds that blanketed the entire wasteland, nor did they grasp the turmoil in the natural energies of the realm caused by the emergence of purple clouds. Even the ancient beasts lurking deep within the wasteland were roused by such a celestial anomaly. There are several possibilities behind such an extraordinary phenomenon. The first possibility suggests the emergence of a rare treasure. However, 5 months prior, the Tai Divine Kingdom had already deployed their national treasure, the treasure-seeking compass, to scour the wasteland. While the compass cannot pinpoint the exact location of treasures, it can at least ascertain whether treasures exist within a certain expansive area. However, the treasure-seeking compass remained unresponsive, suggesting either the absence of any treasure or the possibility that it is so enigmatic that even the compass cannot perceive it. Should the latter be true, the implications would be unfathomable. Such a treasure could incite a storm of bloodshed across the continent. The second possibility involves a hidden emperor of the human race breaking through their realm, or perhaps a primordial beast undergoing tribulation, though this seems unlikely. While the Yunhuang region is vast, it is not particularly remarkable within the grander world, and it is doubtful that a hidden emperor or ancient beast would choose this place for their ascension. As for the third possibility, its likelihood is even slimmer, consisting of mere whispers of ancient legends that are better left unspoken. The reason I brought you to Yunhuang is due to this extraordinary phenomenon. Perhaps there exists some treasure that could restore your severed lineage. Teacher. The young girl sighed softly, her heart stirred with emotion. Unable to bear the sight of the portly old man exerting himself for her lineage, leaving no stone unturned even for the faintest glimmer of hope. Yet, she was acutely aware that her lineage was cursed, although there were tales of an empress from ancient times who had restored her severed line through her own strength. Such accounts pertain to an empress and merely remain as legends. These tales only underscore the immense difficulty of restoring a severed lineage. The old man, understanding Lin Xintong's thoughts, chuckled. Well, it is only fitting that we witness such celestial phenomena. Even if we gain nothing, it matters not. This phenomenon has stirred the royal family of the Tai Divine Nation. Not only have they been alerted, but even those from nearby divine nations have secretly infiltrated Yunhuang to uncover the truth. Over the past few months, the Tai Divine Nation has dispatched the Yunhuang guards to investigate the cause of the phenomenon, hoping that an extraordinary treasure may emerge. Since the Yunhuang guards have arrived in Yunhuang, we might as well seize this opportunity to hold a selection for warriors. Upon hearing this, the young girl finally understood. No wonder the Yunhuang guards had meticulously charted maps of Yunhuang, marking even the small tribes with populations of over 1,000 households with clarity. Very well. Let us continue our journey. We shall cross the mountain ahead and pass by the Yin tribe. Our next stop will be the Tao tribe, a large tribe with over 100,000 households, where we can rest. As the old man spoke, a sudden thought struck him, and he uttered a soft exclamation. What is it, teacher? There appears to be someone beneath the waterfall ahead. They seem to be drowning. Let us go and see. The elder spoke as he made his way toward the dense forest ahead. His steps seemed slow, yet each stride covered a considerable distance. As if the ground beneath his feet had shortened, Lin Xintong followed suit. They were beings who lived high above in this world, while countless ordinary people endured suffering below. Though they could not tend to every plight, should they encounter someone in dire need, they would certainly lend a hand, offering aid to those in distress. Yun was unaware of how long he had lingered in the pond. Since the previous night, he had wholeheartedly absorbed the energy from the desolate bones, diving into the water to embark on an immersive cultivation session. Even now, his consciousness had yet to fully awaken, and he felt as though he were ensnared in a beautiful dream. The energy from the desolate bones had been entirely digested by his physical form, leaving not a trace behind. His body had once again entered a state of hunger. In a state of drowsiness, Ian sensed a soft hand grasping his collar. Lifting him up, his body felt weightless, as if he were lying upon a bed of soft grass. Soon after, the gentle hand pressed against his chest. With a sudden gasp, Yun expelled a mouthful of water, not pure, but murky and tainted with the impurities from his body refinement. Upon regaining his senses, Yun was momentarily blinded by the bright sunlight, causing him to squint. There have been comments from readers pointing out inconsistencies, questioning why the wilderness does not cultivate its own food or catch fish, and how it could possibly be so hungry. I implore everyone not to view this through the lens of modern Earth perspectives. In ancient China, during famines, people resorted to consuming guanine soil and even resorted to cannibalism. Countless instances exist, and even in the 1960s, China faced a devastating 3-year famine that claimed many lives. One might also ponder, why not eat fish or dig for insects? During locust plagues, why not consume locusts? Was the wisdom of the ancients truly lacking? The ancients were not foolish. In times of starvation, cannibalism was common. What else could they possibly avoid eating? Those living near the sea and mountains had access to fish more abundant than those in ponds, as well as mushrooms and rabbits. Yet, they still faced hunger. As recounted by a mother silkworm during a famine, there was a year when not even grass grew on the mountains. Why? Due to drought and the roots of the grass being completely uprooted. When the grass was consumed, hunting rabbits became exceedingly difficult. As for fish, fishing in the ocean requires boats, which the common folk did not possess. In shallow waters, rivers, and lakes, if one does not engage in aquaculture, the fish population is minimal, already scarce, and further depleted by countless fishermen, making the cost of acquisition prohibitively high. For someone like the silkworm, the effort spent catching a few small fish would yield less energy than expended. As for capturing insects, that would only hasten fatigue, akin to self-destruction. Additionally, some have questioned why Yun does not hunt. The narrative has already explained that one must attain the purple blood realm to possess the capability to hunt formidable beasts in the true wilderness. Some readers may ask what these ferocious beasts consume. While the author believes that a fantasy narrative need not delve into a myriad of queries, a comprehensive world setting has been established to minimize inconsistencies, which will gradually unfold as the story progresses. I sincerely appreciate all the feedback. I have read every meaningful comment in the review section, and if anyone has suggestions or further thoughts, I warmly invite you to share them there. I have articulated my thoughts extensively, and I find myself somewhat exasperated. In the future, I shall refrain from such elaborate explanations. I sincerely hope that everyone can engage their imagination more and question less. In truth, many aspects are not deficiencies. Rather, they are either omitted due to perceived complexity or have been articulated but overlooked. My heartfelt gratitude to all. Chapter 46. The Meridians Unblocked. Pulsed like a dragon in a hazy reverie, Yun discerned the young woman standing so close to him. Her skin was pale, her eyes resembled autumn waters, and an aura of refreshing, delicate scholarly grace enveloped her, reminiscent of an esteemed daughter from a prominent family. Yet, her attire was not of luxurious silk, but rather a pristine white linen garment, immaculate and unblemished. In the desolate wilderness, such linen was worn by the impoverished. The children of affluent families donned linen only during periods of mourning for their elders, a gesture of humility known as wearing sackcloth in grief. Before Yun stood a young lady whose demeanor and beauty bore no resemblance to that of a destitute child, yet she was clad in humble linen. Moreover, her slender figure and skin, as smooth as jade, lent her an ethereal presence, as if she were a celestial being descended into the mortal realm. Hidden amidst the mountains and fields. Who are you? Yun pondered, perplexed, sensing that this woman could not possibly belong to the Lian clan. She was an outsider. He glanced at the sky, noting that the sun had risen high, while he had entered the water during the dead of night. Had he truly remained submerged for an entire night? Suddenly, a realization struck him, sending a tremor through his heart. If he had indeed been underwater for a whole night, it far exceeded the limits of what a normal person could endure. Although Yun had been in a state of unconsciousness, he understood that it was the cool, flowing energy of the purple crystal that sustained his vital functions, preventing his body from succumbing to asphyxiation. The purple crystal was his greatest secret. When had this young woman arrived at the edge of the pool? Did she know how long he had been underwater? Fortunately, her next words alleviated his concerns. How come you're floating in the water? Have you drowned? Floating in the water? It seemed that he had already surfaced by the time she appeared. Yun sighed in relief and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for saving me, Mississippi. It was then that he noticed an elderly man behind the young lady, plump and silver-haired. Although he appeared quite aged, his skin was remarkably smooth, devoid of wrinkles, and had a rosy hue. This peculiarity inexplicably reminded Yun of an advertising slogan, fair and rosy, which was distinctly suited for a beautiful woman, yet felt oddly misplaced when applied to an old man. A chill ran down Yun's spine as he observed the old man smiling at him, seemingly intrigued. His eyes, already small, became nearly invisible as he smiled, yet they seemed to pierce through Yun, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of vulnerability. Would he see the purple crystal within his heart? However, in the next moment, Yun realized his apprehension was unwarranted. The old man's gaze did not linger on his chest. Instead, he spoke with a knowing tone. Young lad, at such a tender age, you seem to harbor quite a few thoughts, do you not? Yun's heart quivered. What could the old man possibly mean by that? You were never truly drowning, yet you still felt the need to express gratitude. We did not rescue you. Yet you willingly accepted this notion. Are you concealing something? Your gaze seemed rather unsettled moments ago. The rotund old man smirked malevolently, his eyes betraying a hint of mischief. A sudden pang of alarm struck within Yun. At that moment, the old man's hand rested upon Yun's shoulder, causing an immediate surge of tension. Damn it. I loathe having someone place their hand on my shoulder. The last time that happened with Lian Xingyu nearly cost me my life. Do not misunderstand. I am not interested in the little secrets you harbor, the old man chuckled. What would a man of my stature desire from a mere child of a small tribe in the vast wilderness? To put it bluntly, it would be akin to an emperor coveting the possessions of a destitute beggar. How absurd. Of course, this was merely the old man's internal musings. However, to Yun, the old man's grin appeared exceedingly lecherous. I find it curious. You seem to have reached such a level? The old man's words momentarily stunned Yun. The encounter was abrupt. Having just resurfaced from the water, he had yet to assess his own physical condition. Now, as he examined himself, he found his cultivation. Still at the 4th level of mortal blood in the Meridian realm? His cultivation had not advanced, yet he sensed a subtle difference. What could this mean? I had absorbed a significant amount of herbal essence and a portion of energy from the wild bone, transforming from a mere weakling into one capable of unblocking the Rin and Du meridians. Last night, I consumed the remaining potency of the wild bone and perfectly assimilated it. I had anticipated a breakthrough to the legendary purple blood realm. Even if I fell short, I should have at least reached the pinnacle of Qi induction. Why am I still stagnating in the Meridian realm? Consuming an entire wild bone and remaining at the 4th level of mortal blood is rather disappointing. This energy should have been sufficient for Lian Xingyu to reach the purple blood realm. Is my talent truly so lacking? Yet, what did the old man mean by suggesting I had achieved such a level? Could it be that a warrior from a small tribe breaking through the Meridian realm was beyond his comprehension? The old man regarded Yun with a puzzled expression, murmuring, all meridians open, pulse like a dragon, body refined to perfection, bones and blood in harmony. This shouldn't be possible. You, a child born in the cloud wilderness, likely a member of the Lin clan, how could you reach such a level of body refinement and pulse like a dragon? Observing Yun's faded clothing and tattered straw sandals, the old man deduced his identity. Even if a disciple from a prominent family ventured into the cloud wilderness for training, they would wear coarse linen garments that were brand new, not something that appeared to have been worn for years. All meridians open, pulse like a dragon, body refined to perfection, bones and blood in harmony. Yun did not fully grasp the old man's words, but he could discern that it was undoubtedly a favorable circumstance. It seemed as though he had inadvertently acquired an extraordinary boon. Teacher, do you mean this young man has perfected his physical cultivation? The girl was taken aback by the words of the portly elder, astonished by the implication. It appeared that such a commendation was extraordinary. Indeed, among the ancient clans, it would not be unusual for their prodigies to achieve this. However, in the vast wilderness, it was truly rare for a child from a destitute family to reach such a pinnacle in physical cultivation. The elder discerned that Yun was unfamiliar with the significance of this realm and deliberately took the time to elucidate. Although the mortal blood realm comprises 5 levels, only the first 4 are related to physical cultivation. The 5th level, the Qi guiding realm, serves as a transition from the mortal blood to the purple blood realm. Mastering the 4 levels of physical cultivation is not particularly arduous, yet attaining perfection, where every inch of flesh is refined, is quite a challenge. Individuals who achieve this not only have unobstructed meridians, but possess meridians that are even more robust than those of ordinary warriors, brimming with vitality, akin to a dragon soaring within. Moreover, once physical cultivation is utterly complete, bones, flesh, and blood merge flawlessly, resulting in a powerful strike that resonates with the harmony of bone and blood. The elder's explanation illuminated Yun's understanding. No wonder that after consuming the majority of the energy from the wild bones, he had made no progress in his realm. It turned out that all that energy had been devoted to perfecting his physical cultivation. Although Yun had previously advanced swiftly in his realm, he understood the wisdom of moderation. Rapid elevation may not necessarily be beneficial. However, this unintentional slumber beneath the water had eradicated that concern. Yet your foundational talent appears to be rather ordinary. The elder's keen eyes were sharper than one might expect, far surpassing the acuity of Zhang Yuxian's insights. At that time, Zhang Yuxian had utilized an energy absorption method to gauge Yun's potential, concluding that it was akin to that of a purple crystal. In contrast, this elder could perceive Yun's true innate talent directly with his gaze, sending a shiver down Yun's spine. This elder had evidently attained the legendary realm of the Heavenly Eye. Chapter 47. A meal invitation. Yun understood that he was merely an ordinary person. Even his body could be described as frail and helpless 2 months prior. The chubby old man's assessment was, in fact, quite mild. Yun felt a twinge of concern as the old man had awakened his heavenly eye, yet still failed to perceive the existence of the purple crystal within his heart. With an unremarkable foundation and a humble background, how could he, the old man pondered, suddenly catching sight of the pool behind Yun? And a spark of insight illuminated his mind. He proceeded to examine Yun's body, causing the latter to break out in goosebumps. What on earth was this old man doing? Did he not realize the impropriety of such intimate contact? I understand now. You, young lad, have ingested some kind of celestial treasure and subsequently tempered your body at the bottom of this deep pool. The brutal energy of the treasure, countered by the coldness of the water, fortuitously refined your flesh and blood, enabling you to reach this realm. The old man's words left Yun both astonished and impressed. This old fellow was indeed remarkable, though his conjecture was not entirely accurate. It was remarkably close to the truth. Yun rolled his eyes at the old man's remarks, unsure whether he was being praised or ridiculed. I say, young man, our meeting is indeed fated, the old man continued, reaching into his robes as if to retrieve something. His hands were plump, and he sported a rather gaudy jade ring on his thumb, a stark contrast to the withered hands one would expect of an elder. He produced a tightly clenched fist, resembling a fluffy steamed bun, and gently opened it in Yun's palm. Clink, clink. A handful of copper coins tumbled into Yun's hand, still warm from the old man's grasp. Copper coins? Yun felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. Take these to buy some sweets. The old man remarked with a beaming smile, appearing quite generous. Beside him, the girl in the coarse robe also smiled faintly, clearly viewing Yun as a child. How absurd. Yun stared at the approximately 20 copper coins in his hand, feeling as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. This old man was evidently a master, yet he still carried some mundane currency for his travels. In the mortal realm, silver ingots were substantial amounts, but copper coins were indispensable for everyday necessities like lodging and meals. Thus, it was no surprise that the old man possessed copper coins. However, for those of high caliber, copper coins held little value. If he were to gift anything, a few gold ingots would be more appropriate. Yun was left speechless. Upon reflection, his desire for unearned gains was rather shameful. The saying a poor man's aspirations are limited rang true. Having exhausted his cultivation resources, he had merely reached the meridian realm. Achieving perfection in body refining appeared splendid. Yet he dared not venture into the vast wilderness for hunting until he reached the purple blood realm. Without hunting, what would he eat? Surely not just coarse grain porridge? Moreover, even that porridge was thick and reserved for him, while the thinner portion was consumed by Jiang Xiao. Yun endured hunger, inadvertently making Jiang Xiao share in his plight. Yun silently grumbled, yet he tucked away the copper coins. After all, one should not refuse a gift that is freely given. He considered giving them to Jiang Xiao, to barter with the tribe or its members for a morsel of food. Indeed, there are no free lunches from the heavens. It was apparent that in the eyes of the portly old man, he was merely a child. A few copper coins exchanged for sweets was merely a jest at his expense. Although he had perfected his physical cultivation, his innate talent was rather ordinary, relying solely on rare herbs and treasures to attain his current state, rendering him unremarkable. Young, impoverished, and lacking in strength, what merit did he hold in the eyes of this miserly elder? It was likely that he was nothing more than a source of amusement for the old man. May I inquire, esteemed elder, where are you headed? Yun said, seeking conversation. It would be beneficial to become acquainted with this elder. We are bound for the Tao clan. The portly elder replied candidly. The Tao clan. Yun recognized it as a prominent tribe near the Lin clan, and indeed, the very patron of the Lin clan. The Lin clan typically crafted weapons and armor, supplying them to the Tao clan. The duo, one old and one young, evidently held significant status, their prowess allowing them to traverse the wilderness at will, a thought that evoked envy. Suddenly, Ian recalled that a few days prior, Zhang Yuxian had advised the Lin clan that significant events were unfolding in the wilderness, with many influential figures likely to pass near the Lin clan, urging its chieftain to remain vigilant. It seemed that the elder and the maiden were indeed the notable figures he had mentioned. Just as the portly elder had intended to take his leave, he felt a twinge of hunger. Glancing at the sun, he stroked his double-chinned face and remarked, "It is time for a meal. This place boasts a delightful landscape, with mountains and clean waters. Let us dine here." Meal? Upon hearing this word, Ian instantly felt hunger, true hunger. After 2 months of subsisting on coarse porridge, sustained only by the energy from medicinal materials and primal essence, he had expended all of his absorbed energy just the previous night while diving into the depths of a pool. Now, his body felt as though it were entirely empty. "Ah, my disciple, it is time to eat," the portly elder called to Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong nodded and turned to Yun, saying, "Young brother, please join us for a meal." Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with joy. He found the maiden's voice remarkably melodious, yet felt a tinge of bashfulness. Despite his verbal hesitance, he had already found a spot to sit down. The elder and the maiden were of no ordinary status, surely. The food they consumed would be of high quality. Even the simplest fare would greatly benefit his cultivation. As the elder prepared to kindle a fire, he noticed Ian settling in and disdainfully curled his lip. However, since his disciple had spoken, he begrudgingly acquiesced. With a flick of his fingers against the jade ring on his right hand, he magically produced 3 plucked wild chickens, skewering them on a wooden stick to set beside the fire. The elder's jade ring resembled a wondrous pocket of Doraemon, for soon after, he retrieved a myriad of jars and bottles filled with various seasonings. Ian gazed with envy, having initially thought that the old man wore a ring merely for show. Little did he realize that it was a treasure of immense worth, akin to the legendary space rings of lore. It seemed that today, luck was on his side. Few had the privilege to savor the culinary skills of such an experienced master. As the old man spoke, he rubbed his hands together and picked up a wild chicken to roast. Iyun then discerned that this was no ordinary fowl. Although it resembled a wild chicken, it was imbued with a wealth of energy, as evidenced by the shimmering points of light that danced across its surface. This energy was remarkably pure, tantalizingly appealing. Iyun's mouth watered. It had been 2 months since he had tasted meat, and now, before him lay a succulent wild chicken, rich in exquisite energy. How could he resist salivating? He yearned to have it roasted and devoured immediately. However, his eagerness soon turned to embarrassment as he observed the old man's grilling technique. The so-called culinary prowess of the old man was, quite frankly, a sight to behold, an abomination indeed. Chapter 48. A gourmand with principles cannot settle. The corpulent old man, wielding a wild chicken, found himself in a rather unfortunate position, for the barbecue was placed too close to the flames, and his flipping technique was notably sluggish. It is essential to understand that grilling food over an open flame is a vastly different endeavor from utilizing the specialized charcoal employed by street vendors, charcoal that ignites effortlessly, burns evenly, and, most crucially, produces no smoke. In contrast, firewood yields an uneven blaze, accompanied by a heavy cloud of smoke, the latter being generated from incompletely combusted charcoal ash which ascends into the air and clings to the chicken's skin. Thus, it was not long before the wild fowl in the old man's grasp became charred, not burnt, per se, but rather cloaked in a layer of carbon ash that not only compromised its flavor but also imparted a bitter taste. Despite the old man's occasional application of oil, the accumulation of ash continued unabated, and given the old man's current approach, it was only a matter of time before the chicken turned inedible. Grilling meat over firewood is a task of considerable difficulty, one that even the most skilled barbecue masters at street stalls might struggle with, let alone the old man. This predicament is somewhat understandable. Given his esteemed status, the old man's time is exceedingly precious, leaving little opportunity for culinary endeavors. His cooking skills, therefore, were hardly commendable, especially when faced with the challenges of firewood grilling. Such a situation can only be deemed a gross misallocation of resources. As a dedicated Epicurean indeed, a connoisseur of culinary delights, Iyun found it utterly intolerable to witness this travesty. As the old man completed the chicken and generously sprinkled a medley of seasonings over it, he presented the smoke-blackened bird to Lin Xintong as if it were a prized trophy. Iyun could scarcely fathom how one might even dare to partake. Yet, Lin Xintong appeared unfazed. With a polite thank you, teacher, she accepted the barbecued chicken and nibbled at it delicately. Her lips, rosy and petite, soon became stained black from the charred flesh, a sight that made Yun's lips twitch in dismay. Truly, it was akin to burning a zither to boil a crane. The old man, in his affection for his disciple, naturally bestowed the fruits of his labor upon her first. As for Yun, it was evident he would be the last to receive any. Nevertheless, he remained grateful, for if such a chicken were to be sold, its value would be considerable, far beyond the means of someone like Lin Xingyu. Once the first chicken was concluded, the old man commenced with the second. The first, destined for Lin Xintong, had received his utmost care, while the second, meant for himself, was decidedly less appealing. Yet, the old man reveled in his culinary creations, savoring the grilled chicken with gusto as he simultaneously enjoyed a flask of wine, his white beard bobbing in delight. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he glanced at Yun and languidly declared, "That one is yours. You can roast it yourself. I shall not attend to you any longer." Yun was rendered speechless. Although he had not anticipated the old man would prepare chicken for him, he recalled the old man's earlier proclamation about the rarity of those fortunate enough to sample his culinary prowess. Hearing those words, Yun had assumed the old man intended to grill a chicken for him as well, but now it was evident that he had no such intention. To enable Yun to cook independently, he harbored uncertainties within himself. Although he possessed considerable knowledge of culinary arts, being a modern individual, he was confident in his ability to roast a succulent chicken using a barbecue grill and smokeless charcoal. However, when it came to using firewood, he knew he would falter. The smoke and soot would inevitably cling to the meat, no matter how he maneuvered it. "Predecessor, do you possess a pot?" Yun inquired respectfully. As a principled gourmet, he could not settle for less, even in moments of hunger and impatience. This was, after all, his first encounter with meat in 2 months, and not just any meat, but a prime cut. Indeed, the old man replied, producing a pot from his finger ring. The material of this pot was unknown, but its craftsmanship was exquisite, and its size was just right, much to Yun's satisfaction. He then set to work, identifying the seasonings the old man had brought, which delighted him. The array was complete, including oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, even a plant-based seasoning reminiscent of chives and cilantro. "Could I borrow some wine?" Yun asked again. "Huh? Wine? Do you intend to share a drink with the old man?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and handed the wine to Yun, surprised that this young lad was a connoisseur of fine spirits. Despite his frugality, he appreciated having a drinking companion, especially since Lin Xintong abstained from alcohol, leaving him to indulge alone for a year. "Teacher," Lin Xintong exclaimed, bemused, "how could you allow a child to drink wine?" Yet, they did not foresee that Yun, after drying the chicken's moisture, would pour some wine over it, meticulously applying it to every part, ensuring not a drop was wasted. "Young lad, what are you doing?" the old man exclaimed, his eyes widening and beard bristling. This was a millennium-aged brew. As a wine enthusiast, he could not bear the thought of waste. "Cooking," Yun replied, taken aback by the question, as if it were the most natural response. It must be said, the wine was indeed exquisite, fragrant beyond measure, its origin a mystery, likely concocted from rare ingredients that could potentially enhance one's cultivation with a mere sip. "Cooking? Can wine be used in cooking?" the rotund elder countered. Disbelief etched upon his face. Yun paused for a moment, suddenly realizing the culinary techniques in this world were vastly different from those on Earth. In the splendid culinary civilization of China, ancient cooking methods were quite simplistic. During the Tang and Song dynasties, the primary methods of preparing food were steaming and boiling. Be it vegetables or meat, one merely added salt, covered the pot, and cooked it. As for the myriad of cooking techniques such as frying, sautéing, smoking, and marinating with wine, these only emerged as a systematic approach after the material abundance of modern life. Each region boasts its unique culinary culture, with over 80% of Chinese cooking methods being distinctive. Remarkably, even the simplest stir-frying technique is uniquely Chinese, a fact that may sound unbelievable, yet it is indeed true. Throughout the entire Earth, the region with the most intricate culinary techniques is none other than Huaxia, without exception. In this alternate world, particularly in the vast wilderness, the hardships of daily labor render the pursuit of culinary artistry nearly impossible. As for the affluent cities, the wealthy individuals therein are formidable warriors, engrossed in martial arts, formation techniques, and the alchemical crafting of ancient bones, leaving them scant time to delve into the art of cooking. Only the subordinates of prominent families might engage in such studies, and their culinary creations, born from the accumulation of wisdom over time, are commendable. However, when considering a specific localized area, the spectrum of culinary methods remains limited, akin to how many Americans might be oblivious to the fact that alcohol can be utilized in cooking. Now, to the crux of the matter, Yun enveloped the chicken in a clean, coarse cloth, placing it in a pot filled with copious amounts of salt, until the chicken was thoroughly buried, tightly wrapped, and the pot sealed for steaming. The rotund elder gazed at Yun with skepticism, questioning the wisdom of encasing the chicken in such an abundance of salt. Was there truly a lack of salt in this impoverished tribe, regardless of scarcity? Such an approach seemed absurd to him. He scoffed at the peculiarities of the youth. He resumed enjoying his roasted chicken, while Lin Xintong paused, her curiosity piqued by the pot perched over the flames. Gradually, a subtle aroma began to emanate from the pot. The fragrance was faint, almost imperceptible, and had it not been for their heightened senses as cultivators, the others would not have detected it at all. Could such a delicate scent yield a delectable dish? The elder had finished his roasted chicken, licking his thick, stubby fingers with lingering satisfaction. At that moment, Yun lifted the lid of the pot, using a spoon to part the steaming salt, revealing the chicken within. The enticing salt-baked chicken was complete, as the salt crust was broken. A wave of fragrant essence wafted forth, stirring Yun's appetite. He was delighted to discover that today he had undoubtedly surpassed his usual capabilities, largely due to the exceptional quality of the chicken itself. This precious meat, rich in energy, far surpassed the feed chickens found on Earth. Additionally, the wine, crafted from rare and exquisite ingredients, promised to be a divine brew if left to ferment for several centuries with the right yeast. The combination of these two elements elevated Yun's salt-baked chicken to unprecedented heights. "Ah!" exclaimed the elder, his beard bristling as his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 49. I desire an item. Yun could hardly contain his anticipation. He drizzled the prepared sauce over the dish, tore off a chicken leg, inhaled its aroma deeply, and took a hearty bite. The skin was crisp, the meat tender, and the essence of the flesh melded with the oil, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. It must be said that the flavor of this unknown wild chicken, provided by the rotund old man, was simply exquisite. No wonder the old fellow savored the charred meat with such delight. Moreover, the chicken harbored a pure essence of energy as Yun consumed it. This vitality coursed through him, enveloping him in a warm and comforting sensation. The wine offered by the old man was equally remarkable. After being salt-baked, its flavor remained intact, permeating the meat with an intoxicating aroma. The energy contained within this fine wine was even more refined, rendering Yun utterly at ease, as though his pores had opened in bliss. Lin Xintong gazed at Yun with curiosity. Just from the fragrance and appearance, she could surmise that the chicken must possess an extraordinary taste. This child, seemingly no older than 12, displayed such culinary prowess. "Sister Fairy, would you care to try?" Yun's words were notably sweet. He discerned the girl's noble status and could tell that the old man cherished her dearly, although he did not know her name. Referring to her as Sister Fairy seemed entirely appropriate. Lin Xintong paused for a moment, watching as Yun tore off another untouched chicken leg and offered it to her. She felt somewhat flustered. After a brief hesitation, she accepted it and took a small bite. Indeed, it was delightfully fragrant. In comparison, the charred chicken prepared by her master was utterly inedible. The girl retrieved a handkerchief to dab at her lips, smiling in gratitude. This method of cooking was entirely novel to her, and the flavor was remarkably unique. Though Lin Xintong had a disposition that leaned toward indifference and did not harbor a great passion for food, after enduring days of the bitter carbonized chicken during her travels, she had certainly had her fill. While the girl expressed her appreciation without excessive exuberance, the old man was a different story. He was a gluttonous soul, having attained the state of fasting long ago, yet he had never embraced the true essence of it, insisting on having 4 meals a day, including late-night snacks. Usually, he enjoyed the comforts of home, where servants provided him with satisfying meals. But now, while accompanying his apprentice on this journey, he had grown weary of the monotonous fare of cold-baked dishes. His mouth watered at the thought, yet he felt too embarrassed to ask Yun for more. Seeing that Yun had no intention of sharing, the old man's mood soured. Was this boy truly so ungrateful as to forget who had provided him with the chicken and wine? Who would have thought you possessed such culinary skills, young man? In my years of culinary exploration, I have tasted the finest dishes, and my discerning palate speaks volumes. Come, lad, allow me to evaluate your cooking technique, and I shall generously offer my insights for improvement, the old man declared, extending a greasy hand still smeared with remnants of the roast chicken, having yet to wipe it clean. Goodness gracious. Inside, Yun cursed silently. However, at that moment, the rotund old man had already taken a hearty bite. As he did so, his beady eyes mischievously glanced at Yun, as if to say, "With your meager skills, do you think you can evade my grasp?" The moment the old man sank his teeth into the morsel, a torrent of savory juices erupted, flooding his palate with delightful aromas. His eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor of the chicken was undoubtedly exquisite, yet it was the infusion of wine that truly captivated him. Although the old man had savored numerous delicacies in the past, he had never encountered a preparation quite like Yun's. The wine permeated the chicken, enhancing its richness to an extraordinary degree. Not only was he a gourmand, but he was also a connoisseur of fine spirits. He never imagined that wine could possess such remarkable qualities. The harmonious union of wine and chicken, two distinct flavors, was simply ineffable. By comparison, the roasted chicken he had made previously was utterly unworthy, fit only for a dog. Remarkably, the old man had already consumed an entire chicken. A rather plump wildfowl at that. Yun, having studied the art of gluttony, sensed that this chicken was exceptionally filling. An ordinary person would likely find a single drumstick sufficient to stave off hunger for days. Yet, this old man devoured 1.5 chickens without even a hint of discomfort. Though his demeanor appeared refined, his speed of consumption was astonishing. In just over a minute, he had reduced a substantial portion of chicken to a mere pile of bones. Not clean with such precision that even the slenderest rib bones were left distinctly intact, leaving dogs to feel embarrassed by their own lack of finesse. Unperturbed by Yun's astonished gaze, the old man calmly wiped the grease from his lips and remarked, "The flavor is acceptable, with a bit more refinement. It could rival my roasted chicken." The old man's audacity left Yun momentarily speechless. Who was this person, exuding an air of distinction, yet possessing such a brazen demeanor? The old man seemed oblivious to Yun's scornful look. Glancing at the salt-baked chicken in Yun's hands, he inquired, "Why aren't you eating? Are you already full?" "Not at all," Yun exclaimed, startled, quickly shaking his head as he resumed devouring the salt-baked chicken. Heaven forbid, if he hesitated even for a second, his own chicken might swiftly be reduced to a pile of bones as well. This chicken was not only delicious but also remarkably nourishing. Yun felt a surge of energy revitalizing his previously depleted body, invigorating his bones and blood as if they were awakening for fortification. Could this chicken be akin to an ancient fowl similar to the beasts of the wild? Yun pondered, reflecting on how the affluent consumed such fare daily, naturally advancing their prowess at an astonishing rate. Though he had recently felt elated due to his perfected body refinement, this realization tempered his spirits. His standing was still relatively modest. While he stood out among small clans, in the presence of larger families, he might not shine as brightly. His journey was far from over. "Hey, young lad, I see you possess some culinary talent. Since our paths have crossed, let us consider ourselves fortunate," the rotund old man said, reaching for his ring. Having heard this sentiment twice now, Yun was nearly immune to it. He calmly wiped his mouth, awaiting the old man's revelation. "Here, take this, young man. Use it to buy some sweets." The portly old man extracted 2 substantial gold ingots from his finger joint, each appearing to weigh around 4 to 5 taels. This was the first time Yun had ever seen gold ingots. Back on Earth, he had only glimpsed gold bars displayed in bank windows, and none of them were this large. Yun could not help but gaze at them longer. "Come now, I have another 20 or 30 chickens here. If you process them, these 2 ingots will be yours, enough to buy a great deal of candy," the old man chuckled. Although he feigned indifference, he was well aware that his culinary skills paled in comparison to Yun's. The salt-baked chicken Yun prepared, especially with its delightful fusion of wine and meat aroma, made the old man salivate. Yun merely curled his lips in disdain. In the realm of Yunhuang, gold was of little practical use. On Earth, those 2 hefty pieces of gold could purchase a lifetime's worth of food, but in this foreign world, food was exceedingly dear. Especially in Yunhuang, possessing gold might not even guarantee the purchase of food. Using gold to buy provisions from Lianxingyu would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. "I do not desire gold," Yun stated, remaining unmoved. The old man initially offered him copper coins, and now gold. Ultimately, he still regarded Yun as a fortunate child of mere mortals rather than a martial practitioner. Does the elder not understand that a child carrying gold through a bustling market would meet a grim fate? The old man was momentarily taken aback, thinking that if Yun did not want it, he could always give it to his parents. Beside the old man, Lin Xintong cast a surprised glance at Yun. The concept of having precious possessions brings trouble was straightforward. Yet it was remarkable that a boy of 11 or 12 could remain unperturbed in the presence of such considerable gold and calmly articulate these thoughts. What do you wish? Then, the old man tucked the gold away. I only wish to request one thing from the elder, Ian replied slowly, maintaining a calm gaze with the old man. Intrigued, the old man encouraged, go on. Upon first seeing you, elder, I sensed you are not an ordinary person. You surely occupy a prominent position. Possessing enough with the flattery, the old man scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Yun. This boy was truly peculiar. I am not flattering you. I merely express my admiration. Your accomplishments command respect from countless individuals, including myself, for Yun continued, elder, you possess strength. In this vast wasteland, it is strength that earns respect. Thus, I dare to request from you this one thing, strength. Ian's words resonated with conviction, although his tone was slow. They penetrated the air, causing the old man to pause in surprise. Lin Shintong blinked her beautiful eyes, unexpectedly regarding Yun. The reasoning he presented was quite straightforward. Yet when his own master inquired about his desires, he articulated such reasoning with a solemnity that conveyed his earnest aspiration to grow stronger, rather than expressing it in a typical child's manner. These words truly did not sound like those of a mere child. Chapter 50. The peculiar taste of the portly elder. Do you wish to take me as your master? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the portly elder, and the previously carefree demeanor vanished. His gaze exuded an undeniable pressure. Yun's breath momentarily faltered as he held the elder's gaze for a moment, then slowly shook his head, saying, your inquiry about my desire to become your disciple holds little significance, for the power of decision does not reside in my hands. My wishes are of no consequence. If you wish to accept a disciple, I am certain many prodigies would seek your mentorship, allowing you to choose at will. Conversely, if you do not wish to take on a disciple, even kneeling before you in supplication would be futile. The portly elder was once again taken aback by Yun's words. This lad, while insatiable, demonstrated an impressive understanding of the balance of ambition and restraint. Such discernment is indeed rare. Some individuals fail to strive for the greatest benefits, remaining lethargic and meandering through life, easily falling into mediocrity, which is regrettable. Others, driven solely by avarice, do not recognize their own limitations, remaining self-righteous, and may ultimately lead themselves to self-destruction. This aligns with the adage that greed leads to demise. This too is unacceptable. Yet, this child, merely 12 years of age, possesses such acumen, striving for excellence while knowing when to retreat, exhibiting remarkable maturity. He perceives that I do not wish to take him on as my disciple and, thus, does not press the matter. My boy, I find you quite admirable. You are correct. I cannot accept you as my disciple. Your unique culinary techniques pique my interest, yet cooking is merely a matter of satisfying one's palate. To accept a disciple is a significant undertaking. To be candid with you, I have indeed been seeking a suitable successor over the years. However, your innate potential. I have assessed your roots and must conclude that they are lacking, rendering you unqualified. My words may be harsh, but they are the truth. Yun, however, remained unfazed and responded with composure, I understand. Well, as long as you comprehend, your intellect far surpasses that of your peers. Perhaps you might consider the imperial examinations and aspire to become a local official, thereby ensuring a modest livelihood. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, true regional governors are all formidable warriors. The state is governed by martial prowess. Whether a general or a provincial governor, one must first possess martial skills. Those who are learned but lack martial ability can only serve as scribes or minor officials. Noticing that Yun appeared to be disinterested, the portly elder continued. In terms of cultivation, while intellect is not without merit, the key factor remains talent. In this world, resources are exceedingly precious, and for martial artists, resources consist of rare materials and sacred relics. In prominent families, the supply of sacred relics is extremely limited and is prioritized for those with the greatest potential. Individuals with exceptional talent can absorb a single sacred relic and experience a tenfold increase in strength, while those with lesser talent may only gain a single point from the same relic, and as one progresses, the difficulty of enhancement escalates. Even the largest families cannot sustain such demands indefinitely. After hearing the elder's words, Yun found himself in complete agreement. Previously, he had casually inquired about cultivation matters from Jiang Xiao, but her explanations lacked the clarity of this elder's insights. In a world of limited resources, talent indeed holds immense significance. Even Cheng Yu's ambitious pursuit of the purple blood realm undoubtedly stems from his superior gifts. Yun comprehended the nature of his situation. He was merely an ordinary youth, a quintessential mortal, devoid of any ties to the martial arts aristocracy, and thus, how could he possibly possess any innate talent for martial cultivation? However, upon reflection over the past days, he realized that his reliance on the purple crystal to absorb the energies of medicinal herbs and desolate bones had indeed yielded commendable progress in his cultivation. This was undoubtedly a testament to the efficacy of the purple crystal. As it delved deep into his heart, each heartbeat propelled its energy throughout his body, enhancing his physique. This method of absorption was far more effective than the conventional approaches adopted by other martial artists who relied on their digestive systems. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Yun gazed up at the portly elder and declared, "I do not require you to take me as your apprentice." The elder's stance was evidently clear, and Yun would not press the matter further. In truth, even if the elder were inclined to accept him as a disciple, Yun would still deliberate carefully. After all, the secrets he harbored were of great significance. Should he recklessly take on a master without thoroughly understanding the inherent characteristics of the source purple crystal, he risked the revelation of his secrets, the consequences of which were too dire to contemplate. "I wish to beseech you for a precious medicinal item, be it the essence of ferocious beasts, the flesh of wild creatures, herbs, or desolate bones." Upon uttering these words, the elder chuckled. "You truly have the audacity, young one. You have devised quite the scheme. You seek to exchange mere dishes of chicken for desolate bone relics, which are treasures I have meticulously preserved. If such trivial offerings could procure them, it would indeed be a mockery of worth." Evidently, the elder's collection of desolate bone relics was of the highest quality, and it would be absurd to think they could be traded for simple meals. "It appears my words have fallen on deaf ears," the elder sighed, shaking his head in a manner reminiscent of an unteachable child. "Do you truly aspire to tread the path of martial arts? You have achieved a remarkable level of physical refinement through sheer fortune, which is no small feat. While your physique is commendable, you lack systematic martial training. Do you know any techniques? Do you possess martial skills? Have you grasped any divine mental cultivation methods? Without a master or any scriptures, do you intend to cultivate to the purple blood realm on your own?" The elder's barrage of rhetorical questions resonated deeply within Yun's mind. Techniques, martial skills, divine mental cultivation methods. Although some of these concepts remained elusive, their significance was undeniable. He was determined to acquire them all in due course. As for the elder's mention of the purple blood realm, this was not Yun's aspiration. He understood that beyond the purple blood realm lay even greater heights. Having obtained the enigmatic purple crystal card, how could he settle for merely becoming a warrior of the purple blood realm, languishing in a resource-scarce tribe in the desolate wilderness? Naturally, the ambitions that stirred within his heart were not something he could vocalize. Otherwise, he would be deemed insane. Yun replied, "Though I have indeed not encountered martial skills or divine mental cultivation methods, I have practiced a physical refinement technique known as Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone Fist." Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone Fist. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's face. "You have mastered this technique?" This Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone Fist is considered a premier physical refinement method of the Tai, a divine kingdom. Even from my perspective, this technique possesses numerous commendable attributes and is regarded as a classic. So, does this imply that you have a master guiding you? Although the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist has been made public by the Taya divine nation, a poor boy from a small tribe in the Cloud Wilderness is unlikely to have the opportunity to learn it. Yun's knowledge of this technique astonished the plump old man. "I have no master. I learned it secretly while my tribesmen practiced martial arts." Secretly learning? The old man shook his head in disbelief. While the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist is fundamental, it is by no means simple. Given the martial foundation of this young lad, even with diligent study, he may not achieve much. What could he possibly grasp through mere imitation? Imitation only captures the surface, leaving the essential principles elusive. Furthermore, in the impoverished and remote regions of the Cloud Wilderness, what kind of capable martial artist could there be? The master who taught this boy likely possesses only half-baked skills. Could his execution of the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist be of any merit? With a mediocre teacher, and merely having learned through imitation, the boy probably only acquired superficial techniques, mistakenly believing he had accomplished something significant. The old man did not disdain the locals of the Cloud Wilderness. He merely felt that their limited exposure rendered them unaware of the vastness of the outside world and the abundance of masters within it. Can the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist be mastered through imitation? Do you understand the tendons like strings? Do you comprehend the thunder concealed within the bones? Can you unleash the fist's wind? The old man countered, asserting that even those with some martial knowledge could only perform the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist in a superficial manner, lacking true understanding of its essence. Yun clasped his fist and replied, I am but a novice, yet I possess a modicum of understanding regarding tendons like strings and the thunder contained within bones. The hallmark of mastery in the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, with its thunderous resonance and precision, was not lost on Yun. Even before reaching the Meridian realm, he had startled the birds in the forest with the sound of his tendon snapping. Now, having achieved mastery in the Meridian realm, with the Ren and Du meridians interconnected and his physical body perfected, Yun felt a force brewing within him like the tides of the ocean. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the plump old man and the girl in white, he would have eagerly demonstrated a complete set of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist to evaluate his recent training results. Haha, what a modest claim. The old man clearly did not believe Yun had any significant accomplishments. Now that you've mentioned it, I am quite curious to see how you've honed your skills in tendons like strings and the thunder within bones. The old man chuckled, suddenly inspired by a mischievous desire to teach Yun a lesson. He turned to Lin Xintong and said, Xintong, during our recent expedition to the Taya Divine Nation, did I not show you a rough copy of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist? You've casually practiced it for about 10 days to half a month. Although you didn't devote much effort, you must have made some progress, right? Why don't you spar with this young man and guide him a bit? Oh, and remember to suppress your cultivation level. Just use the third layer of the mortal blood thunder sound realm, so you don't injure him. Gratitude to the user Turyu for becoming the leader of the true martial world, and thanks to all the readers who have supported with rewards, votes, and reviews. Thank you for your support. Chapter 51. Yun versus Lin Xintong. The portly elder's small eyes gleamed with a mischievous light, as he intended to demonstrate to this naive youth what true mastery entailed and how the formidable dragon muscle tiger bone fist could unleash its vigor. Little did she anticipate that her master would indulge in such a cruel whim as to pit her against a mere child. Even if her cultivation was suppressed to the third layer of the thunder sound realm, it would still be a case of the strong overpowering the weak. Moreover, what was this nonsensical talk about having merely glanced at the dragon muscle tiger bone fist? And what of casually practicing it for 10 days or half a month? Although she had not applied much effort, she had nonetheless achieved some progress. Such words dripped with an air of pretentiousness, leaving Lin Xintong utterly exasperated. She cast a resigned glance at her master and retorted, Master, although my primary cultivation method is not the dragon muscle tiger bone fist. We have been in the Taya Divine Kingdom for a year now, and I have engaged with the dragon muscle tiger bone fist for nearly 6 months. Over this time, in addition to diligently practicing the Xian New Heart Sutra, I have also devoted serious attention to the dragon muscle tiger bone fist. Far from your claim of merely casually practicing for 10 days or half a month without any genuine effort, Lin Xintong emphasized the terms 6 months and diligently with a clarity that cut through the elder's bluster. Being inherently earnest, she approached every endeavor with utmost seriousness. And even her study of the auxiliary dragon muscle tiger bone fist was met with no hint of negligence. At this, even the elder, known for his thick skin, felt a flush of embarrassment. He cleared his throat awkwardly and chuckled. Is that so? Has it been 6 months already? Ah, as one ages, time truly slips away. And memory fails. I thought it had only been 10 days or half a month. The elder's words elicited an eye roll from Yun. How could someone so lacking in self-awareness confuse 6 months with 10 days? With such a remarkable memory, one must wonder how he remembered to walk with his legs and eat with his mouth. Enough of this idle chatter, the elder interjected, redirecting the conversation. Now you demonstrate the dragon muscle tiger bone fist you mentioned earlier. If you can endure for 3 breaths, I shall concede that you possess some genuine understanding of it. And I will grant you the precious medicine you seek, despite being called out for his earlier boastfulness. The elder's thick skin allowed him to swiftly brush off the incident as if it had never occurred. He did not believe for a moment that Yun could withstand more than 3 breaths under Lin Xintong's hands, even with her strength suppressed to the thunder sound realm. Such outcomes were dictated by a multitude of factors including cultivation, techniques, martial skills, and combat experience. A mere reliance on rare herbs and treasures could not compensate for these deficiencies. Very well, though I may not be skilled, I shall seek guidance from the esteemed sister. Yun took a deep breath, fully aware that he was about to engage in a duel with a formidable opponent. After a hearty meal, he was eager to digest it, and he understood the sheer strength of his adversary. To his astonishment, despite recognizing her superiority, he felt a flicker of anticipation and excitement within him. Was he, perhaps, a warrior at heart? Since you also desire it, so be it. Lin Xintong gracefully descended from the large rock, her garments billowing in the gentle breeze. her toes softly touching the ground, akin to a butterfly, leaving not a trace of dust in her wake. "I am Lin Xintong," she introduced herself as she approached Yun. "Yun," he exclaimed, declaring his name to avoid being addressed as that one by the portly elder. Yun stepped into an open space, standing 10 paces apart from Lin Xintong. Their gazes locked in opposition. The verdant peaks surrounded them, ancient pines standing tall and majestic, while the wind stirred the sea of pine trees, creating a symphony of rustling sounds. Beside them lay oddly shaped rocks, and not far away cascaded a 1,000-foot waterfall. The silver torrent plummeted downward, resembling a flowing white silk ribbon, its tremendous force causing the very rocks to tremble. This marked Yun's first encounter with an adversary in this world. It was also his inaugural battle since embarking on his martial journey. His opponent was a celestial maiden, exuding an ethereal aura that suggested fragility and delicacy. Standing amidst the verdant mountains, Yun could not help but recall the phrase "as serene as a maiden." This girl seemed to embody tranquility, both in appearance and spirit. Yet, Yun harbored no intention of showing mercy. He understood that he lacked the standing to do so. Lin Xintong merely stood with her hands clasped behind her, her flowing dress dancing in the wind. With a cool and composed voice, she stated, "I will suppress my strength to the 3rd layer of mortal blood. You may strike first." Her humility was evident, yet Yun licked his dry lips and replied, "Ladies first. Please, you go ahead." He intended to observe her techniques, hoping to glean insights for his own strategies. "Then I shall make my move. Do watch closely." Lin Xintong suddenly sprang into action. Her body darted forth like a streak of white light, aiming a palm strike at Yun's chest. A clear sound resonated from within her, the harmonious tone of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, reminiscent not of thunderous roars, but of a skylark soaring into the heavens, a delightful melody indeed. Yun's pupils constricted sharply. The speed of the white-clad maiden was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she traversed the 10 paces separating them. Now mere inches from Yun. Her fingers, slender and straight as tender green shoots, appeared before him like 5 sharp blades. The proximity allowed Yun to discern the delicate patterns on her fingertips. Such rapidity led Yun to believe evasion was futile. However, in that fleeting moment, his mind became remarkably calm, as if time itself had decelerated. His meridians had coalesced into a cycle, his brain's channels were unblocked, enhancing his awareness and reflexes tenfold. At this critical juncture, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling the dragon dance of 9 heavens from the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist. With a thunderous shout, he propelled himself upward, truly resembling a soaring dragon against the backdrop of the majestic waterfall, ascending with grace. Crack! The rock upon which Yun stood was shattered by a single strike from Lin Xintong, exploding into a flurry of stone fragments. Good heavens! Yun's pupils constricted. The black iron rock beneath his feet was rendered utterly defenseless in the face of Lin Xintong's might. Her seemingly delicate hand could effortlessly fracture stone and rock, a notion that was simply unfathomable. Observing Yun leap high into the air, soaring like a great rock taking flight, the portly elder spectating nearby expressed his surprise. This young fellow certainly possesses remarkable reflexes. Chapter 52. I have lost in the heights of the sky, the mountain winds howled. And Yun could feel the mist from the nearby waterfall, cooling against his face. How could I leap this high? It must be said that Yun lacked combat experience. After achieving perfection in body refinement, his physical abilities had significantly improved. Yet he had not even had the opportunity to test the extent of his enhanced strength before encountering Lin Xintong and the portly elder. At this moment, Lin Xintong lightly touched the ground with her toes, her body soaring into the air like a graceful swallow. Faced with Lin Xintong's rapid advance, Yun remained remarkably composed. Vaguely, the cool essence of the purple crystal seemed to pulse within his heart, streams of energy coursing through his veins, invigorating his entire being. In Yun's vision, everything appeared to slow down, as if the mountain winds were conveying information about his opponent. Clenching his fists, Yun's eyes sparkled with determination. Utilizing gravity, he plunged downward with great force. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming power surging within him. With his meridians unblocked and body refinement perfected, Yun's physique resembled a long dormant volcano ready to erupt. High above, like a tiger descending the mountain, Yun let out a thunderous roar. A sound that transcended mere human capability, akin to a tiger's roar echoing through the forest, sending tremors through all creatures. No longer retreating. There was no room for evasion in the skies. He suddenly swung both arms, adopting a tiger claw stance, and dove toward Lin Xintong's outstretched hand. The ferocity of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, akin to a tiger's descent, had once been honed against black iron rock, capable of shattering stone. Now, he aimed to grasp Lin Xintong's delicate hand. Of course, Lin Xintong's hand was far more formidable, capable of splitting stone as easily as cutting tofu. As Ian charged downward, Lin Xintong was equally astonished. Did he dare to confront her head-on? Truly, a young bull uncowed by a tiger. "Hey, disciple. Don't maim him," shouted the portly elder from the side, though in truth, he cared little about the potential injury but rather the prospect of having to cover the cost of medical expenses. The elder's words were drowned out by the force of their clashing fists, the two striking hands meeting in the air. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, shockwaves radiating outward. Yun felt a powerful force surge toward him, his blood and energy roiling within. As he was sent flying back, Lin Xintong experienced an unusual sensation. The moment her palm collided with Yun's fist, she felt a subtle warmth emanating from his strike, flowing into her body. This warmth, though seemingly inconspicuous, quietly merged into her fractured meridians, vanishing without a trace. Upon further reflection, Lin Xintong sensed a slight change within her meridians, though it was difficult to discern. Was it an illusion? Before she could ponder further, she noticed that Yun, whom she had struck with such force, was unharmed. Rather, he quickly stabilized himself mid-air, his body inverted, heading toward the roaring waterfall. With a splash, Ian resembled a carp leaping into water, piercing through the waterfall and landing upon a slick boulder behind the curtain of water. The waterfall cascaded with a force that seemed to defy gravity, its power akin to that of 1,000 pounds, and the rocks beneath were perilously slick. Yet, remarkably, Ian managed to land firmly atop one of these great stones. Crouching to gather strength, he lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes penetrating the snowy veil of the waterfall, resembling twin swords aimed directly at Lin Xintong. What? Lin Xintong was taken aback. He had unleashed a powerful strike, yet Ian appeared unscathed. How could a mere child at the meridian stage possess such formidable strength? This was unbelievable. The plump old man was momentarily stunned, having instructed his disciple to hold back. However, upon witnessing that strike, it was evident that little restraint had been exercised. Although his cultivation was suppressed, it was still beyond what this young boy should be able to endure. Before he could ponder further, Ian surged forward from the stone. With a splash, he plunged into the torrent of the waterfall. The water's might was fearsome, however. Having practiced the dragon dance in the vast ocean for an extended period, Yun was well acquainted with the nature of water. He maneuvered through the turbulent cascade, leveraging its immense force to amplify his momentum. From a distance, he appeared as a dragon, surging through the waves with grace. Boom! In that moment, a thunderous sound emanated from Yun's body, reminiscent of rolling thunder from the heavens. The power of thunder resounded throughout the skies. Ian twisted in the air, his legs propelling his waist, his spine arching like a taut bow. He drew back his right fist, poised like an arrow ready to be released, and struck with tremendous force. Crash! The sound echoed like a bowstring snapping, piercing through the air. This punch encapsulated all of Yun's vigor and strength, conjuring a maelstrom of mist that surged forth like an ocean in tumult. Lin Xintong was momentarily stunned. Was this the power of the youth? The sound of bones cracking like thunder and the resonance of tendons akin to bowstrings were all emanating from within him. In an instant of bewilderment, Yun was already before Lin Xintong. She could feel the ferocity of his punch, and in that fleeting moment, she comprehended the magnitude of his power. It was nearly the pinnacle of what could be achieved at the meridian stage. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xintong reacted, still suppressing her cultivation to the third level of the body refinement stage, one tier below Yun. Yet, the technique she unleashed was no longer the dragon bone tiger strength fist, but rather her true primary cultivation method, the Xian New Heart Sutra. Her hand, like a lotus flower, gently extended, reminiscent of a celestial maiden gracefully dancing. This strike bore an astonishingly gentle force, contrasting starkly with the unyielding power of the dragon bone tiger strength fist. The interplay of hardness and softness. Lin Xintong and Yun clashed once more. Initially, one would expect that the collision of a delicate fingertip and a fist would result in injury, yet the reality unfolded differently. From afar, a powerful wave of energy struck against a gentle barrier, akin to a heavy hammer colliding with a soft wall. The energy barrier contorted violently, yet it withstood the onslaught of the robust wave. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed in the final moments, causing Lin Xintong's expression to shift slightly as she retreated 3 steps. Meanwhile, Yun was propelled back over 10 yards, his garments torn, his chest heaving with blood and energy, his complexion flushed. Yun fell upon a large rock, experiencing excruciating pain throughout his body, as if his internal organs had been completely misaligned, his vision momentarily blurred. How formidable! Yun truly admired this. Was this the prowess of a master? The force exerted upon him was even greater than that of someone from a lower realm. Yet, in the end, the outcome of their confrontation was that his opponent merely took 3 steps back, sustaining no significant harm, while he himself was left reeling with internal turmoil and minor injuries. This young woman is truly terrifying. As Yun marveled inwardly, Lin Xintong was even more astonished. Her beautiful eyes, filled with uncertainty, gazed at Yun. And finally she spoke. In this contest, I concede. Chapter 53. A gift of books. Yun struggled to his feet, adjusting his tattered garments. And with a wry smile remarked, Sister Fairy, please refrain from mocking me. It is evident that I have lost. I gathered all my strength for a decisive strike. Yet you only intervened at the last moment and sent me flying. The outcome is unmistakable. Yun accepted his defeat with grace, but the young girl shook her head, saying, My realm surpasses yours by a significant margin. Even if I were to suppress my cultivation to engage you in battle, it would still be inherently unfair. I initially intended to spar with you using the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist, but at the crucial moment, I was compelled to unleash the Xian New Heart Sutra. Lin Xintong was a person of her word. If she claimed to use the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist, then that was precisely what she would employ. To suddenly shift to a different technique would violate their initial agreement, and thus, she deemed herself defeated. She did not elucidate to Yun the reason for her momentary lapse during their confrontation. In that first encounter, a curious energy seemed to linger within her, weaving into her fractured meridians, yet that sensation vanished during their subsequent clash. Lin Xintong questioned whether this was merely an illusion. Had she not been momentarily distracted during their initial engagement, she believed she would not have been forced to resort to the Xian New Heart Sutra against Yun. Upon hearing Lin Xintong's words, Yun paused, recognizing the uniqueness of this young woman. Typically, individuals of her caliber, especially those of noble birth, would find it exceedingly difficult to concede defeat to a mere youth from the great wilderness. Such an admission would be challenging for them to accept. Yet, this girl acknowledged her loss with remarkable composure. In Yun's perspective, she had not truly lost at all. Turning his gaze towards the portly elder, he found the old man tugging at his beard with a grim expression. What are you staring at? The elder grumbled upon noticing Yun's gaze. He too was perplexed. How could a native of Yunhuang possess such formidable prowess? To possess this level of strength at the Meridian realm was no small feat. And among the prodigies of prominent families, he would not be considered weak. Despite having learned the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist surreptitiously, Yun exhibited a mastery that resonated with the very essence of the technique. The tendons were taut as strings, and his bones reverberated with thunderous energy. This was far beyond mere superficial understanding. How had this transpired? The elder had anticipated that Yun would falter within 3 breaths. Yet the battle extended far beyond that limit, culminating in Lin Xintong's unexpected concession. Concede? Nonsense. He clearly emerged victorious. The elder was quite vexed. Was his approach flawed? This lad, who ostensibly possessed mediocre roots, had achieved the pinnacle of physical refinement through consuming rare treasures. How could his mastery of techniques be so profound? Perhaps his comprehension was exceptionally high? In the realm of martial arts, comprehension is as crucial as one's innate talent. A person's understanding can greatly influence their progress. Those with poor comprehension learn slowly, and even those with exceptional roots may find themselves unable to reach greater heights. For many aspects of martial arts can only be grasped through personal experience, particularly when it comes to breaking through one's limits. In terms of comprehension, Yun is indeed not lacking. Originally, during his time on Earth, he excelled in his studies, effectively developing his intellect from a young age, something that the impoverished children of the great wilderness cannot compare to. Furthermore, having traversed into this otherworldly realm, Yun essentially embodies 2 lifetimes, which has further fortified his soul. The infusion of the purple crystal into his heart has continuously nourished his spiritual essence with a refreshing energy that flows directly into his soul sea. His practice of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist has also incorporated some of his own interpretations, embodying a sense of natural progression. Observing the old man's chubby face contort into a walnut-like shape, Yun found it amusing yet dared not reveal his mirth, lest the old man become irritable. This is for you, Lin Xintong said, stroking the spatial wrist wheel on her hand. With a flick of her wrist, a beam of azure light shot towards Yun. He caught it and discovered it was a book. The cover was azure, adorned with golden threads, and the paper was thick and of superb quality. exquisitely crafted and pleasing to the touch. The title inscribed on the cover read Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist, 5 characters rendered in bold, striking strokes, exuding an air of grandeur. This was the secret manual for the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist. Yun's heart leapt with joy. He had previously been clandestinely learning the technique, but as the old man had remarked, knowledge acquired through stealth is inevitably lacking. Moreover, due to the generally low comprehension of the members in the warrior preparatory camp, Yao Yuan had only imparted the first 9 moves of the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist, leaving Yun completely unaware of the subsequent techniques. Thus, Lin Xintong's gift of this manual was truly a timely blessing. Yun caressed the azure-covered book, noting a faint, enchanting fragrance that stirred his imagination. Curiously, he opened the manual, only to find pages adorned with human figures and accompanying mental cultivation verses, along with annotations in a different color of fine, elegant script. These notes exuded a certain charm, undoubtedly penned by a woman. Clearly, these annotations were added later by the manual's owner. Yun was momentarily stunned. This must certainly be Lin Xintong's handiwork. Given her cultivation and martial insights, her annotations on the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist were bound to be extraordinary. If he were to read through them thoroughly, they would undoubtedly provide him with profound inspiration. Lin Xintong had mentioned that she had diligently studied this manual for half a year. She likely carried it with her at all times. At that moment, Yun felt the immense value of this book. Although the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist had been made public by the Taiya Divine Kingdom, the manual itself was not particularly rare. However, with Lin Xintong's annotations, it became something entirely different. Fairy sister, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. These annotations are the fruits of your own insights. It's nothing. I've already memorized all my annotations. I have read the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist from cover to cover. Keeping it here is of no use, but giving it to you may offer you some inspiration. As Yun observed Lin Xintong's unwavering determination, he ultimately accepted the book, for he indeed desired it. It was not merely a slight inspiration. It was akin to a lifeline. With this book in hand, he could master the complete set of the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist. Just as Yun felt a pang of guilt for accepting the book, the untimely voice of the rotund elder echoed through the air. Humph, if you want it. Just admit it without the pretense. Yun was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat choked by the elder's sardonic remarks. Was this a form of retribution? The elder and his disciple, Lin Xintong, exhibited personalities that were entirely opposite, leaving one to wonder how they managed to coexist so harmoniously. Enough of staring at this old man. You have demonstrated your prowess, so I shall concede that you possess a modicum of understanding regarding the Dragon Muscle and Tiger Bone Fist. The elder stroked his beard, acknowledging Yun's strength. He had previously stated that if Yun could endure for 3 breaths, he would reward him with a precious elixir. And he was a man of his word. As he spoke, the elder slowly reached for his ring, extracting an item that was neither the coveted bone of the wilderness nor its relic, but rather a slightly charred skull. Chapter 54. Reluctance to be ordinary. Upon gazing at the severed head, Yun felt his pupils constrict abruptly. This head was entirely enveloped in crimson scales, once beautiful, now shrouded in an ashen hue. Atop it sprouted 3 sharp horns, akin to the blades of swords, and it bore elongated fangs along with slender, delicate whiskers. Its visage exuding not a sense of ferocity, but rather an air of regality. Though lifeless, its haunting emerald eyes seemed to harbor an icy malevolence, instilling a chilling dread within those who beheld it. This is Yun, for reasons unknown, perceived not only the threat emanating from the deceased beast's gaze, but also a faint undercurrent of unwillingness. It is called the Crimson Scale Beast. A gentle voice emerged, not from the portly elder, but from Lin Xintong. Her voice resonated with the softness of a silken thread, soothing yet profound. Yun paused momentarily, casting a glance at Lin Xintong, who had remained remarkably silent since their encounter, only speaking during their recent skirmish. Lin Xintong elucidated, the Crimson Scale Beast is a creature of the wild. Though its skeletal remains are of considerable caliber, its strength among wild beasts is relatively feeble. The Crimson Scale Beast possesses a peculiar trait. A portion of them tragically succumbs to death in their prime. Yun was momentarily taken aback. Suicide? Lin Xintong continued. There are whispers suggesting that the Crimson Scale Beast harbors the bloodline of the Fire Qilin. Should they ignite their entire lineage, they can evolve into true Fire Qilin amidst the flames. However, the current iteration of the Crimson Scale Beast has long since diluted this ancient bloodline, rendering it nearly untraceable. Thus, the average Crimson Scale beast leads a mundane existence, content to live for several hundred years before quietly succumbing to age. Yet, some Crimson Scale beasts refuse to accept such fate. From the moment they are born, they seek to devour various fire-imbued spiritual entities, even daring to engulf themselves in flames. They accumulate vast amounts of fire energy within until their bodies can no longer withstand it, resulting in an explosive surge known as the Crimson Scale Flame. Those who undergo this transformation shall face only one inevitable outcome: a fiery demise, their vital organs incinerated without exception. At times, I ponder whether they are aware that awakening their ancestral bloodline is an impossibility. Nevertheless, they pursue this path with unwavering resolve. While they could live peacefully for hundreds of years, they choose instead to ignite the Crimson Scale Flame in their prime, perishing in the inferno. Lin Xintong's voice was melancholic. The Crimson Scale Beast was a creature she had known of since long ago. She felt akin to the Crimson Scale Beast, burdened by an innate curse of the shadowy lineage, striving to rejuvenate her own veins, much like the beast yearning to awaken the ancient bloodline of the Fire Qilin. Both endeavors are equally daunting, both akin to moths drawn to the flame. Should one choose a life as mundane as that of the ordinary fire unicorn, living for centuries only to succumb to death, or aspire to emulate the valiant souls among the fire unicorns who dare to shatter the shackles of fate, even at the cost of their own disintegration? In truth, within Lin Xintong's heart, a choice had already been made. Upon hearing Lin Xintong's words, Ian fell into silence. From the moment of birth, the pursuit of the blazing flame began, selecting the most searing and fervent fire elemental entities as sustenance, until one's body was consumed by the flames, ultimately leading to death within the inferno. Even with the knowledge that evolution into a fire Qilin was unattainable, the desire for such brilliance was worth the sacrifice of life itself. They refused to endure existence as the weak. It all boiled down to a single sentiment: the unwillingness to be ordinary. Indeed, the refusal to accept mediocrity resonated within Yun as well. Though he remained unaware that the seemingly delicate Lin Xintong before him harbored a spirit akin to his own. Is the elder encouraging the junior by referencing the fire unicorn, or cautioning against overestimating oneself and playing with fire? Yun suddenly inquired. The portly elder snorted, responding, "You are overthinking this, given your innate talent. What encouragement could I possibly offer? At most, I can advise you to know your limits. There are countless martial practitioners in this world, many of whom, like moths to a flame, venture into the wilderness in search of resources, only to meet their demise at the jaws of ferocious beasts." Though the elder's words were laced with sharpness, they bore the weight of sincere counsel. Yun, with humility, replied, "The junior has learned much." Whom the elder was pleased with Yun's demeanor. "This book left by Xintong is a fortunate gift for you. Study it diligently. Despite your lack of innate talent, your comprehension is passable. With this dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, you should be able to progress further by studying the material Xintong has provided." Alas, what a pity. The elder shook his head, abruptly shifting the topic. What you do not realize is that if this book were to be presented at the ancient clan's auction, claiming it was authored by Xintong, countless young masters would bid exorbitantly for it. Those young masters hold Xintong in high esteem. Teacher, Lin Xintong interjected with annoyance. Due to certain circumstances, she had indeed attracted the attention of many scions from prominent families within the ancient clan. Had it not been for her teacher taking her as a disciple, she might have been betrothed against her will by her family. Despite Lin Xintong's extraordinary talent, her innate meridian caused blockages in her channels, limiting her strength and confining her lifespan to a mere few centuries. The powerful families were exceedingly pragmatic, prioritizing their clan's interests. Clearly, marrying Lin Xintong off in exchange for support from other families would align more closely with their ambitions. Enough, enough, the elder waved his hand, redirecting the conversation. "Listen, lad, I shall gift you the head of the fire unicorn. This creature is unique. Once it is slain, the fire essence within will disperse very gradually, lasting up to 10 years. If you manage to store this beast's head properly, you can absorb this essence without the need for refinement. How much you can absorb will depend on your own capabilities." In the eyes of the portly elder, given Yun's capabilities, it seemed improbable that he could refine the desolate bone. Furthermore, considering Yun's physical foundation, directly consuming the head of the crimson beast would likely overwhelm him, leading to the energy dissipating. The most prudent approach would be to gradually cultivate and absorb the energy. However, this method is undeniably slow, which scion of a prominent family can afford to wait a decade. "Young man," the elder remarked, "though I express this sentiment, I surmise that you will inevitably traverse the vast wilderness and embark on your own adventures. Therefore, allow me to inscribe a protective talisman for you. Once you reach the pinnacle of Qi induction, this talisman will activate and safeguard your life once. Should fate allow us to meet again in the future, and if this talisman remains unused, it may serve as a token of our acquaintance. Why do you gaze at me so? As the elder continued speaking, he noticed Yun regarding him with a skeptical expression. Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this old man would bestow upon him such a favor. It was truly a rare occurrence. However, could the gift he offered be trusted? Chapter 55. As Yun pondered, he observed the rotund old man produce a tattered piece of yellow paper, reminiscent of the rough toilet paper used in rural China during the 1980s. The condition of this talisman paper was even more deplorable than that of the grass paper, in stark contrast to the quality of the dragon bone fist manual gifted to him by Lin Xintong. This talisman paper was of an entirely inferior caliber. With a dubious expression, Ian watched as the old man licked his plump finger and, using it as a makeshift pen, scrawled haphazardly across the talisman paper. "Behold," the old man declared, handing the talisman to Ian. "Treasure it well. This talisman is of considerable worth, and I have graciously bestowed it upon you. Why do you look at me with such skepticism? There is no need for excessive gratitude." Yun accepted the talisman with a silent expression, noting the chaotic saliva-smeared drawings that seemed on the verge of drying. He wore an expression of consternation, not due to disbelief in the old man's abilities, but rather a fear of being the victim of a prank. After all, the purpose of this talisman was to preserve one's life. If he were ever in a perilous situation, such as being relentlessly pursued by a savage beast, and he were to throw this talisman in desperation only to find it utterly ineffective, the mere thought was too horrifying to contemplate. As he imagined the beast might misconstrue the gesture as a considerate offering, providing it with a means to wipe after its next indulgence. "Enough. I have given you what you need. Now, hasten and prepare that dish I requested." The old man rummaged through his finger ring, producing a cacophony of pots and pans, cluttering the space with an array of kitchenware. Ian marveled at the indulgence of high status, reflecting on the convenience of such spatial equipment that allowed one to carry multiple pots while traveling, instead of rushing to prepare the salt-baked chicken. He clasped his fists and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, Senior? It would be remiss not to know the name of the one from whom I have received such generosity." The old man's name, written in the seal, was Sujia. Sujia? Yun mused. The name struck him as peculiar. The character Jia signified calamity or misfortune. Typically, parents choose auspicious names for their children, seldom incorporating such ominous characters. "I shall remember this kindness, Senior." With heartfelt sincerity, Ian expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that despite the old man's gluttonous and miserly tendencies, he had indeed assisted him, not merely for a few servings of salt-baked chicken. As Ian parted ways with Sujia, he not only prepared the desired dish but also penned several culinary methods involving alcohol to leave for the old man. In this world, skilled chefs existed, and he believed that with these recipes, Sujia could create delectable meals, allowing him to indulge in culinary delights, a small token of Ian's appreciation. Before departing, Sujia also left Ian with some ingredients, recognizing the harshness of life in the wilderness. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, the elder Su and Lin Xintong resumed their journey of cultivation. Turning back, they observed Yun's silhouette gradually fading into the mountains, leaving only the vast expanse of clouds, akin to a lingering line of fire blazing at the edge of the sky. "Master, do you hold him in high regard?" Lin Xintong inquired. After Yun had prepared the salt-baked chicken, she and Yun engaged in a brief sparring session. However, the peculiar sensation that had once coursed through her withered meridians did not reoccur, leaving Lin Xintong somewhat disappointed. Perhaps it had merely been an illusion of her own. Elder Su shook his head. "I do not regard him highly. I merely appreciate him. His comprehension astonishes me, and while fortune may favor him, I cannot conceive of a means to compensate for the flaws in his innate foundation. To ascend to greater heights in cultivation, he requires an immense reservoir of resources, which is exceedingly difficult to acquire. In this world, among countless beings, how many aspiring martial artists truly succeed? Perhaps miracles do exist in this realm." Lin Xintong mused, her words seemingly directed at Yun, yet reflective of her own circumstances. Elder Su paused, momentarily taken aback, before falling silent. Indeed, miracles. He was a master of the desolate arts, with exceedingly stringent requirements for his disciples. They must possess exceptional innate talent and unparalleled aptitude in the desolate techniques. This was a daunting task. For centuries, he had searched, witnessing countless scions from illustrious families, even accepting Lin Xintong as a disciple. Yet, the one disciple who brought him immense satisfaction was afflicted with a natural yin vein, rendering his otherwise exceptional martial potential futile due to severed meridians. Such irony was hard to bear. Let us depart. We may never encounter him again. Our stay in the Taya Divine Kingdom will not be prolonged. And by the time we leave, this youth may not have ventured beyond the Yunhuang, even if he manages to escape. It will be exceedingly challenging for him to break free from the confines of the Taya Divine Kingdom. It is vast beyond measure. Elder Su felt a tinge of regret. This young man, with aspirations as lofty as the heavens, was unfortunately born in the wrong place, devoid of the foundational skills for martial arts, which was truly lamentable. Will we never see him again? Lin Xintong pondered, momentarily lost in thought. She recalled the extraordinary sensation during her first encounter with Yun, when her naturally withered meridians seemed to have been stirred, although it had been confirmed that it was most likely a mere illusion. Lin Xintong remained unwilling to relinquish even the slightest glimmer of hope. Perhaps her master could provide some explanation. Master, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Lin Xintong suddenly spoke up. What is it? Elder Su observed Lin Xintong's serious demeanor and gradually slowed his pace. Lin Xintong meticulously recounted her experience. Elder Su listened in astonishment. Your withered meridians were stirred? What could be the cause? He instinctively tugged at his beard, lost in contemplation. Over the years, Elder Su had devoted himself to studying the natural yin vein, seeking a resolution, yet he had repeatedly encountered failure. Nevertheless, through his research, his understanding of the natural yin vein had likely surpassed that of anyone else in the world. The innate yin meridian is a severed path, incapable of harboring energy, much like a desolate well that yields no water. Yet, Lin Xintong recently claimed that during her confrontation with Yun, she faintly sensed a subtle flow of energy within her meridians. Even if this were merely a figment of Lin Xintong's imagination, Old Su regarded it with considerable gravity. We shall first proceed to the Tao clan. Previously, my master had made arrangements with Zhang Tan, the leader of the Jinlong Guards, to gather intelligence regarding the emergence of the Great Wilderness Purple Cloud. Upon acquiring this information, we shall deliberate our next steps. Old Su's primary purpose for coming to the Cloud Wilderness is to witness the celestial phenomena accompanying the birth of the Purple Cloud. He hopes to ascertain whether any treasures have emerged that might enable Lin Xintong to defy fate and restore her severed lineage. As for Yun, Old Su harbors little hope regarding the fleeting sensation Lin Xintong experienced, yet adhering to the principle of preferring to mistakenly eliminate than to overlook, he intends to investigate further. Chapter 56. The siege. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight lingered, a handful of children, accompanied by several women, surrounded Jiang Xiaoro's home within the Lian clan. The children, some as young as 7 or 8 and others nearly the age of Yun, were dressed in tattered garments, their bodies smeared with dirt. In their hands, they clutched handfuls of cow dung, hurling it at Jiang Xiaoro's door in a chaotic display. With a series of splats, the filthy dung burst against the door and exterior walls, releasing a foul stench that permeated the air. Behind this ragtag group stood an elderly woman, clad in a long black robe resembling that of a witch. She danced frenetically upon the ground, her lips moving in fervent incantations. All deities are my brothers. All bodhisattvas are my sisters. Illness and calamity, stay far from me. Demons and ghosts, swiftly depart. Enchanting spirits, reveal yourselves. Wail, wail, wail. The old woman, her mouth barely holding on to a few teeth, emitted a sound akin to a ghostly wail, reaching a fervent peak. As her voice crescendoed, the nearby children, invigorated as if by some mystical force, continued to pelt dung with fervor. This cow dung had been procured from the Lian clan's cattle farm, where it had accumulated in abundance. Villagers sought cow dung as a means of warding off evil. Rumors of Yun's gruesome death had already spread throughout the Lian clan. While deaths were not uncommon, the horrific circumstances surrounding this particular demise drew considerable attention. Earlier that day, the clan's leaders had disseminated a shocking announcement, claiming that Yun had succumbed to a mysterious illness, a plague. The revelation sent shockwaves through the Lian clan, igniting a frenzy among the populace. Within the span of a mere hour, the news had traversed the entire tribe. A plague in the vast wilderness. Such a term evokes sheer terror. Plagues are far more lethal than famine, capable of annihilating entire clans. In ancient China, one might flee from a plague. Yet in the desolate expanse of the wilderness, there is no refuge, To escape into the wilds is to invite death at the jaws of feral beasts. The fear of plague runs deep within the hearts of the wilderness dwellers. With medical knowledge severely lacking and both herbal remedies and practitioners in short supply, the people of the wilderness could not simply await their fate in silence. Thus, they devised various methods to combat the plague, the most common being the rituals performed by witches to drive away evil spirits. Their dances and incantations, though seemingly absurd, were widely accepted as truth in this realm of ignorance, reminiscent of practices in ancient cultures across the globe. Furthermore, the people of the wilderness believed that cow dung and dog blood could also repel malevolent forces. However, dog blood was a rare commodity, often consumed by the tribesmen to stave off hunger. Cow dung, being more readily available, was used to coat the walls and doors of Jiang Xiao's home, a desperate attempt to seal away the plague and prevent its spread. Due to these circumstances, this group of self-proclaimed brave children threw with great enthusiasm, believing themselves to be warriors of the Lian clan, battling against plague and malevolence. Yet, the wall was far from being coated. A child resembling a leader declared, pointing his hand, and another pile of cow dung flew over. Bang! The dung burst open. This wall, already in close proximity to the window, had only a single layer of paper affixed to Jiang Xiao's window. In the Lian clan, paper was quite precious, but window paper was indispensable. Without it, winter would be unbearably cold, providing no barrier against the wind. This sturdy window paper had taken Jiang Xiao an entire day to painstakingly apply, as she hoped to share a warm winter with her brother. Yet now bang! A sharp crack resounded as a lump of dung shattered the window paper, flying into Jiang Xiao's home. The dung landed on the floor, instantly creating a filthy mess. Jiang Xiao sat by the bed, her expression vacant. She had, of course, heard the news of her brother's misfortune immediately, but she refused to believe it. Her brother had survived numerous calamities before. This time, they all proclaimed her brother was dead. And two men claimed that Yun had jumped into the East River when he was barely clinging to life, from a gorge dozens of meters high. Surely even a cat would perish from such a fall. Brother jumped into the river, dead. This phrase spiraled in Jiang Xiao's mind like a curse. Throughout that day and night, she was unaware of how she endured, her entire being seeming to be in a stupor. She could not accept her brother's demise. She knew that Yun had undergone strange changes lately, becoming more skilled and powerful. How could such a strong brother possibly die? Jiang Xiao's faith in Yun was unwavering. He was her beacon of hope. Yet, regardless of her belief, the fact remained that Yun was missing. Coupled with the villagers' rumors that Yun had contracted the plague, Jiang Xiao was engulfed by fear, terrified that he might indeed have fallen prey to the disease, worried that it would infect her, prompting him to leap into the river alone. Bang! Another lump of dung was hurled inside, splattering onto the dining table, soiling the only two coarse porcelain bowls in the house, rendering them unusable. However, Jiang Xiao did not even glance at them. The assault of dung upon Jiang Xiao's home had persisted throughout the afternoon. Now, as the sun set, it showed no signs of abating. Apply it thicker. This girl and that deceased little rascal are both bringers of misfortune. Our clan should never have taken them in. A woman's harsh voice echoed from beyond the shattered window. This woman, tall with a long face and prominent cheekbones, had her sleeves rolled up and exuded the demeanor of a fierce matron. Even among the impoverished, there existed a hierarchy. The members of the Lian clan, bearing the surname Lian, often held a sense of superiority, occasionally enjoying privileges within the tribe, as they shared their surname with the rulers of the Lian clan. The woman speaking was indeed named Lian, known in the village as Aunt Suwa. In truth, her aggressive arrival, leading a group to smear cow dung on the wall, was at the behest of Lian Qingyu. To instigate this uproar, Lian Qingyu naturally needed to find a pawn to mingle among the populace, fanning the flames of discord. I foresee that soon a fire will be set to burn this house down, lest unseemly matters be revealed. Perhaps you are unaware, but Dido's father witnessed this youth's affliction firsthand and claimed that not only had he contracted the plague, but he had also succumbed to malevolent forces. At that moment, Dido's father touched the boy, and it was as if he had been bitten by a serpent. This is no trivial matter. Consider this wretched creature, whose life is worth no more than a few blades of grass, is deemed lesser than a dog. How could he possibly be chosen by Master Zhang? They speak of him as a martial prodigy. What absurdity! Master Zhang must not know, or perhaps you are unaware as well. He is nothing but a penniless wretch, resembling a beggar, lacking the strength of even a maid. yet they dare to call him a martial genius? Preposterous. It is only due to the influence of malevolent spirits that one can account for this little scoundrel's sudden prowess. He has been possessed with a spirit within him. He excels at everything, but once the spirit departs, he shall perish. Aunt Suewa's voice dripped with sarcasm, vividly portraying Yun as a mere shell of a man. Throughout the day, Aunt Suehua incessantly recounted this tale, a scheme orchestrated by Lian Qingyu himself. Unable to appear in person, Lian Qingyu employed Aunt Suehua to spread rumors, attributing Yun's martial talent to possession, a notion many in the community were eager to accept. After all, in their eyes, Yun could never be a martial prodigy. Such actions preserved Lian Qingyu's absolute authority. He is the most gifted individual of the Lian clan, unrivaled. This would convince the clansmen that only he, Lian Qingyu, could lead the Lian clan to greatness. And Suewa's words ring true. It turns out he is possessed. I assert that Yun, this little clay figurine, cannot possibly possess greater talent than our Erden. Several women echoed her sentiments, all of whom belonged to the Lian lineage, thus considered the true blood of the clan. Yet, within the confines of the room, Jiang Xiaoro remained oblivious to it all. Yunner, where have you gone? Jiang Xiaoro appeared dazed, even knowing the hope was infinitesimally slim. She clung to the belief that Yun had not met his end. Chapter 57, The Malicious Intent of Lian Qingyu at this moment. In the courtyard of the Lian clan's elder, Zhao Taizhu scampered in, brimming with excitement as he relayed the circumstances of the Yi family to Lian Qingyu. Master Lian, your astute strategies have left the Yi family utterly incapacitated. Ha ha ha. Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily, while Lian Qingyu merely responded with a soft waving his hand and instructing, you may leave now, but keep a close watch on Jiang Xiaoro's family and report to me at all times. Yes, yes. I shall do so immediately. Zhao Taizhu bowed respectfully and exited. Currently, he felt elated, as if the joyous events had invigorated his spirit. He sensed that Lian Qingyu was increasingly valuing him, entrusting him with various tasks. Once Zhao Taizhu departed, Lian Qingyu calmly poured himself a cup of tea, filling another cup as well. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a yellow robe emerged from the inner room. He smiled as he lifted the cup Lian Qingyu had just poured, taking a gentle sip. This elder was the patriarch of the Lian clan. Qingyu, you have executed this matter exceptionally well. I am truly impressed, the elder remarked, shaking his head. For the past few months, Lian Qingyu had virtually been at the helm of the Lian clan's affairs. Initially, the elder had harbored concerns regarding Qingyu's mobilization of able-bodied men to refine the desolate bones, fearing that such endeavors could lead to fatalities, particularly in the wake of famine, which might incite public unrest. Even though Lian Qingyu had employed blood transformation pills to temporarily stabilize the health of those involved, such a method of life over extinction could not endure. In a few days, those individuals would inevitably succumb to illness and die, should this situation become public knowledge. The upper echelons of the Lian clan would face unprecedented pressure. A misstep could ignite a riot, resulting in a bloody catastrophe. And if the refining of the desolate bones were to be adversely affected, the repercussions would be dire. However, the elder had not anticipated that Lian Qingyu would divert the impending calamity, shifting the blame entirely onto the deceased Yun. This way, if the laborers refining the desolate bones fell ill and perished, no one would suspect foul play. They would firmly believe that Yun had first contracted the strange illness, becoming possessed by malevolent forces. This peculiar ailment would, during Yun's refining process, infect the laborers working alongside him, ultimately erupting into an epidemic. Moreover, Yun's possession would cast a shadow over the clan, leading the populace to believe that he was the harbinger of their demise. Consequently, the people would direct their ire solely at Yun rather than at Lian Qingyu, ensuring a continual influx of laborers willing to refine the desolate bones. Everything would unfold in an exquisitely orchestrated manner. This was the underlying intent of Lian Qingyu's orchestration, a masterstroke. Achieving dual objectives, solidifying his absolute authority as the clan's foremost genius while guaranteeing the successful refinement of the desolate bones. Merely a trifling ruse, dear uncle. Your praise is excessive, Lian Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Given the potency of the cold python's venom, coupled with the effects of the blood transformation pills, within 3 to 5 days, those refining the desolate bones will meet their demise. At that point, the clan members will be consumed by outrage. It will no longer be a matter of hurling cow dung at the Yi family, but rather, they will likely set the Yi residence ablaze. Lian Qingyu spoke as he sipped his tea, delicately wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief, his movements exuding an air of elegance. He was the sole individual of the Lian clan who consistently maintained an aristocratic demeanor, born in the desolate lands of Yunhuang. Although the young masters there held a certain rank, the concept of noble conduct was scarcely acknowledged. Yet, Lien Qingyu was an exception. He had learned the etiquette of the aristocracy from Yao Yuan and held himself to these standards at all times. For he was convinced that one day he would ascend into the upper echelons of society, perhaps even rise to the heights of the divine realm. Attending grand banquets in the royal capital, he did not wish to be mocked by the elite as merely a barbarian from Yunhuang. He was determined to prove that, despite his origins, he could excel in every endeavor. Alas, he lamented, he could not bear witness to Yun's corpse. Lien Qingyu mused thoughtfully, Haha, Qingyu. You are far too cautious. Do you truly believe that lad has any chance of survival in such circumstances? Setting aside the insurmountable cold poison of the frost python, even a fall from a dozen zhang high into the gorge would leave him shattered. Moreover, with the tumultuous waters of the eastern river and the waterfall below, even the most skilled wave rider would either perish from the fall or drown. The elder patriarch expressed no concern. Lien Qingyu nodded, conceding, Indeed, great uncle speaks wisely. Yun has just begun his martial training and has yet to reach the valiant realm. He truly has no chance of survival. Setting down his teacup, he reflected on Yun's demise. However, his sister remained, and after such calamity, with their home smeared with cow dung and ravaged by fire, she was not only left homeless but would also be despised by the entire Lien clan, who, apart from himself, would take her in. A faint smile crept across Lien Qingyu's lips as he pondered this. This little girl would undoubtedly fall into his grasp eventually. A bit of hardship would temper her spirit, making her more compliant, and then whatever he decreed would be law. Yun, oh Yun, you have humiliated me before Lord Lien. Thus, I shall eliminate you and take pleasure in your sister, which seems only fair. Your death, in essence, saves her, for she will obediently heed my words henceforth. You may rest easy in the netherworld, for should I rise to great heights, I shall ensure she serves as a concubine and never be forsaken. As night finally enveloped the land, those brave children remained steadfastly devoted, refusing to leave even as darkness fell. They diligently completed their task of hurling cow dung, not only plastering Jiang Xiao's door and walls but nearly burying the very foundation. The sugary balls were indeed a rare treat dispatched by Lien Qingyu, a coveted item within the Lien clan. Upon hearing of the sweet reward, the children's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, splendid. We shall return tomorrow to throw cow dung if there are sugary balls. Indeed, there are. Lien Cuihua replied with a radiant smile. Not only are there sugary balls, but your efforts in throwing dung have dispelled evil and saved everyone. Yes, we have saved everyone. A larger child proudly proclaimed. We are heroes. Children echoed with enthusiasm, their hearts brimming with dreams of heroism, yearning to become valiant figures who could soar through the skies and traverse the earth with unparalleled might. Yet, at this very moment, hidden within the grass, a pair of obsidian eyes observed the scene unfold. These were the eyes of Yun. From the conversation between the children and several villagers, he had gleaned the unfolding events. Consequently, Yun surmised the potential intentions of Lien Qingyu. He could not help but clench his fists, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing within his gaze. Chapter 58. Homecoming. Utilizing the plague as a pretext to frame others is a despicable tactic, and the villagers of the great wilderness are far too naive to see through it. What do they know of elixirs that overdraw on their vitality? How could they possibly comprehend the existence of toxic wild bones, the refinement of which could lead to death? Many among them had only heard of such bones for the very first time just 2 months prior. The impoverished and suffering populace has been relentlessly driven by hunger and cold. Their minds have no capacity for anything beyond the need for sustenance. Even if one were to painstakingly explain it to them, they might still struggle to grasp the meaning. Damn it! Yun's eyes glinted with icy resolve. If he were to show himself now, it would be tantamount to declaring open war against Lien Qingyu. Weighing his cards, Yun found himself still at the meridian stage. Though he had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, his meridians flowing like a dragon. And Lien Qingyu? He was already on the cusp of the purple blood realm, having nearly attained the peak of the Qi induction stage. Were it not for him, Lien Qingyu's breakthrough into the purple blood realm via the wild bones would be a foregone conclusion. Faced with Lien Qingyu, who was so close to the purple blood realm, Yun felt uncertain. Moreover, the Lien clan included not only Lien Qingyu, but also an elder and the instructor Yao Yuan. Together, they comprised 3 formidable opponents, all at the 5th layer of the mortal blood Qi induction stage, leaving Yun to face them alone. While he held no concern for the elder, Yao Yuan was a different matter entirely. Yun was unaware of Yao Yuan's current strength. He had once reached the purple blood realm but had since fallen from grace. Setting aside Yao Yuan's current realm, his wealth of combat experience was undoubtedly significant. In contrast, Yun had not learned any aggressive martial arts besides a set of dragon tendon tigerbone fists, and he lacked any advanced footwork. Thus, Yun knew he must remain calm and devise a long-term strategy. Lian Xingyu, I will find a way to make you suffer immensely. Clenching his fists, Yun, originally a denizen of Earth, found himself reluctant to take a life despite being thrust into this world where strength reigns supreme. Yet today, a fierce desire to kill Lian Xingyu surged within him. His anger had not reached such a boiling point even after Lian Xingyu had attempted to harm him twice. But the way Lian Xingyu had treated Jiang Xiaoro was utterly intolerable. His sister, so isolated and vulnerable, a mere 15-year-old girl, stood alone against the relentless scrutiny of the entire clan. Once those able-bodied men fell ill and died, Lian Xingyu would need do nothing to shift all blame onto her. What would become of Jiang Xiaoro at that time, as the families of the deceased sought retribution? Ian dared not even imagine. If Lian Xingyu were to appear now and attempt anything against Jiang Xiaoro, she would be utterly defenseless. In the underbrush, Ian picked up a small stone and aimed it at Lian Suihua's face, launching it with all his might. Crack! The stone struck her squarely on the face. Ouch! Lian Suihua cried out in agony, crouching down and clutching her face, which had turned a deep shade of bruised blue. Who the hell dares to strike me? Lian Suihua exclaimed in anger, and the surrounding mischievous children promptly shook their heads, vehemently denying any involvement. Although Ian felt an impulse to eliminate this spiteful woman, he refrained from taking lethal action, aware that doing so would undoubtedly arouse Lian Xingyu's suspicions. At that moment, beside Lian Suihua, a young boy jumped up, clutching his behind, and shouted, "Who hit me?" This boy was the leader of the group. Not me, nor I. Many hurriedly came forward to clarify their innocence, eager to dissociate themselves from the incident. However, just then, a series of anguished cries erupted as Yun moved with remarkable speed, launching stones with a trajectory so precise that they struck the children and immediately ricocheted away into the night, leaving them utterly bewildered as to the source of the projectiles. What is happening? The children were beginning to sense something was amiss. Under the cover of a moonless night, and emboldened by their mission to drive away evil spirits, they were suddenly struck by an unknown force, sending shivers down their spines. There are ghosts! A child's terrified shout sent the others into a panic, their faces turning pale as they scattered in all directions. Lian Suihua, too, was rendered ghostly pale, fleeing in a disheveled haste. The village held a deep-seated fear of malevolent beings. Once the children had dispersed, Yun, finding the surroundings devoid of witnesses, stealthily approached the entrance of his home, effortlessly scaling the courtyard wall. The ground was littered with cow dung, but having reached the meridian realm and perfected his body refinement, he glided through the yard like a master of martial arts, his straw sandals remaining pristine. With a subtle push of his hands, a gust of energy swung open the door, and Yun entered the house. Upon entering, he found himself at the kitchen, shrouded in darkness. However, through a window shattered by cow dung in the inner bedroom, a sliver of moonlight streamed in, illuminating the delicate silhouette of Jiang Xiaoro. Her face and shoulders evoked an overwhelming sense of tenderness and sorrow. Who is it? Though Jiang Xiaoro was engulfed in grief and anxiety over Yun's disappearance, she remained vigilant, instinctively grasping the arrow at her side upon hearing a sound. A strong-willed woman, Jiang Xiaoro was both resilient and shaped by her circumstances. The absence of a male figure in her household weighed heavily on her spirit. With her brother gone, not only had she lost her emotional anchor, but as a lone girl surviving in the wilderness, she was inevitably vulnerable to mistreatment. Moreover, Yun had previously warned her of Lian Xingyu's covetous intentions, which had kept her arrow firmly in hand throughout the day. "Sister, it's me, Yunner." Yun's voice trembled softly as he gazed upon the chaos of cow dung and the disarray surrounding Jiang Xiaoro. An involuntary wave of emotion surged within him, threatening to bring tears to his eyes. Jiang Xiaoro was momentarily stunned. In the darkness, she discerned Yun's face illuminated by the moonlight, although it appeared hazy. The familiar contours were unmistakable. "Yunner." With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Xiaoro rushed forward, arms wide open, enveloping Yun in a tight embrace. "Yunner, you're safe. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Her voice trembled with urgency as she clutched Yun with all her strength, fearful that letting go would mean losing him once more. Feeling Jiang Xiaoro's firm embrace, Yun sensed her body quivering slightly and the rapid beat of her heart. The warmth on his neck was her tears. "Sister, I am fine," he reassured her. "I knew. I always knew." Although Jiang Shiro cried, claiming she had known from the very beginning, she could hardly find solace in that knowledge. At last, the moment she had awaited had arrived. "Come, sister. Let us leave this place. We shall not remain in the village any longer." Yun's unexpected declaration left Jiang Shiro in a state of confusion amidst her emotional turmoil. "If we do not stay here, then where shall we go? Must we venture to Yunhuang?" Chapter 59. Kindness. The lives of ordinary individuals are inextricably bound to their tribes. To sever these ties is to relinquish one's source of sustenance. Venturing into the wilderness would be tantamount to courting death. "We shall retreat to the back mountain, bringing along all our provisions, and construct a treehouse where we can reside for a month." Yun had long since devised this plan. He could no longer bear the light of day and simply could not remain within the Lien clan. The most prudent course of action was to conceal himself in the back mountain. It is vast and devoid of medicinal herbs, making it an unlikely destination for visitors. "But what shall we do once our provisions are exhausted?" Yun reassured, "Do not worry, Sister Shiro. We shall not run out." He smiled faintly. Having acquired an ample supply of meat from the old man, sufficient to last several months. Moreover, in just a month, the grand selection of warriors for the Divine Kingdom would commence, leaving Yun with no cause for concern. When that time arrives, he would settle all scores with clarity. Lien Xingyu, Zhao Taizhu, Lien Suohua, and all those who had wronged them would face justice. Accompanied by Jiang Xiaorou, Yun gathered their belongings, merely a sack of grain and a mattress free from cow dung, as the remaining bowls and basins were rendered unusable beneath the filth. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. He concealed himself, and through the moonlight, he observed several figures quietly pushing open the courtyard gate and stepping into the dung-laden yard. It was the neighbor, Aunt Wang, Uncle Zhou, and their daughter, Zhou Xiaoka. Aunt Wang had frequently lent Yun's family grain, and during his last acquisition of cured meat, he had shared a portion with her. Zhou Xiaoka, who was of similar age to Yun, used to trail him around as a child, often returning home caked in mud, yet now she had matured into a more composed young lady. "Ro girl, I brought you some food. You haven't eaten all day, have you?" Aunt Wang's heart ached at the sight of the filthy yard. Uncertain of the affliction that had befallen Yun, just days prior, he had been selected by Lord Zhang, and the villagers had proclaimed that Yun was destined for greatness. The old Yi family was experiencing a stroke of fortune. Yet, in such a brief span, he had seemingly vanished. Truly, heaven was blind to such injustices. Noting the absence of light within the house, Aunt Wang felt a weight in her heart. "Sister Xiaorou, is Yun truly gone?" Came Zhou Xiaoka's voice from outside, tinged with sorrow and tremor. Peering through the window, Yun caught a glimpse of a girl of similar age, her cherubic face marked with traces of tears. In this impoverished clan, where human connections had become so tenuous, it was heartening to find a simple-hearted aunt and an innocent girl still holding him in their thoughts. When Yun had been chosen by Zhang Yuxian, the flattery from villagers had felt trivial. It was the genuine sympathy expressed by those who mourned him during his presumed demise that held true significance. Yun exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Xiaorou. Jiang Xiaorou understood and said, "Aunt Wang, please do not come in. I have already gone to bed, and the house is in disarray. There is no place for you to rest," and she paused, leaving her thought unvoiced. Aunt Wang sighed, realizing that Jiang Xiaorou was likely concerned about the spread of illness. Thus, she cleared a small space and placed the items she brought at the doorstep. "My dear girl, I have prepared a bowl of noodle soup for you and left it here. Please take it with you. I must be on my way now." In impoverished areas, one often encounters both unscrupulous individuals and kind-hearted farmers. The principle of reciprocity prevailed. As Yun sent some cured meat to Aunt Wang, she reciprocated with noodle soup, a rare delicacy in this era. Aunt Wang suspected that Jiang Xiaorou had not eaten since that afternoon, especially given the disturbance caused by the cow dung being hurled at her home, making it impossible to cook. After placing the noodle soup down, Aunt Wang said her goodbyes. She gently tugged at the tear-streaked face of Zhou Xiaoka and, along with Uncle Zhou, quietly closed the courtyard door as they departed from the small yard. Uncle Zhou was a taciturn man, silent throughout, but his strength was what allowed Aunt Wang's family to scrape by. Once Aunt Wang had left, Yun entered the courtyard and picked up the steaming bowl of noodle soup. This type of noodle was different from those on Earth. It was hand-formed, and the short, thick strands bore the imprints of Aunt Wang's rough hands. In his heart, Yun vowed to repay those who had wronged him, as well as those who had shown him kindness. He silently promised, then took Jiang Xiaorou and dashed towards the back mountain. In the depths of night, Yun and Jiang Xiao arrived at the back mountain, a location Yun had carefully chosen for its seclusion, proximity to a water source, and the presence of large trees suitable for building a treehouse. It was the heart of winter, and the mountain air was frigid, with white frost clinging to the stones, each breath producing a cloud of mist. Jiang Xiao's cheeks flushed red from the cold as she curled up and rubbed her hands together, tiny goosebumps rising on her skin. It was not only difficult for a 15-year-old girl like her to endure a night in the deep winter mountains. Even the strongest men from the village would struggle. If they fell asleep, they would surely catch a chill by morning. They had only a single blanket, thin enough to be deemed insufficient even in their home, let alone in the depths of the mountains. Yuner, it's so cold. We won't last a few days, Jiang Xiao said, her expression bewildered. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had left home, which, though dilapidated, provided some warmth. How could they survive in this desolate place? The future appeared bleak. Yun smiled and reassured her, Sister Xiao, do not worry. He moved behind a large rock and retrieved a pile of firewood. Yuna, you. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. At that moment, Yun had already removed the cover from the fire starter and ignited the firewood. Flames erupted, casting warmth into the air and melting some of the frost on the surrounding stones. Jiang Xiao began to feel a semblance of warmth. At this moment, when despair loomed large, even a glimmer of warmth could instill in Jiang Xiao a sense of hope. Sister, look what I have here, Yun exclaimed with a smile, retrieving a large package from behind a stone. As she gradually unveiled the contents, Jiang Xiao's curiosity piqued, and when the package was fully opened, she was utterly astonished. Within the parcel lay an abundance of food, meat, vegetables, and wild fruits. The meat predominated, featuring an array of freshly hunted beasts, some meticulously butchered, others plucked and whole, collectively weighing an impressive 1 to 200 pounds. Yuner, where did you acquire this? Jiang Xiao gazed at Yun in disbelief. The rich fat content of the meat rendered it a high-calorie sustenance, an absolute lifeline in their impoverished circumstances. Sister Xiao, no need to inquire further, I assure you. A life of comfort awaits you. Our days of hardship are behind us, and those who have wronged us shall pay dearly. A palpable ferocity resonated in Yun's voice, reflecting the transformation wrought by 2 months of rigorous training. Her heart had grown increasingly resolute and fierce alongside her burgeoning strength. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, devoid of legal protections, adhering to the values of Earth could lead to an untimely demise. Had it not been for the myriad of assistance bestowed by the purple crystal, they would have long been driven to the brink. Sister Xiao, brace yourself. Today, I shall treat you to the most delectable feast. Chapter 60. Happiness, the most delectable cuisine. Jiang Xiao found herself momentarily entranced, gazing at Yun, whose eyes sparkled like stars against the dark night. She felt as though the entire evening was a surreal dream. Sister Xiao, you simply need to wait and enjoy the meal, Yun said, his expression focused. Throughout his life, he had prepared countless dishes, but never had he approached cooking with such earnestness as he did tonight. Yun had procured a complete set of culinary tools and seasonings from Old Su, even acquiring some aged fine wine, ensuring he could showcase his culinary skills to their fullest potential. He filled a pot with water, meticulously processed the ingredients, sliced the meat, seasoned, crafted sauces, and poured broth, each step executed with unwavering precision. He prepared multiple dishes simultaneously, tending to one while preparing the next. After achieving perfection in his physique, Yun's abilities soared, and his knife skills became transcendent. He sliced ingredients as thin as gossamer, and with remarkable speed. Jiang Xiao, illuminated by the flickering flames, was utterly astonished by Yun's prowess. Her brother had transformed into such a remarkable chef. To treat Jiang Xiao to a splendid meal, Yun prepared several intricately crafted signature dishes. Even when he was on Earth, he approached complex recipes with caution, as he was not a professional chef and could easily err in the multitude of steps. However, now, with his meridians fully open and energy flowing freely, Yun felt his mind sharpen significantly. Even when juggling 2 or 3 dishes at once, each step was executed with confidence and precision. As one dish was completed and plated, the next was swiftly placed into the pot, each task flowing seamlessly. Jiang Xiao remained spellbound, the enticing aroma igniting her appetite. She rarely encountered such exquisite cuisine, having seldom seen even a few pieces of marinated meat. The ingredients Yun used were premium cuts of rare beast meat, which Old Su, with his penchant for fine dining, rarely stored unless they were of exceptional quality. Furthermore, the various seasonings left by Old Su were invaluable. making Yi Yun's unprecedented dedication result in an array of extraordinary dishes. Jiang Xiao gazed at the table overflowing with culinary delights, feeling as though she were in a dream. Was this all real? Just moments ago, she had been troubled about her future and food scarcity, yet now she faced a banquet of sumptuous dishes. Was it truly her brother who had prepared this? Could she really indulge in such fare? Sister Xiao, please eat quickly. The mountain breeze is chilly. And the food will cool, Ian urged, holding up a bowl of translucent steamed meat, known as finsangro. You must try this, Sister Xiao. On Earth. Even the ordinary 5-layered pork made for a delectable steamed dish, but now, using rare beast meat, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Ian offered a piece of the steamed meat to Jiang Xiao's lips. She could scarcely believe that such exquisite flavors existed in the world. Those who have endured prolonged hunger find even a bowl of noodle soup to be a heavenly delight. How much more so for a dish like the exquisite beast flesh steamed pork, which would be considered a culinary masterpiece anywhere on this planet. Jiang Xiao felt as if her tongue could scarcely move. It was simply too delicious, such a flavor she had never even dared to imagine, let alone experience. In her childhood, despite having a family of considerable means, Jiang Xiao was still too young to appreciate food beyond the allure of pastries and candies. She had never known hunger. Nor could she have fathomed the exquisite taste of fish and meat. Braised pork, salt-baked chicken, blanched greens, and wild vegetable soup. Ian introduced each dish he had prepared, and even the meager vegetables left by Old Man Su found their way into his stir-fry, creating a harmonious blend of meat and greens. Traditional Huaxia cuisine, crafted from these exotic ingredients, elevated the flavors to extraordinary heights, even impressing Yi Yun, a discerning foodie. Jiang Xiao devoured the food as if she were in a dream, each bite more delightful than the last. Moreover, once consumed, the dishes generated a warm energy that coursed through her body, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. This was undoubtedly a transformative effect of the beast flesh. Beast flesh is a rarity, difficult for the impoverished of the great wilderness tribes to obtain. If one could indulge in it daily, they would undoubtedly grow strong and resilient against ailments. Even the greens left by Old Man Su were beneficial plants, not easily accessible to the average person. The siblings feasted heartily, and within a mere quarter of an hour, the delectable offerings laid upon the tree stump had vanished as if swept away by the wind. It was hard to imagine that just moments ago, Jiang Xiao felt utterly despondent, cold, and hungry, yet now, in such a short span of time, she was completely satisfied and enveloped in warmth from the nourishing food. Only those who have truly experienced hunger can comprehend the sheer joy of having delicious food. At this moment, Ian began constructing a treehouse. Having perfected his physical training, he possessed great strength, making the building of a simple shelter a trivial task. Yun, what on earth has happened these past few days? Jiang Xiao watched Ian bustling about, still feeling as though she were in a dream. The events of the last hour were simply unbelievable. Well, I encountered an unscrupulous old man with the surname Su. He noticed my remarkable physique and offered me some guidance, along with a few benefits. That's about it. Don't worry, Sister Xiao, I am no longer the same. Our lives will only improve from here. The wooden structure was completed, but the mountain's chill and dampness made sleeping inside the treehouse rather uncomfortable. Despite the nearby fire, which provided warmth, it required constant attention and could not burn throughout the night, leaving them still susceptible to the cold. Observing Jiang Xiao occasionally rubbing her ears, Ian smiled gently, descended from the treehouse, and soon returned with the head of a Qilin beast. The Qilin beast harbored a wealth of fire energy, and placing its head within the treehouse was akin to having a small furnace. The space quickly became as warm as spring. That night, Ian had brought so many surprises that Jiang Xiao chose not to inquire further. She lay upon the rudimentary wooden planks of the treehouse, feeling a sense of grounding unlike any she had experienced before in her life. Satiated, well-hydrated, embraced by the warmth of home, and with Yun by her side. What more could one desire in this world? Yun, I fear this is all but a dream. It is not a dream. Sleep now, sister. I shall watch over you. Yun sat beside the wooden bed, holding Jiang Xiao's hand, feeling the warmth emanating from Yun's palm. Jiang Xiao found herself increasingly at ease. This comforting sensation lulled her into drowsiness. Though reluctant to surrender to sleep, gradually, she succumbed to slumber. It had been a day filled with turmoil, first learning of Yun's demise, then facing an onslaught from the villagers. Her heart had been in a constant state of upheaval, exhausted by the emotional roller coaster. As Jiang Xiao drifted into the realm of dreams, a faint smile of happiness graced her lips. Chapter 61. I aspire to become a sage. The crimson scale beast is a creature of the wild. Previously, when Yun first broke through to the Meridian realm, and absorbed the power of the cold python's bones. His lack of experience led him to overexert himself, resulting in a near catastrophe that almost ruptured his meridians. This time, however, Yun had learned from his past mistakes. He meticulously controlled the total amount of energy entering his body. At this rate, the head of the Crimson Scale Beast would suffice for a month. As long as he successfully passed the warrior selection after a month, he would acquire new resources. As the night deepened, Yun, having absorbed sufficient energy, stealthily left the treehouse. He moved through the forest with the agility of a nimble monkey and soon arrived at a clearing. In the sky, the bright moon hung like a silver disk. Beneath an ancient tree sat a youth clad in coarse garments, leaning casually against the gnarled trunk. Engrossed in turning the pages of an ancient book with a green cover under the moonlight, his expression one of intense concentration. A yellowed leaf slowly detached from the old trunk, gently drifting down to rest between the open pages of the book. The youth simply brushed the fallen leaf aside, remaining wholly focused. The night was dim, yet having reached the 4th level of the Meridian realm, Yun could see as clearly at night as he could during the day. He discovered that the dragoness dance in the 9 heavens encompassed not just a single movement, but 3 additional motions, forming a complete set. After studying the dragonbone fist left by Lin Xintong, Yun found that many previously ambiguous aspects were gradually becoming clear. When Yao Yuan taught the warrior preparatory camp, he likely simplified many techniques considering the learning capabilities of the members. Thus, he often taught only the simpler moves from a complete set. Now, with the entire dragonbone fist at his disposal, he felt that all gaps had been filled. Lin Xintong's notes indicated that while the dragonbone fist is exquisite, it remains a foundational technique and should not be constrained by its own form. If one becomes overly fixated on the dragonbone fist framework, they would find themselves forever limited to the so-called perfection described within it, never advancing further. Lin Xintong's handwriting was delicate, each character beautifully crafted. Yet the content conveyed a grand and profound essence that left Yun in awe. According to her notes, the pinnacle of the dragonbone fist could only be mastered up to the peak of the purple blood realm. This was what she termed perfection. Beyond this point, further cultivation would be impossible unless one were to adopt a more advanced technique. The Teia's sacred method, for instance, could allow one to reach the highest realm, should one possess the means to acquire it. However, this presented a dilemma. The dragonbone fist and the Teia's sacred method are entirely different systems with little to no inheritance between them. The Teia's sacred method was created by the founding emperor of the Teia divine kingdom, while the dragonbone fist was an accidental discovery by a descendant emperor. And they were fundamentally distinct frameworks. Merging 2 disparate systems inevitably leads to areas where seamless integration proves impossible. This is akin to a high school student on Earth who, upon choosing a scientific track, excels in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, ultimately gaining admission to university. Yet, once there, he abandons the sciences to pursue history. This does not imply he cannot succeed. If endowed with talent, he may indeed become a distinguished historian. Nevertheless, the knowledge of mathematics and science he once acquired becomes a squandered resource. When delving into historical civilizations, who would call upon him to compute using calculus? The transition from one discipline to another introduces this dilemma. Having learned the Teia's sacred method, the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist becomes largely obsolete, serving merely to elevate Yun from the realm of mundane blood to the pinnacle of purple blood. Much like that high school student who studied sciences merely to obtain a university acceptance letter, this represents a significant waste of resources. The time of a martial artist is incredibly precious. The pursuit of martial mastery is a contest against destiny itself, and to ascend to greater heights, one must remain diligent and not squander time. Lin Xintong embodies this relentless spirit, striving to achieve an almost impossible miracle. How could she tolerate such waste? Her approach is to transcend conventional methods, fully digesting and assimilating the techniques for her own use. This notion of forgetting the forms and transforming the tangible into the intangible allows one to carve a unique path in martial arts. Building upon her own martial foundation, she seeks to discover a pathway to the zenith of martial arts, fully integrating all learned techniques, be they fundamental, advanced, or elite, into her own practice. In this manner, there is no room for waste. When Ian first encountered such profound insights, it was as though a veil had been lifted. Indeed, techniques have their limitations, whereas martial arts are boundless. The ancient Chinese philosopher Mencius once stated, "To believe entirely in books is worse than having no books at all." A true sage, regardless of whether they study the fundamental 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, or delve into the more advanced 4 books and 5 classics, ultimately expands their knowledge to encompass the myriad schools of thought. I aspire to be a sage of martial arts, Yun vowed. Increasingly committed to studying Lin Xintong's annotations on the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, it must be acknowledged that her background provides her with an inherent advantage. Hailing from a prominent family, her exposure and insights are undoubtedly superior to those of the average individual. Having practiced martial arts for just over 2 months, Ian, despite his high comprehension, cannot compare to Lin Xintong's breadth of experience. Knowledge is accumulated through continuous learning, and even sages begin their journey from humble beginnings. Ian dedicated an hour to thoroughly examine the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, reaping immense rewards. However, he understood that he could not merely replicate Lin Xintong's insights. Each person's understanding is unique, and many concepts are best grasped intuitively rather than articulated. He needed to cultivate his own perspective. While it is essential to consider others' insights, one must not merely regurgitate their wisdom. Cautiously, Ian stored the manual away, leaping onto a large rock. At this moment, his body was infused with the fire energy of the Scarlet Lin Beast. After breaking through to the 4th level of the mundane blood meridian realm, the greatest benefit was his newfound ability to adeptly harness the energy within him. The energy absorbed from the Scarlet Lin Beast in the treehouse had been sealed within his dantian, and now, as he channeled it into his governing meridians, he felt a surge of warmth enveloping him. The flow of heat coursed through Yun's meridians, cycling repeatedly. Gradually, he felt his entire body ablaze, akin to having soaked for an hour in a warm spring and consumed an entire barrel of strong liquor. Harnessing this force, Yun commenced his practice of the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist. The energy from the Scarlet Lin Beast surged into his mind, and Yun sensed a complete relaxation of his spirit. His body seemed to move not under the control of his will, but rather in accordance with instinct. This state of consciousness drifting is the pinnacle of martial arts training. It must be noted that although Yun's physical constitution was lacking, his comprehension and wisdom were far beyond that of children his age. Even those prodigies from esteemed families were eclipsed by Yun, who, having lived 2 lives, possessed a soul that had undergone further development. From the 4th level of mortal blood meridians to the 5th level of mortal blood as chi guiding. Aside from consuming precious elixirs, the key was to draw the essence of heaven and earth into his body. This step, in fact, proved to be the most challenging. Warriors of the great wilderness could soar into the skies and traverse the earth, their strength reaching tens or even hundreds of ding, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Such immense power could not simply arise from a meager diet of plain tea and wild vegetables. It was evidently implausible. Explained through the lens of earthly physics. Energy is conserved. To make a horse run, one must provide it with grass. Likewise, for a warrior to move mountains, one must furnish them with sufficient energy. Hence, during the refinement of their physical form, warriors must continuously consume celestial materials, exotic treasures, and beast meat, as the energy required by their bodies is primarily sourced from sustenance. Upon reaching the chi guiding stage, warriors not only relied on nourishment for energy but also absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, drawing upon the ambient energies to replenish themselves. As warriors ascend to higher realms, capable of surmounting mountains and parting seas, their strength becomes increasingly reliant on the energies of heaven and earth rather than mere sustenance. After completing 2 rounds of the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist, Ian felt an intense heat within his body, drenched in sweat. Truly, attempting to refine the essence of the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist was an endeavor that consumed considerable physical stamina. The energy Ian absorbed was quickly depleted after 2 rounds, subsequently settling within his corporeal form to nourish his flesh. Chapter 62. The Scapegoat at this moment. Within the courtyard of the elder of the Lien clan, what? That wretched girl, Jiang Xiao, has fled? Upon receiving this news, Lien Xingyu crushed the teacup in his hand. The scalding tea splattered, startling Zhao Taizhou. He had no inkling as to why Lien Xingyu was in such a furious rage. In truth, Lien Xingyu was a man of both insecurity and pride. He felt inferior when confronted by the prodigies of the larger clans, yet would never demean himself in front of the impoverished of his own clan. For instance, concerning Jiang Xiao, although Lien Xingyu desired her, he had never exhibited such feelings before his subordinates. Akin to an emperor who might favor a lowly palace maid but would never pursue her overtly. Why would he chase after a mere commoner? Thus, Zhao Taizhou remained oblivious to Lien Xingyu's true intentions regarding Jiang Xiao, and even now, he remained perplexed as to why Lien Xingyu was so enraged over her escape. Leave. Lien Xingyu waved his hand, his expression darkening. He never anticipated that this wretched girl would be so obstinate, preferring death over yielding to him. His fury stemmed from 2 primary sources. First, Jiang Xiaorou's exceptional beauty and demeanor captivated him. Second, and more crucially, Lian Qingyu resided in the resource-scarce Lian clan, where he had long been denied the things he coveted, forced to watch others squander resources freely. He found himself bowing to the prodigies of the larger clans for mere scraps of what others had discarded. Over time, this gave rise to an overwhelming desire for possession within him. What was not his, he yearned to acquire. That which rightfully belonged to him was even more sacred, impervious to others' touch. In Lian Qingyu's eyes, Jiang Xiaorou belonged to the Lian clan, and thus, she was his to claim. The thought of someone else's possession eluding him was one thing, but the notion that she, belonging to his own clan, had escaped was infuriating beyond measure. That wretched girl might very well be dead by now. A mere 15-year-old girl, venturing into the wilderness alone, required immense courage. For to venture forth was essentially a death sentence. Dispatching a search party was nearly impossible. The vast expanse of the wilderness made it uncertain in which direction Jiang Xiaorou had fled. Moreover, he had only a handful of warriors at his disposal, and sending them out might result in further casualties, rendering such an effort futile. One report after another soon reached Lian Qingyu. He quickly learned the second piece of news. The able-bodied men who had previously ingested the blood transformation pill had finally succumbed to illness. In fact, their sickness had arrived much later than Lian Qingyu had initially anticipated. They were all physically weakened, even coughing up blood at the slightest effort. Each of these ailing men was the backbone of their households, who had hoped to earn some extra rations during the bone-hardening exercises. But now, their families faced devastation. In recent days, due to the food shortages, there had already been reports of a few dying from hunger and cold within the Lian clan. The first to perish were the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. Families with able-bodied men managed to scrape by, but now that these men are gone, the future is utterly bleak. The leaders of the Lian clan have ceased to offer any solace. They have not provided a single grain for these men. For in Lian Qingyu's eyes, they will soon perish, having lost their usefulness. The meager supplies remaining within the tribe must be preserved to conscript more able-bodied men for the arduous task of refining the bones of the deceased. Of course, with the best of the strong now wasted, the next batch of recruits is unlikely to yield any quality, yet it matters little, as the bones are soon to be processed. The indifference of the Lian clan's upper echelons is stark, yet the populace remains oblivious to the grim reality. For they have a scapegoat in Yunhuang. Desperate relatives of the able-bodied men approach the residence of the clan leader, seeking rations and hoping to obtain the miraculous blood transformation pill that once saved their loved ones. In their eyes, it is a life-saving elixir. However, the leaders of the Lian clan pay no heed to these requests. The blood transformation pills are scarce and require a toll on one's life potential to be effective. How could they squander such resources on those whose vitality is all but extinguished? Zhao Taizhu, the spokesperson, arrogantly stands upon the platform, casting a disdainful gaze upon the relatives below. Once a member of the lower class himself, he now feels a distinct separation from them, as if he belongs to an entirely different species. He serves under Lian Qingyu. And when Lian ascends to become a warrior of the Tai divine nation, perhaps even a legendary figure, he will be a servant to a national hero. What does it mean to be a servant of a national hero? It suggests a future replete with wealth and multiple wives. A far cry from mingling with these wretched creatures who toil in the dirt. What noise is this? You lowly peasants dare to hope for a divine pill? Do you think the tribe possesses an endless supply of such treasures? Do you comprehend the cost of crafting a single divine pill? Zhao Taizhu surveyed the ragged women and children below, his face marred by contempt. Yet, as he observed their stunned silence in response to his words, a sense of satisfaction swelled within him, a gratification befitting one in power. To be blunt, the combined lives of you lowly peasants could not procure even 2 divine pills. You seek food? You yearn for divine pills? You might as well abandon all hope. The tribe saved your men once. Do you expect a second rescue? Your men fell due to their own carelessness. The tribe bears no responsibility for your misfortune. If you must assign blame, direct it toward that wretched Yunhuang. It was he who fell ill and spread the contagion to you. That little wretch, even in death, continues to harm others. Zhao Taizhu cunningly incited further discord. At that moment, a caustic voice rang out from the crowd. Zhao Junshu is right. It's all that little jinx Yun's fault. This is the voice of Lian Zuohua, who has been lurking within the crowd, waiting for the opportune moment to sway public opinion. And then there is that seductress, Jiang Xiaorou. Initially, our Lian clan benevolently took in their unfortunate family, providing them with sustenance and shelter. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, they have brought calamity upon us. Fellow villagers, if you must place blame, directed at those two little harbingers of misfortune. Lien Suehua shouted hoarsely. At this moment, the families of the strapping young men found themselves in utter despair, incapable of discerning right from wrong. Moreover, the truth of the matter was far too intricate and perplexing for them to grasp. Burning down their house could serve to exorcise evil spirits. Come now, fellow villagers. Lien Suehua shed her tattered coarse cloth outer garment, donning only a tank top as she leaped onto the platform, vigorously waving her clothing like a diminutive flag. People are inherently inclined to conform, easily swayed by the influence of others. Furthermore, in their hearts, they indeed blamed Yun for the collapse of their family S-pillar, leading them to a path of despair, where they might very well succumb to hunger and cold. Under Lien Suehua's deliberate incitement, the crowd once more besieged Jiang Sharo's home. These individuals were either genuinely enraged, blindly following the mob, or unable to bear the sight of it. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Several torches were hurled toward Jiang Sharo's dilapidated abode, which was already strewn with cow dung. Flames surged into the air, crackling like the wicked, flamboyant serpents of hell, greedily licking the sky, while billowing black smoke rose, tainting the once beautiful crimson glow of the western horizon. Not far away, Lien Xingyu observed this scene with an expression of indifference. Burning down Jiang Sharo's home would hardly provide him with satisfaction. It was Jiang Sharo herself that he sought. He spoke coolly to Zhao Taiju, who trailed behind him. Convey this message: do not disturb the refining of the bones. Furthermore, if you happen to encounter Jiang Sharo while hunting, bring her to me, and I shall reward you handsomely. Yes, young Master Lien. I shall ensure it is done with utmost precision, Zhao Taiju replied, taking his leave. Chapter 63, the Qi-attracting realm in the mountainous region behind the Lien clan. Ian gazed from afar at the billowing black smoke rising into the sky. Despite the distance, he could not discern the exact location of the fire. Yet he could surmise what had transpired. With a mere cold chuckle, he chose to remain silent. His intent was to lead Jiang Sharo out of the great wilderness in the future. If this house were to burn, so be it. With eyes closed, Ian began to absorb the primordial energy of the heavens and earth. Once his meridians were unblocked, he could engage in this vital process. Absorption involved inhaling the cosmic energy and circulating it within his body in a grand cycle, ultimately expelling the energy through his pores, subtly transforming his physique and accumulating his cultivation. The already open meridians served as conduits for the cosmic energy to flow within him. Lin Xintong, with her meridians depleted, faced the grave challenge of being unable to absorb celestial energy or summon her internal power at will. Yet, even under such constraints, Lin Xintong had achieved remarkable martial prowess, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. Unbeknownst to Yun, he was entering a state of complete immersion, singularly focused on absorbing energy. This process, while seemingly simple, was far from easy. It tested one's innate talent. Those devoid of such gifts could never attain that state of selflessness, finding time to drag on interminably. Hours, even days spent in motionless meditation, absorbing energy, could feel tedious and monotonous. Most individuals, especially restless children, would quickly lose their patience. However, if one could reach a profoundly transcendent state of selflessness, time would lose its meaning. Mere moments could stretch into days, and the practitioner would feel as though they had simply indulged in a brief slumber. Yun, at this moment, was in that very state. Though his physical foundation was that of an ordinary person, his soul was extraordinary, marked by exceptional insight. Most crucially, Yun possessed a purple crystal within him. The purple crystal was a divine artifact related to energy. The human body comprises essence, spirit, and energy, with the physical being the essence, the soul the spirit, and energy the vital force. By harnessing the purple crystal to command this energy, Yun achieved remarkable efficiency. His speed in absorbing cosmic energy, as well as the circulation rate of that energy through his meridians, far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Thus, he completely lost track of time, from sunset to midnight, and from midnight to dawn. The chill of the mountain air enveloped him. His clothes were damp with mist, and a delicate layer of frost formed upon his hair. Previously, Ian had advised Jiang Sharo not to seek him out deliberately, but rather to wait peacefully in the treehouse. There was ample food within the treehouse, allowing her to prepare meals whenever hunger struck. As dawn broke, the sunrise in the great wilderness unfolded like a magnificent painting, the golden sun laboriously rising from the east, casting a gilded sheen upon the horizon. The entire forest seemed to awaken, embracing the baptism of this golden sunlight. Ian remained motionless, his youthful visage welcoming the morning sun, as if countless luminous spirits danced upon his skin. After the sunrise comes noon, followed by dusk and nightfall. Ian sat in meditation for an entire day and night, untouched by a single drop of water or a grain of rice. He remained as immovable as a rock. Yet within his line of sight, countless luminous points soared towards him like fledgling swallows returning to their nest. His entire being radiated a soft, ethereal glow. His meridians, suffused with this golden light, appeared crystalline and translucent, his flesh illuminated as if it were transparent. Ian sensed he could peer within himself, observing the shimmering meridians and the flawlessly woven map of his energy pathways. This sensation was intoxicating. Gradually, the light he perceived multiplied, his meridians gleamed brighter, and his body grew warmer. Within the depths of his consciousness, visions emerged, sequences of movements from the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist unfolded in his mind like a film. It seemed as though he was practicing in a spiritual realm, tirelessly repeating the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist. Behind him, ethereal shadows of a dragon and a tiger seemed to coalesce, accompanying him. Yun's state of being became increasingly profound. He sensed that his physical body was being compacted, cells continuously contracting and solidifying, his bones growing heavier, and his blood flowing with the viscosity of mercury. Following the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, Ian began to practice the elephant swallowing technique. This technique, while not a martial art in itself, comprised a series of intricate movements that surpassed even the complexity of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist. The elephant swallowing technique demanded immense physical stamina, and under such exhaustion, the human body could absorb external energy with an insatiable receptiveness. In that moment, Ian resembled a sponge, voraciously absorbing the vital energy from the ocean around him. As this vital energy reached its zenith, and after countless repetitions of the elephant swallowing technique and the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist in the spiritual realm, an explosive sound erupted from within him. A rush of metallic sweetness surged towards his throat, and with a gasp, Ian expelled a large mouthful of thick black blood. Upon releasing this viscous blood, he felt invigorated, as if a divine elixir cascaded from above, drenching him entirely. He opened his mouth, and the elixir flowed into him. This was no mere illusion. His mouth watered as if filled with nectar, and swallowing it brought an indescribable comfort throughout his being. In that moment, Ian realized he had ascended to the fifth layer of the mortal blood realm, the chi-inducing stage, a transitional phase from mortal blood to purple blood, marking humanity's true ascension. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Ian suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze piercing through the darkness like bolts of violet lightning. He leapt up, akin to a fierce tiger claiming its perch upon a rocky outcrop. Upon reaching the chi-inducing stage, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Instinctively, he lifted his right foot and stomped down with force. Boom. The black iron rock beneath him shattered explosively under the weight of his strike. Upon witnessing the shattered rocks, Ian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His current physical strength had likely increased by more than half compared to his former state at the Meridian realm. Not only could he lift a single 1,000-pound cauldron, but he could also manage the weight of 5 or 6 such cauldrons with ease. Achieving a force equivalent to 6,000 pounds, he could effortlessly shatter stone slabs when such a weight struck the ground from a height. Furthermore, if the surface area of this 6,000-pound weight were to be reduced to the size of a fist, the results would be even more terrifying. Moreover, with the power techniques of the dragon muscle and tiger bone fist, the force of his punches would multiply several times beyond his own strength. Chapter 64. The bone broth is ready. Yunhuang once remarked that the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist, when cultivated to a certain realm, could lift a 1,000-pound cauldron and draw a 9-stone bell. Presently, having practiced less than halfway through this technique, I have already attained such extraordinary strength. Once I master all 18 forms of the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist, I should effortlessly possess the power to shatter 10,000 pounds. At that time, if I were to wield a 100-stone divine bow, I could unleash a volley of arrows from 1,000 paces, piercing through steel plates. If I were to possess such prowess in ancient earth, a single individual could turn the tide of a great battle. In the ancient clashes between armies, if one could shoot an arrow from several miles away and cleave the opposing general in twain, victory would already be well within reach. As I pondered this, I absent-mindedly rubbed my stomach, realizing I was once again hungry. Truly, I am a glutton. I found myself at a loss, yet it was an unavoidable reality. Martial artists inherently require substantial sustenance. Just considering the energy expended from my recent strike that shattered black iron rock was sufficient to sustain an ordinary person for several days. Martial artists who have entered the chi induction realm possess strength exceeding a single cauldron. To advance further, one must devote oneself entirely to rigorous training. Utilizing the might of a single cauldron for practice inevitably demands a great deal of energy, and with energy depletion comes the necessity to eat. Enduring my hunger, I practiced the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist once more. This time, my movements could indeed shatter stone with ease, rivaling the destructive capability I displayed while suppressing my cultivation against Lin Xintong. The Qi induction realm is truly remarkable. However, I must not become overly enamored with the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist. As Miss Lin indicated, while this technique is exceptionally proficient, it remains a foundational practice. Yet, I cannot dismiss it simply because it is fundamental. Instead, I must apply myself with 100-fold effort to refine it to perfection. I aspire to transcend conventional patterns, to thoroughly comprehend, assimilate, and ultimately transform the dragon tendon and tiger bone fist into a unique martial art that belongs to me. In the treehouse, Jiang Xiaoro was asleep. Though her slumber was restless, she lay on her side, one long, shapely leg exposed outside the blanket, tightly clutching it. One of her small hands grasped a corner of the coverlet, her delicate face pale and her brows tightly knit, with beads of perspiration visible on her smooth forehead. I sensed that Jiang Xiaoro might be plagued by nightmares. A 15-year-old girl who had endured numerous tribulations, her emotions had fluctuated wildly. Although everything had passed, she still lacked a sense of security. With utmost care, I stealthily climbed onto the wooden bed and lay beside her, embracing Jiang Xiaoro from behind. Whispering gently into her ear, I reassured her, "Everything will be all right. I will always be by your side." My words seemed to possess a magical quality. As the furrow in her brow gradually eased and her grip on the blanket loosened, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, hinting at the emergence of a reassuring smile. I gently pulled a corner of the blanket over myself, lying down fully clothed. During the past 2 months of my martial training, I had scarcely slept at all. Tonight, in this treehouse that belonged solely to Jiang Xiaoro and me, I resolved to rest well and keep her company. In the depths of darkness, Yun discerned faint luminous specks emanating from the head of the scarlet lindbeast, akin to tiny insects gradually approaching him. Having transcended the 5th layer of the mortal blood realm, Yun's body was exceedingly famished, as long as there existed a source of energy. The purple crystal would incessantly replenish his vitality. Consuming this energy, while sufficient to satiate his hunger, could never compare to the delights of exquisite delicacies. Contemplating this, Yun's resolve solidified. He yearned to venture beyond the cloud wasteland into the unknown world, aspiring to become a peerless powerhouse, ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, and behold the magnificent vistas of life. Gradually, Yun succumbed to a profound slumber. Even in sleep, the purple crystal within his heart pulsated rhythmically with his heartbeat, continuously supplying him with energy. In the Lian clan, as night fell, faint wails could be heard. Those of the robust men who had succumbed to illness from refining the frost python's desolate bones. Conventionally, these individuals would not endure beyond 5 days. Yet astonishingly, it had been 7 days, and they still clung to life. Consuming only thin gruel, they remained alive. Their bodies were enervated, unable to rise from their beds. Their eyes were sunken, and their faces devoid of color. This was, in truth, a consequence of the blood transformation pill, which had drained their life potential, leading to a state of languor. However, aside from the after-effects of the blood transformation pill, the repercussions of the frost python's cold poison were not overtly severe. Logically, the aftermath of the cold poison should have been far more terrifying, enough to claim their lives. Nonetheless, this matter had drawn little attention. For the Lian clan was fervently preparing for a grand celebration, intended to commemorate the successful refining of the desolate bones in 10 days' time. The people of the Great Wasteland were superstitious. Such a significant event, pivotal to the clan's future, warranted a grand festivity. Fortune often arrives with surprising swiftness. Just as preparations for the celebration commenced, Lian Xingyu received extraordinary news. The frost python's desolate bones had been refined into the essence ahead of schedule. Upon receiving this revelation, Lian Xingyu was both astonished and elated. How could it have occurred so swiftly? It was at least 10 days ahead of the anticipated timeline. Originally, according to the refining technique of the desolate bones, achieving the essence within 10 days had been the most optimistic forecast. It truly happened so quickly. Xingyu, your granduncle congratulates you. With a hearty laugh, the clan leader of the Lian clan sauntered in, his face adorned with a broad smile. Indeed, he was overjoyed. With the successful refinement of the desolate bones, Lian Xingyu would be poised to break through to the purple blood realm, and if chosen by the Taya divine kingdom, it would be as if one attained enlightenment, elevating all associated with him. As Lien Qingyu's granduncle, he felt a sense of pride in his contributions, envisioning a future where he could enjoy the comforts of the city. Although he was a clan leader, he had grown weary of the impoverished and backward Lien clan, which seemed destined for extinction. The prospect of life in the grand city was enticing, where the populace thrived, and he could take several concubines, relishing a secure and opulent retirement. Splendid, truly splendid. Lien Qingyu was exhilarated, having long since cast aside the unease caused by Jiang Xiao's disappearance. In comparison to the essence of desolate bones, what significance did a woman hold? In the future, when he achieves great success, what kind of woman will he not be able to have? How is the celebration being prepared? Lien Qingyu inquired. The incident arose unexpectedly, and the celebration was not yet ready. I will have people prepare throughout the night. Tomorrow, we shall sacrifice livestock to the heavens. Qingyu, the hope of the tribe rests upon you, the old chief said, patting Lien Qingyu's shoulder, his gaze filled with the weight of all expectations placed upon him. Tomorrow. Very well, then it shall be tomorrow. Although Lien Qingyu was eager to consume the essence of the bones, he understood that to achieve greatness, one must first temper their resolve. Patience is of utmost importance. After waiting for so many years, would he still be concerned about this one day? He was acutely aware that the precious relic he had labored so hard to acquire must be consumed in a tranquil state of mind. For only then could it yield its maximum effect, propelling him beyond the threshold of the purple blood realm. Thus, on this day, in the courtyard of the Lien clan chief, a group of elders knelt and began to pray for blessings. Meanwhile, Lien Qingyu was attended to by 4 maidens as he bathed and changed his garments. Under normal circumstances, he might have indulged in the company of these maidens during his bath, but today his heart was as calm as still water as he focused on adjusting his mindset. Chapter 65. Lien Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. That night, he refrained from solid food, lit incense, and spent the entire night in meditation, preparing himself for the forthcoming event. At the crack of dawn the next day, the grand celebration commenced. Zhao Taju led the members of the warrior reserve, carrying the beast bone horn specifically designated for heavenly offerings by the Lien clan. 2 robust men bore the weight of the horn, while another, summoning all his strength, managed to blow into it. The auspicious moment had arrived. Zhao Taju shouted with fervor. Such a magnificent ceremony naturally drew all members of the clan to witness the spectacle. Even the youngest infants were brought along in their mother's arms. The venue was densely packed with spectators, a sea of heads in every direction. Boom, boom, boom. The drummers began their rhythm, starting off slowly before escalating to a rapid tempo, the worn-out cowhide drum barely able to withstand the force. Sacrifice! Zhao Taiju shouted once more, his face flushed with excitement. To serve as the MC for this grand celebration was an honor beyond compare. The members of the warrior reserve led forth the last remaining plow ox of the Lien clan and slaughtered it. Originally, the clan had 3 plow oxen, but due to months of famine, 2 had been killed and turned into preserved meat, mostly distributed among the clan's higher-ups, with a small portion reserved as rewards for the rugged young men undergoing trials. Now, with the last plow ox sacrificed, they had effectively burned their boats without an ox. Cultivating their limited land would become even more arduous. The land of the vast wilderness was riddled with black iron rock, making the development of arable land exceedingly challenging. Members of the warrior reserve, such as Zhao Taiju, were far less capable of breaking new ground than an ox. Lien Qingyu, though superior to the beast, could hardly be expected to plow the fields. As the ox perished, its blood was collected in a large basin. The tribe's shaman emerged, smearing the blood over her emaciated body, and began to dance wildly, reminiscent of a frenzied goat. Indeed, this shaman was the very same who had joined the villagers in assaulting Jiang Xiao's house with dung just days prior. In fact, she was the sole shaman in the entire Lien clan. At long last, the bones had been simmered to perfection. How splendid! Young Master Lien was on the verge of becoming a purple blood warrior. Lien Sihua proclaimed proudly amid the crowd, her voice resonating loudly enough for many to hear. It is said that young Master Lien is about to be chosen by the divine kingdom, and in the future, he will lead us to a prosperous life in the great city. Will our lives finally improve? I, an old man, do not mind. But my son Yunhuang is merely a teenager. If only we could escape this wretched place. The people of the wilderness were primarily concerned with their future livelihoods. With the ox now slaughtered and the medicinal mountain stripped bare, their food reserves had been depleted. The entire Lien clan had poured forth their collective strength and resources, leaving them impoverished and destitute. Should failure ensue, the consequences would be dire. Is it possible that something will go amiss in this endeavor? A middle-aged man asked uncertainly, a flicker of fear in his heart. Pa, pa, pa. What are you saying? How could anything go wrong? The crowd buzzed with discussion, nurturing profound hopes for Lian Xingyu's ascent to the Purple Blood Realm and participation in the Divine Kingdom's selection of warriors. Mother, will we get a share of the meat? As people eagerly dream of the future, a little girl, merely 3 or 4 years of age, nestles in her mother's embrace, her eyes fixated on the beef simmering in the large cauldron, saliva pooling in her mouth. Do not speak carelessly. This is an offering for the gods, not something you can partake in, the woman exclaimed, startled, hastily covering the girl's mouth. The ceremony lasted a full hour before Lian Xingyu, adorned in resplendent attire and silver armor, ascended the high platform. Today, Lian Xingyu appeared invigorated and full of spirit. Before him lay a jade box, draped in red silk. Taking a deep breath, he realized the moment had finally arrived, the moment to fulfill his ambitions and aspirations. He gradually unveiled the silk, revealing within the jade box a fist-sized essence of primal bone. This essence was the culmination of all his wealth and efforts. The appearance of the primal bone essence was far from appealing, resembling a brown clump of earth, compared to the translucent, pea-sized primal bone shards. Its looks could only be described as dismal. This was to be expected, as this essence was crafted through a rudimentary method. The energy from the cold python primal bone was first refined in the liquid of departing fire, then evaporated, leaving behind the crystallized essence. What beauty could such a creation possess? Yet, despite its unremarkable appearance, to Lian Xingyu, it was the most exquisite piece of art in existence. This essence pertained to his future, embodying all his hopes. Steeling his resolve, he reverently lifted the primal bone essence and consumed it. The fist-sized essence, resembling a lump of mud, had a texture akin to eating yellow clay. The taste, one could easily imagine, was far from pleasant. Nonetheless, Lian Xingyu was unwilling to waste a single morsel. He meticulously ensured not a grain was lost, even licking his fingers clean. At this moment, a flicker of anxiety surged within him. This was his first experience with the primal bone essence, imbued with ferocious energy. However, given his solid foundation, he believed he could endure it. Celebration concluded. Everyone disperse. Zhao Taizhu called loudly, prompting the members of the warrior preparatory camp to usher the crowd away, so as not to disturb Lian Xingyu. He was poised to break through to the Purple Blood Realm upon this altar blessed by the tribe's shaman. Though they were sent away, the onlookers did not stray far, watching the altar from a distance. Lian Xingyu sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state, wholly focused on his breakthrough. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he did not feel the surging heat that threatened to explode his body. Instead, his abdomen remained remarkably tranquil, as if the mud-like substance he had consumed was indeed just an ordinary clump of earth. Lian Xingyu furrowed his brow. Could it be that the primal bone essence required more time to take effect? He resolved to wait patiently. Calmness. I must attain tranquility. Once the essence of the wild bones unleashes its energy, it will undoubtedly stir tumultuous waves. Although my physical foundation is robust, I fear that enduring this may prove exceedingly arduous. I must steady my mind, grit my teeth, and withstand this tribulation. Once I have weathered this storm, I shall emerge like a phoenix from the ashes, transformed and soaring into the heavens. As Lian Xingyu contemplated this, his heart truly began to find peace. However, as a quarter of an hour elapsed, the essence of the wild bones he had ingested remained utterly unresponsive. This was Lian Xingyu's first experience with the essence of wild bones. He was unaware of how long it might take for its effects to manifest. He speculated that perhaps the essence was not easily digestible, hence the delay. It must be so. Chapter 66. Eternal reign over the divine wilderness. As time flowed inexorably, each passing moment weighed heavily on Lian Xingyu's heart, leaving him in a state of uncertainty and anxiety. He feared the unexpected. Why had the essence of the desolate bone not yet manifested its effects? When he purchased this bone, he had scrutinized it meticulously. There were no signs of prior refinement, and during the initial process, the chilling serpentine poison had indeed emerged, incapacitating several strong men, indicating its authenticity. Could there have been an issue during the refining process? After careful reflection, he found no fault. He had numerous subordinates overseeing the operation, and he himself had conducted inspections intermittently. How could there be a problem? Lian Xingyu was not an ordinary individual. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure and murmured to himself, "A lump of clay solidifies with the next rain. Yet jade and amber require millions of years beneath the earth to be nurtured into existence. Rice and millet can be harvested in a year. while the immortal divine herb must endure countless millennia in desolation, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to flourish. Jianghu sorcerers can compose a martial arts manual in 3 days, yet the founding emperor of the Taya Divine Kingdom took 10,000 years to compose the Taya Sacred Law. A lump of clay shatters underfoot, while jade and amber become timeless treasures. Rice and millet eventually decompose into mere refuse. Yet the immortal divine herb can elevate emperors to the realm of the divine. The manuals of Jianghu sorcerers merely deceive the foolish out of their wealth. While the Taya Sacred Law endures for millennia, revered by countless warriors. To achieve greatness, one must first temper their resolve. After merely a few moments, if I cannot endure, how can I hope to accomplish anything significant? Lin Xingyu thought, determination and composure etched upon his face. However, half an hour passed. Lin Xingyu continued to feign calmness, reciting his self-encouragement countless times. An hour elapsed. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. 2 hours passed. His eyes reddened with intensity. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. 3 hours. Zhao Taiju and the others who stood guard were weary, while those from Lian's clan who awaited their leader's ascension to the city had strained their necks in anticipation. For hours past, the sun had set, and Lin Xingyu sat foolishly on the altar throughout the day. How could this be? This is impossible, Lin Xingyu shouted inwardly, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing worms, grotesque and fierce. Witnessing his transformation, Zhao Taiju and the others stirred to attention, and the chieftain of the Lian clan widened his eyes, fully focused. They understood that this was the legendary eruption of the desolate bones energy. The energy was so potent that Lin Xingyu's body had reached its limits, causing his veins to swell. One misstep could result in a catastrophic rupture. Throughout history, there have been instances where martial artists perished from greed, consuming more essence than their bodies could withstand, leading to their explosive demise. Stand back. No one is to disturb. Anyone who dares to step forward shall be met with merciless retribution, commanded the venerable elder of the Lian clan. This was a pivotal moment for Lin Xingyu's breakthrough. Should anyone interrupt him, causing harm to his meridians and thwarting his efforts, not even the ashes of the offender would suffice as recompense. 5 hours passed. The sky had turned completely dark, the full moon hung high, and stars adorned the heavens. Yet, the leaders of the Lian clan and members of the warrior reserve did not disperse. The clan's shaman and physician remained on alert. Having merely taken a few casual bites of their meals, the shaman would occasionally kneel in prayer, continuing her rituals to bestow blessings upon Lin Xingyu. At that moment, while in deep meditation, Lin Xingyu suddenly erupted with a resounding roar. This cry, deep and thunderous, echoed like the roar of a wild beast, reaching into the heavens. Boom! The altar upon which Lin Xingyu sat cracked open, a manifestation of the explosive energy surging through him. He has broken through. He has broken through, Zhao Taiju exclaimed, leaping to his feet in exhilaration. The members of the warrior reserve rose in unison, celebrating with jubilant cheers. The elder, stroking his beard, revealed a look of satisfaction. Yet only the instructor of the warrior reserve, Yao Yuan, regarded Lin Xingyu with a puzzled gaze, as if the earlier roar contained a profound sense of resentment and bitterness. Zhao Taiju gestured to those behind him, signaling them to join in the chant. Congratulations, young master. Hail to the young master. The young master has achieved the pinnacle of the purple blood realm, unifying the divine wasteland. May the young master reign for millennia, living in harmony with the heavens. The members of the warrior reserve echoed in harmonious unison. This slogan had been rehearsed for quite some time, a private arrangement by the astute Zhao Taiju, who was adept at flattery and could not let such an opportunity slip by. It must be noted that the members of the warrior reserve possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary folk. When they chanted in unison, their voices rang out resoundingly, reverberating for miles. Consequently, the entire Lian clan became aware that Lin Xingyu had achieved a breakthrough into the purple blood realm. In recent days, under Lin Cuihua's deliberate promotion, even the elderly matriarch, whose teeth were nearly all gone, understood the significance of the purple blood realm. After all, Zhang Yuxian, who had visited the Lian clan a short while ago, was also of the purple blood realm. Now, Lin Xingyu was not far behind him. With young Master S breakthrough into the purple blood realm, we shall surely enjoy a better life ahead. Indeed, the young master promised to take us to the city. You all do not realize, when young master was born, the courtyard was filled with radiant red clouds. One could tell at a glance that he was a star descended from the heavens, not an ordinary person. As people exchanged excited discussions, Their aspirations for a more comfortable future overshadowed the hardships they had endured. The hunger they faced seemed inconsequential. As long as Lian Qingyu completed his breakthrough, all would be well. They did not seek grandiose success, only a stable life, and for that, they would be eternally grateful, though the clan members stood at a distance. The group of warrior reserve members had already gathered around, kneeling in a circle around Lian Qingyu, their chants growing louder with each repetition. The young master shall endure for countless generations, uniting the divine wasteland. His might is unparalleled, his life spanning the heavens. Amidst the fervent chants, it was at this moment that Lian Qingyu's complexion turned ashen, his eyes devoid of life as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he coughed up a stream of crimson blood, akin to a gushing red spring, splattering the ground beneath him. Zhao Taizhu knelt directly before Lian Qingyu, and the blood sprayed across his face, drenching him in scarlet. Zhao Taizhu was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Qingyu. Qingyu. The elderly clan leader was taken aback, hastily rushing forward to support Lian Qingyu, exclaiming, "Summon the doctor." The tribe's sole physician had been standing by, his advanced age and lack of martial prowess leaving him weary from standing for so long. Upon witnessing Lian Qingyu suddenly spitting blood, his face drained of color. His legs unsteady, he nearly stumbled as he hurried to Lian Qingyu's side, crawling and rolling in his haste. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu spoke up, waving his hand confidently. "Fear not, everyone. It is but a trivial matter. The young master must have just broken through. His pulse is unsteady, and he has merely expelled some dark blood. This process, known as purging the essence, requires the expulsion of stagnant blood from within." As he spoke, Zhao Taizhu wiped the blood from his face, transforming his visage into a vivid display reminiscent of a dancing witch, a striking red hue. The bystanders glanced at Zhao Taiju's bloodied face, opening their mouths to speak, yet unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Once he had cleared his face of blood, Zhao Taizhu regained his composure and proclaimed, "Soon, the young master will recover. And then he shall indeed endure for countless generations, uniting the divine wasteland." In Zhao Taiju's heart, Lian Qingyu was akin to a deity. How could a god possibly falter? Moreover, Lian Qingyu had just transcended to the purple blood realm. Experiencing a slight backlash was entirely normal. Chapter 67. Concealing secrets. The old patriarch paid no heed to Zhao Taiju's words. Having lived a long life, he possessed his own discernment. With a sense of urgency, he inquired, "Doctor, what is the situation?" The barefoot doctor from the Lian clan, being rather inept, was utterly at a loss. The Mongolian physician was flustered, unable to provide any clarity as the patriarch bombarded him with questions. He stammered, "I cannot ascertain the situation. I shall prescribe a remedy for the young master. His constitution is robust, and his vital energy is vigorous. He should be fine." "Are you certain he will be fine? Could it be that after the young master's breakthrough, his body has become excessively weakened, resulting in a backlash of energy? He should recover swiftly." The Mongolian doctor dared not make any guarantees. Perspiration beaded on his forehead as he feigned calmness, pondering for a moment before responding. "Everything depends on the young master's subsequent condition. Let him take this medicine and rest tonight. By tomorrow, we should see some signs." The Mongolian doctor's words, though verbose, conveyed little of substance. Meanwhile, Yao Yuan, frowning, approached the patriarch and whispered a few words in his ear. "What did you say?" The patriarch's heart sank at Yao Yuan's revelation. "You mean Qingyu has failed his breakthrough?" The patriarch lowered his voice, acutely aware of the gravity of the matter, and refrained from voicing it aloud. "Yes, it seems he has indeed failed, possibly experiencing a backlash of energy, or perhaps it is a result of emotional turmoil." Yao Yuan carefully chose his words, aiming not to further distress the old patriarch. Yet, to the patriarch, the news was disorienting. How could this be? Just a moment ago, Zhao Taizhu had been composed, but upon hearing Yao Yuan's words, he grew anxious. However, a mere glance from Yao Yuan silenced him. He understood that Yao Yuan's insights were far from ordinary, having once achieved a breakthrough into the purple blood realm. Thus, his words held weight, suggesting that this was indeed a grim reality. Could it be true that young Master Lian had truly failed his breakthrough? Observing Lian Qingyu still unconscious, his breath faint, Zhao Taizhu could no longer deceive himself. "Qingyu." The old patriarch appeared to age several years in an instant as he staggered to lift Lian Qingyu, cradling him in his arms. As the crowd began to gather, the patriarch hastily lowered his voice and instructed those around him, "We must keep Qingyu's failure a secret. It must not be publicized." His voice was weak, For both the arduous task of refining the essence of the wasteland and Lian Qingyu's failed breakthrough were matters of great significance to the clan. Such events affected the authority and reputation of the clan's leadership. If the clan people were to learn that they had expended all their resources, even sacrificing the old and frail, to produce the essence of the wasteland, only for Lian Qingyu to fail in his breakthrough, how would they react? What would become of the clan's dignity? How could they continue to govern? Moreover, with all the draft animals slaughtered and the medicinal mountain stripped bare, the clan's food reserves were depleted. In such desperate circumstances, should word spread that Lian Qingyu not only failed to break through but also bled, it could incite a rebellion. They all anticipated that Lian Qingyu would bring them better days. Carry Qingyu into the courtyard. No unrelated individuals are allowed to approach, the old patriarch declared sternly. His face set in a serious expression. But how will we explain this to the public? Zhao Taizhu asked, flustered. Tell them that Qingyu has broken through to the purple blood realm, but due to the brutal energy of the wild bones, he has sustained some injuries and needs a few days to recuperate. The old patriarch resolved to keep this secret under wraps for the time being, deciding that all matters would be addressed once Lian Qingyu had fully recovered. Meanwhile, as chaos reigned within the Lian clan, the instigator, Yun, was on the back mountain of the clan, tending to a fire. Yes, he was roasting chicken wings. As he cooked, Yun merrily sang a parody from a Chinese odyssey, the song that Stephen Chow sang while roasting chicken wings with a fork. Chicken wings. Oh, how I love to eat. Roasted chicken wings, my favorite treat. Braised chicken wings, indeed my delight. It was a completely frivolous and humorous tune, with a cheeky melody. Yet, Yun sang it with great joy. Roasting meat over an open flame posed a challenge, but nothing could deter a food enthusiast from savoring barbecue delights. Soon, the aroma of the chicken wings filled the air, with droplets of grease sizzling as they fell into the fire. Mission accomplished. Ian expertly scored the first perfectly roasted wing and sprinkled it with seasoning. Sister Xiao, give this a try. He offered the first wing to Jiang Xiao. Be careful. It's hot, he cautioned, for to Yun, Jiang Xiao was the most important person in his world. You little rascal, look who's giving advice now. Jiang Xiao replied with a playful blare. In the past, she would cook porridge for Yun, blowing on it to cool it down and reminding him to take small sips to avoid burning his mouth. Such simple words carried a warmth that resonated deeply. The chicken wings Yun roasted were perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with only a slight char that was hardly detrimental. Jiang Xiao took a delicate bite, savoring the succulent and juicy flavor. Delicious. Her cheeks flushed with delight. What could be happier than gathering around a campfire at night? Enjoying the delectable chicken wings prepared by her brother? Yuner, you should eat too. Of course. It took me quite some time to find firewood that doesn't produce black smoke. Ian chuckled. In recent days, his progress in cultivation had slowed somewhat. Unlike before when he would advance a small realm every few days. The 5th level of the blood realm, the Qi gathering stage, marked a significant threshold. Subsequent cultivation would proceed at a more measured pace. Those lacking talent could find themselves stuck at a bottleneck for life, unable to make further advancements. Ian had absorbed roughly half of the energy from the beast head of the Crimson Lin beast. Now, he had begun to grasp how to control the rate at which the purple crystal absorbed energy. When he had first broken through to the Meridian realm and attempted to absorb the energy of the wild bones, the unimpeded flow of energy had nearly overwhelmed his body. Now, Ian can control the absorption rate of the purple crystal, finally avoiding such blunders. The energy contained within the head of the Scarlet Lin beast is far more abundant than that of the Jade Bone, barely sufficient for another 10 days' use. By then, it will be time to participate in the Divine Kingdom elections. As Ian pondered, he suddenly heard a distant rumble. After reaching the 5th layer of mortal blood, his perception became exceptionally acute. Despite the sound being far away, he was the first to detect it. Sister Xiao, please wait for me, Ian said. Swiftly leaping up a large tree. Gazing into the distance, he inhaled sharply at the sight before him. Chapter 68, The Beastly Caravan in the Vastness of the Night. A serpentine line of flames wound through the deep mountain gorge, resembling a slowly advancing fire serpent. By the light of the flames, Yun discerned that it was a procession of colossal beasts, upon which men were seated, brandishing torches as they traversed the mountains. It was the mighty beast of the Yunhuang Guard, the army of the Yunhuang Guard. At a glance, there were at least 70 or 80 colossal creatures in this formidable caravan, hinting at an extraordinary combat prowess. Leading the pack was an especially grand beast, upon whose back a flag had been raised. The flag, resplendent in golden hues, bore the intricate embroidery of a Yunhuang. This was the standard of the Yunhuang Guard. During his parting with Lin Xintong and the old man Su, Yun had inquired about the Divine Kingdom's elections and learned that the Yunhuang Guard had meticulously crafted a detailed map of the cloud wilderness. However, old man Su had refrained from mentioning the recent celestial phenomena of purple clouds that had shrouded the skies twice in the preceding months. A revelation that might have stirred many contemplations in Yun. At last, the caravan had arrived. It was destined for the cloud wilderness to conduct the Divine Kingdom's elections. Judging by the timing, it was indeed about time. The cloud wilderness is immensely vast, home to numerous small tribes. The Yunhuang Guard's organization of the Divine Kingdom's elections could not possibly entail assessing each tribe individually. Rather, it would likely focus on a larger tribe to establish a unified standard for collective evaluation. The Yunhuang Guard's purpose was to head to the Tao clan, setting up examination points for the Divine Kingdom's elections. The Tao clan is the largest tribe within a radius of several thousand miles, boasting a population of over 100,000 households, equivalent to nearly 1 million souls. In the cloud wilderness, population statistics are primarily recorded based on able-bodied men. As this figure holds the most significance, able-bodied men represent the main labor force and the principal combatants, reflecting the true strength of a tribe. Counting the elderly, the infirm, and the weak is deemed meaningless in this context. An able-bodied man typically has a wife, parents, and several children. Conversely, households lacking able-bodied men, such as Yun and Jiang Sheros, are not counted as separate units. Therefore, when tallying the population, Jiang Sheros' family is not included. Larger tribes tend to have more intact family structures, with each household averaging 6 or 7 members. Consequently, 100,000 households translate to a population nearing 1 million. The emergence of a tribe with 1 million inhabitants in the cloud wilderness is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. The Tao clan has thrived for over a millennium in the cloud wilderness, with a rich historical legacy that has fostered its own martial traditions. Unlike smaller tribes, such as the Lin clan, which lack fortifications, the Tao clan is surrounded by sturdy, robust wooden barriers. These barriers, constructed from thick logs of considerable girth, rise to heights of over 10 meters. The timber is sourced from the wilderness, known for its durability and density, remaining impervious to decay even after centuries of exposure to the elements. The longevity of the Tao clan can be attributed to the spiritual mountain, Tao Mountain, which repels savage beasts that prefer to dwell in the wilderness. With the protection of Tao Mountain, encounters with savage beasts within the territory of the Tao clan are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the clan is not devoid of purple-blooded warriors, including formidable champions at the pinnacle of purple-blooded strength. Not only that, but the Tao clan also possesses cherished ancestral artifacts. Even if formidable wild beasts were to launch an attack, the multitude of purple-blood warriors rallying around these ancestral relics would stand ready to engage in battle. For these reasons, the Tao clan has remained resilient over the years, growing ever more robust. However, no matter how formidable a tribe may become, when compared to the colossal Tao Divine Kingdom, it is akin to a mere pebble before a towering mountain or dust at the roots of a great tree, utterly insignificant. At this moment, the Tao clan had already received word that at noon today, the Yunhuang Guard would arrive, and the clan chief was set to greet them personally, with a significant number of elders in attendance. As noon approached, the Yunhuang Guard arrived punctually. Leading the contingent was a man clad in red armor, the red-clad chief, Zhang Tan. The esteemed Zhang Qian who graces us with his presence. The Tao clan is immensely honored. Upon seeing Zhang Tan, the clan chief promptly stepped forward to offer his greetings, expressing the utmost respect. Within the Yunhuang Guard, a red-clad chief has the authority to command 1,000 men. Hence the customary term Qianhu, who signifies robust men. In the military structure of the Tao Divine Kingdom, there are no women in the Yunhuang Guard. Female soldiers are assigned to separate units. While an ordinary Qianhu might not be regarded with much significance, a Qianhu of the Yunhuang Guard is a figure of considerable importance to the Tao clan, one not to be offended lightly. These young warriors represent the elite of the Tao clan's younger generation. Come forth and pay your respects to Zhang Qianhu, the clan chief announced, gesturing with his hand. Behind him, over 100 young warriors, ranging in age from 13 to their 20s, bowed in unison before Zhang Qianhu. These individuals were all elite members of the Tao clan's youth, and they were set to participate in the upcoming Divine Kingdom election. The clan chief called upon these young warriors to meet Zhang Tan, hoping he might recognize a few promising talents worthy of further cultivation. Regrettably, Zhang Tan appeared entirely disinterested. In fact, the officials of the Yunhuang Guard often held themselves in high esteem, as they hailed from the headquarters of the Divine Kingdom. It was difficult for them to regard warriors born and bred in the wilds of Yunhuang with any seriousness, not out of disdain, but simply because they believed that the warriors of Yunhuang were indeed lacking. In Zhang Tan's view, the primary purpose of the Yunhuang Guard's visit to Yunhuang was to investigate the celestial phenomena occurring in the region. The Divine Kingdom election was merely a secondary concern, and he had little hope of discovering any prodigious talents in Yunhuang. With a cool glance at the group of youths before him, Zhang Tan maintained a stern demeanor and stated, "We are here on official business. There is no need for extravagance. Enter the city." With a wave of his hand, the Yunhuang Guard proceeded into the city. The young warriors of the Tao clan, who had been filled with anticipation and had meticulously prepared for this day, found themselves overlooked entirely. In an instant, a sense of disappointment enveloped them. This Zhang Qianhu didn't even spare us a glance. How utterly dismissive. In this vast expanse of thousands of miles, our Tao clan stands as the largest tribe. Although we are situated in the wilderness with scant resources, we have grown up amidst the harshness of the wild, having experienced countless battles and tasted blood from a young age. How could our combat experience possibly be compared to that of those delicate flowers nurtured in greenhouses? The imminent elections are upon us, and we shall make these officials of the Golden Dragon Guard aware of their misjudgments. While a few of us may suffice, the foremost scion of the Tao clan is on the verge of achieving the pinnacle of physical refinement, reaching the so-called realm of dragon-like pulse. This upcoming election shall undoubtedly showcase his brilliance. The young warriors whispered amongst themselves, their tones rife with indignation. The name of Hu Yinji, the first son of the Tao clan, resounds throughout the clan, for he is perilously close to attaining the ultimate state of physical refinement, a rarity in the vast wilderness. Zhang Tan, leading the Golden Dragon Guard, made his way directly to his quarters. After a brief respite, he donned civilian attire and ventured out alone as dusk descended, devoid of attendants and unaccompanied by anyone who might draw attention. Chapter 69, The Chessboard Within a Tasteful Courtyard. An elegantly attired elder was engaged in a game of chess with a maiden clad in white. "Master, it's your turn," the young lady, Lin Xintong, remarked with a gentle smile. She was the same girl who had previously crossed paths with Yun, and the elder she referred to as master was, of course, the venerable Su. Su furrowed his brow tightly, his pudgy hand gripping a chess piece, wavering indecisively. After offering various excuses and retracting his moves at least 7 or 8 times, he found himself cornered by Lin Xintong, unable to salvage his pieces as the endgame drew near. Cough, cough. "Xintong, your skills have greatly improved of late, reminiscent of the prowess I once possessed. It seems I must take this seriously," Su said with shameless bravado. Lin Xintong suppressed a smile, merely encouraging her master to make his move. Typically serious, Lin Xintong only displayed a hint of playfulness in Su's presence. In her heart, Su was not only her master but also akin to a grandfather figure. At that moment, a voice resonated from the entrance. "I am Zhang Tan, sent by the Lord to deliver a letter to Master Su." A guest has arrived," Su exclaimed, as if he had been rescued from a dire situation. "No more chess, no more. Xintong, please prepare a pot of tea." With that, Su carelessly swept his large hand across the chessboard, scattering the pieces into disarray. Lin Xintong was momentarily speechless, then chuckled. "The tea was just prepared, master. But you were too engrossed in the game to drink it." "Eh?" Su glanced at the teapot on the table, his small eyes blinking in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, at that moment, Yunhuang Guard Zhang Qin, who entered the courtyard and respectfully saluted Su. "I am Zhang Tan, bringing a letter from the Lord for Master Su to peruse," Zhang Tan said, properly presenting the letter, which was sealed with red lacquer and bore mystical sigils. Su had come to the Tao clan primarily to await Zhang Tan's letter. Accepting it with a serious demeanor, he casually remarked, "Zhang Tan, is it? Thank you for your efforts. Please, have a cup of tea." Zhang Tan hesitated, glancing at the teacup on the table. A prudent individual, he discerned that this was the tea enjoyed by Su and Lin Xintong during their match, likely brewed by her own hands. Lin Xintong was a remarkable person, pursued by many from prestigious families, and there was even a possibility she might wed a prince from the divine kingdom of Tai, becoming a noble consort or even a queen. As a captain of the Yunhuang Guard, drinking tea brewed by a future queen would be tantamount to courting death. Although such a possibility seemed slim, Zhang Tan, in his position, had to navigate his interactions with utmost caution. Zhang Tan extended his greetings with formality and spoke with great decorum, while Su, a free-spirited master who commanded respect from the nobility of the divine realm, was far too unconcerned with worldly customs to ponder such trivialities. Very well, you may leave now. Old Master Su waved his hand, and once Zhang Tan had withdrawn, he tore open the wax seal and performed several hand gestures to the seal. Subsequently, Old Master Su extracted the contents from the envelope. It was not a letter filled with words, but rather a diagram of a formation. As he unveiled the diagram, an ethereal shadow of an ancient beast emerged from it, soaring into the air before dissipating like a wisp of smoke. Upon seeing this diagram, Old Master Su's eyes gleamed with excitement, his expression akin to that of a miser beholding an extraordinary treasure. He murmured to himself, in this cloud wilderness, there must indeed be remarkable treasures. Even that old rascal Yunhuang cannot consume it alone. He will require my assistance. This expedition by the Divine Kingdom to search for treasures in the cloud wilderness has not been in vain. Although she could not discern the intricacies of the formation, she could sense its profoundness. Old Master Su remarked, this formation is an artifact passed down from ancient times. I am uncertain if it relates to the emergence of the purple cloud, but even if it does not, it is indeed formidable. Xian Tong, rest assured. I shall traverse the ends of the earth to find a means to restore your innate absolute pulse. Since Lian Xinyu's failure to break through to the purple blood realm, the Lian clan had returned to a state of tranquility, devoid of the once spectacular sight of hundreds ascending the mountains to gather herbs, nor the grand scene of a dozen able-bodied men fanning flames and refining wild bones in the grain-drying yard. The news of Lian Xinyu's injury had been concealed by the clan's higher-ups, leading the clansmen to believe that he had already achieved mastery in the purple blood realm, his strength having surged dramatically. Now, they awaited the Divine Kingdom's great election, anticipating Lian Xinyu's ascension as a warrior of the Divine Kingdom, ushering the Lian clan into a prosperous future. On a day when snowflakes danced through the air and clouds hung low, a great eagle circled above the Lian clan. Its wingspan exceeded 10 meters, stirring up a fierce wind as it soared, scattering the snowflakes in its wake. What was that? The impoverished folk of the Lian clan had never laid eyes on such a colossal eagle. Was it a ferocious beast? Or perhaps a wild beast? Seeing such a gigantic eagle sent the people into a state of panic, typically under the protection of their spirit land. Ferocious beasts and wild creatures rarely ventured close to the clan's territory. Yet, this was merely the norm, in unforeseen circumstances. Ferocious beasts or wild creatures could indeed invade human territories, wreaking havoc and slaughtering humanity, which often signified annihilation. Throughout the cloud wilderness, countless small clans existed, and it was not unusual for several to suddenly vanish one day. If a wild beast were truly to attack, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Lian clan. Just as the clansmen were engulfed in chaos, something was suddenly cast from the great eagle, igniting in midair. With a resounding explosion, a sequence of luminous characters materialized in the sky. Each character spanned half an acre, spanning across the heavens, clearly visible to every corner of the Lian clan. 3 days later, at noon, envoys from the Golden Dragon Guard entered the Lian clan, taking 10 warriors to participate in the Tao clan's great election. Those selected would become warriors of the Divine Kingdom and members of the Golden Dragon Guard, with a quota of 10 individuals, restricted to those under the age of 28. Selections will be made from the pool of successful candidates in the preliminary round, with the specific allocations determined by the tribe itself. Upon reading this line in bold letters, the crowd stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. The Divine Nations election, the long-awaited Divine Nations election, had finally commenced. After countless days of anticipation and sacrifices made, this day had finally arrived. They had, at long last, reached this moment. Chapter 70, the prelude to the election in the courtyard of the Lian clan. Yao Yuan squinted at the large characters in the sky, recalling that the magnificent eagle was known as the Divine Wind Eagle, a creature meticulously nurtured by the Yunhuang guards. Raised on the flesh of fierce beasts from a young age, the Divine Wind Eagle possessed remarkable intelligence and unparalleled agility, enabling it to soar across the vast wilderness. During their prior reconnaissance, the Yunhuang guards had already ascertained the locations of every nearby minor clan, and now, these members were dispatching their eagles to convey the news of the Divine Kingdom's election to each small clan. The grand script lingered in the sky for the duration of a burning incense stick before gradually dissipating. Behind the Lian clan's mountain, Yun leaned against a large rock, gazing at the words in the sky while chewing on a blade of grass. 10 slots, determined by the clan itself. Yun pondered the implications of this statement. It was evident that the Yunhuang guards intended to conduct a centralized selection of warriors within the Tao clan. For smaller clans like the Lian clan, With only 10 available slots, the matter of who would fill them would be left to the clan's own nominations. Nominations within the clan? Huh. A sardonic smile crept across Yun's face. It was painfully obvious that those 10 slots would be filled by Lian Xingyu's most trusted warriors from the reserve camp. As for Yun, he was already regarded as a dead man within the Lian clan. No matter how the nominations unfolded, it was impossible for him to be selected. Spitting out the grass. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. 3 days from now at noon, I shall claim that slot for myself. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Lian clan, snowflakes drifted gently downwards as Lian Xingyu reclined on soft furs, basking by a fire and squinting at the characters in the sky. Following a failed breakthrough to the purple blood realm, Lian Xingyu had remained bedridden for many days, his complexion pale and his vitality depleted, giving him the appearance of a frail scholar. Due to his weakened state, he lay on a chair piled high with soft furs, requiring servants to carry him in and out of the room, attended by maidens wherever he went. At this moment, 4 young maidens stood by, all aged around 16 or 17, each holding a platter of cured meat, a bowl of wild fruits, and a basin of charcoal. The air was frigid, and the maidens had already endured 2 hours standing in the snow. Positioned far from the warmth of the fire, their small faces, ears, and hands were flushed red from the cold. The snow had soaked their cloth shoes, making them feel like ice chambers, and their feet had long since gone numb. Yet, they stood rigidly, refraining from stamping their feet or rubbing their ears, steadfastly holding their trays of fruit and cured meat, despite their arms aching from the strain. The maidens bit their lips, on the verge of fainting, yet they persisted with unwavering resolve, fully aware that any movement could lead to dire consequences. For days, they had attended to the seemingly ailing Lian Xingyu, who had become increasingly capricious and menacing. 3 days prior, a devoted maidservant of Lian Xingyu accidentally spilled porridge while serving, causing it to splatter upon his fur blanket. In a fit of rage, Lian Xingyu severed her limbs, subsequently binding her hands and feet and leaving her suspended in the woodshed for 2 days and nights without sustenance. Now, it appears that this maid is on the brink of death, yet none dare cast a glance her way, nor provide her with a sip of water. Although Lian Xingyu had previously resorted to punishing servants, he had never before been so merciless as to take a life. Now, however, to the eyes of the maids, he resembles a ferocious beast, poised to devour any who cross his path. The most terrifying aspect is that he shows no signs of his murderous intentions. He might be smiling one moment, and the next, he could draw a knife to blind you, sever your tongue, and reduce you to a mere puppet, encased in a jar. Xingyu, the grand examination is set to commence in 3 days. At that moment, a figure emerged from the courtyard, clad in a short blue outfit, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. Within the Lian clan, there are but a few who possess the right to address Lian Xingyu as Xingyu, primarily the clan elders. The only outsider with such privilege is the chief instructor of the warrior preparatory camp, Yunhuang. Ah, I see. The failure of the essence of withered bones and the inability to break through to the purple blood realm have dealt a tremendous blow to Lian Xingyu. He had staked all his hopes and wealth on this endeavor, a true gamble of life and death, yet what awaited him was ruthless destruction. His 17 years of life, a decade devoted to martial arts, had seemed just a step away from success in this divine kingdom election, only to culminate in utter failure at the last moment. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. One could see the blood he coughed up at the altar as a testament to his fury. Yunhuang spoke, casting a pointed glance at the 4 maidservants beside Lian Xingyu. Wrapping himself tighter in the fur blanket, Lian Xingyu replied, I understand, head instructor Yao. Given my current condition, will I be fully recovered by the time the election truly begins? Yunhuang reassured him, you have already made significant progress. In 4 or 5 days, you should be well. The Jinlong guards will escort you to the Tao clan, arrange for your accommodations, and prepare for the examination, which will inevitably delay things by a day or 2. By the time of the election, you should be in peak condition. Very well, Lian Xingyu replied calmly. Yet his eyes shimmered with a chilling intensity, revealing a tempest of resentment, bitterness, and a deep-seated hatred for the world. It is difficult to articulate the turmoil within him following his failure to ascend to the purple blood realm. He seemed to harbor animosity towards everything around him. Why must I endure such misfortunes with a martial path fraught with obstacles? Why, at the moment of my final gamble, must the heavens strip away my last vestige of hope? If there truly is a deity, I curse you to annihilation. If there is a god, I curse you to be struck by thunder. Observing Lian Xingyu's demeanor, Yunhuang found himself at a loss for words. He could only offer a few words of consolation. Xingyu, do not lose heart. Although you have failed to break through the purple blood realm, there remains a significant possibility of succeeding in the Divine Kingdom election. The Divine Nation S election primarily hinges on potential rather than the extent of one's cultivation. These few words did not evade the ears of the maidservants. The 4 little maids were certainly too timid to gossip indiscriminately. Indeed, I understand, Master Yao. I kindly request you to select 9 individuals from the warrior preparatory camp, who will accompany me to the Tao clan. Despite Yao Yuan's comforting words, Lien Xingyu remained somewhat disheartened. Initially, he not only aspired to excel in the Divine Nation S election, but also yearned to make a remarkable impression, gaining the attention of the upper echelons of the Yunhuang Guard. With hopes of becoming a candidate for national heroism or rising to the ranks of 100 or 1,000 households within the Yunhuang Guard. However, now, even securing a position through the election appeared uncertain, and any further advancement seemed utterly unattainable in the short term. Chapter 71. The selection of 9 slots. The method of selecting these 9 slots has been established through a contest. This approach is fair, simple, and direct. For many years, the lives of the people in the Lien clan have revolved solely around the quest for sustenance, leaving their spiritual lives exceedingly impoverished. This arena competition is a rare and momentous event. How could the villagers possibly miss it? Thus, on the day of the contest, every villager capable of attending gathered, eagerly awaiting the warriors from the preparatory camp to take the stage. Amidst the drudgery of their mundane existence, the prospect of such a lively competition exhilarated the villagers, especially the children, who were filled with joy as if they had been gifted a piece of cured meat. The contest commenced when the sun reached its zenith, taking place in the square before the residence of the Lien clan's chieftain. However, even before dawn, the area surrounding the arena was already teeming with people, all vying for a prime viewing spot. Many children perched upon their father's shoulders, eagerly gazing towards the platform. Numerous youngsters, around the same age as Yun, had outgrown the custom of riding on their father's necks, fearing ridicule. Yet today, such concerns were cast aside. The children were all aflutter with anticipation. Longing to partake in the competition themselves, this contest represented a significant thrill for them. They dreamt of becoming members of the warrior preparatory camp, envisioning the prestige that would accompany such a status. As the crowd swelled, even the nearby crooked trees, low-roofed houses, and rooftops were packed with spectators. The vision of the inhabitants of this world was generally keen, allowing them to discern the happenings on the stage from a considerable distance. When the sun finally reached its peak, the members of the warrior preparatory camp made their entrance, donned in their matching warrior attire, though referred to as warrior garb. It was merely a set of blue short garments that were seldom worn, giving them a somewhat new appearance. Compared to the coarse linen garments worn by Yun, they were not significantly superior. Yet, to the eyes of the Lien clan's people, they exuded an air of authority. Each member of the warrior preparatory camp strode with confidence, buoyed by the realization that their life's value was being profoundly realized today. It seemed that all their years of relentless training had culminated in this moment. A short, ruddy-faced man in his 20s mused to himself. Beside him stood a lecherous companion, his gaze darting towards the women in the crowd, determined to showcase his prowess and ensure that the village women would take notice of his vigor. In the harsh reality of village life, the men's pleasures, aside from the basic necessity of food, often devolved into primal desires, echoing the ancient wisdom of the Huaxia ancestors. Food and lust are the essence of human nature. These basic instincts for sustenance and sexual gratification are inherent to survival. In preparation for the contest, the members of the warrior preparatory camp had even slain 2 dogs, intending to celebrate with hearty feasting and copious drinking once the competition concluded. These 2 dogs are the hunting hounds of the village. However, it matters little, for the grand election of the divine nation is imminent, and soon they shall lead a life of comfort. What need have they for hounds? Behold, it is young Master Lien. With a resounding shout from the crowd, the villagers erupted into a flurry of excitement, their gazes drawn to the sight of 2 robust men carrying a wicker chair, swaying gently as they approached. Seated within was Lien Xingyu, enveloped in a multitude of animal skin blankets, his eyes half closed as if he were in slumber. Following closely behind him were 4 young maidens, each delicately balancing a charcoal stove and a platter of fruits, their demeanor exuding caution. Young Master Lien indeed. The villagers were instantly stirred into a fervor. Since Lien Xingyu's ascension beyond the purple blood realm, his prestige within the Lien clan had soared to unimaginable heights. The people placed their hopes in him, believing he would lead them to a prosperous life in the city. It could be said that Lien Xingyu had become the very backbone of the Lien tribe, revered by all. Amidst the fervent adoration of the masses, he had transformed into the unequivocal king of the tribe, receiving unconditional support for all his endeavors. Should he wish to eliminate someone, no justification was required. A mere word from him, and the populace would swiftly enact his will. Likewise, if he desired the company of a woman, a single utterance would ensure she was presented to him, impeccably prepared. Yet, of late, Lien Qingyu had remained reclusive, seldom seen by the tribe's members. Today, however, they finally beheld him, and their excitement was palpable. Numerous young maidens, aged 17 or 18, were flushed with exhilaration. Indeed, the maidens of the great wilderness idolized the strong. Yet they are not enamored by the rough-hewn, burly men like Zhao Taizhu, whose appearance is far from that of a handsome suitor. The epitome of their admiration lies in men like Lien Qingyu, powerful and strikingly handsome. In recent days, Lien Qingyu had become the dream lover of nearly every young woman in the Lien tribe. "Let us commence," Lien Qingyu remarked nonchalantly, evidently disinterested in the arena's proceedings. It was a jest to him. These coarse men of the warriors' preparatory camp were, in his eyes, nothing but a collection of incompetents. No matter how many years they practiced, they would never touch the threshold of the Golden Dragon Guards. His haughty and slightly disdainful demeanor only served to enchant the maidens further, drawing forth even more admiration from the tribespeople, while the villagers were eager for the grand contest. Young Master Lien could scarcely muster a glance in their direction, such was the disparity of perspective. "Let the contest begin," Zhao Taizhu bellowed. Having recently established himself as the leader of the warriors' preparatory camp, a position he had attained through his increasingly close association with Lien Qingyu. Recently, he had also reaped some benefits from the Lien clan's medicinal mountain. The remedies deemed unworthy by Lien Qingyu had been afforded to Zhao Taizhu, thereby significantly enhancing his strength. In a context of extreme scarcity, it was evident that those who received more resources among the camp's members progressed in their training at a remarkable pace. Fearing envy, Zhao Taizhu often covertly acquired many of these potions, and his rapid ascension in power remained a secret to all. Even Zhao Taizhu himself is uncertain about the extent of his progress and strength. He is eager to validate his abilities through this arena competition. This contest presents Zhao Taizhu with an excellent opportunity to showcase his skills. After enduring much in silence, he is determined to make a resounding impact on the stage. With a significant increase in power, Zhao Taizhu's ambitions have swelled even further. He has resolved to become the foremost subordinate of Lien Qingyu, leaving no room for rivals to contend with him. Chapter 72. The pinnacle of Zhao Taizhu's life in the vast wilderness of the competition, there exist few regulations. The process is straightforward and rather brutal. One individual stands guard, while others attack. Those who possess skill may take their turn. Ultimately, when no one remains to challenge, the defender who has successfully maintained their position earns a spot, allowing them to claim a wooden plaque that symbolizes victory. This chaotic rule set inevitably leads to scenarios where two seeded contenders might clash, and the grueling nature of the wheel battle can deplete the defender's stamina, rendering their position precarious. However, the warriors in the preparatory camp are disinterested in such concerns. Simplicity and brutality define their ethos. Neither Yao Yuan nor Lien Qingyu had any desire to engage in this seemingly inconsequential contest, with Yao Yuan delegating the power to establish rules directly to Zhao Taizhu. Yet, entrusting a boorish man like Zhao Taizhu with the creation of a fair and reasonable set of guidelines seemed implausible. If the rules were too intricate, the competitors would surely fail to comprehend them. At the commencement of the competition, Zhao Taizhu leapt onto the stage first. Impatient by nature, Zhao Taizhu was eager to unveil his hidden prowess. The arena spanned 10 zhang in width, and as he positioned himself in the center, showcasing his muscular physique, he called out, "Who dares to come forth and spar with me?" The spectators erupted with excitement. To their surprise, the first match featured a clash of skilled combatants. Zhao Taizhu's reputation preceded him, and his flamboyant demeanor ensured that all were aware he ranked within the top 10 fighters of the warrior preparatory camp. "Hey, Zhao, let me have a go." A robust man named Sun ascended the platform. His abilities within the camp were rather mediocre, making him no match for Zhao Taizhu. However, he shared a camaraderie with Zhao, often partaking in hunting excursions and enjoying feasts together. Recognizing Zhao Taizhu's desire to display his skills, he willingly ascended to the stage to oblige. After spending considerable time training together, the members of the preparatory camp were acutely aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Sun knew he stood no chance of securing one of the 9 coveted spots, so he opted to lend Zhao Taizhu a favor. "Haha, splendid, brother son. Let us do this. With numerous tribesmen watching, their bout was particularly spirited. The warriors of the preparatory camp possessed great strength, yet when it came to fighting techniques, they were rather lacking. Their exchanges resembled the clumsy choreography of low-budget Hong Kong action films, characterized by sluggish movements and powerful strikes, often culminating in grappling embraces. Victory hinged on sheer strength, a principle akin to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, where the majority of triumphs in the widely popular UFC rely on seemingly clumsy maneuvers such as arm locks and neck holds. Well done, someone shouted from the crowd. Although Zhao Tieju's movements lacked finesse, for the members of the Lin clan, who relished the thrill of wrestling, it was a feast for the eyes. After the robust man with the surname Sun, another challenger ascended the stage to confront Zhao Tieju, only to be vanquished similarly. Following these two intense bouts, Zhao Tieju appeared to be in exceptional form, exhibiting an increasingly vigorous spirit. Haha, who else dares to step forward? Zhao Tieju bellowed, his face aglow as if he had consumed an entire jar of rice wine. At that moment, the onlookers discerned that among the 9 warriors to be selected today, Zhao Tieju would undoubtedly claim the first spot. Brother Zhao, allow me to join you in a friendly contest, a burly man proclaimed as he leapt onto the arena. His entrance was met with a wave of cheers. It was Zhang Dali. Zhang Dali was naturally endowed with immense strength. He could lift a 200-pound stone lock at the tender age of 15. One could only speculate how formidable his strength had become since then. In the Lin clan, he was already a celebrated figure when he achieved fame at such a young age. Given the selection of 9 warriors, it was highly probable that Zhang Dali would be among them. The clash of titans between Zhang Dali and Zhao Tieju left the spectators in rapt anticipation. Dali, haha, splendid. I've longed to test my skills against you. Come forth. Zhao Tieju's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Last year, he had been slightly inferior to Zhang Dali, but this year, Zhao Tieju's prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation, and he was eager to confront a worthy adversary. Both men were of imposing stature, charging at each other like 2 raging bulls. With a resounding thud, Zhao Tieju and Zhang Dali collided. The sound of their bodies meeting echoed clearly, causing many in the crowd to blanch in fear. Such a collision would undoubtedly shatter bones if it were to befall them. The intensity of Zhao Tieju's contest with Zhang Dali was markedly more ferocious than the previous encounter with the man surnamed Sunday. Both warriors possessed strength exceeding 600 or 700 pounds, more than double that of an average first-class male. And such a disparity in power meant that even a dozen first-class men attacking Zhao Tieju would be effortlessly subdued. Brother Tieju fights magnificently. Amidst the crowd, Lin Suihua shouted at the top of her lungs. Recently, due to Lin Xingyu's patronage, she had grown close to Zhao Tieju, and their interactions had blossomed into something more intimate. Recalling the fervor of last night, her heart raced with excitement. Encouraged by the cheers of the crowd and Lin Suihua's spirited support, Zhao Tieju seemed to be under the influence of a potent stimulant, launching a ferocious offensive. Yet, Zhang Dali, undeterred, utilized his considerable strength to maintain an advantage. The two grappled on the ground for an extended period, but ultimately, Zhao Tieju managed to pin Zhang Dali down, rendering him immobile. Zhao Tieju's victory was primarily attributed to his extensive use of medicinal supplements, which enhanced his physical condition and endurance. He triumphed in this bout through sheer stamina. Zhang Dali, struggling beneath Zhao Tieju, found himself gasping, unable to comprehend how his opponent exhibited the relentless vigor of an unyielding bull, seemingly possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. It is worth noting that although the members of the General Warrior Training Camp possess considerable strength, even if one were to exert all their might to lift a massive stone millstone weighing hundreds of pounds after a mere 8 or 9 attempts, their arms would surely ache. It is not easy to be as undaunted as Zhao Tieju, who grows increasingly emboldened in battle. Zhang Dali, gasping heavily, inquired, "You cannot possibly have broken through to the Qichang realm, can you?" "Ha ha ha, not quite there yet," Zhao Tieju began to boast. In truth, the members of the training camp are all at the Valiant realm, and Zhao Tieju is far from reaching the Qichang realm. Inhaling like a serpent and exhaling like an arrow is no simple feat. Zhao Tieju merely possesses greater endurance. If he were to remain in the desolate land of the Lin clan, it would be questionable whether he could ever transcend to the Qichang realm in his lifetime. The surrounding commoners understood the significance of the Qichang realm, having heard the proclamations of the Divine Kingdom's election for so long. Lin Xingyu had long since propagated the notion of the Purple Blood realm. Under the false propaganda of the ruling class of the Lin clan, the populace believed that Lin Xingyu had indeed entered the Purple Blood realm. For the ignorant commoners of the Lian clan, the Purple Blood Realm seemed as formidable as deities from the heavens. If Xiao Taizhu were likened to a brawny bull, then Lian Qingyu would be akin to a terrifying wild beast. The disparity between the two is akin to that of heaven and earth. The more the clan's populace comprehended Lian Qingyu's formidable strength, the more they placed their hopes on him to lead them to the city. They also felt that being a servant to Lian Qingyu was a matter of great honor. In this chaotic era, people are not preoccupied with the notion of freedom. For those who can barely fill their stomachs, freedom is an extravagant and laughable concept. Their thoughts are solely centered on aligning themselves with a capable master, finding satisfaction in the mere prospect of a meal. Haha. Zhao Taizu laughed heartily, reveling in the current scene. He was well aware that achieving his aspirations through the Divine Kingdom's election was utterly unattainable. Nevertheless, being able to showcase his prowess today bestowed upon him a sense of having reached the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 73. The appearance of Yun. Is anyone else willing to come up and spar? Zhao Taizu declared, his spirits soaring. Dongzi, why don't you join me for a bit of fun? Noticing that no one had volunteered, Zhao Taizu began to call names. The young soldier known as Dongzi, barely in his 20s, understood the dynamics of the warrior preparatory camp. It was essential to ally with someone formidable to secure a larger share of resources. Haha. It is thunderclouds in the sky, startled geese in flight. Zhao Taizu had memorized this challenging phrase after much effort. He was still leagues away from truly embodying this level of prowess. Yet Zhao Taizu's demeanor suggested he had already reached such heights, as it became evident that no one was willing to challenge him. Zhao Taizu felt it was time to conclude his theatrics. He boldly proclaimed, if no one steps forward, I shall gladly claim this position for myself. Zhao Taizu had established a rule. The last person standing in the arena would take the spot, determining the order from first to ninth. No one objected. Zhao Taizu's strength was undeniable and commanded respect. Was there anyone brave enough to oppose him? Zhao Taizu deliberately slowed his pace in retrieving the wooden plaque, feigning encouragement for others to challenge him, akin to an auctioneer enticing bidders to raise their offers. For him, this was merely an act of bravado. However, to everyone's astonishment, a voice emerged from the crowd. You're being rather shameless. Why not just take the plaque? Why put on such a show, begging for someone to oppose you? Well then, allow me to indulge your wish and oppose you. Who dares? Zhao Taizu, on the verge of executing his perfect display of bravado, was taken aback by the audacity of this challenger. How dare they insult him in such a manner? It was apparent to all that Zhao Taizu's last remark was merely a display of arrogance, a proclamation of his supremacy within the warrior preparatory camp. Yet, who had the audacity to voice dissent? This tribe, the Lian clan, had become Zhao Taizu's domain. If Lian Qingyu was a tiger, then he was the wolf beneath Qingyu's command. There was no way he would allow anyone to undermine his authority in front of his peers. Nevertheless, upon reflection, this challenger presented an opportunity for him to assert his dominance and establish his reputation. He had resolved to eliminate this troublemaker publicly. In the lawless expanse of the wilderness, the strong killing the weak was commonplace, especially in the arena where such acts would face no repercussions. Zhao Taizu sought the source of the voice, but the speaker seemed to be lost within the crowd. It was not until several breaths had passed that the throng surrounding the arena began to part. People parted ways, revealing a young boy who stepped out of the crowd and approached the arena, ascending the stage with a calm demeanor. This boy, barely reaching Zhao Taizu's chest, was clad in a coarse hemp garment, which, although clean, was tattered and patched in several places. Observing his build and demeanor, the crowd was filled with questions. Was it truly this lad who had just spoken those bold words? They had assumed that anyone daring enough to utter such a challenge would at least possess a degree of confidence in their own strength. Likely a member of the warrior preparatory camp. To their surprise, it was merely a child. Did he seek his own demise? No wonder he had gone unnoticed before. His short stature allowed him to be completely engulfed by the throng. Why you? How? Zhao Taizu was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the child before him. Yun, you're alive? Initially, Yun had his back to the crowd, and many had not recognized him. Now, clarity dawned upon them. The child on the stage could only be Yun. Yun, elder brother, it's truly you, exclaimed Wang Dama, Yun's neighbor, her daughter Zhou Xiaoka by her side, both having come to watch the tournament. Zhou Xiaoka, upon seeing Yun alive, was both astonished and overjoyed, yet her concern grew as she surveyed the scene before her. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoka tightly grasped Wang Dama's rough hand, her heart racing with anxiety. The cloud boy is still alive, but why would he choose this moment to provoke that fiend? Wang Dama shared her unease, utterly oblivious to Yun's intentions. Meanwhile, standing on the stage, Ian suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation. He slowly turned to gaze towards the Lin clan's courtyard, where Lin Xingyu sat on a beastskin chair, appearing frail and unwell. The intensity of Lin Xingyu's gaze pierced through him like a bullet. Lin Xingyu remained seated. Yet the four maidservants surrounding him could not suppress their shivers. At that moment, Lin Xingyu seemed to transform into a feral beast. How many times had this occurred? Ah. Yes, the third time. Lin Xingyu gently set down his teacup, his eyes fixated on Yun. The first time, during the herb gathering, Yun had defied death. The second time, after Lin Xingyu had covertly plotted against him, Yun had turned peril into safety. The third time, with the addition of the cold poison from the desolate bones and the blood transformation pill, Yun had bled from his 7 orifices while refining the desolate bones. Yet he had still leapt into the abyss and survived. Lin Xingyu's eyelids twitched slightly as his gaze upon Yun resembled that of a venomous serpent eyeing its prey. Imbued with malice and greed, there was a secret within him. Lin Xingyu was convinced that Yun possessed a life-preserving treasure. Though he was unaware of its nature, it mattered little, for soon it would belong to him. By eliminating Yun and acquiring his treasure, he would be able to study it at his leisure, ultimately unraveling its mysteries. With this thought, Lin Xingyu gradually regained his composure. At this moment, he appeared tranquil. Yet within him surged a torrent of exhilaration and fervent blood. He delicately licked his lips, and a glimmer of sanguine light flickered in his eyes. Excellent. Splendid. At last. The heavens have granted me a stroke of fortune, though fate did not bestow upon me an illustrious lineage, nor the means to hone my martial skills, and even severed my path to transcend the violet blood realm at the brink of my breakthrough. Yet today, it seems fortune has smiled upon me, presenting such a life-preserving treasure before me. As the ancients wisely remarked, what heaven provides, if not seized, may bring misfortune. If I fail to grasp what has been offered to me, I may invite calamity upon myself. I, Lin Xingyu, am certainly not one to act so foolishly. Who would have thought that this lad, Yun, a mere lowly servant toiling in the dirt, possesses such fortuitous blessings? This should rightfully be my fortune, by eliminating him. I shall acquire the treasure. Ultimately, the treasure shall belong to whoever claims it. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Lin Xingyu's mind in an instant, and at that moment, without any command from him, Zhao Taiju was already grinning maliciously as he approached Yun. Chapter 74. The brutal beating of Zhao Taiju. Was that statement made by you? Zhao Taiju sneered, perplexed by the fact that Yun had survived a jump from such a great height. Suspecting that the boy must have employed some trickery to deceive the robust men who were honing their skills against the wild bones. Initially, Zhao Taiju anticipated facing a formidable warrior capable of challenging him, someone he could easily dispatch with overwhelming power. However, to his astonishment, it was merely the insignificant figure of Yun that appeared before him. In this scenario, establishing his dominance seemed impossible. How could he instill fear by defeating a boy who barely reached his chest? Zhao Taiju's mind was now consumed with thoughts of how to inflict the most torment upon Yun, employing methods that would evoke the utmost discomfort and terror. Naturally, it was I who spoke. Is that not an utterly redundant inquiry? Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression clearly indicating his disbelief that such a foolish question warranted asking. Huh? Zhao Taiju regarded Yun with the incredulity reserved for a fool, unable to fathom how the boy could be so oblivious to the fate that awaited him. You wretched creature, you have offended me today, and you shall pay dearly for it. Kneel before me and kowtow 100 times, or shall I press you to the ground and compel you to do so? Zhao Taiju grinned maliciously. Yun returned the gaze, equally derisive. I have come today to claim a spot, not to listen to your drivel. Upon hearing Yun's declaration, the audience fell silent. Realization dawning upon them that Yun's ascent onto the stage was not intended to provoke Zhao Taiju, but rather to confront him in a battle for a coveted position in the divine nation's election. Heavens, did he truly believe he stood a chance? At merely 12 years of age and having trained for only a month, how could he possibly compete against Zhao Taiju? Yun, do you comprehend the magnitude of Zhao Taiju's strength? A concerned voice echoed from the crowd, belonging to Zhou Xiaoke. The warriors of the reserve camp loomed over the common folk of the Lin clan like predatory beasts. How could an ordinary boy stand a chance against such might? Zhao Taiju erupted into laughter, his amusement so profound it threatened to topple him. Are you out of your mind? Do you truly think that a few lessons from Lord Zhang could empower you to defeat me and represent the Lin clan in the divine election? His words incited a chorus of laughter from the reserve warriors. Zhao Ji, do not waste your breath on this fool. He is merely a lucky dog chosen by Lord Zhang, believing himself invincible. Amidst the ridicule, a sharp female voice pierced the air. Zhao Taiju, Break this boy's legs and hang him up. The speaker was Lien Suehua, her shrill tones unmistakable. Yun recalled her as the one who had led the villagers to attack Jiang Shiro with cow dung. Yun cast a cold smile, fixing an intense gaze upon Lien Suehua. Why are you staring, you little beast? Do you think I'm someone you can gawk at? Look again, and I shall have your thieving eyes gouged out. Lien Suehua exclaimed, her voice filled with authority as she cast a flirtatious glance at Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu, clearly amused by this gesture, let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, it seems that your illness has affected your sanity, you lowly servant. A mere peasant scratching for food in the dirt. Do you dare to participate in the divine election? Today, I shall twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. As he spoke, Zhao Taizhu lunged at Yun, his face adorned with a mocking smile, his hands resembling iron pincers reaching for Yun's head. He was not merely jesting. He genuinely intended to sever Yun's head from his body. Zhao Taizhu possessed immense strength. No ordinary child could withstand his grip. However, Yun remained unmoved, standing his ground as he extended his hands to grasp Zhao Taizhu's, mirroring his actions. The disparity between Yun's slender hands and Zhao Taizhu's formidable ones was stark. When Zhao Taizhu witnessed Yun's audacity in reaching out, he sneered and altered his approach, intending to crush Yun's hands first. As their hands met, a sharp crack echoed in the air. Zhao Taizhu's expression froze in disbelief as he looked at the grotesque state of his hands, blood oozing down his all but his thumbs twisted at unnatural angles, completely shattered. Yun had indeed crushed his hands. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Zhao Taizhu's mouth. Yun regarded him coldly, remarking, you just referred to me as a lowly servant? In this world, the weak are subjugated while the strong command respect. The one with power dictates everything. Allow me to enlighten you on who the true lowly servant is. With that, Yun stepped forward, delivering a simple knee strike directly to Zhao Taizhu's chest. A dull thud resonated as Zhao Taizhu's robust form was sent flying as if he were a mere sack of grain, his sternum caving in and ribs snapping like twigs. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his body convulsing like a dog with a broken spine. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Their expressions remained frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Yun had shattered Zhao Taizhu's hand and sent him sprawling with a single knee strike. The stark contrast between Yun's slight frame and Zhao Taizhu's imposing stature created an overwhelming visual impact. Was this a dream? Lien Qingyu, who had been comfortably seated in his fur chair, suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on Yun. Yun, a mere servant tasked with gathering herbs. Someone who typically went hungry and lived like a beggar, was regarded within the Lien clan as inconsequential. Yet, he had managed to incapacitate Zhao Taizhu with a single encounter. Where had his martial prowess originated? Could it truly be that, having trained under Zhang Yuxian for merely a month, he has mastered martial arts to the extent of vanquishing Zhao Taizhu? How is this even conceivable? Cheng Yu's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails threatened to pierce his palms. The atmosphere remained hushed, stretching on for several breaths. As no sound escaped the lips of the onlookers, they were still grappling with the shock of the revelation. Even Zhou Xiaoke, who had been preoccupied with concerns for Yun, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Was this reality? The fierce and towering Zhao Taizhu had indeed been bested by her brother Yun. Yun withdrew his fist and casually adjusted his tattered clothing. This was the first time Yun had resorted to violence. Previously, his punches had struck only the hard surface of rocks, leaving his hands sore, but today they met flesh, a juxtaposition of softness and firmness. This time, he had incapacitated a man, yet he felt no overwhelming sense of remorse. Perhaps it was due to his adaptation to the brutal laws of survival in this savage wilderness. He understood all too well that in this realm, if one were to assume the role of a compassionate monk, abstaining from bloodshed, they would inevitably end up as mere bones, devoured by the merciless. Gently flexing his fingers, he turned to face Lien Suehua. Did you not just declare your intention to break my legs, and hang me up, and to gouge out my eyes? As he spoke, Yun began to stride towards Lien Suehua. Chapter 75, A Bloodbath. What do you intend to do? Upon seeing Yun approaching, Lien Suehua let out a piercing scream. You little beast, are you infected with a plague, hoping to spread it to our entire clan? Lien Suehua was not one to be trifled with. Witnessing Yun's sudden transformation into something terrifying, her mind raced back to the rumors of his affliction, prompting her to shout loudly, calling upon the crowd for support. Villagers, this little wretch must be possessed by a ghost after his death. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable? He is under a spell. Have you all forgotten? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and with her frail frame, she pushed her way through the throng with surprising speed. Make way. Get the hell out of my way. She glared at Yun, a sinister smile creeping across her face. You little beast, you think you're invincible just because you're possessed by those unclean spirits? Watch as I destroy you. As she spoke, she hurled the wooden bucket in her hand towards Yun. The bucket contained a viscous, crimson liquid, and a foul stench wafted through the air. It was dog-s blood. Prior to the arena competition, the warriors from the preparatory camp had killed 2 hunting dogs, intending to feast after the contest. The blood had been stored in the bucket, along with entrails, fur, and organs, and now it was all unleashed upon Yun. The people of Yunhuang believed that dog-s blood could repel evil spirits. Those malevolent entities would hesitate at the sight of it, if splashed with dog-s blood. It would be akin to a human being doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, corroding them entirely. The term drenched in dog-s blood signifies the state of being utterly silenced and rendered immobile, akin to a person cursed and left speechless. Lien Suihua genuinely believed that Yun's prowess in defeating Zhao Taizhu stemmed from his possession by evil forces. If only she could splash him with dog-s blood to incinerate those vile spirits, what remained of Yun would be as feeble as a chick, easily molded to her will. At that moment, Lien Suihua fantasized about severing Yun's limbs and hanging him up to burn alive. All under the pretense of his possession, inciting the crowd to eliminate him would be all too simple. The splash of filthy dog-s blood elicited gasps of shock from the onlookers. In that instant, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Yun's eyes. As for Lien Suihua, a woman devoid of martial prowess, he would not have bothered with her if not for her attack on Jiang Shiro. Yet now, he recognized the depths of her malevolence. Some individuals were inherently wicked to the core, and such people were a blight upon the world, irrespective of their gender or combat abilities. With a thunderous bang, without any discernible movement from Yun, the bucket of dog-s blood erupted before him. The blood splattered in all directions, yet not a single drop landed on Yun. Instead, it was Lien Suihua who became drenched in the foul liquid. Ah! Lien Suihua let out a horrified shriek, her hair disheveled, as she continued to scream, "You monster! You little beast! You little bastard!" Coughing violently, she struggled to speak. But her voice faltered as Yun's grip tightened around her neck. Lien Suihua stuck out her tongue, rolling her eyes and convulsing. "Help! Help me!" The instinct for survival compelled Lien Suihua to utter these words with great difficulty. At that moment, the surrounding crowd, stricken with terror, instinctively recoiled. They dared not confront Yun. The common folk of the great wilderness were inherently cowardly, submissive to the strong and cruel only to the weak. They had a deeply ingrained servility, instinctively yielding to those more powerful, revealing their vicious nature solely in the presence of the feeble. Much like when they had collectively attacked Jiang Shiro before. Now, Lien Suihua was truly afraid. She looked at Yun, her eyes filled with dread. She could not comprehend why he had suddenly become so formidable. He seemed untouched by evil. For those possessed by malevolent forces could not evade calamity. They would be paralyzed with fear at the slightest hint of danger, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. "Why you want to hit a woman?" she stammered, her voice trembling. Yun smiled. "I never strike women." As he spoke, he slightly loosened his grip. Lien Suihua exhaled in relief, her courage bolstered a fraction. "You should let me go and beg for mercy from young Master Lien. He might still spare you. You have indeed grown stronger. But can you truly contend with young Master Lien? Lien Xingyu is like a deity within the Lien clan, possessing absolute authority. In recent days, under Lien Xingyu's influence, people had become aware of the precise realms of martial artists in the purple blood realm. Lien Xingyu had reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of mortal blood, while Zhao Taizhu was merely at the 1st layer, a chasm of difference. Though Lien Suihua feared Yun, she recalled her allegiance to Lien Xingyu and thought, why should she fear this insignificant wretch? If Lien Xingyu intervened, he could easily crush Yun. With this in mind, Lien Suihua's boldness grew. She believed Yun's decision to release her was an act of prudence. You ought to kneel before young Master Lien and confess your wrongs. Otherwise, he will flay you alive. Do you think defeating that useless Zhao Taizhu makes you formidable? Zhao Taizhu, in comparison to young Master Lien, is but a worm, and you, merely a larger insect. Lien Suihua shouted, attempting to intimidate Yun, genuinely believing in the invincibility of Lien Xingyu, a martial artist of the purple blood realm. Upon hearing Lien Suihua's threats, Yun merely chuckled, and without warning, he delivered a resounding slap. Smack. The sharp sound echoed as Lien Suihua's body was sent soaring through the air. She spun 3.5 times before crashing heavily to the ground, her world spinning in disarray. Dazed from the blow, Lien Suihua coughed, blood bubbling from her mouth like a fish that had been mortally struck. As she struggled, trembling, she reached for her left cheek, only to find it grotesquely disfigured, blood and flesh a horrific mess. Feeling something amiss in her mouth, She opened it and spat out a dozen bloody teeth. All the teeth in her left alveolar ridge had been knocked out by Yun. Uh. Even Sui Hua, looking at Yun, wanted to say something, but her tongue was mangled, and her face was disfigured, rendering her unable to articulate a word. As she gazed at Yun, her pupils dilated, her gaze losing its focus. She struggled to move her lips, producing a garbled sound, which had long since distorted. Nevertheless, Yun understood, or rather inferred, her question. Had he not stated that he never struck women? Did I ever say that? Yun retorted. And Sui Hua barely managed to blink. Yun rubbed his hands together and remarked nonchalantly, well, what I said was in the past. In the future, it will be different. If punishment is warranted, it shall be delivered. Sui Hua's curses directed at Yun were one thing, but she had no right to bully Jiang Xiao. Yun could scarcely fathom how Jiang Xiao had endured the day when she lost her message and was besieged by a group of villagers with cow dung. In this alternate realm, Jiang Xiao was Yun's closest kin, and he would not allow anyone to harm her. No sooner had Yun's words left his lips than Sui Hua spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Chapter 76, The Poisonous Bones. No one anticipated that such a turn of events would unfold during this arena contest. Yun suddenly appeared, incapacitating Zhao Taizhu and rendering Lien Cuihua unconscious. In this desolate wilderness, medical facilities are woefully inadequate. Such severe injuries would almost inevitably lead to infection. Without antibiotics, once inflammation sets in, survival becomes exceedingly unlikely. Even if Zhao Taizhu were to survive, he would be left crippled, stripped of both his martial prowess and ability to work, with the mere act of rising from bed becoming a daunting challenge. As for Lien Cuihua, her beauty was irrevocably marred. To Yun, the disparity in her appearance before and after the disfigurement was negligible, but the loss of a tooth would mean she could no longer consume coarse grains and wild vegetables. In this barren land, where would she find sustenance? Unless someone were to care for her, she would likely perish from starvation. For both Zhao Taizhu and Lien Cuihua, a grim fate awaited them. After Yun had incapacitated them, the arena fell into a profound silence. Many who had previously harbored deep-seated animosity towards Yun due to their family's affliction now resembled frightened chicks. Yun noticed several individuals among them, including some children who had participated in the assault on Jiang Xiao. One woman's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly shielded her child, her voice trembling. At that time, it was Lien Cuihua who incited them to burn your house. Yun stepped forward, and the woman grew even paler. Throwing cow dung was also Lien Cuihua's idea. The child who had thrown cow dung was about the same age as Yun, perhaps even more robust. Under normal circumstances, a child like Yun would not have garnered his respect, yet today, he was utterly intimidated. Do you truly believe that I caused your men to contract the plague? Yun's voice resonated with vitality, carrying clearly for all to hear. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This was the proclamation of the Lien tribe's leadership. Could it possibly be erroneous? Moreover, they had long been perplexed. Yun had not only contracted the plague, but had also fallen from a height of several dozen feet. How had he survived? And how had he managed to defeat Zhao Taizhu? To this day, many villagers struggled to accept the fact that Yun had incapacitated Zhao Taizhu in just 2 moves. They were aware that Yun had trained in martial arts under Zhang Yuxin for merely a month. How could he surpass Zhao Taizhu, who had trained for over a decade? What has happened to our men? The woman stammered, trembling. At that moment, Yun caught sight of Lien Qingyu rising to his feet, his gaze fixated on Yun like that of a venomous snake. Cold, murderous, insidious, and greedy. Every attribute of a serpent was encapsulated within his stare. Yun recognized that Lien Qingyu was threatening him. Yet he met his gaze unflinchingly and addressed the crowd. The bones are poisonous. Your men perished from consuming the bones. It has nothing to do with me. In an instant, the crowd erupted in turmoil. The bones are poisonous. Our men died from the bones. The crowd exchanged glances, some murmuring amongst themselves. In former times, if the defenseless Yun had uttered such words, no one would have believed him. Instead, he would have been bound to a pyre and set ablaze under the pretense of being possessed. However, now Yun stood fortified by formidable strength. And even though his claims might sound preposterous and perplexing, people instinctively believed him to a degree. This is the intimidation that strength brings. A person's power not only pertains to their status and dignity, but also influences the credibility of their words. When a strong individual speaks, their words carry immense weight and resonate profoundly. Conversely, the utterances of the weak are akin to the sound of flatulence, garnering no attention whatsoever. Presently, Yun's presence on this stage was solely due to his prowess. Otherwise, how could a mere 12-year-old child command respect? Lian Yu remained silent, sneering. When suddenly an elder clad in yellow robes emerged. You speak with reckless abandon. The elder boomed, for he was the chieftain of the Lian clan. You, a mere child, dare to spread such fallacies. The arid bone was a treasure acquired at great expense, forged through the collective efforts of our clan over many days. How could it possibly be toxic? Lian Yu had already consumed the essence of the arid bone. If it were indeed poisonous, he would have been the first to succumb. The elder's authority was palpable, having presided over the Lian clan for many years, establishing a formidable reputation. Even though Yun possessed strength, his words could not outweigh the chieftain's authority. Moreover, the elder's reasoning was sound. The arid bone, procured at a steep cost for Lian Qingyu, would mean that the clan had expended significant resources to bring about his demise if it were toxic. The chieftain speaks wisely. Fellow villagers, do not heed the words of that child. Would you trust the claims of a mere 12-year-old? Many in the crowd echoed this sentiment, as they were closely linked to the interests of the Lian clan's ruling class. Some, like Lian Suihua, served as the eyes and ears for the higher echelons of the clan, responsible for reporting minor grievances or spreading rumors, often rewarded with extra provisions. Noticing some villagers still harboring doubts about Yun's assertions, these individuals continued, "Do you think this little monkey is formidable? Compared to young Master Lian, he is nothing. What does defeating Zhao Taiju signify? Zhao Taiju is just an ordinary person like us, while young Master Lian has reached the violet blood realm. Do you comprehend what that entails? The esteemed Lord Zhang who visited our village was merely at the violet blood realm as well, a level akin to that of celestial beings. The image of Zhang Yuxian riding a colossal beast and effortlessly cleaving through a tree as thick as a man's embrace had left an indelible impression on the villagers, who understood just how terrifying the violet blood realm truly was. In comparison, Zhao Taiju, who merely stumbled in combat, was insignificant. To us, Yun may seem impressive. Yet when juxtaposed with young Master Lian, he is hardly worthy of mention. Only Lian Gongzi can lead everyone to a prosperous life. Do you truly doubt Lian Gongzi and prefer to place your trust in this mere child? There are voices rising again. It must be said that the ruling elite of the Lian clan has become deeply entrenched over the years. It is exceedingly difficult for Yun to sway their foundation with mere words, especially since he possesses no evidence to substantiate his claims. Furthermore, the entire tribe has invested its hopes in Lian Qingyu, who has not disappointed them, achieving yet another breakthrough into the purple blood realm. Everyone yearns for Lian Qingyu to transform their lives. In such times, how could they possibly forsake him in favor of a 12-year-old child like Yun? Even if Yun has triumphed over Zhao Taiju, the sentiment remains unchanged. Yun had anticipated this. In truth, it mattered little. He never expected to topple Lian Qingyu with a single statement. He merely sought to plant a seed of doubt in the hearts of the people. The Great Wasteland is a world where strength reigns supreme. The victors have always been lauded, while the vanquished are forgotten. Do the victors require evidence to justify their success to the populace? Such a notion is superfluous, for the powerful wield their words as law, as truth. The strong need not elaborate on their actions. Others will inevitably believe them, compelled to do so. Yun's appearance today was a testament to his readiness to confront Lian Qingyu head-on. He was acutely aware that Lian Qingyu, relying on the essence of the desolate bone devoid of energy, could not possibly break through to the purple blood realm. Lian Qingyu stood at the pinnacle of qi induction, while Yun had just entered the realm of qi induction himself, simultaneously achieving a dragon-like pulse. In this battle, he felt assured. Yet, Yun remained wary of Yao Yuan. He was uncertain of the man's true strength. He awaited Lian Qingyu's move, all the while observing Yao Yuan discreetly. However, Yun was caught off guard when Lian Qingyu displayed no intention to strike. He merely regarded Yun with a darkened expression. Today, Lian Qingyu could not make a move. Yao Yuan had already warned him that his fury could injure his heart's pulse. Should he disregard his injuries to act, it would be perilous, for he would not recover to his peak state in time for the Divine Nation elections a few days hence. Chapter 77. The Council of Yao Yuan. Of course, Lian Qingyu would not allow his own Divine Kingdom election to be influenced by Yun. This event was of paramount importance in his life and represented an opportunity that he could not afford to fail. Master Yao, what do you perceive to be his strength? Thunderous sound? Meridians? Yun had effortlessly incapacitated Zhao Taiju, even shattering the bones of Zhao Tieju's hand. Lian Qingyu was convinced that the force possessed by Yun exceeded 1,000 pounds, and his cultivation level surpassed the third layer of mortal blood. As for whether he had opened the Rin and Du meridians, that remained uncertain. Yao Yuan replied, "We have all underestimated Yun. I cannot ascertain the full extent of his strength, but I am certain of one thing. His wisdom and cunning far exceed that of an ordinary 12-year-old. Anyone who opposes him while dismissing him as merely a child will undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Yao Yuan's words subtly hinted at Lin Qingyu, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. He never imagined he would one day be compared to a child. Yet, he could not deny that in their previous encounters, he had been outmaneuvered by Yun. This young lad, feigning innocence while fully aware of my murderous intent, had lulled me into a false sense of security. How could someone so young possess such cunning? Lin Qingyu found it hard to believe. It was truly a prodigious anomaly. Master Yao, I find myself unable to act today due to physical constraints. Might I request your assistance in capturing this little beast? At Lin Qingyu's request, Yao Yuan fell silent. He surmised that Yun must have encountered some fortuitous event. Perhaps consuming a rare herb during his foray into the medicinal mountains, leading to a sudden surge in strength. This was the most plausible explanation, thus. It was only natural that he survived the fall into the eastern river. Moreover, such rare herbs might even mitigate the chilling poison of the cold python's bones, suggesting that they held greater value than the cold python's remains. Yet, what could be done? The rare herbs had already been ingested by Yun. Extracting them again would be a daunting task. Even if it were possible to extract them, Yao Yuan held no desire for them, as he had sustained injuries from enemies that severed his meridians, rendering further advancement impossible. Yao Yuan's position was merely that of a guest elder residing within the Lian clan, not Lin Qingyu's subordinate. Qingyu, Yao Yuan continued, years ago, I owed a favor to your late grandfather and promised to protect the Lian clan and teach you martial arts. However, I never pledged to assist you in taking lives or committing evil deeds. I am aware of your endeavors with the bones of the wild. Yet I chose not to intervene, recognizing that this world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. Sacrificing some weaker individuals to achieve your own ambitions is, in a sense, understandable. However, to compel me to act against a child, especially one with martial talent, merely out of jealousy, I cannot acquiesce to such a request. Though you may not heed my words, I implore you to cultivate a spirit of tolerance. If you aspire to achieve great things, you must possess a certain magnanimity. Should you continue down a path of ruthlessness and extreme self-interest, unable to accommodate others, you will inevitably bring about your own ruin one day. Yao Yuan's admonition caused Lin Qingyu to furrow his brow. Indeed, wise counsel is often unwelcome, and Yao Yuan's words struck a dissonant chord within him. Master Yao, what do you mean by this? For all these years, I have treated you with the reverence due to a mentor, yet today you choose to assist an outsider? Lin Qingyu's words were laced with fury. Yao Yuan shook his head. I have watched you grow over the years. I understand your thoughts. I merely wish to prevent you from making a grave mistake once more. Moreover, while my prowess may render me nearly unmatched beneath the purple blood realm, I do not possess complete assurance in capturing Yun. Yao Yuan's words startled Lin Qingyu. How could this be? Does Master Yu believe that this boy possesses the strength to defend himself against you? If so, he must be at least at the pinnacle of the Qi induction realm. On par with my cultivation. This is utterly impossible. Lin Qingyu found the notion absurd. Even if Yun had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, he could not possibly have achieved such rapid martial advancement. I too find it implausible, Yao Yuan sighed. Yet have you not considered that for a child of his intellect to reach this level of martial prowess, he must understand the disparity in strength between the realms prior to the purple blood realm? Our cultivation levels are no secret, and his audacity to appear here suggests that. Even if he lacks the confidence to confront you, he likely possesses the means to retreat unscathed. Yao Yuan's words seemed to provoke Lin Qingyu, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. If Master Yao intervenes today, he cannot possibly escape unscathed. Yao Yuan replied, I share your sentiment. I also believed that a month ago, when he was afflicted by the cold bone poison and fell into the eastern river, he was doomed. Yet, he survived. Yao Yuan's statement left Lin Qingyu speechless. Indeed, he had once thought Yun would perish. However, today, he stood before him, having even incapacitated Zhao Taizhu. This was akin to a public slap to his face. A 12-year-old child, endowed with such intellect and formidable strength, posed a threat, should he harbor a grudge, unless eliminated. Retribution was inevitable. I understand now. Lin Qingyu inhaled deeply, his expression dark and foreboding. Yao Yuan's refusal today had sown seeds of resentment within him. With Yao Yuan abstaining from action, he could not act either. The only remaining individual within the clan capable of contending with Yun was his great-uncle, the clan leader of the Lian clan. Furthermore, it was wholly inappropriate for the elderly clan leader to confront a mere child in plain view of the public. The crux of the matter was that Lin Qingyu could not guarantee that his great-uncle could effectively deal with Yun. For the aged clan leader, whose strength had waned, The impact of physical stamina on combat prowess was significant. It was a fallacy that the elderly could grow more formidable in the realm of mortal blood. Although the clan leader was at the 5th level of mortal blood, he now struggled against even a 4th-level Meridian Realm warrior in his current frail state. Moreover, as Yunhuang had noted, Yun might possess life-saving trump cards. After careful consideration, Yunxingyu realized he found himself in an exceedingly precarious position. He had been publicly humiliated by Yun yet could do nothing to retaliate, at least until he regained his strength. Damn it, had I not been injured, I would have surely flayed that wretched child alive. Yunxingyu felt a deep sense of indignation. He had never anticipated that a mere insignificant individual, whom he had regarded as nothing more than an ant just days prior, would one day render him powerless. At this moment, Yunhuang had fallen silent. While the onlookers continued to gaze upon him, Yunxingyu found himself in desperate need of a way to extricate himself from this predicament. Chapter 78. The steps. Yunxingyu gazed at Yun, his eyes piercing like daggers into Yun's very being. It would be one thing to be oppressed by a formidable opponent, but now, a mere child, one whom Yunxingyu deemed far inferior in strength, dared to leap and provoke his authority. Injured and powerless to retaliate, how could he not feel rage? Yun. Yunxingyu spoke, his reluctance palpable. However, he understood that their confrontation must reach its terminus today. Engaging in a battle with Yun, even if he were to emerge victorious, would jeopardize the upcoming divine election, a cost he could ill afford. For centuries, my Lian clan has endured hardship in this desolate land. Our ancestors subsisted on roots and tree bark, gradually nurturing this clan to its current state. In my generation, I have devoted a decade to martial training, persevering through famine and harsh seasons, with the singular aim of securing our clan's migration into the city, thus ensuring its prosperity. Yet now, at the moment I have risked everything, enlisting the entire clan's strength for a final push. You emerge to sow discord, inciting the populace against me. Do you wish for the people of the Lian clan to remain in perpetual suffering? With this declaration, Yunxingyu turned the tide against Yun, igniting fervent discussions among the crowd. Each held steadfast to their beliefs. Yun accused Yunxingyu of concocting toxic wild bones that harmed the populace, while Yunxingyu countered with claims of Yun's slander. The two stood in stark opposition. Nevertheless, the masses were inclined to believe Yunxingyu, for he wielded immense authority within the Lian clan, while Yun was but a mere child. Having overheard the public discourse and grasped the prevailing sentiment, Yun was reminded of a tale he had once heard on Earth. In a primitive era, a group of cave dwellers revered a shadow cast upon the ground, believing it to be divine, as it fluctuated in size. Each day, they bowed before this specter. Yet, one astute cave dweller doubted its divinity. After considerable effort, he ascended to the cave's summit, discovering an odd stone, the source of the shadow. He returned to his kin, revealing the truth. The shadow was merely a projection of the stone, not a deity. However, no one believed this wise individual. Instead, they were gripped by fear. Ultimately, he was burned at the stake by his own people, accused of blasphemy, and the tribe continued to venerate the shadow of the stone. Yun felt a profound resonance with this story, recognizing his own predicament mirrored that of the clever cave dweller. He too was the enlightened one, while Yunxingyu embodied the shadow. Now, having exhausted every resource and committed to a decisive struggle, Yunxingyu had successfully ascended to the realm of the purple blood, transforming into a deity within the Lian clan. All, from the clan's elite to the members of the warrior preparatory camp, and even the common folk, looked to Yunxingyu to effect change, hoping to liberate their suffering from the grips of poverty and hunger. Individuals ensnared in the throes of suffering invariably seek faith, a spiritual refuge that enables them to escape the harshness of reality, nurturing the hope that their future will blossom into beauty. This conviction provides them with the courage to persevere. In this context, Yunxingyu undoubtedly fulfills such a role. He stands as the leader of the tribe, the idol of all the youth, and the romantic ideal for the maidens. Should Yunxingyu triumph in the divine election, he would become the savior of the entire Lian clan. In stark contrast, Yun, a mere 12-year-old child, possesses little authority, making it exceedingly difficult to unseat Yunxingyu. Not only does Yun lack evidence, but even if he were to present irrefutable proof, few would be inclined to believe him. Dismantling Yunxingyu's stature would shatter the spiritual refuge of all the impoverished within the clan, condemning them to a perpetual existence in darkness. Who could bear such a reality? Were it not for Yun's decisive defeat of Zhao Taizhu, which momentarily commanded respect, his attempts to reveal the truth would likely have led to a fate akin to that of the clever primitive, brutally extinguished by an enraged mob. Observing the public's growing inclination towards his side, Lien Qingyu felt a sense of satisfaction, though he remained discontented by the fact that, despite popular support, he was still unable to subdue Yun. Yun, I perceive you as a remarkable talent, he mused, acknowledging the boy's martial aptitude. Suspecting that some fortuitous encounter had propelled him to his current stature, Lien Qingyu harbored deep-seated jealousy towards Yun's apparent stroke of luck. Why should he be favored with such serendipity while Lien Qingyu was not? Yet, despite his envy, Lien Qingyu felt compelled to project an air of superiority, insinuating that Yun's ascent was merely a result of shortcuts, whereas his own strength was forged through relentless toil and genuine merit. His sycophants quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming in realization, "So that's it. No wonder this boy could vanquish Zhao Taizhu. He must have taken a shortcut." They speculated that Yun had stumbled upon some rare treasure that, while enhancing his abilities swiftly, would ultimately render his foundation unstable, leading to future obstacles in his cultivation, a classic case of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. The crowd, swayed by this narrative, found the explanations of Lien Qingyu's underlings to be quite rational, enabling them to comprehend the rapid escalation of Yun's prowess. Lien Qingyu continued, "Your journey to this point has been commendable. I hereby grant you a pardon from death. You ought to join forces with me and strive together to ensure the prosperity of the Lien clan." His proclamation resonated with a sense of noble righteousness among the crowd. Lien Qingyu's supporters and sycophants erupted in applause, exclaiming that the young master was indeed magnanimous, a great fortune for the tribe. Some cheered, "Young Master Lien embodies great virtue." Others remarked on Yun's audacity in slandering Lien Qingyu, noting that rather than harboring resentment, Lien Qingyu seemed inclined to elevate Yun, suggesting that if the boy were wise, he should assist Lien Qingyu earnestly. The public's discourse is easily swayed, and the sentiments expressed by these sycophants are entirely reasonable. After all, even Lien Qingyu has transcended the blood of Purple Realm. It seems almost certain that he will emerge victorious in the upcoming Divine Kingdom election. As for Yun, while his martial talent appears commendable, he has only recently embarked on his martial journey. His current prowess is likely limited to the third layer of mortal blood, and his participation in the Divine Kingdom election seems nearly impossible. However, should Yun grow in strength and be willing to assist Lien Qingyu in the future, he could indeed provide substantial support, propelling the Lien clan to new heights. This reflects the prevailing sentiment among the majority of the Lien clan's populace, yet both Lien Qingyu and Yun perceive the situation quite differently.